narrative to go into Moscow, where it very quickly spreads through a very big populated areas, and destroys the Russian narrative. It suddenly becomes the mothers saying, what's this about us winning the war? What's this about this, that, and the other? I'm attending a funeral of my son or whatever. And so I think Putin is trying to control that narrative by selecting groups of people from away from the built-up areas of Russia or from the prisoners, etc. But the other point is the last speaker brought up. Yeah, I can see that sort of kind of almost obsessive commitment from highly trained soldiers because they're trained into a belief, etc. But where it comes to conscripts who are pulled into Wagner Group and are told you can have all this money, you can this, that, and the other, at the end of the day, when they get to that front and they start to talk to the other soldiers or the other conscripts who are petrified and saying, look, we're going into a wave tomorrow, and I know a group who went in yesterday, there were 30 of them, only one returned. I mean, at the end of the day, the kind of survival instinct must surely come into it, and they think, well, do we go into almost certain death, or do we face the bullets of our masters by retreating? And that is the big thing. But another thing that worries me a little bit is why have they kept so much emphasis on Bakhmut? And I think it is because they are trying to do the same thing in reverse. They're trying to weaken the Ukrainian army. It's not succeeding because they're losing a hell of a lot more. But they're trying to weaken the Ukrainian army because their main goal is to hang on in desperation with the land grab from Russia down to Crimea. As soon as that piece is chopped in the middle and Ukraine grabs back the coast, this is all over for Putin, because his whole aim was to go down to Crimea, then to do another further land grab down to Belarus, and then he controls all the Black Sea. He controls most of the countries around the Black Sea, and he wanted the Sea of Azov. So is this a distraction of Bakhmut, which hasn't worked out for him? Probably yes, but I think the reasons for that are that he is desperate. His main intent is to hold on to the land grab from MriyaReport down to Crimea. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I'm just going to mute you, Mike. Sorry, I could feedback. Daniel.
Okay. I will start first saying what I say for past months. Michael Kaufman is a clown. He is a stupid motherfucker. Don't listen to him. If he says, this, he is wrong at so many levels. He is so stupid. And he never say, I was stupid. I overreach. I overestimate Russian army. Never. Because he's an infatuated son of the bitch. Second, people talk about Wagner like he's, Baba Vanga. Wagner had 10,000 soldiers, usual veterans from Russian army. Veterans meaning they had a contract for 2 years. They were conscripts for one year and a half. and they go to fight some guerrillas in Mali, in Libya, in Syria, because, you know, it's very easy to shoot someone in Aleppo when you have a BMP and they don't have an ATGM. It's very, very, very easy to kill children. But to fight, you need to be soldier, and they are joke soldiers. Now Wagner is no more. Wagner-like institution is no more, and is just one PMC. They are Russia's one. I don't know how he's called it. These are evil and neo-Nazis. This is the PMC of Shoigu. Even Gazprom is making a PMC. Doesn't matter. They are crap. They don't have the pools. They don't have veterans. They don't have specialists. They don't have soldiers. They have just crappy people. Meat, like their officers call them. And let's not forget, why Prigozhin is in Bakhmut at this moment? All the time with an assault rifle, all the time with armored vest. Nobody asked. Why he's not in Moscow? Why he's not in Belgorod? Because he knows his days are over. He tried to make fun of Shoigu, and now he's a dead man walking. And even if they had months ago 30,000 recruits from penitentiaries, these are now fertilizers for sunflowers. Wagner is no more. Prigozhin doesn't matter. Never imagine the Russian army is Wagner or the significance. And about Bakhmut, they're stupid. These guys have bullshit instead of brains. If you have brain, you understand where to hit, but they don't have. They build defensive lines in the front of Kerch Strait. These are the guys who made fortifications on seaside of Sea of Azov. Why do we project our greatness of the Russian army? Russian army is a crap army. At this moment, they are scared of Georgians. Georgia is a small country with a small military and a pro-Russian government, and they are scared of Georgians. Belarus, what is Belarus? The big producer of potash and potatoes? Who cares about Belarus? Belarus has a problem. If they get 2 regiments of Belarusians who fight in Ukrainian army home, Lukashenko will be hanged. Why we live in 6 months ago? Ukraine at this moment is so powerful, so strong. They limit their action because planning. At this moment, Russians stay in the total defensive line, just hoping they will not be destroyed on their place. Why we look at Russia? Because they have nukes? Russia doesn't have anything. Their economy is in shambles. Their army is a joke. Their dictator is a clown. What do we talk about these guys? We need to plan for Ukrainian victory. We need to plan for our party in Sevastopol. We need to expect and stock the beers and popcorns because Sevastopol will blow up. The Kerch Bridge will blow up. And the Ukrainian army will be in Mariupol this summer. What's up with us? And by the way, ideology at Prigozhin have a problem with Russian language. Nazi ideology come from theosophy. They come from all German nihilistic philosophy. They had a background. There were some intellectuals there. There were Gnosticists, mysticists there. Was something. Prigozhin? Come on, guys. We talk about guys sadistic enough who enjoy torturing people, killing people. There's nothing ideological there. An ideology has some success in converting people. You know, people saying, I want to be like you. Where is the success? Where is the enchantment? Their uniforms. It's a joke. Their image projecting power, killing people with the hammer. Why? Why? Sometimes we overestimate. Horrible. Taking the example of this joker called Michael Kaufman. When I hear Michael Kaufman, I am totally outraged. Look at him. Look what he talked past 10 years about Russian army. And look at him and see what credibility he has. He's a joker. Oh, he's always present. But Tucker Carlson is always present. Who cares? Fuck them.
Your point is incredibly well taken, sir. I actually do believe that it is foolish to overestimate Prigozhin. But I take decoding's point that, you know, when you see people adopting white nationalist sort of language and ideology, that you have to take it seriously. So we do. So I guess I don't think Prigozhin's a clown, but I don't think he. But he does clownish, foolish things that you almost want to laugh at. But you are spot on, my friend. Daniel Arfar, you are spot on, sir, when you say this guy doesn't even understand language. How could he develop a philosophy? I'm with you there, brother, for sure.
Well, imagine something about Prigozhin. Prigozhin is just a criminal, right? A classic Soviet criminal. And the prison were horrible. And in 90s, when the Soviet Empire collapsed, they were an intersection of interest from people without any moral compass, who started to cannibalize what left from the empire. There were KGB officers, criminals, and second line of the communists. Prigozhin was a guy who connected Putin, who was assistant of mayor of St. Petersburg, with a big mob organization in St. Petersburg. That is the starting of his career. He has nothing. He has not military experience. He's not just, how I can say, a guy like an oligarch, like Khodorkovsky, for example. He's nothing like that. He doesn't have the stature in the Russian society. And he overestimates his power badly. When you attack Shoigu is an old fox, old Soviet material. Shoigu is not a military also, but is an old apparatchik. And he attacked constantly Shoigu for half a year. He attacked constantly Gerasimov. These two guys, Gerasimov and Shoigu, are put in that place by Putin. They are protected by Putin because they will never cross Putin. And Prigozhin is expendable, extremely expendable. People talk so much about Prigozhin and Kadyrov. I wonder why these guys are no big players. People don't talk because they don't know Russian society, Russian language. The real big players, which are in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And there are a lot. Never you hear about Prime Minister of Russia. Very few about Patrushev. Very few about Sobyanin. They are guys with power, huge power, who are not scared of these things. They don't go to Telegram to say, oh, Gerasimov, you are a plywood general. Who will say this thing? A powerful man in Russian society don't act like a clown. They are silent. They spread terror because they don't manifest. And I do not understand why Western people are fascinated with Prigozhin and Wagner. They are insignificant.
True. But the reason they're fascinated with it, you know why they're a story, because when you tell the stories about what's going on in a war, you also have to focus on the arch villain characters, right? And Prigozhin and Kadyrov, they serve a very good purpose from propaganda, which may not be true, but is definitely useful in organizing opposition to Russia, because any culture that could spawn a person like Prigozhin that comes from his background and his pedigree, if you will, as a criminal, and then see him executing prisoners, or his folks executing prisoners with a sledgehammer, just ices the cake, if you will, on what evil, genocidal, authoritarian government that is Russia, and that they would let that exist and support that act. Same thing with Kadyrov, right? His guys were down in occupied Mariupol, I think, there, and raped their own journalists, reporters, and do incredibly hideous things. They're just a criminal gang that runs around. So having them around as the arch villains, and pointing out the things that much of which is actually true, but does overemphasize their importance to the overall world, is, until we get more reports from the battlefield, we got to talk about something, and we might as well talk about how absolutely absurd Prigozhin is, and how poisonous the ideology is that he represents. Like as Decoding was talking about, an organization Wagner that was set up, and the guy that's named Wagner, and his tattoos and all that sort of stuff. That's definitely an evil ideology. And who knows? Prigozhin's probably not even the most evil and poisonous guy in that organization. But they've all got to go, as does Kadyrov's folks. And then Russia needs to be isolated inside its own country after they're rolled over militarily. And I truly believe that at the end of this war, when summed up in their effect on the battlefield, Wagner will also be recognized as an incredibly ineffective, wasteful, and stupid, as you say, force in trying to operate like an army when they have no experience in the army. And the other, anyway. So I'm gonna let Decoding Controls get in here if I can, Daniel, because I kind of cut you off, but then I'll go back to you again, Daniel.
I agree 100% with 101.5% with everything Daniel said. We always have these different, there's these different, let's call them vectors in the information war going on at any one time, all responding to people of various different levels of knowledge and awareness and tuned inness. And one of them, for instance, is the kind of the mainstream media's sudden discovery of Prigozhin and Wagner, whereas many of us have been following it for years. And another is, say, our level of understanding. Another is our capacity to keep all of that I said and all that Daniel said constantly in our minds, balancing our judgment, so that when new data comes in, we feed it through everything Daniel said and everything I said to arrive at the solution. I'm grateful for that insight on Korfman. I have to say I had my doubts, didn't know who he was more 6 weeks ago. I do listen to whatever podcasts he broadcast since then. I did have my doubts on a couple things, but that's I'm a great admirer of passionate discourses such as Daniel just shared with us, and point taken. So yeah, out.
But point of order there. I don't totally discount everything that Michael Korfman says because he is an incredibly well educated. But what Daniel said about his overestimation of Russian capacity prior to this cannot be overlooked. But as a military academic strategist, he is pretty good. You would be foolish to completely discount everything he says, notwithstanding Daniel's observation that he was incredibly wrong about the prediction. Well, the estimation of Soviet and Russian forces prior to this time. Now, decoding, let me go to Prima first because he's had his hand up and I don't want to leave him out. Prima? Or perhaps not. Decoding. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, on Korfman, for instance, one drum he keeps on beating is this idea that no one new weapon system will be a game changer. And he's been repeating that over several podcasts I've listened to over the past few months. And I just 100% disagree with that because we've seen HIMARS. The data does not back up his theoretical proposal, and he keeps on banging it. Although at the end of the one I listened to yesterday, someone asked him about Starlink, and he said, "Oh, well, maybe this is a game changer." You're just like, "What are you talking about?" And I do realize, in the context of what Daniel said, that Korfman was mythologizing Wagner, and I would counsel against mythologizing Wagner. But equally, when I find someone mythologizing about Wagner being, all powerful, I will do exactly what Daniel just did, which is completely puncture it. They're a complete and utter shambles. They lost 10,000 people trying to take Popasna. We remember Bakhmut in July and everyone they've lost. Obviously, they're trying to provoke memory loss in all of us. That they aren't a complete and utter catastrophe in terms of anything they've ever achieved. And so I ended up a few minutes ago on here promoting Wagner's genius. And that is not what I wanted to do. And I realized Korfman, I will balance Korfman. I'll still listen to him because, and he's also given the data. He was on the front line. He is pro-Ukraine. But equally, I did have without having any background on him, this thing about no one weapon system being a game changer sounded to me a bit like a hobby horse and contrary to the data. So I did have my.
I agree with that specific point because because of what you said. Looking at the data on things like HIMARS, it does suggest that it was fundamentally instrumental in changing the balance of play. But I would argue that the game changer actually came between the 2014 and 2022. The modification of the Ukrainian army to a NATO model with NCOs and the manner in which they trained and in tactics and capability in the way that they did, that was the game changer Ukraine could not lose from that point. That's the thing that allowed them to stop the initial advance in Hostomel and not take Kharkiv. It's the capability that turned them into the wolves in the woods outside Bucha and Irpin, and it's the thing that allowed them to do their first counterattack to take back all the territory with equipment that totally wasn't suitable for them. The game changer was NATO providing the trainers between the wars. It's the thing that really did it, I think. But that's just a aside, I guess, from our point on this issue of how we deal with Wagner and people like that when they are actually relatively insignificant. Daniel, carry on, please.
Okay, I can say something very easy, and I'm not ashamed. I made mistakes. I say things which are probably not true sometimes, because I'm human and I'm not a prophet. People usually become in love with their image, their public image. And for me, Michael Kaufman is not personal enemy. He's one of the guys who preach it in the thin air. And before him, and I listened to him a lot at first months because I wanted some input. And after that, I go to YouTube and I read and listen his conference about Russian military. But I remember something very, very, very important. First, I watch closely Syrian war. And I watch closely what Russians did in Syria. And everybody again overhyped Russia there. And overhyped without any reason. Because I remember well using their planes and dumb bombs, dropping in civilian targets, markets, Aleppo, Raqqa. They don't even got close to Raqqa. They act very, very crude. And for me, in Syria, Kurds were the heroes. Just Kurds. With not enough weapons, not enough help, and betrayed, Kurds were the biggest actors in that war. Russian, not.
JPG, die Frauen, the women.
Another thing. Romanian military consultant, Romanian Kaufman. Before the war started, which I was convinced they will start from the autumn, not because I am smart, but I draw conclusion, said something like, let's see how Ukrainian army will act. And I said, they will defend every centimeter of Ukrainian soil. They will put IEDs in the roads. They will attack and backstab and cut the throats of the soldiers. And he was very skeptical. And he also, like Kaufman, is every time in Romanian televisions and newspapers talking about Ukrainian war. People overhyped a lot Russians. And after so many faults, Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, Mariupol, Snake Island, Kharkiv counteroffensive, Kherson, now Bakhmut. So many failed operations in front of our eyes, in HD recorded videos. We still overhype them. We still go on this idea. Wow, so great, so many capabilities, so many fleet of tanks, so many people to send like soldiers. Like it's something, you know, a great empire. They are in total dissolution. We need to be optimistic. We need to be different than 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we had doubts, we have fears, we saw the massacres, we saw the tortures, we saw children killed, raped in so horrible images. We saw Mariupol. But also what we saw, the big bad wolf from the east, the Russia, is nothing to be scared. We exaggerate so much about them. Economically, they are not scary. They didn't success anything at this moment. Their alliance with Iran, with Syria, with China, with everyone is in shambles. And instead celebrating the victory, every defeat of Russians and every authoritarian regime, we still look at big, bad, scary wolf. They are not a wolf. They are just a puppy.
That's true. That's true, Daniel. Ayana, how are you? Thanks for joining us. What have you got?
Hi, how are you, Will? So I was listening to Daniel, and he's very passionate, and I think he's right. But I disagree with the thing that Russia is a puppy. It's not a puppy. It's an old wolf. You know, we all here in the Eastern Europe regarded Russia as the beast from the East because they projected with their soft power an image of strength, military strength, political strength, everything. We thought that they are really very powerful, and the West thought it as well. I'm repeating what Daniel said, but I just wanted to give you the image that I have about Prigozhin and to some extent about Putin. Prigozhin is sinking in dark waters, and he's only keeping at surface, climbing on the bodies of soldiers he is killing in the fields of Bakhmut. And Putin is doing the same thing with mobilization, with all the resources that he's throwing into the war. He's just keeping at surface and taking some breath of air still, because he's counting on those to keep him at surface. But his, I think that Russia is indeed a monster with clay feet, and it will go in shambles soon enough. Only we have to support Ukraine with everything they need to win this war faster, because time matters.
That's that's a really good point. I like your first characterization as an old wolf, right? It's lost its real. It's once it is dangerous, but it's lost a lot of the power that and the emperor has been it's been exposed for the weaknesses it has at this point. But like any old wolf, you still need to treat it with care, and this is why. Essentially Ukraine's trying to be so patient in building up to a decisive offensive when they decide to do it, because they really want to make sure they build up an incredible amount of power and can absolutely smash everything in front of them, so that it's without question the win that they get. But that's just another side point. Prima, how are you, sir? Finally get in. What would you like to add?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that even the Russian public, even Russian channels are not so sure about what the outcome of the what they call it, special military operation, the war actually is. I watched lots of YouTube channels on, for example, one of that is called 1420 1 for 20 by a really young guy, and he poses simple questions to people on the streets in Moscow quite openly, and he's got really stunning answers. And of course, all those imperialist answers, but well, from quite young people and even older people, he gets really stunning answers, which say, this is quite stunning, and why do we have to lead this war? And it's I I I would how do you call it? My English sucks. Sorry. Yeah, I
I've actually seen some of those videos, and I have noticed that the people who want to give their opinions are generally the people that wouldn't be possibly mobilized. There's a number of people that just sort of walk away and say no, thank you, and they are usually the men.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Most of lots of these people just say, "Oh no, don't ask me." Of course, yes, but a lot of these people say, "Yeah, we have a fascist regime here," and there's some it's there's some it broils in this society, and I don't know how it's going on. And yeah,
in some cases, these people will repeat, the standard line, and it's because that's what they feel they need to say. And then you've started to see the people who no longer have any fear of what might happen to them, and they're suddenly becoming quite honest. Decoding, you've had your hand up for a minute, so go ahead.
there are lots of people who don't seem to have any fear, and they just speak out or openly about what they feel and what they think, and lots of crazy people as well. But yeah, what I'm stunned about is that they weren't ever afraid of what they wanted to talk.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to speak your mind to an individual. It's another to do something about it. Decoding, go ahead.
Thank you for that image of the old wolf, much more poetic than Daniel's puppy. I will use the old wolf because that is very folkloric. Really like that imagery. Really, yeah. It's about intellectual honesty. So if someone was wrong about Muscovy's power before February 24th to 2022, there's no obviously there's no sin in that. Many of us were trolled, but for them to not refer to that, and it does go to credibility, and you begin to lose faith in them. I think this kind of I liken it to like a phantom limb. When somebody loses an arm or a leg, and then for ages afterwards they imagine it's there. Many of us who perhaps didn't understand the reality of Muscovy's lack of power and lack of whatever, and lack of civilization before February 24th, 2022, still haven't got with the program, and many people that I know, for instance, still reject. It's very hard to reach them because they reject the data about the kidnapped children, etc., and they just, as Daniel listed them, and we have to keep on doing this like a catechism, like a mantra, like advertisers do. Like, we need to keep on repeating these catastrophic losses, which will go down in the annals. The loss of the Battle of Kyiv is what will be remembered in 100 years. And because of our news cycles, we don't weight it properly. And I maintain that Russia tried to take the whole of Ukraine between February and September 2014. There's just no doubt about it. I met the people in the cities in eastern Ukraine who went out to protest and manifest and resist the attempt by so-called pro-Russians at that moment to take over the whole of Ukraine. We know from Surkov, who was the deputy prime minister of Russia, we know from the leak of his email box, which was done in 2015 and analyzed by an English MP and a Ukrainian journalist, and published by the Royal United Services Institute, an amazing, really interesting report on them. We know they had thousands of activists who did actively try to take over cities, and Ukraine successfully pushed them back. And so, yes, its military was in a terrible state, but Pravi sector and the right sector, and Azov grew out of the football supporters clubs in Kyiv. And I've met the people who were feeding them intelligence from February 2014 on, because they saw something was up. And while the state may have been in a state of paralysis, Ukrainians weren't. And the odious oligarch I mentioned earlier, Kolomoisky, was a hero of mine until those Titushka fake protests against the seizure of Privat Bank by the Ukrainian state, because he financed and grew up Dnipro 1, Dnipro 2 volunteer battalions, which held the might of the Russian army back. And that data was always in my mind. Now, I still, of course, I still had a feeling, Russia was all powerful and everything like that until maybe about 4 days after the 24th of February 2022. But it never left my mind that the Minsk I agreement of September 2014, if Russia could have had the power to continue to take it, it would have. And again, in February 2015, when having the front lines having been stabilized, where they stayed stabilized until February 24th, 2022, from September 2014, front lines were basically stabilized, except with the exception of Debaltseve, which Muscovy seized a railway hub in February 2015, when the famous kettle, and they mowed down lots of Ukrainian volunteers and soldiers, etc. But even if Russia had had the power to continue then, it would have, but it didn't. And of course, it was a goodwill gesture, etc., etc., which we now understand has entered our lore, but not everyone's lore. Not everyone, including many people I know, understand that they don't apportion the proper weight to the loss of the Battle of Kyiv. They say, oh, Russia never meant to take Kyiv. And you're just like, oh my God. Or, Muscovy tried to take Odessa in April 2014, and it failed. It failed to take Kryvyi Rih, President Zelensky's hometown. There was moments, according to people I spoke to who participated in the demonstrations, there were moments and hours when it looked like it might fall in February 2014, but it didn't. They resisted successfully. Same with Dnipro. There was anti-Maidan demonstrations, which were provoked, funded, organized by Muscovy's agents inside Ukraine in February 2014, all over Ukraine, and all over, particularly over eastern Ukraine. So the idea that even pre-NATO training, Ukraine was this powerless, let's put it in folklore terms, this powerless little boy, who's never left his little hovel, where he's being brought up by by a man and a woman in the forest who kindly took him in when they found him in like a squirrel's nest or something. To put it in folklore terms, the idea that Ukraine was this rather than an actual David then, because Muscovy would have continued to try to conquer Ukraine from September 2014 if it could have. It put a great spin on it, and I have this quotation from which Putin told the then head of the European Commission, that he could, if he wanted to, I could take Kyiv in 2 weeks, and that was broadcast around the world. But that simply wasn't true, because they just about managed to take Donetsk by tapping into an already mafia-like situation there, led by Yanukovych, who had already, by that time, already fled, run away, coward. And they just about managed to take Luhansk, but not through military means, really. And that was it. And then and I was there on the front line for 3 years. They every night they were fighting. They were trying to kill Ukrainians. They did kill Ukrainian soldiers, and they were trying to take land north of the Donets River, around Zolote, near Popasna. Every day for years, the Russians were trying to take land and take a few meters here and there, but they couldn't. They were held back. And so when we look at that data in its proper light, it shouldn't be that surprising to us that they were able to resist on February 24th, 2022. What did surprise me after February 24th, 2022, and I never doubted Ukraine would win, I thought, and I was happy to hear Chuck Farrer say this recently on MriyaReport, because I shared his opinion without having any inside information. I assumed it would move into an insurgency phase much more quickly. And thankfully, we haven't even got to that point, and we never will, except maybe in Berdyansk and micro places in Melitopol. But I never doubted Ukraine would have the resistance to beat Russia, because it's their land, and they did it in 2014 spontaneously. And I don't think any of us have confidence in our societies, whether it's in England or Ireland or America or France or Italy, that we would be able to achieve what Ukraine achieved from February 2014 to September 2014. And it was only May 2015 when the Ukrainian state had the power and the ability and the confidence to stand down these volunteer battalions that had spontaneously arisen from February 2014 on, which held back the might of the Russian army for that entire period. And at that point, that is when, say, the Azov battalion was absorbed into the national the National Guard, and Dnipro 1 became part of the army, and these volunteer battalions were absorbed into the army, and it was a difficult process, but it wasn't no one died over it. Whereas in occupied Luhansk, around the same time, well, from about January 2015, Russia started just killing these what they call these Cossack, these neighborhood protection militias, because they wanted to centralize control over the force power in occupied Luhansk, and it was a very bloody and difficult process. So Ukraine has been David since, to use the biblical reference, since February 2014, but many of us were blind to that. And if David Kaufman and co want to win my credibility, I would like them to admit to that, or that would be my tester. If we're going backwards into history for, do I trust what you say today? Well, do you admit you didn't see this or you didn't understand this then? Because most of us didn't, because we're not experts and we're not pretending to be experts on it. But for those who are pretending to be experts, I want you to say, I didn't see the end of the Soviet Union collapsing. I didn't think it was going to happen. Equally, I didn't think Ukraine, but I'm wrong, and this is why I was wrong, and now I'm right because I'm taking into account the data. So I take Daniel's point on that in a big way. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. Benas, you've been very patient. Please go ahead.
Slava Ukraine. Nice to hear you all. I haven't been on the spaces for 2 weeks. I missed all of you. I'm happy to hear you again. I'm happy for Ukraine standing as they are. And I have one question, because I cannot listen to you on daily basis as I used to, because I have like a big project going on. and can't be mute of surrounding sound. This is the reason I miss you all. I would like to ask you if there is a recording of I think Peter Doran, Stories of Freedom, somewhere to be found. Because on Spotify I found only one episode of those magical series, and I would love to hear more of that. If somebody would post it on the nest where it's possible to find, or just send me a DM, I would be very grateful, very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. If you go to Peter Doran, to his page, you will see he's got a Substack, and they're all posted in full on his Substack if you can't find them easily on Spotify.
Oh, okay. You mean his page on Twitter account, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for making to feel extremely stupid.
No problem.
Love you all. Love you all.
Oh, don't be like that. That's not
Nice easy
extremely
help,
stupid.
Pat.
Come
Nice easy one.
now. Yeah, that's it. And they should be up on Spotify as well, but they just don't all get up there as fast as we'd like. But I think they will all or are all hosted on Spotify as well. Isn't that correct, Mockers?
Yeah, they should be mostly up there, maybe just apart from the last one. But, you know, like I say, if you can't find them easily, you can go directly to Peter and check his Substack.
And you know, somebody
Yeah.
noted to me that there's also a there you can also find some episodes on YouTube. I think they stream it over there. Sorry, Bennis, I cut you off.
Yeah, thank you for this simple knowledge. And I just want to finish everything off with a little joke, which starts with the question: where did the Russian Ivan went after the explosion? Everywhere, fucking everywhere.
Thank you very much. Very much to my sense of humour, that, thank you. We have Nale coming back. I think he was bouncing up and down. Not in a literal sense, in a Twitter sense.
Precisely. It's probably also the appropriate time to mention after that joke and Daniel Arfire's introduction earlier today that it's supposed to be a family show, and we've tried to limit our language, and we do. There is a Daniel Arfire swear jar on MriyaAid.org. So if anybody would like to sponsor more blue language from Mr. Arfire, because so he can express himself fully, we'd encourage you to make a donation of I think it's about $10 per bomber to MriyaAid.org. Please, if you would like to sponsor more of Daniel's colorful language, but I would also remind everybody generally that if you're able to do so, please listen to MriyaReport, find out what's going on, and then as you can, find an aid organization supporting Ukraine and give them what you can. We direct people to MriyaAid.org because it's we know it to be a very reputable charity that provides non-lethal aid to Ukraine in the form of night vision equipment and tourniquets, which are both really important for survivability and are always in great need. So if you don't want to find a charity and vet it for whether or not it's a valid 503c and whether or not it's been audited and you know how much of your money is going to the real benefit, just rest assured that we have had a very good hard look at MriyaAid since it started up and was independently audited, and all of it's completely staffed by volunteers, as is MriyaReport. and all the money that you give goes directly to providing the equipment they provide and getting it to the folks who need it. So if you don't have an alternative and you want to make a donation, please go to MriyaAid.org. And who's up now? Nally's up. Good to see you're holding with us. How are you, Nally?
Pretty good, Will. Thanks for having me, and hi, Hookers, and the whole rest of the panel. That Daniel R. swear jar is actually a really good idea. It's sort of funny. I really like Danny, I have to say. Can we talk about how stupid Sanna Marin was when she went to Kiev and said those things about the F-18 Hornets? Because it seems to me that she did that totally unauthorized by any of the people that should have authorized it. And yeah, she said something that she shouldn't have been saying.
So, okay, so now I missed the exact statement that she made. What was the statement that she made about F-18s?
The exact, well, paraphrased statement, but containing all the necessary information, would be that we can talk about sending F-18 Hornets to Ukraine because Finland has ordered F-35s already, but will receive them in 2030, I think we'll be getting the first one. So it's a bit of a time gap of like 7 years. So that's the problem, actually.
Well, and there's another problem, Nally. There's a whole nother problem. Australia has already retired, not planning to, not gonna do it. We've just retired our entire fleet of F-18 Hornets to replace them with F-35s down here. So if they wanted to provide F-18s, they could just ship the entire lot in Australia that is basically either going to go into dry storage or get broken down for parts, I guess. I don't understand why these militaries. Well, look, I don't want to take too much skin off Santa because she's just a fantastic work, but you can't stay across 100% of everything. And it does sound like she spoke a bit out of turn because muddying the waters at this point, I guess, is the point that you maybe want to make about being stupid. What do you think about it? Why is it particularly problematic to talk about something that can't happen for 30 years?
Well, why give false hope to a country that is being attacked by Russia? I think that's a bit tactless, actually.
Well, yeah, I agree. I mean, look, you'd have to get sick of hearing. This is why I didn't even comment on it before, right? Because I've heard people talking about the F-18s in Australia too. But when we talked about it repeatedly with all the experts, right? The answer for the tanks or the answer for the the planes or whatever was always, what is the best plane that I can get into service in this theater as fast as possible that is going to make a difference, right? What was the type of tank where there were more training centers, there were more pieces of equipment around, there was more every capability to put Leopards in first. So they were clearly the tank for the job. In this case, the experts have looked and talked and shaken up and down, and they basically have all said the F-16 would be the best thing to give them right now. So that's why anything else is kind of a diversion, right? If the analysis has been done and the best plane for the job is the F-16, get them in there right now and quit talking about F-18s or A-10s or anything else. Or even the alternate of Eurofighters, right? Because the other option was probably the Eurofighter Tranche 1. But after you've had that discussion, talking about anything else, like I guess like Sana did about another option that might come up, just gives people who don't want to do the thing at all another opportunity to revisit the discussion that should have been over. Is that your point, Nally?
Yeah, a bit. But then again, the best plane and the best tank for Ukraine is the plane and the tank that is in Ukraine, and they can use it. And all this talk about logistic tail, and okay, well, we have people to figure that out who aren't named Nalle or Will or Bokkers.
Well, they might be named mockers because that's a pretty common name. But yeah, I totally get your point. And yeah, I get so frustrated having to carry on talking about the best plane when I'm pretty sure the answer is already available. Or if it wasn't, Axel wouldn't have put it on a poster. Or Connie, go ahead, Nalle, finish that off, and then we'll go to Peter S.
Yeah, thanks. And then another thing about Sanna, when people give her credit for all kinds of things, she is not actually a great visionary in any sense of the word, because in late 2021 she was still opposed to Finland joining NATO. So there we go.
Yeah, fair enough. I've taken her for what she's worth so far. I haven't identified her as a visionary, but I really, really love the manner in which she can sum up a position on something very concisely that people will be able to grasp and get around and get behind very, very simply. You know, that line that she made about the way out of the conflict is for Russia to leave Ukraine. That is the way out of the conflict. I'll remember that statement from Santa the entire time. I think her real value is in being able to connect with people and communicate very succinctly the point of view of Finland. Because I guess I don't know. You tell me. Is even though she's not a big visionary, do you share the view that she puts a pretty good, plain, simple face on the position of Finland vis-a-vis everything that's going on in Ukraine and your probable entry into NATO? Or do you think she's a liability in that area?
Well, the sentence you highlighted from her, I mean, the support for Ukraine in this country is at a level that you can, I don't know, interview a fuzzy furry farm animal and they would say what she said.
Right.
You know, so I don't think that she is a leader at all, actually, because the position she had during that particular interview were not exactly her words either. But she's really popular on Instagram, though, I have to say. And I think she's a bit too young to actually know these things. It should be somebody a bit older and having a bit more.
Everybody's younger.
Life experience.
It is. It is difficult to accept that a 38-year-old woman, I think, could have a high level of wisdom, or a 38-year-old man for that matter. But it occasionally happens. So I'm just basically willing to give her a complete chance until she proves herself otherwise. But of course, she's not my prime minister. So that, yeah, I don't.
Yeah, she's mine.
I don't get an opinion. Okay, so Peter S., you've been waiting a minute. What would you like to say, sir?
Yeah, we had a really interesting discussion last night with Axel, and obviously I'm a pilot, but not military. And the discussion went on to the point that F-16s could be quite happily maintained, because they do take quite a lot of maintenance. They need a lot of ground crews to deal with that, and engineers. They could be maintained as a base in Poland and then flown without weapons to an operational base in Ukraine, where they are then loaded with weapons, they're loaded with fuel, the pilots are briefed, and then they do their sortie, they come back to the operational base so that they're completely taken down. If they don't need maintenance, they then operate from there. But when they need maintenance, they go back to Poland. Other than kind of field maintenance, small items, but for major maintenance routines, they go back into Poland. Now, it was put by one person that there was a legal problem on that, and as Axel said at the time, there is no legal problem with that. So this has to be political, because they could have those, if they did that, the major, I think it was Colonel Jeff said the biggest problem isn't actually getting the pilots onto it, because some are already trained, but it is actually getting the ground crews, etc. And if they did that, they could have F-16s in theatre tomorrow. But so we have to think, well, why is this political move against fighter aircraft for some reason or other? I mean, Belarus, Russia's quite happy to launch missiles from there. They're quite happy to send MiG-31s up with ballistic missiles and everything else. You know, there is nothing wrong with maintenance, which is already being done in Poland on various other pieces of equipment being done there. But at present, they say, oh, they've got to be taken into pieces. They've got to be sent to Ukraine by road as parts. And we came to that conclusion with Axel last night, that there is no apparent legal restriction on them being flown in and out. I think there's been a lot of, frankly, bullshit. You know, it's always excuse. Oh, we can't do this because the pilots need 2 years of training. Then it came down to 6 months of training, and then it came down to you know, Ukrainians are really actually so good and so committed that they could be trained in very quick period of time. And I tend to go for that option, that they can be trained to fly those aircraft. I think there's 4 varieties of them, and you know, probably the latest, very sophisticated ones, you know, they won't get anyway. So those aircraft could be there tomorrow, and you know, it's political, and we need to find out what that political thing is, because now they say, oh, it's not escalation anymore, but I suspect it probably is. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I know there has been an incredible amount of discussion about this already. And I take your points. And I'm frustrated as you are, and want to know what's going to take to break this loose. Bitcoin Koala, how are you, sir? What would you like to say?
Might have a dodgy connection there, Bitcoin.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Your voice starts to come out and then falls away immediately. Try to recycle and come back up.
Is that better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, good.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, you know, we had an approximate, like, sort of minimum amount with the tanks, with sort of the coalition and hopefully the steady flow of tanks coming into Ukraine. But they, what, 300-400 is a minimum for a counter-offensive in spring, hopefully. And I mean, more tanks the better, of course, and hopefully as time goes on, you know, more tanks will come in. But I'm just wondering with the aircraft, and I see Poland and one other European countries seems like there's quite a confident. It seems like the leadership's coming from them. I think it's Poland. I can't be sure who the other one is. Finland, yeah, of course, the Finnish prime minister came out and said, "Yeah, we're support giving you aircraft," and then their defense minister or defense department sort of had to hold it back a bit. I guess over time, as you know, hopefully more and more European countries will come around and join the coalition for fighter craft. But I guess, would you happen to know, as a minimum, what would be needed to achieve like air supremacy in Ukraine? I guess this must be a lot of variables, but I mean, like, would there be a rough minimum number that could be needed as a target? That could be a bit of a hard question, but I mean, like, because you know, different types of aircraft that there is out there. But you know, does anyone know roughly what Ukraine has said? Oh, we need a minimum amount of aircraft to, you know, meet short to medium term goals. But yeah, that's about it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I don't directly have an answer for that because I haven't actually heard Colonel Jeff or anybody state the minimum number that they'd like to see in the air to be able to affect the outcome. So, but the best guess I can give you, is something like the number. Well, okay, Senator Marin has said that they ought to give the F-18 from Finland, or you know, to Ukraine, and they have 64 of them, right? So if 64 is enough to cover Finland's needs, I'd make that maybe a first guess, right? Something like that. But of course, more is better. More is better. So that's why if I've got to get into it, you know, at this point in time, you'd say that they'd want I don't know, maybe double that. So maybe they need 100 F-16s. That would certainly be, I think, significant number greater than Russia has planes in the theater. You know, Russia could move a whole bunch of assets around from the Far East and uncover itself over there. But I think 100 would be more than Russia has to field it right now. So, you know, if they need 100 F-16s, that's what they ought to get. And if some have to be parked on a tarmac, or as Peter S. said, are being rotated through Poland for major refit and repair. Because right, you take off a jet, you fly it around a few times, and it needs a few things on it. But every, like, I don't know, fifth flight you do on it, they probably take it in for a massive service to make sure it's 100%, 100% power output, 100% reliable, everything like that, no problems at all, ready to go again. And that means you need probably a third of the extra aircraft you'd like to have available for use. You need an additional third of those that are going to be in for long-term, or medium term or long-term maintenance, and then you service the rest at the airfields, as Peter said, to make sure they're operational at all times. With something like 100 maybe Bitcoin, but I would guess that the coverage that they'll need long-term in some form of advanced jet is likely to be what a Poland might need, what a Finland might need. But because these are jets, they go a long way. For instance, Australia, our contingent that's basically sitting there, and we could give them, I think, tomorrow, with 75 planes. So if we can cover all of Australia with 75 F-18s, not alone, of course, there were other aircraft, but you know, if that would do it for us, I would reckon 75 would be a good for a starter if I had to throw a number up. But I will ask that specific question to Jeff the next time I get a chance to talk to him. Thanks very much for that. Peter, let's go back to you again. Peter S., let's get what you want, follow up on that, and then we'll go over to Per.
Yeah, well, I think you about said it all. and were pretty well spot on in your thinking with it. But the only point I wanted to make was anything is better than nothing. So if we start from that point, you know, but you are correct that you know, that they will have to be rotated because they are quite high maintenance things, and you know, the obvious would be Poland, where they're fairly secure, and you know, they would be there purely for maintenance, and then taken. They could even be taken in by civilian pilots if need be to the operational bases, because that wouldn't take a lot of training to you know, get a civilian to fly them straight and level without you know all the military requirements of it. But yeah, it's just the point that anything is better than nothing, you know, and one aircraft can do a lot of damage, so anything is better than nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Per, welcome up. I haven't met you before, but welcome. What would you like to ask or add?
Hi, nice to hear you all again. No, I've been up a couple of times, so it's not my first time. But anyway, I just wanted to. I have a point about the dangerous precedents that the West or this war is setting, because we're always, for example, it's related to the Polish issue where they can have, if we maintain the jets in Poland or not, and if that's a legal issue or not. But the problem is that the aggressor is setting the premise for all the rules in this war. It's the same with the ATACMS. For example, we are now saying that, oh my God, we cannot bomb places in Russia. We cannot attack Russian territory because that's the rule, because we are afraid of escalation. And that's very nice for the future aggressors to know. Because the aggressor can then just attack a new country, and they can now be safe. Because why? The aggressor is safe. The aggressor has a safe space. So they have nothing to lose.
No,
and also it's interesting. China. It's interesting. They clearly warned America that if you attack Taiwan, or if there's a war over Taiwan, we will go after we will go after American territory. So be warned. The West, they have it reversed around. That don't worry, China, we will never attack you. Don't worry, Russia, you are safe. You don't need to worry. You can just bomb the territory you want, and we will not. You will get away with it. So this is, to me, this is very, very dangerous to me. The aggressor gets to set the rules. And also a point about the ATACMS that I don't understand, because Americans are worried that Ukrainians will bomb Russia with ATACMS. But Americans have already said that they can program the HIMARS or the M270s not to target a Russian territory. So it's really, this is very strange.
Well, it is.
Well, that's I guess that's what I have to say.
No, but it is. I mean, your point is well taken. It is very strange for the country that is attacked, like Ukraine, to be expected to restrain themselves from attacking inside Russia to, you know, defend themselves in this war. And that's why, I mean, there have been some attacks, right, Belgorod or whatever like that. But I'm with you. I think in many cases that Ukraine shows far too much restraint, and I know that you know, I personally wouldn't have any problem with them giving them ATACMS missiles, specifically to attack places like the airbase outside Minsk, where they're launching their MiG-31s from, that have the Kinzhal missiles on them. You know, those are just being used on civilian populations. So why would I be restrained from using ATACMS there? I understand why. I guess I understand why they're doing it, but to me, it should be totally up to Ukraine. But they are losing all the lives, and they should make the decisions about what and how they use things. I guess I don't know if they're being restrained by America or not, but the discussion about all the weapon systems that we want to give them ATACMS or the cluster munitions or F-16s or whatever. I get to you see that movie The Professional where he stands where Mickey or where the bad guy is standing down the end of the hall and he goes, everyone, just wanted to get everything they need. If it's on their list, let's get it ready and get it over there in the next 2 months.
Sorry. So there's so with what the West is doing now, it seems like they're kind of forcing Ukraine to fight a World War I style, because this is NATO would never fight like this.
Well, I would argue that Russia's forcing them to fight World War I style.
That's kind of true, but I think if Ukraine had better types of weapons, they would not be forced to have to answer this way. I think they could use different tactics, and also the Kerch Bridge. This is why this is the red line for Putin. I think his whole life depends on this bridge. I think that's why they are so aggressive against ATACMS, because taking out that bridge would they would lose Crimea. If they take out that bridge, then Crimea is gone for Russia. So that's why they are so aggressive against ATACMS. I'm convinced of it.
Well, I'm definitely think that Russia would be crapping themselves if they knew that there were ATACMS in and waiting to be used on them anytime. Because I agree that strategically, loss of the Kerch Bridge means they will lose Crimea. But I think I would guess if you saw, did you read through and did you guys walk through? Because I had to be away for about an hour and a half before. Did you guys walk through Thomas Tyner's how laying out of how an advance and an attack would work? Did you guys go through that?
We didn't. I popped it into the nest, however.
So I'd encourage everybody to pop that open and
have a look through it.
Because here's the thing that impresses me about that thing that he said. Here's how I'd walk through it. Now he walked through it with a strength in numbers of mechanized brigades and support that Ukraine cannot muster right now. Right, could not muster. I think even with all the equipment they've been promised to date. So it lays out an unrealistic expectation of being able to do a masterstroke sort of two-stage advance in summertime, say, and wipe out the capability for Russia to have any chance that going forward, and probably would capitulate. And that includes at the end of it, right, toward the end of the assault phase across all this territory, it includes knocking out the Kerch Bridge, because in a perfect world, if Ukraine is able to, in a single counterattack or major offensive in the summer, split the Russian forces north and south, so that they capture Melitopol and say Mariupol through that area, split off those areas, then do some attack out of Mykolaiv, and probably get the forces in the south to surrender. And then once you knock out the Kerch Bridge, Crimea can't hold, and it will be lost. And so that he lays out how to do that. And I agree with what Per said. These guys, look, they ought to have everything they possibly need to win. But look at Tyner's maps and how he lays out how things protect other things, right? How the fact that now that the Patriots are in country, they can push back the Russian Air Force and take out missile strikes. And once they get compiled all up together, they've got the gravity launched small diameter bomb. They've got the Gimlers, which we know they have. We'll forget ATACMS for a second, but I'd say they'd have one to use on the Kerch Bridge when the time came, and all of this armor and armored fighting vehicles that they've got, plus all the soldiers, and really loaded up, and hopefully could really, really put the effort in hard to making sure that they have all the ammunition that they need in artillery shells in particular, so that they can prosecute an assault which is just devastatingly powerful and quick and cuts right through them and has the Russians on the run, so that essentially they would hopefully capitulate. But the way that it works is you stage this rolling offensive so that the other side basically doesn't have an opportunity to make any sort of maneuvering defense, and that you pin them in place and kill them in the next stroke, right? And the way that he lays out all that with the equipment that's going into place now, albeit not enough of it, and air support would definitely help. But he lays out a fairly convincing case that there will be a very good offensive of Ukraine in the summertime, and as close as we could possibly get to getting Ukraine all of the equipment specified and ammunition specified by Tyner in order to do that, then the better chance it will have. Now, the way that Tyner and all NATO people plan to do stuff, though, is, they literally go out to make sure that they can crack a walnut with a sledgehammer. They do that on purpose, right? Because there's no sense not having an absolutely overwhelming force to crush your enemy, because we're talking about real lives, real lives on your side, and to be honest, real lives on their side. Because if you do such a good, devastating attack, the enemy doesn't actually lose as many troops as they might if it drug on longer, because they get finished quickly, and the ones that are going to die quickly. And the more force you've got, the more capability you have to minimize casualties on your side, and that's what it's all about. Especially in this war, where we're talking about a genocidal invasion, absolutely no mercy on attack. Once Ukraine goes on attack, including continuing to attrit all Russian forces until they cross the border. Right? Anything remaining in Ukraine is fair game once they start running, because we don't want them to take any equipment home with them. I want Ukraine needs to have the weakest, most incapable of attacking them enemy across the border in Russia when this finishes as possible. And Tyner laid out a great way to do it. He showed how the surface to air coverage keeps the planes back. Then that means you can move your artillery into places where you can make sure you can get a saturating attack in shelling, and then you move up and take out the mines, the fortifications. You work across how you get across the trenches and everything like that. How it's not really that big a deal to take out defenses, even when Russia's been building them up like they have for ages, right? Back from 2014. So, but really, really big time now. They've built an incredible amount of defensive fortifications along the line of Zaporizhia to down to Melitopol. So, the doom and gloom. There should be no doom and gloom, frankly. That Ukraine is going to put together a fighting force that can do as much of what Tyner laid out as possible. Maybe not the attack route he predicted, but one of them. And it has a capability of cutting through and isolating forces that could end the war this year rather than going on into next, because nobody wants to do that. But the key to it is get them everything they need. Now they do have some of what they need better, because like when Mockers covers the daily losses, she and I both love special equipment losses. I think she likes artillery loss. I think she likes multiple launch rocket systems more. But I absolutely love specialty vehicle losses, because when you see a situation like occurred around Vuhledar, and the fact that they took out things like their mine clearing equipment very early meant they ran into a lot of mines, and then their performance in those minefields was atrocious. So America has provided in one of their aid packages, as they talked about, and it's probably in country now or on the way, they provided them the launching a mine clearing system that shoots an explosive charge length out in front of it and in a line, and then blows up in a big line and clears basically a road for you to drive through. And then you drive the other mine clearing tanks through there, and plows and things to make sure that you've got a wide enough road that is clear of mines that you can advance, and then you rush through there. U.S. has provided them enough of that mine clearing equipment to clear a pathway between New York and Philadelphia, for you Americans listening. And I thought, now that's the way NATO does stuff, right? We need to be able to clear some mines. We want to be able to clear a single line of mines if it's stretched between Philadelphia and New York. And I applaud you, the American designers that came up with that, because that'll mean, essentially they can clear. You can't clear more lines than you have machines, but if they provided them enough of that material that they can clean one line to Philadelphia, from Philadelphia to New York, that means they can clear a dozen that are shorter than that, or maybe not a dozen, but 6 or 8 or 10. And that means they'll be able to provide multiple lines of advance for as many pieces of equipment as they did on that, and be able to clear all the mines in the way you're supposed to, because they'll do their initial preparation for that attack by using the artillery, the ground launch, small diameter bomb, the Gimlers, and the real short range and artillery, to make sure that they saturate, pin, and kill everything that is defending that minefield, right? Because when you put a minefield out, that's a fortification that then you put fire capability on, so that you can decimate any forces that get stuck in the mines. They're stopped, they're pinned, and then you kill them. That's military tactics, right? Stop them, pin them, kill them. It's a pretty typical thing you try to do. And the fact that you won't have to get stopped in minefields will be something they're preparing for, and it's good. I love seeing special equipment come in like that when you hear it's in an aid package. Not as much as I love to hear that it's all full of bullets. Don't get me wrong. My favorite aid package is $650 million of bullets for everything. Right, more ammunition across the board is what they primarily need now, and they'll also need when they go on attack. But I like reading that thing from Thomas Tyner, but and everybody should have a look at that, right? If you wonder why, how and why Wagner and Russia is doing it this way, and we've been drugged back into the First World War, it doesn't have to be that way, and it won't be that way once Ukraine goes on attack. But the limitations that have been put on Ukraine to this point in supply of arms and artillery shells and all the support they need means they're fighting a war of attrition that is kind of similar to World War I. And Russia is allowed to dictate that, and it's unfortunate. But as the tables turn, and Ukraine has access to better equipment, everything they need, we'll see the tables turn, and then Ukraine can either wait and do a counterattack, or just plan and carry out a massive offensive. And I think you'll see a much better, a much less gloomy outlook on the war when that starts happening, I hope. And hopefully it won't take a year to finish. Sorry, that got a bit long, but that Tyner thing is fascinating, and you should have a look at that if you haven't. It's up in the Nest. And it's really educational, as all Thomas Tyner's stuff. We really appreciate his work.
Well, what you were saying about World War One tactics there, I just want to go back to what I mentioned a little bit earlier. The dozens of mobilized Russians from Volgograd reported to have been sent to fight without ammunition. Their story is it's been recorded and reported by journalists in the No Future Project. These are Russian sources, but these are independent journalists, that's the one. So they reported on the fate of these particular men. They decided to follow their story. So they were part of the first wave of mobilization in September to October 22. They all turned up to accept their orders as a patriotic duty. And one man was heard to even confirm to his wife that if we don't go, they will come to bomb us. So that's what they truly believed, that they were going to be invaded if they didn't jump in first. It was recorded that they sold cars and other personal equipment to make sure that they had equipment before they were sent. Then they turned up at training, and things started to go a bit wrong for them. Training turned out to be minimal. One of the wives is recorded as stating that the men played on their phones for the first 2 weeks. They were given one session at a firing range in which each of them shot 10 blank rounds from a sniper rifle. The mobilized eventually rebelled and demanded to be taken to exercises more often, to which one of the commanders of the unit replied, "You are meat, why would we?" This didn't do very much for their morale, as you might imagine. Gets a bit upsetting. And disillusionment set in. One man told his wife that she shouldn't believe anything they say in the news. It's absolute bull. Not a single word of truth, complete lies. So it seems he was at the finding out stage there. These men were sent to Jankoy in Crimea. That's the one that begins with DZ and took me ages to figure out how to say it. They were briefed about how to deal with civilian populations in the occupied Kherson region, where they were going to be sent. One of the wives stated, "You would not be able to trust anyone there at all. No grandmothers, not a child, not anyone. These civilians treat Russians like they are occupiers there, and they hate them." That's a shock, isn't it? Sorry. They were told if a civilian doesn't surrender or lay down, doesn't raise their hands, they need to be taken out. The men were cautioned against being lenient because many boys have died foolishly because they see civilians as human beings and feel sorry for them. It ends in their demise. So the men were eventually sent to a forest belt 30 kilometers from Kherson, in an area that was then held by the Russians on the north bank of the Dnipro on the 16th of October and told to dig in. So they did, under heavy bombardment. They complained that they only had occasional food deliveries, and for 8 days they managed there amid liquid mud, noting that they were drinking alcohol to cope with the bitter cold, which I'm sure did them loads of good. However, when asked, they had no idea what they were actually supposed to be doing there. They were just sitting there waiting to find out. Everyone answers the same. They just dug in and sat there. We were all wondering the same thing. Why are we even sitting here? What are our tasks? Where is the enemy? We're not told any of this. Is it a military secret? It's not disclosed. Absurdly, they were not even issued with ammunition. There is a photograph of them. It was taken in the forest belt near their trenches, and they're posing with weapons, but not a single one of them are loaded, nor do they have any ammunition to load them with. One of the men was told they didn't need ammunition because you're not going to fight, you'll just be on guard. However, they soon discovered that they were expected to attack a Ukrainian position even without ammunition. They were enrolled in a mobile assault unit. When mortar shelling occurs, we're obliged to run at the enemy and shout for victory and run into battle. But as you understand, we're not going without ammunition. Where can we run with an empty gun? Take it to a pawn shop. I think that was being a bit facetious. When Ukraine advanced in the Kherson region, these men were in danger of being surrounded, of course. On the 23rd of October, they were ordered to withdraw. This was late at night. They were hastily grabbed and put on 3 trucks, but these trucks were already half full of stuff that had been looted. So around 11 p.m., 2 military Kamaz trucks and an Ural truck with the awning instead of a proper roof arrived. There was not very much room for them. Half of the bodies of the trucks were crammed with goods. They ended up literally lying on top of one another with their heads pressed against the awning or standing because it was standing room only. Arguments were breaking out between the mobilized men and their officers, who were trying to urge them to get on board when there wasn't even any room to do so. The officers said, if there's shelling or an attack, there is no time, so just get in, hurry up, grab onto anything. The trucks drove off to the bridge over the Dnipro at the Kakhovka hydroelectric power station, but as they approached the bridge, they were suddenly blocked by a civilian car and seconds later hit by HIMARS. One survivor recalls, there was a bang and seconds later it hit the Ural. A green flash, my helmet flies off. I don't even understand what's happening. I start throwing out the boys who'd started making noises. The others were completely silent. They were killed already. So these guys didn't even have any first aid kits. Apparently one guy threw some earth into a hole in his head because it was the easiest way to stop it from bleeding down his face. Tough guy, but ew. The men looked for their commanders, but their commanders ran away, apparently. Company commander and battalion commander forced people to get into these overcrowded vehicles. They did not coordinate with the leadership. They sent a column without cover and drove along a dangerous route close together. And then ditched the wounded, ditched the dead, and ran away, while the boys were left under fire. They left their position and went to another place, stating they were looking for new positions to be safe, but of course they never returned. One of the men is stated to have said approximately 70 died in the initial attack on the bank of the Dnipro, with more being killed on the left bank. He personally identified 32 dead from one truck. Some of the men suspect they were set up by Ukrainians, and they probably were. A few days afterwards, a stream of corpses arrived back at Volgograd, and relatives were suddenly on social media stating how dreadful it was and how many coffins were flowing. So many corpses, but they won't tell us what's happened. So these are things that I'm starting to see on a regular basis. Some very disgruntled people, some very harrowing and honest accounts of what the Russians seem to think is perfectly acceptable warfare. So I thought I would bring you another one of the long and sorry tales of what Russians doing.
Yeah, I read that same thing, and it's there's multiple points in it where you think, "Oh, shocking! I gotta stop and say something about that there." But I do remember, right? We remember this happening. This unit. I do remember right here on MriyaReport listening and reading to reports at the time during the Kherson offensive when they did purposely trap escaping units at the river at Novokakhovka, and they did artillery the shit and GLMRS out of them. And I remember stating at the time, fair enough. And here is the representation and story of that from the other side of that on that very day. So it's a bizarre, shocking, degrading story, like many that we've read about the experience of the Russian troops. But I'll still stay with my position on the day that I heard it happen and went, good. I hope they got a whole bunch.
Couldn't grab me mic then for a minute. Yeah, it seems they had a terribly emotional day. And you're right, we've seen the report of it from one side, and then it's kind of it's affirming to hear it from the opposite perspective that, ouch, yes, this indeed was something that happened to them. And it confirms that Ukrainian armed forces are not working, without assistance from the local partisans in the area. I think, the very fact that there was a civilian car that cut them off, that they obviously, it was well known which direction they were going to be taking. It would appear somebody had eyes on them. And there was definitely a tip off about what and when was going to happen then. So it's just more confirmation that the Ukrainian people, even in the occupied areas, are still working hard to continue to find their freedom. We've seen a lot of this yellow ribbon movement, and in some areas it's getting more and more. Have you heard?
Yeah, and the little tidbits in there, Mockers, of what when you read that made me remember that just these. Remember when you said about the fact that they took them initially to Crimea and trained them to hate the people they were going to go into Kherson and be occupying, right? They trained them in Crimea. Don't show them any pity. Don't be a fool and expose yourself to any, just shoot first if they don't put their hands up, that sort of thing, because they're your enemy, they're animals, that they trained them that in Crimea before moving them up to Kherson. And, that's just the sign of how depraved the mentality of the Russian soldiers are, and the army that's indoctrinating them to do that. It's just wrong. They need to be beaten at every turn.
Well, they even stated, not old ladies, not children. You can't trust any of them.
And good. You probably shouldn't be able to, because I'm now remembering back to the time when you read that out to the lady up in Bucha who gave all those guys the poison muffins early in the war. I'm like, you go, girl. That was fantastic. I mean, this isn't a country that's going to be taken over, right? They are not going to be occupied willingly or even complacently. That may work back home in Russia, right? If the oppressive arm of the state security apparatus comes into the room or into your neighborhood or whatever, they kowtow and lay down immediately. But not in Ukraine. I would say that they don't play that. They don't play that shit. We can't say that. Shit. Yeah.
I never heard nothing. Yeah, they are certainly not having a good time. I think, they believed all the hype. they believed that they were going to be just walking in and getting along with it, and well, look what happened. They walked into a very hard place. However, one of the things that Russia has done throughout all of this is it's pushed an awful lot of people to realise that Russia is not a good trading partner, not a good business place. So, why are there still a large group of people trading in Russia? And it's something that I think we all have some opinions on. And the Yale group have updated their recent findings. And I was looking through their list this morning, and I was surprised about the amount of companies that are still trading in Russia with no real restrictions or concerns. As far as I'm concerned, they're just dealing in blood money, and I'm going to have to change a few of my shopping habits as a result of what I've read this morning. I was a bit disgusted. Good morning, Chris. You popped up there while I wasn't looking.
Yep.
Good morning, Mockers. Morning, Will, and everybody else. How are you?
G'day, mate. Just fine. Yeah, wait, I snuck him in the back door when you.
G'day, Will. G'day. I was going to. Yeah, it's sort of funny actually. There was who was it? Was talking about. I think it was you, Will, talking about the power struggle in the Russian elite and that, and Prigozhin's last days coming up and all the rest of it. So anyway, I had to do horses as well as Malamutes today, and so I goes out to my field and that. And there's obviously been a bit of a coup and that, because the wrong horse decided it was coming in first and kept back the one that's usually allowed in first. So I got a bit confused. I don't do it very often, so I got a bit confused. But anyway, there'd clearly been a power struggle. But I was going to say, Mockers, you know, there's loads of things in that story that you said, right, that that were interesting. But you know, a simple thing was when you said, "Oh yes, all the bodies arrived back," and you know, the mothers and relatives and all the rest of it got on social media and said how terrible it was. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So suddenly a truth bomb arrives in the alternate universe. And how are you going to deal with this then, folks, right? The fact that your all-powerful, you know, second greatest army in the world has been absolutely hammered by the Ukrainians, right? I mean, I just love the thought of that, Mockers. I just wanted to say that. And then go back to an earlier conversation and that, where again, I think Will was talking about, you know, the Nazis and Odin and all that blah and decoding was coming in on that, right? I don't know, is it just me, but like, did the Nazis and the SS and all the rest of them, did they not get their asses handed to them in the Second World War? Like, you know, if I was going to be following some heroes, I think I'd be looking somewhere different. I don't get it, you know. So anyway, that's my the dogs are wanting breakfast. You might hear them in the background. So anyway, that's my ramblings for this morning. Great work all. Oh, Thomas Tyner's thing, that's amazing, by the way.
Yeah, it was good. That's a pretty good howl on that dog. Those are Malamutes you raise, is it?
Yeah, they're Malamutes and that. Yeah, they're so we've got Frank the Tank here, and actually he can hear you, and Akasha. Yeah, Akasha. We call her Akasha the Hunter. She's the one that, if anybody's seen 8 Below Zero, the film 8 Below Zero, where they leave the Malamutes down in Antarctica and that. Akasha's the one that's going to chew through the chains and then go hunting for food to feed the rest of the pack. Yes. Yeah, so I got those two here.
They've got something to say for themselves as well.
So back to this article, Mockers, about the company's still doing business there. What stood out is the biggest problematic ones that you think that they should be able to just totally get out, but haven't, like Auchan. I mean, I've read all about Auchan, right? The French company. There's no good, and they're actually providing like care package food to Russian soldiers. So they upset me, but and it also upsets me that a company I used to work for, which was very ethical, presented itself as very ethical. It's on that list. I won't name them till you do, but I'll go ahead. If you've ever read my CV, which is easily found on the internet, hint, hint. It's a well-known worldwide company. I'm very surprised that they couldn't get out of Russia and not lose much.
Yeah, well, I haven't compiled the full list yet, but I've started looking at UK companies, and let's just say I might be firing them off an email to tell them just how disgusted I am with them. Politely, of course,
Yeah.
because I'm terribly polite.
Harsh but fair, right? A stern rebuke letter. So Neptune, I see you've come up. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I just wanted to actually kind of backtrack to Thomas Tyner's thread.
Cool.
There are some really good at the very end of that long thread. It's very important that everybody goes all the way through 36 posts, because it gets really good at the very end. And one of the things that is really notable is that the road to Melitapool, or to I'm sorry, not Melitapool, Mariupol, leads through Kremina, or I'm sorry, oh boy, I lost my notes here. Vuhledar, where the 155th Marine brigade basically was wiped out just recently, and they've been attrited 5 times in this conflict over the last year. The Russians really don't have many forces there. Yoheda's pointed out numerous times that line is basically completely hollowed out. And when you look at the pictures, I think it's post 26 in Tyner's thread, you'll see that there's very little defenses there between Vuhledar and Mariupol compared to Melitopol. It's absolutely going to be pretty obvious that that's where Ukraine is going to mount its major offensive in the south, in my personal opinion. And I just wanted to also add that if you look at the first, when you go to that number 26 post, you'll see that there's it shows the first circle is the range of the Archer artillery, and all those defensive positions that are in red are they are all within the range of the Archer self-propelled guns. So they're going to be able to hammer those right from the start just with artillery, not to mention the Gimlers and all the other things as the circle expands. And the Russians aren't going to be able to get any of, as you already mentioned, they're not going to be able to get any of their planes into there because of the Patriots. And then on top of that, they're going to be sending in the anti, I forget the name of the, I'm forgetting the name of the missile. Maybe somebody could help me. That was provided to them that destroys ground to air.
Oh, the harm missiles.
Yes, they're going to send in a barrage. they're going to send in a wave of HARMS missiles at the, and they're going to wipe out all that surface to air missile capability of the Russians. And then they're going to be able to move, closer to the front and bring in those, all the new JDAMs and all that kind of stuff, because it's very important for them to be able to launch those new guided munitions to have the most altitude possible. So by wiping out all that air threat, they're going to be able to get closer to the front at a higher altitude and be able to have a longer range to strike deeper into the back of the that line. So anyways, sorry I botched that up a little bit, but that's my first time actually talking on here, so I guess I'm a little bit nervous.
No, that's cool. That's cool.
But I'll go ahead and mute my mic and let you guys, comment on what your opinions on that.
So yeah, I like your read on that as well. I'll make one minor correction. I think is that the Russian force structure is incredibly heavy on artillery and incredibly heavy on surface-to-air missile capability. So I don't think I think they will do a massive harm wave and knock out all they can, but I don't think that will clear the skies enough that they will be able to do traditional type JDAM bombing from high altitude. I think they'll still be limited to lower altitude ones, but as Thomas says, they'll be using Gimlers and those JDAM ERs, the extended range things. They'll be launching those as pop-up attacks like they are now with the unguided rockets, and they'll be right on target. So yeah, that's the thing. Once you pin people in place with the other artillery and you know where they're at, then you hit them with a 2,000-pound JDAM and it's lights out. But they won't be able to launch them in the way that you've seen maybe in videos in Iraq or anything like that, because they won't have air superiority. But I agree. The big advantage of having the Iris-T and the Patriot and the missile systems that surface-to-air missile systems that are being given to Ukraine as a priority, which is good. Not only can they shoot down more of the terror attack missiles, but that will allow them to then push back the Russian Air Force, so that once they do a harm strike, take out a good portion of the surface-to-air capabilities on the other side in Russia, they'll be able to smash the shit out of them with JDAMs in the alternate attack mode of pop-up and lobbing, and they should have probably almost the exact same effect, just harder to do, but I trust the Ukrainian pilots to be able to deliver those to target. But yeah, the rest, everything else you said, I agree with, and I forgot to go through in Tyner's thing, because when I was saying it from memory, because I was just so impressed. I was so impressed with what Tyner wrote, right, that I'm like, holy shit, I hope nobody from Russia is reading this, right? But it's like you said,
yeah,
it's the obvious, it's the obvious answer. So I guess there's nothing wrong with publishing it. Go ahead.
That's what I'm trying to just tell everybody. Please read all through 36 points, because it gets better at the end. And I guess really what I was actually meant was the GLSDB is going to be able to get closer to the front. They're going to be able to come in from higher up to launch those things from a higher altitude, and that's going to give them the longer range. They're not. I understand they're definitely not going to be doing JAMs like the U.S. military Air Force would have done in Iraq or anything like that. But they're going to have a longer range to be able to launch that, because they're going to be able to get higher up, because there isn't going to be any surface-to-air threat. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just theorizing here. Anyway, I
don't know any more about it than you do, and yeah, and I agree. We're both speculating on the basis of what Tyner wrote, but it seemed very impressive, logical, and how good is it that Yehuda has showed up right now? Because if there's one person's take I'd like on what Tyner wrote, it would be Mr. Joe Yehuda.
Well, on that note, I'll step down and listen.
Thanks all. No, you don't have to step down. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah. No, great thread by Thomas. I don't know where he gets all these memes and all this fancy stuff. He's better at the internet than I am, but he's right. I mean, it's not a controversial statement that Ukraine doesn't have to bash through hundreds of kilometers of obstacles. They just have to do it in certain areas, and those areas are areas of their choosing. I did want to see something about obstacles covered by fire, but our friend is an officer of the artillery, so he might, when it comes to the infantry side of it, it's an important factor to keep in mind. That is that the Russians aren't covering their obstacles by fire. I think they think that they're scary. Also, not all of the trenches are a few meters wide. Some of them are several. You're going to need a dozer to smooth it out, but that's not a huge deal, especially when there's no Russians around, right? They could do it under fire, in contact, which isn't preferable. But I suspect even if there were Russians around, there'd be suppressing fire from artillery on the Ukrainian side, keeping their heads down so the engineers can do their work. So all in all, we're looking at a very, very obvious breach of those defensive positions in certain areas. I did read most of it, very spot on. Sure, the close air support isn't there, but there are ways to mitigate that, and Thomas very eloquently, described that, and that's definitely how it's going to happen. You know what I mean? And that's all I have to say about that for now. If there's any questions, I'll wait.
Well, I mean, the question I've got, Yehuda, is when you first read it, well, maybe you didn't, but when I first read it, I was like, holy crap, I hope nobody from Russia's reading this, because it's too revelatory of what could be, albeit the force structure isn't going to be big enough. Did you feel a twinge of, oh no, we're not supposed to be talking about that?
No, you know what? It's again, the Russians aren't changing or course correcting anything they've done wrong in the past, right? Because that's just not what they do. They're pretty arrogant in what they believe. So it's going to happen. It's just going to happen when the Ukrainians want it. I'm sure. I mean, gosh, I would love to say that the Russians must know their vulnerable points, but I don't even think that's true. I really don't.
Oh, Leo fella, welcome up. What would you like to say?
Hello, everyone. I'm actually from Ukraine, and I'm very much thankful for all the help and support from the Western countries. I would like to follow up on the topic of some Western companies working in were still working in Russia. What needs to be done, in my opinion, as Ukrainian? I think, first of all, I think it's essential that all the Western countries, all the way from Canada, US to Australia, New Zealand, they all should ban investing into Russian market, even after the war is finished. Very important. Yes. Second of all, I think that NAFTA community, everyone who believes that Ukraine should win, should send hundreds and hundreds of emails towards those Western companies that still operate in Russia, and especially those companies that deliver essential products to Russia. Do you know that Putin a couple of months ago introduced 30% tax on essential products, Western essential products in Russia, which means that all essential products that Russia receives goes to Russian military. Just remember a history of Bon Duel, right? French company that delivered beans to Russian soldiers. It's crazy. Like literally, France sending us the armory, sending us those scissors, howitzers, right? Sending us weapons, but in the same time, France sending Russian soldiers food. I think NAFTA community should create some strategy in order to Western companies to receive some very negative moral image publicly, right? Some like Ashan, again, Bonduelle, again, UK Unilever. UK Unilever has $1 billion dollar manufacturing powers in Russia. But come on, all the Western companies that have manufacturing powers in Russia, it's their fault that they invested into Russian market. They should have known that that Putin is KGB agent, that you shouldn't invest in Russia. It's painful for us Ukrainians to know that Mercedes-Benz started to build their factory right after annexation of Crimea in 2015 and finished it in 2018, actually in this Kaliningrad region of Russia. So they just like Mercedes-Benz spit it in our faces of Ukrainian people. Absolutely disgusting, right? So that's my view as a Ukrainian. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you for that opinion. I agree with you wholeheartedly that there is no reason these companies need to trade in Russia. It is not substance. I'm certain that the amount of money that they would lose from cutting off ties in Russia, I just can't think of any company that needs Russia to survive, and is just setting an incredibly bad precedent, as you say. And I also think that it would be good, as Marcus said, to boycott brands, send them messages like you said, put the public pressure that we know works, especially on social media. Apparently that works fantastically at pressuring these companies, and they're all using a Twitter account, I think, still. And it's a good idea, Leo, to put all the pressure we can on companies that are still trading in Russia, because, like you say, with the markup tax, the excise tax they put on it, all of that money that gets skimmed goes right into the federal budget to support their war request or needs. Yeah, totally right.
There will come a time when doing business with Russia will make them, well, it won't be a good thing for them, if you know what I mean. It will reflect badly on them. And right now, they may not care, but I think it's going to become something that becomes more of an issue for especially well-known companies. A tarnished reputation is a terrible thing. Chris?
Yeah, Marcus, I just wanted to say to people, right, just so that they, may give them some comfort, if you like, to know that, the activities of companies that are trading in Russia are being tracked and monitored very closely, right? Very closely. And indeed, all connections with Russia are being tracked, i.e., because obviously you can imagine, mockers, what's happening at the minute, right, is that the Russians are doing all sorts of things, if you like, to try and cover their tracks, if you like. So, like if we just think about this simply, right, they are opening up new companies. They're then trading through those new companies, etc., etc. Right now, the company that I work pro bono with in Ukraine, UControl, they track in near real time all of these activities, right? So like when a new company opens up, they then, they will look at that and they will see if there is a connection to another Russian company, and that connection might be it's the same director or it's the wife of the director, that's a sanctioned, if you like, Russian person, right? Or there is a shareholding in that company that's owned by either a Russian or a Russian company, right? So all of this is being tracked in close to real time. I mean, I'm not trying to say they get 100% of it, Marcus, right? Yeah, but I can assure you that it is being tracked, right? And then also there's for example a company that has been on here, and by the way, the You Control people are now very much watching and hearing the discussions that are going on in this space now. But there's another company that has been on here called Ethic Alliance, and what they do is they try and make, if possible, a connection to the US, right? So that might be, for example, that in one of these companies that's breaking the sanctions or something, right, that money has been invested into them by an American company. And the reason that they do that is because if they can make an American connection, then they can use what are called the whistleblower laws and key tam laws in America to get them into court very quickly. And for the American people, there's an incentive to anybody that feels that they want to blow the whistle. And I know some people don't like that idea of people blowing the whistle, but to me, this is for a good cause, right? So they basically they are incentivized because, for example, if they get fined 60 million or something, then the whistleblower might get 6 million or something of that. So there's a heavy incentive. So all of the time, I mean, our laws are not the same in the UK. There's not the same incentives. That don't mean to say that people are not also tracking. And I think the comment that's been made goes back to a report. Is that right, Mockers, that maybe you've read out or?
Report.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, okay. So obviously there's some investigation going on. Oh, was it the Yale report, Will?
Yes, sir. That's the one we've been talking about just now.
Yeah, fine. Okay. Well, obviously, Yale are other people that are working very hard on this, and there's quite a few people that are working on really hard on this. Tracking what's going on, cataloging it, logging it, and where they can, getting them in court as soon as they can, and stopping it. So, I just want to make sure that people understand that there is a lot going on in this space.
So, Chris, I agree that the capability to track it in real time is happening and all that, but the problem is, I think Leo might want to go back to this, is the so what? I mean, what's happening to these companies? How is Ocean not a massive nightly news story in all of the EU? Because what Leo said is exactly right. Ocean in particular gave the middle finger to everybody, said, yeah, we're going to carry on. We're trading in Russia. We're going to, in fact, expand our operations there. And we're also going to be building these little care packages for Russian soldiers that, come on, guys. How could you possibly, how could the French possibly put up with that, or their shareholders? And I guess that's the question is, so we've got all this information on who's doing all this, what's being done, what are governments doing about this, or is it in fact all up to internet campaigns and things like that to shame these folks?
I think Will wants to come in on this. So go ahead, Will.
Hey guys, a great conversation. And first, I have a real quick question for Chris, and then I'll kind of go into my direct action kind of call and what I think that we could possibly do to help support this. First of all, Chris, when it comes to these companies, is there any place that has like a repository, a spreadsheet of the different companies where they're based out of, their corporate headquarters are based out of, that individual listeners of this space or groups of NAFO, et cetera, could actually take a look at
that? Yes, Will, is the answer, right? So So if you go, I actually introduced finance to U-Control, and he is in the process of, getting to understand, their capabilities, a bit better, if you like, right? And anybody anybody else who wants to. So you, for example, will, I can introduce you to the right people so that again you can educate yourself. So the website is U-Control. If you search U-Control, you should find it. If you have any trouble, then come back to me, right? But I liken U-Control for those of who know it to sort of like Dun and Bradstreet. Will, you know Dun and Bradstreet, I'm sure. And U-Control started basically as a company that would sort of do what Dun and Bradstreet does, but for Ukrainian companies, right? But then of course, after after 2014, they created, if you like, a specific area of the company which is called RU Assets, Russian Assets, which does what it says on the tin, Will, right? Yeah. So basically, that is the part of the company that focuses on Russian assets, right? They are not the only company. There are, I think, a couple of others out there doing that, but certainly they're one of the ones that are like pioneering in this space. If that helps, Will.
Yeah, definitely does. I would like to get connected. I would like to kind of maybe do a dumbed down spreadsheet that we can share with listeners and general public and other activists who support Ukraine, that we could maybe start thinking about long-term pressure campaigns. And in my day job, one of my specialties is long-term or pressure campaigns, strategic campaigns when it comes to issue-based actions, etc. Many times, companies are the target of those campaigns, and there's a few things that you have to think about when you're doing this to be effective. Besides simply understanding that there's bad actors out there, but really being able to try and take limited resources of volunteers, activists, to then play an oversized role in these campaigns, and they have to be multi-leveled in the engagement with these companies. It has to be consistent and repetitive. So, for instance, if we decided to choose 5, horrible, companies that we wanted to target, maybe they've got their big brand names, maybe they're, well-known companies in certain areas. First of all, you think about what are the different levels that we can do as individuals, 20, 30, 40 people on this space that are willing to take the step from just, talking about the issue to direct action, maybe even in the hundreds. What are the different levels of steps? Maybe that's engaging with local media, maybe that's engaging with local political officials. And then what is the easiest thing for all of us is, again, social media campaigns. And there's a few things that we need to do with that. We need to call them out by name. You got to make sure that every time you do it, their name is, their brand is being targeted by whatever we're doing, what we're talking about. But also the consistency and repetitive. So for instance, if you have 5 companies on Monday, possibly that's going to be a day that we all decide to post about Heineken, for instance. But at the same time, maybe we're trying to make a few phone calls into whatever regulatory agencies we have, or people who are able to engage public officials, saying, asking why are these companies, still able to, operate in Russia. But also you want to be consistent. So maybe the next day you choose another company, next day you choose another company. And it takes about 10 minutes for an individual activist to send a tweet out, to send a message to the customer service department of that company, to publicly, put their name out on social media. So I think that there is an ability to do this, and you don't have to take every company down. But for instance, if we were able to create a coalition of NAFO fellows, MriyaReport, and other folks, where you vocally and publicly shame a company every day on Monday for 3 weeks, where their brand is technically getting getting damaged. Maybe you get some folks to write op-eds. Those are ways that you can actually put a hurting on these companies, and other companies will start to pay attention to that. I know that's a very oversimplified action, but companies do not like their brand to be destroyed and to be tarnished. So just a couple of thoughts on direct action advocacy, and would love to see that start to kind of come to fruition. But it has to be controlled. Sorry, the last thing I was like, it's got to be controlled. This, unfortunately, if we just kind of shoot a shotgun blast out where one person's posting about Heineken, the other one's posting about something else, it's about massing the fires on the target when it comes to activism.
Well, if it's okay for me to respond again, I completely agree with you, right? And so I am not trying to say, just in case anybody thinks so, I'm not trying to say that the bit that I'm describing is the only solution. You are quite right. It needs a holistic, if you like, approach. I will tell you something interesting, a couple of interesting things, which is that obviously, to some extent, we're talking about companies that we know are breaking the sanctions, and we want action against those companies. And I agree with that. And I agree with what you said, right? But what was interesting for me the other day, and I don't know if this is happening in America yet, but I was just doing some company searches here in the UK the other day, just randomly. Well, not randomly. They're obviously companies I wanted to get some information on, right? But I didn't know that there was any, that they were breaking sanctions or they were helping the Russians in any way, right? And in the Google search results came up a U-Control search result, right, which basically flagged that company as having Russian connections, right? Now, so I say, I don't know whether that's working or not. Say, for example, if you go do a Google search on a company in America, whether that happens, you'd have to try it and find out, Will, right? But now obviously you can imagine that U-Control are developing all of these capabilities so that they create this awareness, if you like, globally. But obviously that takes money and it takes time and all the rest of it, right? And the other thing,
Chris, I was just going to say that's great, and I'm really looking forward to looking into this a little bit deeper. And there, those kind of groups and programs are so incredibly important in these campaigns to validate, the activists and the people who are on the ground doing stuff also. So this is phenomenal. As I said, I haven't really focused in on this, but I think that I've got something to focus in on for the next few days.
Yeah, thank you, Will. And then the other thing I would just say, and people think I'm being sort of a bit mercenary or I don't know, or flippant, if you like, when I talk about the US whistleblower laws, right? But the reality is, you may or may not agree with me, Will, but the reality is, right, that if you're dangling 10% of tens of millions of dollars, right, in front of somebody, they're likely to become a witness, or they're likely to say, hey, this company is breaking sanctions, right? And that's so I know it's a bit mercenary to say people that are making that are going to make money out of it and that, but hey, if it gets that company stopped and it gets that that trade gets stopped going to Russia, what the hell?
I agree, and I think that this is something that would be really, again, I know the ins and I don't know every ins and out of whistleblower protection. I know that we have a great system of reporting and et cetera, but it'd be very nice to get this kind of in a kind of a very dumbed down manual version, so that we can distribute it to the hundreds of thousands of NAFO fellows across the globe and in the United States and folks who might be interested in taking this step up. I think there would be a lot of folks who would be interested in it. But again, we talk in the activism world about one of the hardest things that we do is we go from policy papers and to bumper stickers. And to really get effectiveness on the ground, you have to take these complex problems and campaigns and be able to put it into a bumper sticker form per se, so that regular folks have the ability to do just as much damage as the people who are writing the policy letters. So I hope that makes sense. But so I would be very interested in trying to figure out how do we create the manual for direct action against companies that are still willing to support a genocidal country, an imperialistic regime, a billionaire dictator who really only cares about taking over his neighbors. So I think that this is where this space is so valuable and amazing, is the ability for all these ideas to come together. And as I said, I think that this is worthwhile to create a little sub campaign around really engaging with these companies and getting folks to do it. But I'll be quiet for a second.
Well, I'll also be quiet for a second.
Leo Feller, go ahead.
That nice thing to do is actually to Google, to find, for instance, when it comes to French on social media on daily basis, for all board members of Western companies that still work in Russia, yes, in order they to have such a psychological pressure on a daily basis, yes. And for employees of those Western companies that still operate in Russia, for employees that still in their home country, right? So when it's Unilever, we should send those messages to Unilever UK people, yeah, people in UK that work in Unilever, to Unilever CO. That's first thing. The second thing, target their webpage on social media and send all the memes and to send that your hands are in blood, and to say that none other countries will going to buy your stuff. Another thing, very good things, I think that to connect some Western politicians, maybe in such countries as Finland, Poland, in Czech Republic, that are very much like pro-Ukrainian, to the extent that they can publicly say that, okay, for instance, I don't know, some Polish or Finnish politician will say, okay, Ashan, we're giving you 30 days to exit Russian market, or you will not be operational in our country. Okay, so they will calculate pros and cons staying in Russian market, because for Leroy Merlin, for French company in Russia, they 30% of their income comes from Russia, but 70% of their income comes from other Western countries. And if we say that they will have real problems in the Western countries, regular people not buying their stuff, they're being targeted on a daily basis, both profile company page and pages of social media pages of regular workers of that company, then they will understand, well, we have psychological pressure, well, there are not enough benefits to staying in Russian market, we should exit Russian market. I think more or less strategy on attacking those companies that still operate in Russia should be done, because in bank sector there are some Western companies, Western banks like Raiffeisen Bank still operate in Russia. It's absolutely disgusting. It's still giving loans to Russians, right? And another thing, maybe it's connected to SWIFT. So good thing is to ban SWIFT transfers coming from outside of Russia to Russia. Yes, those Western countries could not invest more in the Russian market. So those are my thoughts.
I'll go to Will because I think he's got something to add to this.
Just really quickly to add on, Leo, I agree with you very much. And just remember, for every company, every corporation that's spending money in Russia, There's investors, and there's investor lists, and there's financial institutions that are supporting those companies. Those are also sub campaigns that you can make to if you're doing this. I will just always say it's always about consistency, and being unified. So every day may be good, but if you can focus on one group and really hammer them down on one day, maybe another the other day. The point is to be consistent on this, and repetitive when it comes to these campaigns.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency is key. We have Jelly Spoons. Please go ahead. Can you hear us, Jelly Spoons? You might need to put your mic on.
It might help me if I took the mic off, if I turn the mic on, wouldn't it? I always do that. I came in kind of towards the end, but Angry Ants, I'd be quite happy to connect with you. I did 20 years as a community worker and did a lot of grassroots campaigns. You're absolutely right. It needs to be consistent. I think the idea of a manual, quite often people don't know where to start or don't know how to word things. So it could be, hashtag of the day or whatever. There's lots of different ideas that can be done. And I think it is a whole lot of pressure. It's very easy to go, yes, we'll just email the CEO, but actually that doesn't necessarily have the impact people might want it to. It's about layering it. It's like making a really good cake. The jam is great, the cream is great, the cake is great, but the whole thing makes it what you really want to eat. And I will step down again.
Thank you. You know what? I love that about this space, that we can connect people who can make things happen. So thank you very much for coming up, Jelly Spoons. Now, Daniel did have his hand up, but he's dropped off. He's coming back because he obviously has something that he needs to say. So people, if you want to add to the swear jar now, feel free. Welcome back, Daniel. Can you hear me? I think he was connecting. Let's try again.
Just really
Daniel?
quick for Jelly, I actually connected with you. If you could shoot me a DM, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, Marcus. Sorry, some problem with headphones. I understand the people being very, very, very angry, but I want to make two important distinctions. First, don't talk about French state, French companies. I think we need to make this big separation. I don't think Rishi Sunak can call Unilever and tell anything he wants about them. Unilever is a big corporation. Same apply for many companies, but are nuances. For example, Raiffeisen Bank is well known in Austria. Austria has a very shady position. I cannot call them pro-Russian, but I cannot call them pro-Ukrainian also. In fact, they are too close to Hungarian or Serbian position. And Raiffeisen is a big problem because all the money processed outside Russia goes via Raiffeisen. And Raiffeisen is more or less the gateway money for Russians. And they don't have shame. They don't care. If we make huge campaigns, I don't think Raiffeisen has anything like a moral stand. Not at all. The pressure, it is in Romania, they had other campaign because, Schengen issues. But Raiffeisen is not sensitive to this. Similar with Heineken. If you go to sponsor football championship in places like Qatar, where you cannot buy a beer, imagine how moral stand is there. And Ocean, who has 11% of their share market in Russia, I think they look very, very greedily at this idea. If everybody exits, we can take all the market and we make big bucks, and they don't care about perception, because it's very difficult for many governments to put too many conditions to companies like this. Companies like this are, I can say, big employers, big taxpayers, and you can be very, very loud, but in fact, you don't have any law to put them, it's very, very difficult, because they will say very simple, we deliver food. Russians are humans, they need to eat. Similar like medical companies, it is very complicated. For me, Raiffeisen will be a big sledgehammer if American Treasury will affect them. It's very easy. Heineken, I don't have any expectation from them. Anyone. If you go in UEFA, FIFA, which are very corrupt organizations, I don't have expectation from Heineken. They say something in advertising, but their morals are very low, and they have crap beer, so who cares about them? Auchan is just greed, a lot of greed, and people forget. One is testimonial. They will say how preoccupied are about society, pollution, global warming, and every bullshit words they can invent. But in fact, motivation usually is just greed. Some companies like Huawei, for example, they are very worried to not piss Americans more, because they already have a lot of backslack for their technology. But organizations like Raiffeisen don't give a crap. Like Austria don't give a crap. I don't see any pro-Ukrainian or anti-Russian position from officials like government. Austria is very tainted like image, and they don't care. That is a reality. They don't care. They act because they had no issues, and the law system is not very strong to pressure them to take an attitude.
Oh, I get what you're saying there, Daniel, but we have noticed that public pressure does make a difference in some cases, and I think it's certainly worth giving it a try, although I fully agree with your opinion on Heineken beer. Leo Fella.
Well, I think that again, social media pressure is very important. That we it's essential, maybe even to do next thing. In case you're from, I don't know, US, Canada, UK, Australia, you can message your senators, your politicians, and say, please impose sanction on Austrian CEO of Raiffeisen Bank. Please put sanction on French CEO of Auchan. And then they will understand. French CEO of Auchan won't be able to travel to US, to Miami. French CEO of Auchan won't be able to travel to Australia. And maybe they will find out. I think that kind of approach can work too. Thanks.
Thank you, Leo. Well, yeah, certainly letting your representatives, your political representatives, know how you feel about things is exactly how to draw their attention to it. So, yeah, letters and emails, it does actually go somewhere. I have developed a bit of a working relationship with my local politician. I don't get along with his views, but we both agree on Ukraine and all the issues with regards to Russia's illegal invasion. So
there is another problem. Chizenia said, Ocean and Metro, which act in Russia, they also act in Ukraine. And if you sanction them for Russians, they, you know, it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated with Ocean and Metro.
yeah, I appreciate that there may be certain certain companies where it's going to be easier than others. However, they have been called out in particular, and you know, so that's the main reason why they're being mentioned, that they've been called out in particular. But there are plenty of others who could be called out where maybe the situation wouldn't be quite so complicated, like you say. Jelly, go ahead.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there's what you would call the low-hanging fruit, which is the less complicated, and it gets more and more complicated. And how do you know, extract one bit from another bit? But I also think it's about being realistic. You know, the reality is that nobody is going to sanction a government or a company from France going to the UK and vice versa. You know, and I think it's about being realistic, and it's about being consistent, and it's about doing the research behind, and actually making sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. Like any good campaign, the better the research behind it means actually it's much more effective at the other end. And many campaigns take a long time, and it doesn't mean, but then equally sometimes something can go viral very quickly, as we know in the UK over particular ex-footballer and the BBC. That can just take off, and you don't ever really know. You know, I've done campaigns where I thought this doesn't stand a chance, and it's just taken off, and it's really difficult to know which one will and which one won't. But it's about the quality of the research, the quality of the information behind it, and about being consistent. And some people will get behind it, some people won't. But it's another thing to try. But I do think it's really important to temper expectations and be realistic and understand that the complexity doesn't make it straightforward. It's never black and white. It never ever is. But there are ways and means of doing something that actually then has the potential to do things in a sensible way. And I'm not poo-pooing ideas. I'm just saying, you know, be aware that we can, you know, we can get a little bit into hyperbole about stuff, and it's about just understanding that if you start from a good foundation, you have a better chance of actually something working. Will we get everything we want? Absolutely not. But will we get somewhere? We possibly will. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the exact right way to deal with it. I think you know, it's all very good shouting at them on Twitter, but there are many other things we can do as well. And at least if we, you know, can pursue more of those avenues, we might indeed get somewhere. And I think it's a good thing to go after. It's a good focus, and I'm sure we'll be spending a bit of time on that. So I have to welcome my new co-host. Welcome, Ioana.
Hi, Marcus. How are you?
Well, I got up terribly early because I'm like that at the moment, and yeah, I'm still hanging in there. It's not too bad.
Early bird. So, if you want, I can share with you some news from Moldova, because we have something in our press in Romania about Moldova, and it's kind of interesting. You know that there were some speculations, where there were some rumors that Russia is trying to destabilize Moldova, and we talked about it the last weeks. And now we have something from the authorities in Chisinau. They announced that on Sunday they managed to foil a plan organized by Russia to destabilize the Republic of Moldova. This is, so I'm quoting Viorel Cernăuțanu, the General Inspector of the Moldovan Police. He said that they managed to destroy a network made up of 10 groups of 5 to 10 people each, recruited from among those with criminal records and sportsmen or sports supporters. This network was coordinated by a Russian Secret Service agent. The purpose of the network was to organize destabilizing actions on the territory of the Republic of Moldova during the protests that are to had taken place or are to take place in the future, including for today, meaning Sunday. So this happened yesterday. In the protest, indiscriminate people were to be used, and the agitators were to receive about $10,000 each. The members of the network were in direct contact with the opposition forces and parties from the Republic of Moldova. I mean, the Shore Party, if you know, everybody knows about it, who helped them, including with lawyers in case of need. Yesterday, so it was on Saturday, 25 people were arrested, well, picked up. Most of them started to talk. Seven are held as leaders of the groups, and so the police of Moldova announced that these groups were destructured. And the border police also announced that 188 foreign citizens were refused the entry into Republic of Moldova, including a possible Wagner mercenary. He was detained at the airport, and he had a Russian passport and some military documents, something like this. Okay, so let's see if I have something else. They say that the danger is still going, well, is still real, but they are working together, and they are taking every measure that is necessary in order to prevent this kind of destabilizing actions. So these are the news from Moldova.
I just want to comment on that apparent Wagner chap who was detained at the airport and then sent back. Have you seen the photographs of him? I wonder what gave him away. I mean, he's got a great big tattoo on his neck.
Yes, I've seen them. I've seen them. He has a lot of tattoos everywhere, and they are kind of dark, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. No blood, no glory, something like this. And there is a motorcycle and some kind of weapons and so on. And I like the statement that he was sent back. The statement in the tweet was that he was sent back to where he came from. I don't know how the curses are in English, but in Romania, this means something very specific.
I got the feeling there was an undertone there with what they were saying.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show, doesn't it, that they're still trying this sort of divide and conquer technique, infiltrating with snakes into your communities, and also turning members of your communities who are able to be, especially with the promise of money. I mean, you know, there's a certain criminal undertone who would quite happily take money to cause disruption, I'm sure, in most societies. And it seems to me that this is a long tried and tested technique, which in the past has worked quite well in some places. Never as well as they would like it to, but certainly has been known to influence opinion, shall we say. Yeah, I'm in the UK. Brexit.
Sorry, I'm trying to bring somebody up, but I can't. I don't know why. And about what you said, yes, have you seen the statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia in Crimea? I don't know if this is normal to have such a thing, but have you seen the statement about Georgia?
Oh, go ahead. No.
Oh, it was very interesting. I don't know if you've seen that. I was not prepared with it, but I will find it in a minute. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, they noticed, let's say, the protests of people in Georgia, and the statement of Russia's MFA in Crimea is: protests against foreign agents bill erupted in Tbilisi, result in demands for the resignation of the government. And now it's the interesting part. We recommend to the Georgian people to recall a similar situation in Ukraine in 2014 and what it finally led to. So is it me, or this is an open, overt threat to Georgia that if they are continuing this, something that might happen similar to what happened in 2014 in Ukraine?
It sounds like they're trying to do that, yes. It does sound a bit like a threat, so particularly cheeky.
They are never stopping it, never stopping it. And you know, this is the modus operandi of Russia. It invades a small part of the country, like Transnistria in Moldova, like Donbass and Crimea in Ukraine, like Abkhazia and Ossetia in Georgia, and so on and so forth. And by this, they prevent these countries to evolve. They prevent them to adhere to European Union, to NATO, whatever. They create a destabilizing force inside the country. So it's like, I think David said that it's like a cuckoo nation, you know, just goes into the nest and destroys everything and just stays there in order to bring, I don't know. Okay, I see Leo Fella has his hand up, so maybe.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I want you to understand how Russians thinking, yes? Why they're actually invading Ukraine, doing this stuff in Georgia and Moldova. They think, and believe me, not just Putin, regular Russians think that it's the West who made Soviet Union to collapse. And they think lands of Moldova, lands of Ukraine, lands of Georgia as their lands. So they view Ukrainian president as a separatist. Okay, for them, Zelensky is not the president of Ukraine. Even Polish president is not president of Poland. He is separatist to Russia, and maybe even Olaf Scholz. He is a German separatist, not German chancellor. They view those countries that which lands have been part of either Russian Empire or Soviet Union. They view them as a rock separatist state, and they really have that imperialism in their blood. And of course, the main thing that Russian language, presence of Russian language, of Russian culture, and they making link. So some people in Ukraine and Moldova speak Russian. Therefore, it's our land. So it's very important for actually to destroy any links to Russian culture, to not visit any Russian language courses, to literally cancel Russian culture, because we are Russian culture. We are Russian history. All Russian history is imperialist. Well, some say that Western countries were imperialist, but in the Middle Ages, now no, Western countries are fine, modern, are liberal democracies, but Russia still intellectually remained in those centuries, right? And I'm very much, as a Ukrainian, are very much afraid of actually Georgia, because many Georgians that they're fighting in Ukraine against Russia, and I think there are no one to protect Georgia, basically, right? And because the only logical decision in case Kremlin can do, it's actually invade Georgia. It's a couple of millions. It's not like 40 millions like in Ukraine. And as far as I know, as far as I read some groups, they actually have that plan in Kremlin to invade either Georgia or Armenia, and to lose Donbass or even Crimea, because for Russians, Georgia is country where Stalin came from. Stalin, as you know, was actually Georgian. His nationality was Georgian, but he told about himself that he is Russian. Yes, but actually he was Georgian, right? And it's very interesting that during Stalin times, everyone it was banned to trade right? In Soviet Union, everyone in Ukraine, in Russia was prosecuted doing trade, but it was allowed in Georgia. So, unfortunately, some people in Georgia, especially old generation, they have positive, image of Stalin. So I think Russia can invade actually Georgia, and I hope it will not happen. But it's, in my opinion, it's very high probability.
Well, I would just say to that, with whose army? Because they don't seem to be doing very well at the moment. I appreciate there's not a huge army in Georgia to go up against them, but it would be a case of getting the people there and their equipment and everything else. I'm not sure they even have the means anymore from what they've been through. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so they don't need tanks, they need planes to invade Georgia because they need just a manpower. Russians have manpower. Ukraine's fighting Russia very good because of Ukrainian spirit and because of Western equipment. It's hard for them to fight Ukraine, but it will be easy to fight Georgia. There is no Western equipment, not even javelins in Georgia. Literally, compared to Ukraine, Georgia is like if Russia can collect 400,000 of Russians, I think, and send into to Georgia, that will be and I don't know, yeah, but I think they it's
I
because
just know,
it's
Leah,
enough to just manpower to
one
add.
sec, one sec.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with the manpower, there are reports of guys in Ukraine with guns with no bullets and sometimes no guns. We had one guy who was literally found on the battlefield wielding a stick. I'm going to say that they might still have logistical problems, even with men. They sticks and stones. They're at the position where they wouldn't be able to arm them all. I don't think. That seems to be general consensus of opinion that right now they're struggling to arm the people in Ukraine, and so yeah, even without a massive army on the other side, even without the Western weapons, I don't think Russia has the time or the people to be taking that on right now. The last mobilization they did with regards to Ukraine, they were supposed to get, what was it, 300,000. They managed to muster up 500,000, and they had problems even feeding and clothing them. I don't see how the next lot is going to go any better. So I would say let's not panic right now. Let's see what happens. But indeed, Ukraine is taking the sting out of Russia's tail for everybody else. And thank goodness for that. Danny, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate the time on the space. Thank you for being here. Ioana was talking about the news from the authorities of Moldova that were talking about how they stopped certain people from organizing to use the protests in Moldova as a ways of undermining the authority, and essentially they're planning to change the elected government to a pro-Russian one. And additionally to that, there's another bit of news that I don't know if Ioana was aware of. It seems that another 80 people were stopped at the airport when they were coming back from a Istanbul flight. So from Istanbul to Chisinau. And it's supposedly those 80 people were taken to Turkey to train them on how to implement protests. We all know that it only takes a couple of people throwing a Molotov cocktail for things to degenerate. And it seems that these 80 people had been on a trip to Turkey to learn how to do just that. and that authorities learned about the situation and were waiting for them back on the tarmac when they landed in Chisinau. The press was waiting for them as well. They were sheltering their faces as they were coming out of the aircraft and trying to avoid the press, not so that their identity wouldn't be public. And they were processed by the authorities in Chisinau upon their arrival. And I think it was suddenly suggested to them that they're being monitored continuously after their most recent trip. So I hope that will maybe make them change their mind about even joining the protest in the first place. But we'll probably have to see see what happens. So I've just seen some pictures from the actual protests in Chisinau. It does seem like the usual suspects of people being bussed in, very old people that are unlikely to hold those views, but are being used as leverage to protest against the government under populist promises. So it's a bit of an interesting thing that they chose to go to Turkey, or somebody in Turkey is organizing that for them. We all know that there's a lot of Russian elements that are in Turkey right now because they had a free travel there. So it's interesting to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Danny. I knew about this group that was supposed to be training in Turkey, but I didn't know that they already arrived in Chisinau. I will look for this news to see for more details. Thank you. And I see we have David.
We can call this Turkish delight, can we not, David?
Yes, we can. So I put my hand up for something totally different, and then I heard this, and I remember we actually had this very conversation, didn't we? About 2 weeks ago,
Yes,
where the
we did.
conversation was, yes. Well, it's as if we can put two and two together as to what might happen.
If it continues, we should go into the business and create a little tent and go to every fairground. You know, I can bring, say, a big glassy thing, you know, something round, and you can weave your hand around and read people's, future.
Well, yes. Sadly, we won't be able to get Mystic Meg because she departed us the other day.
Oh,
but yes,
oh, come
yes,
on.
I know. I mean, but here's the thing: would we get a queue of international politicians, or just politicians from other countries? That's another way of saying it. Just coming up. What do you think's going to happen? Yes, cross my palm with silver.
I thought that the Munich Security Conference already had such a tent, and General Kargovi was there and gave people advice.
Yes, yeah. Dear, right. Anyway, I've now forgotten what I put my hand up. What was? Sorry, no, mockers. What was the previous conversation? Oh yes, no. So listen, yes, it was about numbers and the rest of it, and not to worry yet, and the rest of it. Right, okay. Which is the thing that reminded me. So I thought I would just put. I don't know what was said prior, but I just heard the last part of what you were saying, and I thought I would remind people, right? Because when people start going and we even hear people who sometimes on the space go, "Oh, Russia can supply as many people as they want," and the rest of it. I'm going to remind everyone: Ukraine is about the same population as what the UK was in the Second World War. At the end of the Second World War, there were 6 million people with the UK armed forces. 6 million. Ukraine can do this quite easily, right? If Russia is to get another 500,000, right, then it's not a significant problem. It is a problem, but it is not. It is not a significant problem for Ukraine. Let me explain. Right, because the explanation is it's explanation, demonstration, reiteration, isn't it? Right. So the explanation. So at the moment we know that. So let's just say, for example, Putin grabs 1 million 1 million Russian troops, right? Who's going to train them? No one's going to train them. When I say no one, someone's going to train them, but someone who's really, really crap is going to train them. Someone who actually doesn't know what they're doing either. So all we're going to do is end up with people who are badly trained. Now, let's look at the Ukrainian side. So I'm giving you the short version as to my normal ranty version, and let's look at the Ukrainian side, right? So the Ukrainians are being trained in their thousands, not over 3 days or 4 days, not even 5 days, not even double that number, many multiples of that number, 3 months, I think it is at the moment. And that's just their basic training. And they go off to professional armies, right? 10,000 have come out of the United Kingdom. And by the way, many of the people who've gone to the United Kingdom are people who've previously served on the front line in Ukraine, right? Because we have to remember this war didn't start a year ago. It started in in fact, I guess it probably started before 2014, but the 2014, the invasion, right? And since then, they've had many people, upwards of 1 million people themselves who have fought, right? So these people are going off and getting further training. They come back, maybe they get more training from other people, or maybe some of them are really good and start training other people. But this is not just the only place where they're getting trained. They're getting trained in Germany. They're getting trained in Denmark, I believe. And there are multiple different countries training them, i.e. giving them the benefit of their expertise. And more importantly, the Ukrainians will take that training and go, how do I adapt this to what we want to do and the way we work? There's never going to be a case where Ukraine needs to worry. Russia should be worrying now because they are denuding themselves of basically as many men as they can. Right, Russia is going to have some very, very serious. In fact, here you are. You can quote me. Come back to me in 10 years and tell me how Russia is doing, because they've denuded themselves of men of working age, which is not a good thing for any country to do. As we saw after the Second World War, the problems that happened. So I thought I'd come in and do a little rant about that, not a rant, a reminder that we should never be worried. Ukraine has this covered, right? If Russia does get 1 million, right, it's still not a problem, but it will cause increased tragedy. But Ukraine is still going to win for the other reasons we've since gone into.
I think that there's the point. There is the point. There is destiny in seeking freedom when you're attacked, especially on your own turf. And the destiny is that the existential fight does not cease, it continues. So when people now transpose this to Georgia, why are the Russians doing their soft power suppression campaign for so many years? Did they have beforehand the hard power? Yes. Will they still have something left? Yes. But why are they not going into Georgia? Because Georgians, still have a bit of hard power. Not much. What is it? Anywhere between 36 and 39,000. Yes, the government denied them. This Russified government denied their own army getting the Abrams in a switcheroo for the T-72s. They denied their own army getting better materials because they simply didn't execute the contracts, despite the fact that they were offered on a golden tablet by the Americans. Yes, that all being true. But there is still 4 million Georgians. Now, you cannot easily occupy a country, and especially a country as hilly and as unforgiving as beautiful Georgia is. David, if you have 4 million Georgians, if you have a country so spread out, even if you have only, 2 main large cities and a few smaller ones, and yes, you have a few industrial areas, and yes, you have a few hydropower plants, and so on and so forth, but still, how many people would you need to occupy it?
Oh, it's just an incredible number. You probably need the number that we're suggesting they're going to send. They're going to send to Ukraine, right? And guess what, right? In a country that big with so few people, it's most likely going to be guerrilla warfare, which we know ties up huge numbers of troops. It's just astonishingly large numbers of troops, and these guys won't even know what they're doing, right? This is the tidal wave of problems is just building up, to create a huge. I'm lost for words. It's a tidal wave of problems. Just leave it at that, and I'll come up with the adjective later, or a better one.
For those kind of wonderful wordplays, we typically have Nick.
Put your hand up. You can tell us it in French and Italian as well.
Exactly. What is it in a peacenik language?
Oh, what is what?
A tidal wave in a peacenik.
Oh. We should always just say tsunami. I just looked up the population density because I remember right at the beginning, or back to last February, and the first of my regular listeners will know that I occasionally do little fun calculations in my head. And the first one I did was the claim that Russia had amassed an invasion force of 200,000 people, and Ukraine is 600,000 square kilometers. And yeah, you can do that number. The Ukrainian population is pretty spread out. Georgia has a lower population density than Ukraine, and as such would presumably be, that much harder to take. Ukraine has 70 people per square kilometer, and Georgia has 54. So yeah,
and it has
you're right.
Mountains galore.
Oh, it might actually be a bit like Japan. I suppose I haven't been there, but Japan has kind of a lot of very densely populated bits. Its overall density is not very high because, of course, there's enormous uninhabitable amounts. Whereas Ukraine, I guess people live pretty well everywhere. I mean, presume there's gaps between the villages in the great sort of farming steppes, but basically you can live in most of Ukraine. If you can't live in most of Georgia, the population will be concentrated. But just imagine moving around the Cape. So it would be kind of like an Afghanistan situation if there was an insurgency there.
David, you just muted yourself.
Oh, it did. I double tapped again. It's because I'm just pretending in my mind, going, give him two. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be very, very deeply unpleasant for them, right? That they don't have the skilled troops for it, and insurgencies like that, or combating, let's call it an insurgency. This is not an insurgency; it's a defensive situation, isn't it? But is like that. But they consume huge numbers of troops. Small numbers of people can consume hundreds of thousands of troops because it's such a vast area. How do you track them down? And we know that that Russia doesn't really even have the satellite capability to do this, because guess what? Right? They were accused of. In fact, they've been. There's a company that's been sanctioned for supplying data to them, haven't they? So they're buying in data. They're not even their intel isn't even relying on their own satellites. They're buying it in. That's how rubbish they are. So things like troop dispositions and things like that would be very, or the let's call it the Georgian troop dispositions, or your Georgian guerrillas, or whatever you want to call them. How would they get hold of them? And again, it would just be huge numbers of Russian troops being tied up, right, somewhere where they don't want to be, and because guess what, they'll die in large numbers again, right, because they're not liked again, and those people are needed in a different theatre as well. I mean, Yeah, the UK that was, as Tim says, was an actual empire at the time, struggled with fighting on in two different theatres that were the other side of the long distances apart. Russia doesn't even have other countries to come in and help them. There is no one coming to help Russia. There isn't going to be a cavalry for them.
Which brings us to the other point, that contrary to all the fear-mongering and contrary to all the problems people see and the concerns they have, Russia currently is in a very precarious and peculiar state. Peculiar because for the first time since a long time, no matter which decision they take, it will be less conducive to success than they could have planned a year ago. They've moved themselves in a significantly weaker military and political position than they were then, because they overreached. At the moment, they are so weak in terms of, or their troop design is troop structure is so fragile, so weak, that they could not defend themselves. If Georgia were to say, we're going to take Abkhazia back, when Georgia does lack the troop strength at the moment, they do lack the equipment, but they may have the support, or they would have had the support had it not been for the Georgian dream and soft power and whatnot. Now look at Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is a relatively rich country. Yes, they've had their issues, and yes, they never really built up a proper military to defend themselves, which is why last time around, when there was this internal combustion by a unique regime of Mr. Tokayev, they had Russian troops come in, don't forget, and it's quite totalitarian. And then the Chinese offered, because they really wanted to have a snippet and not go alone, and were told, well, it's nice that you're there, but please stay where you are. Kazakhstan is the nation which would definitely benefit from a visit of someone of the same stature as Ms. Pelosi was when she went to Armenia, let's put it this way. If you strengthen those who are satellites, respectively, suppressed entities, who all actually wish to be independent, the fragility will make that situation even more peculiar. I think Russia is in for a very tough 2 years, no matter how long they can stretch out the war in Ukraine, no matter what steps they take. Unfortunately, it seems to be hell-bent on being continuously tragic and triggering vast amounts of loss of life amongst the civilian population and amongst those who are the heroes who defend Ukraine. But having said that, they are on a path not only to ignominy, because their activities are so utterly ruthless, but they are also on a strict path to failing and disintegrating. They are, at the moment, weakening their strategic position every single day, which makes them more prone to do even more stupid things. But for the really stupid things, they have no capacity. So at some point in time, this elite ruling Russia will run out of time and out of rope. They may believe that they can outrun the West, but I think, it seems to me, despite the fact that we're constantly bashing, especially our transatlantic friends who are actually the ones who save everybody here yet again, with the kind assistance of our British friends when they're not completely Sunak, it seems that no matter how slow and meandering and incremental the process has been thus far, and may continue to be for a little while longer, that the capacity of Russia to wage war is so low and so intricately linked to their own corruption and projection of power, which is willful rather than realistic, that they fail, and that they fail on such a level that even this mediocre strategy of ours will be sufficient. Now, that's not good leadership and doesn't bode well for us fighting off the adversary, China. On the contrary, it will probably lead to more complacency and self-congratulatory approaches by Western politicians. But ultimately, Russia, in its own right, is doomed. What say you, David?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it was obvious from the start. It's just that they haven't accepted it. I think there is a forces forum called the Arse, and I posted on that quite early. That they are, whatever is going to happen, we know they're going to fail. They just haven't accepted that, and in actual fact, everything that they've done just confirms that they're going to fail, and means that their failure is going to be ever more spectacular. The longer this goes, the more spectacular, or however, whatever word you want to use, this failure is going to be, and the more likely it might end up with their own or another revolution, isn't it? Right? That's yeah, and they're just thinking about where every avenue where the failures are going to come in, economically, right, militarily, right, sociologically, collapse of society inside Russia, perhaps. I mean, yeah. Someone bring up something else. I'll tell you it's going to fail.
I like that. Danny, go ahead.
I think they're champions at failing, and I'll tell you another failure that I just came across. So I'm just riding my bike, and I passed through Victory Square in the center of Bucharest, which is a decent sized square where many a protests have happened, and it does seem like there is currently a protest going on in the square, and I counted around 60 to 70 individuals. As a demographic, they all seem on the older side. Not that it's a bad thing, of course, it's just my observation. And it looks like they're protesting and holding signs that say, we want peace, etc. So I labeled them as peaceniks, I would think. So I was curious enough to wait around until one of them exited the square and headed for the bike lane that I was on, and asked him without any agenda. Of course, I was just asking him, can you tell me what you're protesting for? So I wanted to gather at least one Vox Populi opinion from them. And immediately the individual frowned and asked me if I spoke Romanian. I'll preface this to tell you that I asked my question in Romanian. I've been speaking it since I was born, of course, and I asked him in Romanian, and he then replicated very angrily, do you speak Romanian? And I said, yes, I'm asking you in Romanian, what is this protest about? Can you tell me that? And he said, well, can't you see? And I said, no, I can't see because the sign is far away and I can't read it. What does it say? Well, I'm protesting because people don't want peace. And then I asked, who doesn't want peace? I think many people want peace. Can you tell me precisely who doesn't want it? And then he said, well, NATO doesn't want peace. Russia doesn't want peace, which surprised me that he said that. And then he said Ukraine doesn't want peace. At which point I felt like I should maybe challenge him and again politely asked, what do you mean they don't want peace? Can you explain what they're doing that signals to you that they don't want it? Well, they keep arming themselves. And then, of course, he kind of, I guess, thought I was going to challenge him on that as well. And he started asking me if I have any children. And if I don't have any children, that I'm not bringing anything to this country. And then he started asking me what age I was. So a lot of very aggressive answers instead of actually questions instead of any answers. But just so it's illustrative that it's only 70 people on a very beautiful day, which I would call warm and sunny. That's all they managed to gather. So yeah, just to contrast the fact that protests are going on in Chisinau, Moldova as well as we speak. Thanks.
That's a wonderful description, isn't it? And here's the thing: the fact that he's got defensive and starts coming out with the BC essentially by going the route he's done, he's failed his own argument, because because when you look at the logic of it, it means that what he's trying to do, he's attacking you, the person. You don't have children. How can you know? You can't. What are your thoughts got to be? Which isn't attacking the argument. So he's just he's done the classic Russian line: attack the person, not the argument. Right? But you don't care. Go, I don't have any children, or maybe you do. Right? Doesn't matter. Here you are. This is the argument. Incredible. And wonderful news, like you say, that of a time when you might be wanting to do something or be bothered to go and do it on a Sunday when you've got time, and they've only managed to get 80 people.
Nick, go ahead.
I think also, I mean, this is something I don't know whether deliberately or not, but sometimes this is something we probably avoid talking about here. There are, for Danny, the person you're talking to, he may or may not have been pro-Russian. If he surprised you by saying Russia doesn't want peace either, I think we should also not forget that there are plenty of people out there with varying degrees of psychosis, of serious mental problems. It's a fine line between intense political interest, intense concern for peace at any price, and just being a bit nuts, if I may be permitted to use a psychological technical term there. And some of the time, these people are not, pro-Russia. They're just, there's a good French word, excédé. It's really difficult to kind of overwhelmed, but like emotionally overwhelmed. You may have something similar in Romanian. And there are lots of people who are just permanently about to overflow, walking around either angry or anxious or concerned. And since I started co-hosting, I've been hearing from a few of these people. I think my fellow co-hosts will tell you, you sometimes get DMs and you go, all right. And the people aren't necessarily, most of the time, in fact, they aren't sort of pro-Russian, but it's kind of, you can't help them. You can't help them. Sometimes I delete them. Sometimes I send kind of a polite reply or a thumbs up and please don't contact me again. Other stuff I do on Twitter as well, independently of you just, when you have a lot of followers, when you meet a lot of people, you're going to come across a few people whose behavior you cannot explain. Let's put it that way. And,
have I just come to why you don't answer my DMs then, Nick? You've just given it away.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yes, keep taking the meds, David. No, but it's a genuine problem, and it's amplified, I think, by social media. But also in real life, you will meet people like that, and there are people who are, as I say, there are people who are doing it because they're pro-Russian or whatever, but there are people who are doing it because they are just overwhelmed, absolutely overwhelmed by the situation. I think I remember once learning how many people on an aircraft are actually kind of terrified of flying, and it's quite a large number. And they may not be gripping the seat rest in fear, but a lot of people sit there very quietly and do not enjoy any part of any flight. I'm completely immune to flying now, other than if the drinks trolley hits me on the knee when it's running down the corridor, my knee has slipped out of my chair. But I'm completely immune to flying. But on any given aircraft, 10-15% of people are having an absolutely terrible time, and you have no way of knowing it. And so I think a lot of people come here too. People come here for reassurance. A lot of people listening are very frightened and are continuing to be frightened. And even after 375 days or whatever it is now, with no nuclear weapon use, people are still going, yeah, but what about tomorrow? What about tomorrow? What about tomorrow? And so, just just putting a little plea there on behalf of these people who, some of whom need help. We can't always help them. That's the worst thing about it. We can't always help them. But not everybody who doesn't listen to our rationally argued talking points is consciously setting out against us. Many people are simply not in a mental position, either because of anxiety or because of something more serious, a psychosis or whatever, are simply not in a position to listen and take in the message that we're trying to give them. And a lot of people, not a huge percentage of people, but in terms of the numbers. And so we will occasionally come across those people, and we all have to find our way to deal with it. And what Danny was describing sounded more like that. As I say, if he's, nobody wants peace, I can imagine, why hasn't the war ended yet? It must be that nobody wants peace. I don't find that an especially rational position, but I can see how someone could think that. So yeah, let's also not forget the people who are suffering, and even if we can't help them, at least for our own well-being and for our own ability to carry on, be prepared occasionally to consider that possibility, and then be prepared, if you're a kind of compassionate person, be prepared occasionally to go, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. And that's hard as well. That's hard as well. If you are the kind of person who likes to help others, there are people who are beyond help. So, well, of course, we're not meant to diagnose people.
You have the right point there, but then this drives to both the crux of leadership is to take those along and provide sufficient comfort that everybody can dedicate themselves to the cause, despite the fact that they have either anxieties or doubts. And unfortunately, from time to time, leadership has to resort to very different ways of getting people there. I'm not advocating fear-mongering at all. Whilst War of the Worlds may have worked for those people to be led into a certain direction for a little while during its, say, airing, it showcases only that using and abusing anxiety is not good. What we're trying to do here, and I think you quite rightly put it, we're trying to make a rational and compassionate case at the same time. So this is why I believe, for example, our space is quite a success in that regard, as opposed to other, shall we say, more popular versions thereof. But one thing also has to be made, Nick, and that is the moral case. The moral case is, this is not about peace per se. This is about re-establishing the absence of violence against Ukrainians, the absence of reduction and suppression of their liberty, the absence of raping, looting, and pillaging, by refuting it, by defending against it. And from time to time, in a nation's or in a populous environment and history, one has to take up arms to defend it. That's what the Ukrainians had to do. They're forced to do it. It's a defense. And this is the moral case for defense. This is why actually it is even anchored in the UN Charter, that any nation is free to render assistance to another nation under attack. We have to make this moral case just as well, because it convinces people to overcome their anxieties and come join that flight.
The word peace is interesting because sometimes people who are saying we want peace, what they really mean is, well, either we want Ukraine to surrender, or more generally, they sort of mean we just want the war to stop, and if it means Ukraine giving up territory, then tough. But I also see but I also see Ukrainians holding flags with "We want peace," and I don't think they mean at any price. And so I'm just saying we should pay attention when someone says they want peace, because to what they actually mean, because I do see Ukrainians using it, and they don't mean we want, they don't mean we want peace and we'll give up most of the Donbass and Crimea in order to get it. They mean we want Russia to go away, but they express it through the one word peace. So I think sometimes we get a little bit into our own vocabulary here, and we are skeptical. We are skeptical of people Peace for Ukraine is one of our favorite contributors here. And so it's just a difficult word, peace. It oughtn't to be a difficult word. But I think we need to make sure when we see that word, we need to just for a moment check our immediate reaction to that, because I think the reaction of being skeptical about that word can also be wrong, because for quite a lot of people, peace does not mean just stopping the fighting tomorrow. It actually means a just peace with Russia going away. And I think if we can't necessarily agree on that here, the chances that the average layperson we come across who says they want peace has really thought that hard about it is perhaps limited. So I think that would be my one qualification is if someone says they want peace and seems to be sincere about it, that's our opportunity to say yes, but not at any price. The Russians have to go away. You do agree with that, do you not? And that's where you can kind of identify whether they are the appeasniks or the people for whom peace means a just peace with a Ukrainian victory. So just that's my slight concern that I have when we critique that word is I was at the Ukrainian rally here in Parma a couple of weeks ago, and plenty of Ukrainians there had PAZ, PAZ written on their flags, and I didn't think that I was dealing with Corbynite leftists. So that's my kind of qualification for that one of the subtleties here.
No, absolutely correct. Fully with you 100%. And I think I've always said it's. And by the way, Peace for Ukraine has always said this: peace through victory.
Absolutely, peace through victory.
Best way, isn't it?
Danny, you've got your hand up.
It's actually the only way, I think, because there's never going to be peace without victory. Let's be real. And of course, I think it's so important to be mindful of how we approach these people. That's why I was very non-threatening. I think I'm not non-threatening looking as well, but was surprised to be met with such a very passionate response from that individual. And I did give him the benefit of the doubt when he said that Russia doesn't want peace. So I was saying, so maybe you're just confused then. So I had him explain it further. And I did give you the cliff notes just for a narrative sake. He did actually then make some revanchist comments, which proved to me that he was not genuine in saying that nobody wants peace, Russia doesn't want peace, Ukraine doesn't want peace, because that's what he clinged to, and that was his actual point. Ukraine just insists on being armed and not giving up their territories. And he then said, do you know that history showed us Ukraine wasn't even a country before, and it's just an invention? And so he immediately signaled, actually, he's not just an idiot, he's a useful idiot, unfortunately. And that's pretty sad. And I would think that it's because they're approaching very vulnerable categories of people with these narratives. And I urge you to speak with your elders. Your grandparents might be the most wonderful people on earth, but of course they can fall victim to this type of narrative, right? Even against their best knowledge, because some of them, I'm sure, have been alive during these historical moments, how they like to call them, and they know who they're dealing with. But it's very easy nowadays to point people to the TV, and whatever the TV says is right. And it's rather unfortunate that there's a lot of that type of propaganda on traditional media in this country, and others in other countries as well, of course. So I think it's really important for us to come from a place of understanding. But to me, it was clear that he didn't really want peace. He wanted for Ukraine to give up its territories and whatever that implies, which doesn't sound very peaceful to me.
No, it doesn't, does it? So, guys, Who would like a co-host chair?
Define like.
I can do it.
That's very nice because I really need a nap. I'm so sorry. I'm really struggling here.
Yes, no
So
problem.
I will pop
No
off
problem.
and leave you guys to it. If that's
Mr.
okay.
Scott, Mr. Scott will beam you up out of the out of the co-host pod in an undisclosed location, and hopefully beam me down into the seat next to Joanna.
Yeah, don't worry.
You mean that then?
The bridge will give authorization to the engine room.
That was a Make It So number 2, wasn't it? Which is different from Make number 2.
Dear.
Oh my God.
Dear. Oh, God, guys, it's Sunday, please.
Let's go to Lusitania. Lusitania, you came up.
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Well, just to give my comment on the peace through victory. That wouldn't, for me, be enough, or at least we would need to define victory. So I think the majority of us would wish that that victory would signify that Russia would never again be able to invade any other country. So that victory would mean Russia would be so weak after this war. I don't know if it's dismantled as a state or completely disarmed or how do you say this? Denazified. Well, yeah, it's a difficult one.
Denazified, although Homer
Denazified.
Simpson would have a rather longer version.
Okay. In Portuguese, that would sound so much different. Well, so that Russia would be so weak after this war that we're so fed up for decades of Russia being doing what they want. So we've been all the time, the West, I mean, trying to appease Russia, to try to negotiate with Russia, try to sanction Russia to see if they stop being brutal, but they don't. So I think the West has shown now that we're fed up. This is enough. I mean, we want victory for Ukraine, for its freedom and its independence, and also for Georgia, and also for Transnistria, and also for the Baltic states and all the rest of the countries around Russia that feel threatened, including African countries, which are being corrupted, and we'll know what's happening there. Thank you so much.
Yes, it's a very good comment, because I was reading the other day a thread on Twitter about the Wagner Group, and we seem to think that the Wagner Group is in Ukraine, but in fact, a large part of the Wagner Group is in Africa, and Russia has kind of a soft power and also military power domination of some countries from the global south, and I think a proper defeat of Russia in Ukraine will kind of endanger their future prospects in African countries and other countries where they operate with their specific means.
We should also refrain from using the insidious and communist term, global south. That is a collective, say, garbage can kind of term in order to mobilize nations of all so many different backgrounds and different histories and challenges all into one, to mobilize them against the supposed terrifyingly suppressive North. And therefore it is an anti-capitalist trope. We should be very careful about this.
I totally agree with you, Axel. Very, very good point. I was using it in a context. I should have put it in like between quotes, because of course there is no such a thing as global south. It's just some talking point of the Russian narrative. Thank you.
So our American listeners will be getting up, scratching their heads, wondering why they're late for church. If you are late for church, then stick around and listen to the Maria Report. The clocks changed overnight in the United States and Canada, and perhaps one or two other places in the American continent. I'm not sure, but they did not change in Europe. So for the Americans, for the people on the East Coast who are looking at their new time of 8:30 in the morning, it's 14:30 in Kyiv. Kyiv is now 6 hours ahead of you and will be for the next 2 weeks, when it will go back to being 7 hours ahead of you. And here at Maria Report, we will announce our special guest appearances via those cards that you see that we tweet out. We will be paying close attention to getting those times right, but read all the times, and just for the next couple of weeks, be aware of where your time zone is relative to UTC, GMT, military time, Zulu, Z time. Rather unfortunate abbreviation, perhaps, although I think Z is the Z brand has rather been somewhat deprecated recently in Russia. But anyway, be aware of where your time zone is relative to Universal Coordinated Time, because that's the only one that counts, and everything else is adjusted relative to that.
I have a question for you, Nick. So the time changed in all the American zones, like Eastern, Pacific, and Central. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they all, and unlike in Europe, where when we change at 0100 UTC. So, for example, the UK at 1 a.m. goes to 2 a.m. in 2 weeks' time. Paris at 2 a.m. goes at the same time, which is 2 a.m. goes to 3 a.m. Kyiv at the same time, which is 3 a.m. goes to 4 a.m. So they all change simultaneously. The American time zones change at 2 a.m. local time. So for an hour last night, New York was 2 hours ahead of Chicago. And then Chicago caught up and was 2 hours ahead of Denver. And then Denver caught up and was 2 hours ahead of Los Angeles. I mean, it's in the middle of the night, but I really do feel for anybody trying to organize overnight flights in that situation. The US, I believe, has said that this is the last time that they are now going to be on permanent daylight savings. They are not going to change back in November. We'll see we'll see how long that lasts. Many countries over the years have abolished and then reintroduced and abolished and reintroduced daylight savings time. I think M was telling us the other day of how it goes in Egypt, and sometimes they bring it back for a year, and then everyone says, "Oh, that was terrible," and then they leave it out for 6 or 7 years. It's a huge mess. I really don't understand that. I don't think that there's any great net benefit to it. I would like Europe also to go on to permanent summertime, but there you are. There's a project to do it, but again, interestingly, it bumps up against the European Union's lack of what is known as competency, a word that always causes some English speakers to laugh, but it simply means they don't have the authority to do it. So yeah, it's going to continue to be complicated. So for the next 2 weeks, and then in 3 weeks, Australia puts its clock. Australia and New Zealand put their clocks back, except in the states where they don't. And it's fun and games for the Australians trying to do international business for a couple of weeks as everyone tries to work out where they are. During their summer, which is coming to an end, Australia has more time zones than the continental United States. It has 5. Because they have half hours as well. It's a Charlie Foxtrot, as I believe they say in the military. David, do you say Charlie Foxtrot?
What's Charlie Foxtrot mean?
Clusterfondle. C is for cluster and F is for foxtrot.
Uganda cluster.
Yeah, that one. Anyway.
Foxtrot uniform, really. But
yeah, yes. Yeah. And tango uniform, if something's gone really badly wrong.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Okay. You had your hand up, David.
Yes, I was going to go back to the subject of that we were talking about. What can we, how to deal with Russia? And it occurred to me, one of the things that so there are some things that we'll find it very difficult, because obviously Germany and Japan had armies of occupation. Whether that would I'm not going to say unlikely, because I'll get a load, but the chances are probably not. But there are some things we absolutely should be putting a lot of effort into, and that is dismantling the Wagner Group in however form we want to do this. And it should be an international effort, right? Because that it's just going to become the new Spectre or the Schmersh or whatever organization. It's probably that already, and we need to put a huge amount of resources into dismantling them. And I mean dismantling in a permanent way.
Prigozhin does look a little bit like Dr. Evil, does he not?
But
Similar-
without the jokes.
Similar hairdo. Yeah, put him in the Nehru jacket. Yeah, without the banter. It's difficult, isn't it? Because the only way we're going to properly disarm Russia is to take the nukes off them. The only way for that to happen would be for it to go through, as far as I can see, a failed state phase, and that then requires you having a failed state with 3,000 nukes, which may be a risk too far for quite a lot of people, including not necessarily hardcore peaceniks. So we're in for 15 and 20 years of interesting times, just when we thought we had Mr. Fukuyama's end of history, and history, like the IRA, never went away.
Yeah, I would suggest, Nick, though, that the nukes are a different solution because they are astonishingly expensive to maintain and difficult to maintain, right? At the point where Russia has significant problems, then there's the possibility of an olive branch of get rid of your nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. Here we are. And then, I think that might be a way forward. I was going to say Ioana, but I'm not co-host. What am I doing?
No. I actually kind of, yes, I try sometimes to put my hand up as co-host. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my hand up now because I have a new topic, and it reminds me that I had a new topic, and I've even written it down, so don't forget it. So Ioana, take it away on this topic, and then when we come to the end of that, I have a new topic for the group.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak also about the Wagner Group, because we see a lot of news. For example, today there was a news that they are consolidating their take. Maybe it's not said in a correct way on Sudan, and they are going to profit there because apparently there are some gold mines that they are trying to control and maybe even smuggle Sudanese gold. So it is a concern. It is really a concern, and I hope that it will be designated as a terrorist group by as many countries as possible. And I also wanted to attract your attention to the Institute for the Study of War assessment for today. There are some interesting things, even about the Wagner Group. So, for example, Prigozhin said that he would transform the Wagner Group into a hardline ideological elite, a parallel military organization after the Battle of Bakhmut. He wants to start a new wave of recruitment after the capture of Bakhmut and reform itself into an army with an ideological component. So it's quite concerning, because we know that Russia is using ideology to do things, part of its between quotes soft power. So they seem to think that they will win in Bakhmut, and after that they want to reform and grow. And I hope that they will take a powerful loss there. I don't know how to say it. A very big loss, because they already lost some 10,000 people. What do you think about it? Maybe David?
So I do have, I've got some thoughts about that. I think, firstly, two things, right? This is Prigozhin announcing his political candidacy, isn't it? Right? He's going, we want to go into ideology. I'm moving away from business. I'm going into politics. It also announces just how weak and feeble he thinks Putin is and his position.
Yes, exactly. And there is another thing, still on the Institute for the Study of War assessment for the 11th of March, about the information control in Russia. And I think it's very interesting to read it. I'll try to read it. Of course, I'm not British, and English is not my first language, so bear with me. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova confirmed that there is an infighting in the Kremlin inner circle, that the Kremlin has ceded centralization control over the Russian information space, and that Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Oh, I think you've just lost your mic a little bit, Wana.
Yeah, sorry, I had a call. Do you hear me now?
I can, and I think yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so Kremlin has ceded centralized control over the Russian information space, and Vladimir Putin apparently cannot readily fix it. So it's on the Institute for the Study of War. I will send you the link, and I'm sorry, I have to take I have to take this call.
And Nick, you have a hot mic. I could busy hearing you type like a madman.
And Joanna is barely audible.
Yeah, Joanna, your audio is very faint. David, I was typing because I'm looking at my DMs and people are requesting to speak, and we're not seeing the requests, and I have to go and send them an invite.
And have you seen my DM?
No, because as you know, I've got you on the psychotic list.
But you should read my DM.
The other thing is that.
Oh, sorry. Keep going, Nick.
No. The other problem I have is when I'm looking to send invites to people, it's on a screen that doesn't have the microphone, so it's very hard to talk, not have a hot mic, and invite people up. So I have to make some compromises. Iwana seems to have dropped down to come back up again. Shall I put my topic forward? It's actually a sort of question about facts. If we would like.
Why not?
Well, very early on, after the invasion, the full-scale invasion, we saw those really impressive maps of how, allegedly at least, Ukraine was following the presence of Russian troops by their mobile phone patterns. And it kind of dawned on people on both sides, I think, that having your soldiers walking around with their mobile phones on was not a terribly good idea. Now, we see a lot of footage, presumably much of it taken, and certainly a lot of it, even if it's on a GoPro, uploaded from mobile phones. But we haven't really heard much for a long time now about the role of mobile phone tracking in the war. Now, does this mean that both sides are getting a lot better at not putting their phones on? I think there was a suggestion that the New Year's Eve party that the Ukrainians hit, that they may have been following phones. But that was kind of a really fascinating, idea that you could follow. They were following Russian numbers, Russian phone numbers around. I was just wondering whether anybody knows what happened to that, and are the people who keep track of that noticing that 98% of that has gone, that both sides or one side has got much better at the discipline around that people are only putting their phones on when there's a lull in the fighting and they put it on quickly to what happened to the great hope we had that we would be able to use mobile phone tracking, particularly if Ukraine had discipline and Russia didn't, as a tool in the war. What happened to that?
Let me take a guess. I'm going to hazard a guess, Nick. Right? So Ukraine was only able to do it because the cell towers that the Russians were connecting to were in Ukrainian control, right? So let's just suggest that Russia is the Russians have put up more Russian cell towers, of which the Ukrainians wouldn't be able to get any of the information from, but they may be able to get it from Russians who have tracking on their devices and haven't disabled it.
But if you think of the situation near the front line, if you think that the troops, the soldiers are, when they're not actually fighting, perhaps a kilometre apart or half a kilometre apart, there's going to be plenty of cell roaming going on. I mean, unless they've all got some mobile deal where they only, no international roaming, only Russian or Ukrainian numbers. So, and that would be justement in the areas where you might be interested in finding out where people are moving about. So I just wondered whether we're still using that intelligence, or whether perhaps the satellite intelligence has gotten so good that we don't need to bother with that. It just occurred to me. It was one of those. If you go back, I've got a reminder of stuff that was happening exactly 1 year ago, and it's quite interesting to go back a year ago, and we thought the war would be dominated by. In my case, I thought this would be important. The Bayraktar drones, we thought were going to be a huge thing, and yes, of course, the war moved. We moved from the kind of mobile long lines around Kiev to the trench warfare, but nonetheless, there's a lot of things that we think that are our daily bread today when we look at the war that were not particularly salient then, and vice versa. So that was just one of those. Laughing Tommy, I'm glad my invite to speak works, and your hand is up, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Nick. It was a real odyssey to get here, but I wanted to bring a nice piece of news and then ask a question of Axel. So the nice piece of news is that, and I don't know if you've discussed it, but the court in Strasbourg has decided that Russia was occupying Abkhazia before the war in August of 2008, and is therefore responsible for all the human rights atrocities that happened prior to August 2008 during its occupation.
That's wonderful news.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask Axel if he saw the story in Tagesspiegel regarding Gerhard Schröder and he's basically being, I don't know what to call it, the court has dropped the request. Yeah.
Okay. So this is about a court case where an official request has been made for information. Typically, we call it Frag den Staat, ask the government, ask the state. But given the fact that Gerhard Schröder's post his office, he has an office. It's like essentially what happens in the US as well, that subsequent to president departing, he does have an office still. The office is essentially dealing both with the presidential library often enough, albeit that this is something which is coordinated with the president. And I think it is the Library of Congress. I have to check. Somebody may have to educate me in this regard, but I think it is. And then nevertheless, there is an office which deals with subsequent requests for information, for speeches, you name it. The same thing does exist in a certain way, but significantly more limited and less elaborate in Germany. And Gerhard Schröder, as a former chancellor, had retained an office paid for by the budget of the German federal government. This is only extended as a courtesy to former chancellors in this format. That office, however, it's not specified in law as to how large such an office should be. And given the fact that he evidently has not, shall we say, been quite conducive and has been, say, a board member of a company which went onto the sanctions list, that office was heavily under dispute last year. And now that office is not manned, meaning it is not, there is no staff, because the office staff, whilst technically being available to be paid, departed. They disassociated themselves throughout from him. And he has not replenished that office. As such, the office is, if you so wish, silent. It is therefore inactive, passive, whatever you want to call it, but it's inactive. And so therefore, the request for information, which has been posted to him, which typically this is a governmental office, even post his term, he should have, his office should have answered, even if it's a nay, or no, we don't, or we can't confirm, whatever. And that didn't occur. And this spun out in various ways. There's a lot more detail to this, there's a lot more variation to it, but it spun out of control and went to a court case. This, if you were American, you would probably say that this sounds eerily like the Freedom of Information Act. And to an extent it is. And therefore this court case was mounted. But then the judge said, well, due to the fact that the office is not active, there is no case as to why he had delayed the information. That's all there is to it. This, of course, is now being embellished left, right, and center. Those who oppose him, which would include me, would say that evidently he is using the inactivity of the office because technically and ultimately he personally is responsible for it. But on the other hand, the office is actually inactive, and therefore making a case out of it is more one which is a media version of alerting to the fact that he is such an absolutely terrible person.
Thank you for that.
Søren, do you have your hand up? I don't see your. Oh, I'm sorry. Søren is a listener. I'm going down the list and I'm having hallucinations here.
Søren would have been a perfect speaker in that regard.
Well, at the moment I am not seeing speaker requests from anybody. So
are you telling me
I've had a couple of DMs.
That can't be the case.
Well, Den John sent me a DM saying trying to get up. Here he is. Den John, put your hand up, and because I'm not bringing people up manually and then having them just sit there and not ask a question. And laughing Tommy while Den John looks for the hand button. Go ahead, please.
Well, believe it or not, there was some interesting Georgia news from the UFC yesterday. If anybody is interested, basically there's a bantamweight fight called Merab Dvalishvili, and he had a Russian rival yesterday, and he defeated him very convincingly, very soundly. And there was Merab was forbidden to take the Georgian flag into the octagon, so he tattooed Georgia's borders with the flag on top of his chest, and proceeded to hold a speech after his win where he said glory to Ukraine, glory to Georgia, and so on. So in case you were interested in that kind of thing, here's some good news.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. Den John has gone. It's like when people, it's like you go to the dentist and they say, if you miss your appointment, we will fine you 10 euros or 20 euros. I think we should definitely have a fine for people who come up and don't, and then drop and don't speak after I've gone to all the trouble of digging them out of the speaker list, sending an invite. Boom, boom, boom. We're waiting. David is being beamed into the seat next to me.
Yes, what we need is some sort of Star Trek beaming music for this, don't we? Wherever it is.
The beaming music. I mean, I only ever saw the first series of Star Trek, and I was never a Trekkie, but it did come on.
Weirdo.
And my recollection it was mostly there wasn't really. It was mostly kind of like a squid, wasn't it? You know, it was never very. I mean, I'm thinking of those in Doctor Who when the TARDIS takes off. There's that horrific shrieking noise. I mean, they're meant to be the good guys, and I used to be scared of that. The noise that the TARDIS made. The Star Trek beaming noise, kind of like a spring, wasn't it? Not sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was like that. That would be quite a nice sound. Yeah.
So I'm thinking also of when you have a movie and they fade back to something in the past, and it goes, the screen goes all wobbly.
Oh yes, but that would be in a comedy, though, right?
That would be in a comedy, would it not? Yes.
Okay. Before we hand over back to Ukraine, Nick, David, you both remember Time Tunnel, right?
Oh yes,
Time Tunnel. I'm afraid I don't.
Do you not remember that?
No.
American series with that whirly thingy.
Exactly, where people went back into time, into historic time, through a whirly little tunnel. It looks like the reverse of James Bond, and then you swirl into it and you come back into time. It's actually quite funky. It's a nice idea.
I've never seen or heard of that. I remember Quantum Leap.
It happens at the same time.
Oh, this is way before time.
Way before, yeah, exactly. But it happens at the same time when Emma Peel was getting herself into leather suits and played the Avengers.
Ah, you see, this is interesting because I thought I was older than you, Axel, and but all that Emma Peel stuff, I was a little bit too young for. But you know, some of us hang around on more retro outlets than others, perhaps. What was it? Wayne's World was good. Do you remember the movie Wayne's World? And when they did a flashback, I mean, it was all breaking the fourth wall, and they would actually stand there. They would stand there going, actually waving their hands around to make it happen, to make the time transition happen. Right?
But Nick, you said you watched Dr. Evil.
Yeah, the Austin Powers movies. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So the Austin Powers movie, when he goes back in time. Right, and there's the one when he's in space, or when he's up on the moon station or wherever it is. There's that circular thing that's black and white that revolves around. That's exactly what they've taken it from.
Oh, okay.
You're not a very observant watcher of movies, are you?
All I can remember these days, also, is what I see on the memes with the ICBM launch. The ICBM launch sketch is one of the better ones, is it not? Where they're suggesting that it may have the visual appearance of the ICBM may have alternative interpretations. That's quite a good sketch.
Yes, it is. It is quite good. It's quite funny.
Yes. Woody Harrelson.
Yeah. All these wonderful things from the time period of the peace dividend and Clintonian appeasement to Yeltsin.
You see, it wouldn't be a pop culture reference if Axel couldn't get a political comment in there. We'll do it. We have. Oh, right. Okay. That's the deal, is it? If we don't get back to Ukraine, then Axel will go into political mode. Excellent. Do we have any news from the front? This is where we need mockers. I'm afraid I don't spend.
So whilst we're here, we're not struggling for topics just yet because we haven't finished we haven't finished the discussion about Russia, what to do with it, how to deal with the Wagner Group, how to deal with Prigozhin, the sort of war that's going to start between Prigozhin and Shoigu and the other oligarchs, and then possibly with how Gazprom takes over Russia itself and runs it like a sort of technocracy or whatever they call it.
I haven't heard that idea before. One of the things I would ask about Wagner is if they're in Africa, have they been moving? Has their numbers in Africa changed over the last year? Have they sort of moved some people back to Ukraine, or is that where the sort of professional Wagnerites are, and they don't really want too much to do with the latest batch of convicts. Because I kind of always.
I was going to say, Nick, I suspect that the Wagnerites in Africa don't want to go anywhere else because they're less risk of them dying when they're bullying villagers somewhere than it is on the front lines against a much better army, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. I suspect that would be their overriding reason not to go back. There will be people going, I'm not going back. I'm staying here. This is where my contract says, right?
Yeah, Malian policemen do not tend to respond with end laws, do they? Yeah.
And just simply don't have them, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's probably a good if you're going to be in a war zone, then it's probably less uncomfortable in Mali than in Ukraine. I suspect they're probably getting better paid
and less likely to freeze to death.
There's always that, isn't there? There is always that. Do we have the weather from Ukraine at the moment? Is spring coming? The famous,
yeah.
Is it Rasputitsa, the mud?
Well, no, that mud season is now. That started, but I think there's a Ukrainian soldier who's out on the front line somewhere. I can't say where, mainly because I can't say where because he doesn't tell me because he's sensible. But we chat about it. There's some boots I sent him. Gosh. 2 months ago. This is British Post for you, right? It still hasn't. They still haven't left the United Kingdom to go to Ukraine. If I look at the tracking. So anyway, so we were talking about it. He said, "Oh, never mind. They'll arrive. They'll arrive next year. And by the way, it's all going to get dry pretty soon." So I think he means. I think he's thinking 3 weeks, something like that, and it all starts drying up and getting better.
But the thing is that currently the weather in the area in the southeast is anywhere between night frost, -4 to -1. And during the day, there is intermittent sunshine, cloud dispersal, and the likes, and it goes all the way up to 8 to 10 degrees. And the week before, you may remember that Shevchenia, when he called in, said that they had 15 degrees in springtime in Zaporizhia. And that's no surprise because Zaporizhia often has that in, say, early March. Whereas I think it's currently the whole of North and Central Eastern Europe, which has a bit of a, cold spell feeding in from the north, and that probably also will extend to certain parts of Ukraine. But then again, Ukraine has different weather than the rest of Eastern Europe, often enough, given the sheer extent of it. And if you look at it, the east of Ukraine, I mean, let's go to Kharkiv just for the fun of it, which is then the northeast. Kharkiv is currently what? In 1 second. Let's just scroll through the weather map. It's 5 degrees, so it's 3 degrees less than Zaporizhia. It also had, night frost in recent days, and it has forecast for night frost yet again for -2 during the night. But they have intermittent sunshine and rain. So this is exactly the kind of weather which contributes to what David said, and that is still mud season. And everything which slightly freezes over during the night makes you really, really uncomfortable. I think, David, you will probably be able to talk about. You did, despite the fact that the engineers made you swim and dive a lot, you did actually have a bit of ground-based training in muddy weather too, right? I mean, English, Scottish.
Well, I'm a mountain leader as well, and many other things,
well,
right?
I
I was known as a bit of a badge collector in the army, right? So go if I could go get a badge, I would. No, exactly right. And I was part of First Field, as they used to call us, Dog Squadron, which was a squadron that used to First Armored used to take things very, very seriously. So we used to do a lot of patrolling and stuff like that. So yeah, I've done a lot of that. It's interesting. You don't want to be doing it in the cold and when your feet are wet. I think I sent Mockers a tweet a little bit earlier, which was someone going, they're videoing, so no idea of where he will be. He's nothing giving away. He's videoing himself walking through mud and water, and the big thing that comes out of it is you always need 2 pairs of boots, right? And B, just what a problem this will be for the Russians who don't have anywhere to go and don't have 2 pairs of boots, because you walking through cold water after when it's around that, even to the point where it's still even only 5 degrees or something, you're going to have serious problems. Your feet. I mean, you describe it. There are times where in the British Army, you're often on the wagon and then you're off the wagon. And when you debus, it often involves you having to jump out of the back of the truck. And we used to describe your feet as, when you did such an event, as they're feeling like they were going to shatter when your feet get cold. It's deeply unpleasant, and you can have very, very serious consequences. As people we've talked about, Dan John and the rest of us, about what happens when you get cold. It's not going to be great. Yeah, not great.
And if may just reinforce it, for example, the whole front bow from Donetsk to Severodonetsk at the moment, you have temperatures yet again during the night of -1, -2. So slight night frost glazing it over, making everything uncomfortable and cold. And at the same time, it doesn't freeze the ground anymore, because during the day you have temperatures going up to 12 degrees even, but you constantly have intermittent rain. They had rain already today. They continue to have rain later today. At the moment, temperature readings as communicated for the area of Seversk and Bakhmut indicate, and we do not know the facts because there's very few temperature readings which go into this, other than a couple of reports from the army, but they have roughly 11 to 13 degrees. That's exactly the kind of weather you don't want to have. And by the way, just for people who've gotten used to over the last year to the Russian term for the mud season, which was Rasputitsa, the Ukrainian equivalent is still bezdorija, which means bez as in not having or without, dorija, and that is the road. If you have roads, then you have it.
No roads, so it's the opposite of Rhodesia, right?
It's roadlessness. It's the opposite of Rhodesia, yes. But if you can pronounce Rhodesia in English, you can pronounce bezdorija.
Thing, I'm maybe one of the few left who can say they were a Rhodesian at some stage. Not many of us left now.
Well, at least you and I have been to Rhodesia.
Yes, and both all 3 versions in actual fact. If you say, I'm not so old that I could do the 5, right? So when it was east and west instead of north and south, why anyone would re-divide like that? That's just crazy stuff.
Yeah, I was tripped there at a very young age once. So you've been there before? Well, of course, you've been there before 1970.
Well, I was born in 1962, so
That's
yes.
what I'm saying. You've been there before 1970, so you had the full go.
Oh yeah, so to explain for anyone who doesn't know, I have I was born in what was northern Rhodesia and then became Zambia, but my father was also in a UDI regiment, Northern Rhodesian Rifles, so he was part of that process of going stuff you, United Kingdom. So yes, I understand the concept of countries getting freedom, and my dad did explain it to me. I've made everyone quiet with that. All right.
No,
okay.
no, it's just I have so many memories, but I was just about to say that we have someone who has proper red feet amongst us.
yes. See, and that's it. Then John and I were talking about the other day, right? There's just people who just don't understand, right? Because the red dust, right? Red dust in my blood.
Nick, in a minute, we'll come back to why Liverpool has a stand called COP.
Well, I think I know most of that, but yeah.
I tell you the story the other day, Nick. Right? You may have known
You
it
did.
beforehand.
You did, although I already knew it. But it is interesting to see how these things end up in history, and I wonder how many of the people who stand these days sit on the COP every Saturday know the story.
I think because I think I was first told the story by a Brit, by a Liverpool supporter. So I suspect Liverpool supporters know it quite well. And here's the thing, right? Many football clubs had a COP end. This is the only COP end left.
For the bemused listeners, the COP is KOP, which is a Dutch word meaning head, but it can also mean a hill.
Frisian word, but
COP is
it's
the
copy, isn't it? Is the real word?
It depends on the particular subdialect of Germanic languages you're looking at. Is the name of the most famous most famous seating area in the stadium of Liverpool Football Club. That's round ball soccer, and so the COP is kind of a collective name for the hardcore Liverpool supporters, and it's named after a battle from the Boer War, which was when the British and South African Afrikaners had would you call it a civil war within the context? I guess it was a civil war within the context of the colony of South Africa at the very end of the 19th century, very beginning of the 20th century. And that war was, I would say, arguably in terms of some of the battles, arguably the kind of predecessor of the First World War. A lot of the British learned a lot from that, and it was kind of, I would say, one of the first mechanized wars. There was more progress made probably between 1870 and 1899 in terms of mechanizing war after the Franco-Prussian War, and some of those ideas came up in the Boer War and were then further refined in the First World War. And it's interesting how much of the First World War we're seeing influencing the trench warfare in Donbass. Some of the realities would be quite familiar, I think, to people who are on the Somme. When you read about.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say you've missed a couple of important points. Why is it important, right? So as Spion COP, as it's called, is still, I believe, that may change shortly. The place where the most number of people have been killed in the smallest area. And as a result of bad map reading by officers, there's not a surprise to anyone that an officer may not be a good map reader, right? They're helped now because they have this thing called GPS and a little pointy device. In the old days, the pointy device was the corporal next to them. But anyway, what happened is they went up. They were supposed to be going up this mountain. They thought they were going up, and they went to a place. They went, "Oh, here we are, yes." And then when they got up in the morning, they found out that they weren't, in actual fact, where they were supposed to be. They were right underneath the Boer artillery, which was above them. And if there's one thing you don't want above you, that's artillery. And I think, as far as I remember, I think Winston Churchill was involved in that in some way.
Yes, he was. But Churchill had a very checkered career. before he became England's war hero prime minister. Just on the question of the similarity to the First World War, the Thomas Tyner thread that is in the Nest that I read this morning about how a rather, I think, idealized, but nonetheless positive scenario for how Ukraine can launch an offensive and break through the Russian lines starts with 7 or 8 tweets about how you would go about breaking through a line of trenches, including filling them in and artillery barrages. And it feels pretty basic and brutal. It's not high-tech war. It's ordnance and kinetic energy being delivered in large quantities.
Normandy landings, right? If anyone's seen that, then that's exactly what it is. But this is assuming that the area that is chosen for them to go is in actual fact where there are some Russian troops, right? Because there is so much area for which to choose from that Russia has no capability to put troops in every single place. So just by a simple of this magic that there is, and decoding. If you're here, I'm not talking about that magic. I'm talking about the technical magic of things like satellite and the rest of it. They just go, oh, there's no one here. Let's go through this bit. There we are.
Yeah, the I don't know how some people may have seen the movie 1917, which follows 2 British soldiers trying to take a message along the lines. And I don't know how realistic that is. They have to take the message by foot because the telegraph wires are down. But I don't know if it's completely realistic, but I can certainly imagine, back in 1917, no field radios, that communication was, a very difficult thing. And yeah, now we can just put up a global, what's it called? Global Hawk. Put up a drone and find, either at a brigade level or just at an individual section level where the Russians are, to within a couple of feet. And even if that drone can't drop a grenade on them, you can make your decision as to whether you're going to attack them or go around them or avoid them altogether. I mean, both sides have this, but the Ukrainians, I presume, are getting much better intelligence, certainly at the higher levels of abstraction from the NATO signals intelligence aircraft. And again, we will have to wait for the history books to be written, but I'm really looking forward to reading the chapters about the ways in which NATO intelligence enabled Ukraine to avoid mistakes. I think avoid running into unexpected enemy formations, which has always been one of the problems in war. Is where are they? Do they know where we are? Do they think do we think they know that we know where we're going to attack? And now all of that double bluff stuff. Just look on the map. Just look at where the hot spots are. And the Russians have it too, but I suspect that NATO's intelligence on this is probably considerably better.
And to go on, so even at the section level, it's incredibly important because, of course, sorry, I'm in my fridge. Of course, at the section level, because you don't want to be running into, if there's only 8 of you, 30 or 40 troops are somewhere else. Knowing what's ahead of you is vital, right? And in the good old days, there was always a really big risk because you had no way of knowing. But now, with the varying different types of drones and even the tiny little drones that are silent and the ones that they can use indoors, but you can go to even small, other drones that aren't of a Chinese manufacturer's name, put it up high in the sky. No one's going to hear it. You can't even the commercial ones. As I did this very test. My next door neighbor has one, and I went, I was going, why don't these people hear the drone above them, right? Because we see them, they're sitting there, and the rest of it is because a drone at 50 meters during the day, you just don't hear it. It was quite remarkable as to how low they can be without you actually hearing them. So yes, seeing your enemy is vital to your survival. It's gone a bit silent for me. Can you hear me? Ivana can. Nick, are you still there?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, David. I'm just warming up some lunch, and my phone is in my pocket.
Sorry, apologies, Nick. Didn't mean to talk over you. David, I'm just here and trying to find a way how to, in a civilized manner, to tie in the experience of the Frisian snipers, of the trekkers, COP, into how all of this can be resolved in Ukraine. But there is no way, because it's such a messy war. And I'm so glad that it's over. And the 3 years there were the absolute ghastly exception to, to what should have happened in the beautiful land of red dust.
Exactly. And I guess the only way we can tie it in is by saying the Ukrainian High Command has demonstrated the ability not to put their troops in the situation that the Brits did, but it was in 1890, so things were a little bit different in those days. But anyway, so I'm going to go back to how to deal with the Wagner rights, right? Because we haven't really covered this, so I'm not going to go into explicit detail. But beforehand, when I was saying the world, and I really mean the democratic world, and if there wants to include some other people as well, that's fine. The world needs to take a decision to dismantle it, and by that dismantle, I mean remove the entire command structure in whatever way that is. Because until Wagner has gone, it's going to be a huge problem. Mainly because they operate differently from, let's just say, an ISIS or something, but they are an ISIS, and it's very, very important that we recognise this and we start putting in plans how to get rid of Prigozhin and all the structure going down.
Do you think that that can be done, or that's going to need to be done separately from all the other stuff? I think what I mean by that is there some scenario in which we are dealing with Wagner, but not kind of dealing with all the other problems? You know, that I don't know. You see, I don't know if you understand what I'm getting at.
But it needs to. I think it needs to happen separately, or simultaneously, or whatever. But it needs to be a plan, as opposed to at the moment what's happening with the prevarication about what we're going to give Ukraine and the rest of it. But the rest of all the countries need to put in a plan. This is how we take them out. This is how we remove them from Mali. This is how we remove them from wherever they're found.
Okay, right. So I mean, this would be upstream of a bigger plan, which would be to have either Russia split up or
in isolation of how to deal with Russia. In isolation,
I mean, this could be if let's say Putin leaves Ukraine, gives back Crimea, sits and grumbles. We might well still have to deal with Wagner, and so that would be, if you like, the next phase. I suppose in some way the next phase of the war that we are collectively waging against Russian imperialism. So it would be, if in terms of, yes, upstream of that, with something we need to do first. I was just kind of hoping that if we got to the point where there was, the degree of regime or national change in Russia, then I guess Wagner would take care of itself. But I think what you're saying is we need a plan to deal with. We need a plan to deal with Wagner, even if.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we should be dealing with Wagner now, absolutely now. Waiting is just stupid, because what it's doing, it's allowing him to entrench all the mechanisms he's got, right? So he's a very, very wealthy person. He'll be setting in line his own versions of whatever their supply lines, assets, whatever you want to call it, because he set up this organization that's a little bit like a country in this way, but it's all weaponized. We need to be doing it now. Can't be waiting. That's just stupid. Because it is allowing him to get everything in order, which is what he's doing. He's announced his candidacy for to be the leader of Russia, right? And this is the point of how weak he thinks Putin is.
Oh, I thought he would announce he was going to be president of Ukraine.
Well,
that was what
I maybe he has, but that isn't really what he's done, is it? Right? Because what he's doing is he's going, look, I'm going political, right? And his rise hasn't stopped. So next bit is Ukraine, then then Russia, Putin, and the rest of it. You can't look at it like that. And importantly, right, waiting, things like waiting, and this is what we haven't understood. Waiting never gets cheaper, and it never gets easier if you wait to fix a problem. The problem is that isn't what politicians rarely suffer the consequences of waiting. When they go on their holiday, right? And let's go to the British people who are involved in the troops and Britain leaving Afghanistan who went on holiday. They didn't suffer the consequences of going on holiday. It was just everyone else around it, and that's part of the problem. Politicians,
again, for the spectators, when the Western forces were leaving Afghanistan in August of 2021. This is traditionally when Europeans go on vacation, and it turned out that 3/4 of the politicians and civil servants who were needed to coordinate that action were on vacation and were not cancelling their vacation.
And specifically refused to cancel, right? There's the thing. No, I'm not cancelling my holiday.
Well, I mean, they booked some €600 a night rooms, so I mean, you wouldn't want to miss that.
Yeah, there we are, right? If that would have been a commercial company, it would have been you're leaving or you're out. But that wasn't happening. But that's part of the problem. Politicians rarely suffer consequences, and as a result, always prevaricate way past the point where they shouldn't. In fact, I can't really think of a time when a politician has reacted too early. So no, we should be doing it now. The United Kingdom, United States, Five Eyes, and all the others need to be working out how do they get these people sorted. Oh, and I'm waving back to you as well, Tom. Yeah.
You were mentioning the rise of Prigozhin, and I was thinking we could update the proverb: "Pride comes before a fall from a 6-story window."
He's moved to a bungalow, right?
I wonder how. And stopped drinking tea, probably.
Could very well have. Yes. So, Tom, do you want to come up? Oh, and now I see a request. Maybe my phone could be slow. Let me check, Tom.
I can send him an invite.
He's here now. There we are. He's requested. Let me do it. Saying you can speak now, Tom.
Ah, that's better. Yeah, I was sending a speaker request, but it obviously just wasn't working for some reason.
Didn't either. I hadn't seen it. It could just be that there are times now when Twitter is stunningly slow.
Yeah. So I'm just walking my dog. I'm going to get off of this road in a moment, and then I've just got to get my neighbour's dog. But I was interested in the Wagner and the Prigozhin stuff because it's sort of really weird what he's doing. He's sort of, in medieval terms, it's like he's carving out his own little fiefdom, you know. He's set himself up as a baron of whatever, you know, trying to be baron of Bakhmut and failing. But he clearly has carved out his own little sort of mini empire within an empire. He's got his own private army. He's got his billions and his own sort of private company and everything. And it's just very interesting what he's doing. Let me just get my neighbour's dog and then I'll come back up.
Nick, we're now a drop-in centre.
He'll be asking us to look after the dog in a minute. Yeah.
In the meantime,
it is a
I
shame.
don't see any requests. I'd say dare to put up both the Emerald Islands descendant in Florida and George, who yet again didn't manage to get up.
Not seeing their requests, and now suddenly I see he's David's hand is up. Oh, wonderful, David.
Good morning, David. Thank you very much for hosting, and to Nick and everybody here speaking. Tom, hello. I salute you, walking your dogs. It's great to be back in Florida. I wanted to say about the Prigozhin factor. It is important to remember that no one gets out of the bed that high up in Putin's world without Putin's express permission. And what do I mean by that? I mean, they're going to continue to have internecine court fights, the purpose of which are to distract us. They're not fighting with each other. They're carrying out orders. Prigozhin doesn't have any money except for the fact he stands for Putin. Putin speaks, Prigozhin listens, Prigozhin acts. These people don't have agency. They are kept men. They breed because he allows them to breed. And those who didn't do that were murdered before. Now, and that is very clearly how they run their structure. So we must not get caught up in the theater of their bullshit, because that is all it is, bullshit and distraction. There is no savior coming from within Putin's court to save us from his megalomaniac genocide. We can hope someone shoots him in the back of the head and shoots the next guy, but there's nobody of virtue arising from that system, as it is a putrid toilet of wasted humanity. And I learned that much from Jingu, who is a most learned scholar who speaks here. I wanted to say that we cannot be distracted by their little power plays, because they don't ever amount to anything. If you look back over the last 12 months, all the intrigue and bluster and, oh, is somebody going to have agency? None of them do. They're a nation of slaves. So the best we can hope for is to bleed them out. And it does give me great joy hearing the weather reports that the weather is turning. And when the spring comes in, I do listen to, I think his name is Mr. Budanov, who's the head of intelligence, or one of the intelligence
Military
branches.
intelligence, yes.
That's the very one. And he is, apart from having an excellent haircut, has very clear sight. And he has said there will be one more push left in these clowns. And when they do, we're going to counterpunch them. And from that, I understand he means you show your chin and then you duck your head and you punch the guy in the eye. And then you push him all the way back to the border. And I'm hoping for this to happen. Well, I project it to happen between middle of April and middle of June, that little sweet spot there. If not a little earlier, hopefully a little earlier, but I think the ground has to be harder for it to move with speed. And really, I think we can just hope for these continued Pyrrhic victories that, well, we know we let the brave and mighty Russians, as they present themselves, take over post office number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in Bakhmut, and how bravely they lost 1,500 men. and then we step back 100 meters and let them walk into the kill box and kill another 1,500 men. And maybe we push them back past the post office 1, 2, 3, 4 in a couple of weeks and take another 3,000 men doing it. That's the game, and it's working well. But I just want to say that these guys don't have agency. If they were any good, they would have laundered their money out and be living in South America, or dare I say South Florida already, but they're not. So they're on the hook. They owe, and they're dancing to his merry tune. But yeah, let's not. I mean, Prigozhin was nominally the head of the Internet Research Agency, the misnamed IRA from St. Petersburg. And I mean, who here believes he has that kind of bread? He just doesn't. He's just a figurehead who was washing the money into it. So that's who these folks are. They're just apparatchiks. They're not people of agency, or that system doesn't allow people to think that way. And if they do, they don't reach that part of the system. They've been liquidated. Not that we shouldn't consider them and read their pulse and understand that they are showing us a shadow and light show of puppetry and what could they be trying to convey, indeed. But don't believe a bloody word that they say in earnest, or they would like us to believe in earnest. Rather, we should just take the pulse and see which way they mean us to look, and then perhaps look back the other way to see what they're trying to distract from. So it's great to have the space here. Thanks very much, everybody. Please retweet and share. Visit MriyaReport and give what you can.
Well said, David. And by the way, I think the technical term for this is kabuki. It's a positioning model of theater which they're using and to distract us. You're right.
It's like so much court intrigue, like, oh, well, if we go back to the Elizabethan court, the first Elizabethan court, which was marked for this, or perhaps the records have been allowed to be opened a little bit so we can see it, the jostling and the pushing and the bribery and the skullduggery among the various earls and lords, I mean, it amounts to nothing really, but it's interesting, but it's just so much smoke. The empire expanded, Raleigh did his thing. Those are the big things that are remembered. Not so much, well, whose turn was it and who is in grace or not in grace. That's all just politics distraction. And yes, it is informative, not instructive, and it's definitely not, it's not face value. I mean, they are, that's just not how these people perform in public. They always perform with a mind to propaganda home, propaganda abroad. That's what they're doing. Slava Ukraini.
Heroem Slava.
Ah, Heroem Slava. Tom, you've come back. So George, Tom started and then disappeared for a moment, clearly to have a coffee or something, and then so we're going to let him finish because he started, and then go to you, George.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sorry, I've been trying to come up for about 10 minutes and you didn't see my request or whatever, or it didn't work. And then you let me up literally as I arrived at my neighbour's house to pick up the dog to walk. So
it's our fault.
Well, it's Twitter's fault. I blame Musk. No, let's not talk about Musk. So, look, with all the stuff with Prigozhin, I think obviously any information coming out of Russia we should take with a pinch of salt because it could be an intentional lie to deceive us. But equally, I don't think all the information coming out of Russia is an intentional lie to deceive us or a form of theatre, because I just don't think they're that competent. So I think what we've got to hold in mind is that of the information coming out of Russia, a lot of it is propaganda and bullshit intended to deceive us. But buried amongst the bullshit are some, pearls of wisdom, that's some truth. And at any given time, it's really difficult to know what's what. But in hindsight, I think we'll be able to look back and go, that thing that we found out that we thought was a lie, there may have actually been some truth to that because it makes sense of later events. So, look, I agree with David. I don't think that Prigozhin, or for that matter anyone else, is making active moves to try and get rid of Putin. There's nothing I've seen that's made me think that. But if you'll allow me a sort of slightly weird metaphor, imagine if you've got a family and they all hate each other, and your rich uncle is about to die, and someone is going to inherit billions, right? Now, no one actually wants to kill the rich uncle because that could land him in a whole lot of trouble. But everyone wants to inherit. And so before the actual fighting starts, there's a lot of manoeuvring to sort of gain favour and look good, in the hope that when he does pop his clogs, you'll be the one to get the money. And that, to me, makes sense a lot more of what we're seeing in Russia than anyone actually trying to get rid of him. So just like as another example, unrelated to Wagner, I understand that the company Gazprom has basically got its own sort of mini private military now.
No.
And I don't think...
No,
is that not the case? Correct me,
no, it's a narrative. It's yet another narrative. It has been floated about. This goes back to Patrushev. Patrushev has called upon the oligarchs last year to do their duty. And at some point in time, when evidently the use of Prigozhin and Shoigu with his other troops supposedly aligned with him, as soon as that wore down, and in order to enhance what David just said, that supposedly now other oligarchs are chiming in to do their duty, they will sponsor another dangerous ninja army. It's bollocks. Alexei Miller, friend of Putin, dependent on Putin, codependent with Putin, sponsor of a large amount of the info campaign, the insubordination, infiltration of the West and the likes by means of both advertisement as well as economic gerrymandering and say battling and suppression. Alexei Miller is simply providing funding from Gazprom outside, let's say, within the budget of Gazprom, but outside of what he already was forced to hand over. All the free capital reserves of Gazprom Bank were handed over already to the state, and he now just finds different ways of channeling funds. And whilst they're doing this, they're highlighting it as if there's a broad movement of the oligarchs to support this with additional, very dangerous armies. It is just a reallocation of the budget, and the rest is nothing else than what David just said. It's court jester, court projection of political fighting and positioning and likes. It is, again, kabuki.
Okay, so is there any truth to the rumours that they basically got a bunch of guys with assault rifles as their own private security, but like on a scale way above private security?
Gazprom always had private security alongside the Spetsnaz who've been safeguarding Alexei Miller because he is evidently part and parcel of the clique. Gazprom is a state-owned, state-directed entity. Gazprom Bank is a state-directed entity. They are too big to fail. They are too important. Therefore, you always have this kind of paramilitary and military and GRU-sponsored and supported security. It's a whole load of tosh, lots of embellished rumors, new configuration of rumors. It is kabuki. And yes, it has passed to the transatlantically. It came back from the US, back into European narrative. It went the same route as every single damn rumor which we've seen and heard for the past decades. It's always the same. That's what David was trying to say. Please read history. It is what they do. It's their way of projection. There are no pearls of wisdom in that simple bucket of shit.
I don't think that absolutely everything is lies, though, Axel. I do think in hindsight we'll be able to find out that some
you're wrong. You're completely wrong on this one, Tom. Sorry, I apologize. You're completely wrong. Nothing in their communication has truth. Just the positioning of certain elements leads to a different interpretation of the truth in hindsight if a regime has consumed itself and is replaced by another. The continuity is what happens in the Kremlin. The continuity is there. If you read Patrushev, you will find this out. The Oprichnina lives, if you so like. There is no such thing as a truth in theirs. You once hit it on the head, Tom. It is an empire of lies.
Yeah, so I understand that, but I mean, sometimes from the lies that people tell, if you know that it's a lie and you know why they're saying it, you can infer the truth or at least something close to it. So, look, I don't see anything that suggests to me that any bunch of oligarchs or Siloviki or anyone else is trying to depose Putin anytime soon. Well, what it really does look like is that they're getting ready for some sort of post-Putin chaos, because, you know, even if he dies of natural causes in 5 years' time, someone is going to want to be in charge of Russia. And I think people are getting ready and positioning themselves for that, even though they're not trying to push him into an early grave. That's the point that I'm trying to make. That when I sort of think about it in that way, it all makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's what they want to achieve, that you make sense of it. David, please.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Please retweet and share the space. The Eva Cordigal. Hello, all my friends. I wanted to say that, Tom, you're correct. That would be a rational line of thought. And as Axel has just said, that is indeed its object, for us to cling to some kind of rationality that fixes and fits our own constructions of the world. But it is not a reflection of reality in their country. It is a reflection of what they hope us to believe and put together. I don't think the analogy of a family and an aged uncle bears out, because no family I know will strategically kill its own people who raise up in either good works within the corrupted system or good works empirically among any system. That's not in any family that I know of. That's in fact what a mob does. I don't think Putin is on the edge of dying. I think that's another false hope. He's been almost dying since 2021. Sorry, since 2001. And I've been praying faithfully for it to happen, although it's a sin to pray for death. And he's still alive, the fuck. So no, I don't believe it. I don't think the structures in which he lives is, number one, is it capable of passing power on? So there will be no Russia, as you refer to be held together by warring warlords. What's going to happen is Tatarstan, more than likely, or one of the other stands, is going to have a little revolution. And the center will fall in on itself as the rats try and run away from the ship. And we're all supposed to be afraid of this nominally nuclear nation falling in on itself. And so the cowardly West, or the soft, those folks who are corrupt or soft in high powers, are supposed to then fear this conflagration in Asia and part of it that's in Europe, and supposed to then somehow come to their fucking rescue, feed them with our grain, our oil, our factories, our machines, and keep their bullshit show on the go for another 100 years. It's not happening. The show's over. They're getting no more money. The Department of State has designated the Wagner folks to fall underneath sanctions. That's the first step. You cut off their money. And hopefully some folks are going to have unfortunate car accidents, maybe in West Africa, maybe in Central Africa. And then the message will start filtering back that even our little failed experiment in racist empire is failing in Africa. And that maybe, you know, the Syrian thing isn't going to be how Russia lives. Maybe it's going to be more like what happened at that gas station when they got, 500 men died in 4 minutes or something. They got turned into dust when they thought it was a good idea to run at the Special Forces of America. My point is, we are precisely here discussing exactly what they hope we would discuss. A big, strong Russia. We should be afraid it'll fall apart, and then we should fill in the blanks and hope that there's going to be someone to come along so we can then paint our own figures of dominance into their weird society, and then they get to do the three-card trick, keep their show on the road by stealing our technology, and we're all supposed to be none the wiser. The show's over. They fucked up. They started a genocide, and they've been called out on it, and they will be hauled before some tribunal, hopefully to be held in a reconstructed Mariupol or maybe Bucha. For that was why Nuremberg was chosen. So I'm assuming they're going to choose something equally as appropriate. And those who escape the hangman's noose, I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians will be tracking them. And I'm not sure South America will be far away enough this time for the fascists to try and hide. And if they do try it, personally speaking, I will definitely devote a lot of my personal time to finding them and sharing that information with Ukrainians. Because if we don't, well, we can see what happens when you splash the bucket of fascism and allow it to fester for 40 years in a supposedly faraway continent. That's not happening this time. Russia cashed in their chips, they fucked up, and the only thing waiting for them is a hangman's noose or a fetid grave somewhere in eastern Ukraine. Might even be too good for them. I don't say this, Tom, in direct response to what you're saying, because I understand what you're saying and I like it. What I mean to say is that the information we are receiving is not information. It's so much recycled fish meal thrown in with a little bit of cocaine to make us think that it's the real good stuff. But it's not. It's just so much more cheap Soviet loser shite that has worked well. But their mistake is now that the rest of the world has had free education for a long time. And so critical reasoning skills are better than they were in the previous century. And most of their attempted propaganda falls on its face before it gets out of bed. Some of it gets through, bounces back from India, comes maybe to California, bounces down to the East Coast and projected back into Europe. But you can usually tell it because it sounds too Western. There are no independent, wealthy men or women from Russia. None of them survived. They were all killed. All their money was stolen by the Putin-fronted mob. He's the front of it. He himself is not a super duper scary strong guy. The two things can't exist. Either he's the omnipotent dictator or he's weak, feeble old man. The two things cannot exist at the same time, which, you know, hints at the lie with which they're trying to weave. Internally, the logic fails upon itself. So yeah, let's not fool ourselves, or let's not deceive ourselves into thinking that there will be a polity left known as Russia. It'll be called Muscovy, and it should really be administered by an international consortium. And I believe that it's hard to project and imagine it because it hasn't really been successfully done in the collapsed Russian Empire zone as yet, but it's been done now. So yeah, that's what I would say. And also to folks who are listening who are not trained medically or militarily to interpret black propaganda, please be aware that Telegram is not really for public consumption. It's not something you can just look at and infer information. It is literally an enemy propaganda channel. I say it again. Telegram is literally, not figuratively, literally an enemy propaganda channel. And you can measure this, not against what I say, but how they reacted when Saki Air Base was bombed, how it reacted when Engels Air Force Base was bombed, how it reacted when the Kerch Bridge was bombed, how it reacted when Kherson was lost and reliberated. They put media blackout until they can gin up their bullshit, spread it out to the vectors, and then turn the lights on again and pretend there's active discussion. It's just nonsense. There's not very much information available, so we're going to cling to what does come out and, as you say, try to shift through to see some truths. But for those who are not trained to do it, it's going to lead you to all the wrong conclusions because it's calibrated to do that. Don't underestimate it. The enemy opposition, the propaganda is quite good and effective, but it's not foolproof, and it is repetitive. So look back over Telegram and see that they turn it off when they don't have a narrative that they can successfully manipulate. And then they put it back on again when they do have the party line bullshit organized, which means it can't be trusted. It's just for those listening, I really want to repeat that almost every time I come up to speak, that Telegram is not an app. It's just literally a shop window into the Kremlin bullshit. And unless you're trained medically or militarily to analyze, digest, and compartmentalize that information, it will have a negative effect on your mind and will generally lead you to feeling down and then making the wrong conclusions. And how can I say that? Well, that's how it acts. I mean, I've listened to people here from the very start of war. We had a Scottish contributor one time who urged against promoting that platform because of its inherent evil, and folks plowed ahead and went with it. And I have seen the demise or the deterioration in some of my friends and associates' mental state just from consuming this absolute toxic bullshit. So I would urge you, unless it is that you are trained and have actually proven to have extracted useful data from it, in that you have a successful technique, you should not look at Telegram, because it is calibrated to confuse you, distract you, bring you to wrong conclusions, and generally lead you to dismay. That's what it does. It works very well. They use it very well to control their own populaces. We are free people. Just because it's available doesn't mean you subject yourself to it. And I know some folks suffer from the temptation like I do. And so we'll probably continue to look at it, but just know that it's not useful except for to read their general vibes. So when they're all very excited and feeling triumphant, many Russians have been killed, and they're trying to get ahead of that news coming out. When they sound very worried, or when they start to have some doubts, oh my God, maybe there's dissent inside Russia, that just means someone's officer said, here, we need you to spread some shit, sound like you don't believe it. Or like when they're on their TV shows and they have these debates and there's somebody who's a critic of the state. Oh my God, could this be the Russian? No, there's no good Russians left. They were all killed. Their television is recorded ahead of time and carefully choreographed. You're not watching live TV. You're watching bullshit. So yeah, just wanted to say that as clear as I can, that there are no individual polities or emerging different princes to come to take over power. Number one, this guy ain't dead and doesn't look like he's dying. Number two, if it were to be so, then if we were to follow that, with its own logic, then if Prigozhin is to position himself that way, well, then we know he's not going to be the guy. Because in Russia, if you pretend like you're the guy, you're going to get a bullet. So if Prigozhin were to be that person, if you were foolish enough to do that, he would also know he will be expecting to be extinguished before he gets to that position of power. And then also, how did they get Putin in the first place? Who predicted Putin the last time? Nobody predicted Putin the last time in the West. He was a shock and a surprise. What should that tell us? That we haven't got a fucking clue how these people pick their next leader. And it doesn't matter. They're not going to have a next leader. They played it out. And hopefully we can look forward to visiting a liberated Moscow in the international zone. I'd like to see what the French Quarter would be like. Hopefully it'll be on the same bank as the Kremlin. I'm not saying that Ukraine would do that. I'm saying that will be the peace dividend earned by the free people of the world. So yeah, Slava Ukraini. Keep donating to MriyaAid.org. And never believe a Russian.
Hello, co-hosts.
Yes, no, yeah, it's one of those moments where I'm busy trying to hit the mic button's not working at all. Tom, would you like a right to reply?
Yeah, I mean, I take the point, because everything is such stage managed bullshit. Even if it's only 90% bullshit and you think you've got a hold of the 10% that might actually be true, the chances are actually, no, it's just more bullshit and you made a false positive error. So I get that. I think one thing that we've got to consider, though, is, Putin isn't going to be around forever purely based on his age. I don't see any reason why he's going to die soon based on natural causes. I don't see anything suggesting that anyone is going to kill him anytime soon. And I think if someone did, I think it would surprise us all and come out of the blue, because people that were capable of doing such a thing would keep it bloody secret. So we certainly wouldn't see rumors about any kind of assassination before it happened, that's for sure. But, just based on his age, I mean, the man's 70, there's a 50% chance in the next 10 years that he's going to be dead, just purely based on his age. And whether it's the Russian Federation or whether it's Muscovy or whether it collapses into a, whole bunch of statelets, there are people who are going to want to be in positions of power when that happens. And anyone that's wise is going to not put it out there that they want to replace Putin, because, as David rightly said, they'll get a bullet, or they'll fall out of a window, or they'll suffer a heart attack or whatever, or they'll drink poison in their tea. So I don't think Prigozhin is in any way going to say, I am the successor to Putin, I'll take over when he's dead, because that would just be suicide. But, Prigozhin or somebody like him, and we may not know who it is at all, it may be some little middle manager, nobody that ends up taking over. There's going to be people that are going to be ready to try and inherit this mess, even if they're just inheriting Muscovy rather than the Russian Federation, And I don't think any of us can really predict exactly how it's going to turn out. But Putin isn't going to be in power forever purely because of his age. I would be surprised if he's still alive in 10 years' time. He might be, because he can obviously get the best medical care in Russia. But you know, he may not be. And the thing about dictatorships is that at power transitions, it's inherently like unstable. I mean, you just got to look at the history of like Roman emperor dictators, for example. When there's no obvious successor, and Putin isn't by any means apparently grooming any kind of successor, and when you can't have a peaceful transfer of power through a democracy, there's going to be a period of power vacuum and a period of infighting. And I don't think any of us can predict how it's going to turn out. But I think people in Russia know that, or at least the power players, the ones who know that. And they want to position themselves that they at least maintain their lives and their properties under the new regime, if not advance them. So I do think that there will be people positioning purely because it would be stupid not to. But I don't think anyone's going to stick their neck out because it will get chopped off. Oh, I can't hear you now, David.
Oh gosh, I'm double tapping each time. It's just it's a reflex. It's a reflex action. Just don't do one, do two. Make sure they're down, right? So I'll add my little bit to it, right? So I agree with almost everything that David says, with a couple of exceptions. I do think that, like you say, people will be positioning. I also think there will be people stupid enough to put their head above the parapet, because in history, that is what's happened, right? History demonstrates it. David pointed out the Elizabethan period, right? Look at Essex, Worcester, all these people, powerful people. That's the big. We have to remember this is one giant cock off, right? And this is what they do. Go back further in history. Look at the problems that even Genghis had. Right, different members of the family and the rest of it all vying for that power. And you go back and you aptly pointed out the Romans. Go back even further. Everywhere they have problems because people who think they have power do these stupid things, right? But yeah, look, at no point were we saying that Russia was this big, scary place at all. We said the opposite. And there we are. But I do think that there are always going to be people putting their hands up, and there will be people scurrying their money around, right? And if Wagner's putting in it, maybe Putin's accountants are sitting over him, but maybe they're not, because here's the thing: Putin is locked up in his little cell at the moment, where he thinks he's safe. So it's going to be difficult for him. David.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, David. Absolutely delighted that this is a subject we're diving into, because this is the root of the war. People misunderstood, people misinterpreted, people fed themselves. I specifically do not mean folks in this conversation. Fed themselves false narratives and false hopes, and so we made false calculations, miscalculations, missteps. NATO 2008 conference, yada yada yada. Here we are. Specifically to
David, we're losing you a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him either.
We'll wait for you to come back, David. So Tom, there's a little subject I was going to get to. You came up with the other day, and I was listening, and because I was I was just too far away from the phone because I had it on loudspeaker to actually pick up the phone because I was just too lazy. But you were going through your description of how it's all, the whole fear, how people manipulate things, and I think you called it Putin making himself look frightening, right, as a way of escalating, right? So the bit I was trying to say, or I was going to say, because this is really well worth discussing, because what you actually described there was Putin's theory of escalate to de-escalate, right? Which basically means make yourself really frightening, right? and do something bad, right, which makes people stand off and then stops people pushing against you. And of course, right, there's a couple of ways of looking at this. This could be a case of someone being really scary, or, and as we know where this direction is going, it could be just someone trying to be who is really, really terrified. Right, and there's the problem. So so years ago, I actually, it wasn't until, I don't know, when did I hear the escalate to de-escalate? Can't remember when I heard it, but I've had this theory. I've called this theory a different name for a very long time. I've called it escalation theory, and it's the point. And I think you were there when Gunny was very upset about it, but I was just going, no. The point is that this is how escalation theory works, right? Someone nudges you, they nudge you deliberately to spill your drink, right? How does the normal scale of events do, right? Because most people don't want a problem. But here's the thing: the person who's spilt your drink deliberately has done it for a reason. You've got one of two options. You could do what most people do, which is, oh, I'm sorry, right? But he wants that. And then what he'll do is then he'll do it again, and then because you haven't done what's probably needed at the start, right? What you do is you push them back a little bit, and then you end up with loads of pushing, and eventually a fight breaks out, right? But there is another option, right? And this is the escalation component, which is where when that person does that, you grab his nuts and you rip him off, stuff him down his throat, or whatever you want to do. Nut him, do everything you can, right? And this is what the West has never done, right? So, and because Putin is the person who nudged your drink, he's spoiling for a fight, right? But he's a bit terrified as well, and he does horrible things. And this is what we haven't do. Now, the problem, as you said, within this thing is when you try and make yourself look scary. And look at me, and that's the bully in the pub bit. Go, look at me, and he's shouting, and he throws a couple of chairs around. Really, he's trying to get people to back off, and all these things. Now, you could, and the problem about my theory, I always say my theory is there's always the problem is ability. What is your ability to deal with the other person, right? So we can go back to why at the NATO and the West's dealing with Putin has just been wrong all the time, right? Because we have had the ability to deal with him all along, right? He's thrown his toys out the pan many times. He's done horrible things, and everyone's gone because they're thinking individually. And everyone, Macron, Schultz, etc. It looks like Rishi Sunak's falling into that bag as well now. Whoa! Don't antagonize him. But the thing is, right? In my description of the pub, right? So you may be the little man, but right behind you, you've got the giant who's your big brother, right? Who has every ability to solve that all the way along. And that's where we failed, right? We've allowed him to intimidate us and do all these frightening things without an actual fact just going, no, what we need to do is rip your nuts off, feed them to you, and remind you why you don't do these things. There you are.
Yeah, so what you've just described in pub brawl and spilling someone's pint terms, which everyone in the UK will understand, is the sort of the madman theory in game theory.
Which is exactly what I meant, yeah.
Yeah, you make out that you're crazy and that you'll go nuclear, and then even if someone's got superior conventional forces, they won't take you on because they're scared that you'll start a nuclear war. And so it could be a reasonably effective strategy. I don't know to what extent the Soviet doctrine of escalate to de-escalate is something that is their own game theoretical position. I'm sure that there are Western counter positions to the Soviet escalate to de-escalate doctrine. And I'm sure that there are lots of big arguments by people in Department of Defense in the United States and UK and everywhere else in NATO, way above our pay grade, as to what the best thing is to do. I think the thing is it's difficult to predict because say, like, unlike some things that Putin could do, which you've got good data on, you don't know if he'll start a nuclear war because it's never happened. So you can't go, yeah, under this circumstance we'll have a nuclear war, but under this one we probably won't. You know, if you're worried about insulting Putin at the moment that you might get poisoned, that's a pretty rational prediction, because actually he has poisoned quite a lot of people. If you're worried that you might have a heart attack or go out of a window, you might. But I don't think we can make that same prediction based on past outcomes about nuclear war. And that just puts that little bit of uncertainty in. And it just puts that little bit of anxiety about an absolutely huge, like an absolutely tiny, minuscule chance of absolute massive global devastation. And it's actually quite difficult for us to think about things like that calmly and rationally, without either anger or fear biasing us, even just a little bit, even if it's subconscious. So yeah, I do think we end up in this situation where people are like, you know, don't provoke him or something. And it's really difficult to know what's the way out of that. Go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say, and see, what you've described is because what we've seen is that because there is this so in the days when I used to compete, there is a very fine coach used to talk to me about there's the little puppy dog of fear, the nagging doubt, right? And you eradicate it. But what's happening is and I've sent you that picture of the lizard that makes himself look really big and scary, right? Several times, which is very comedy. But that's what he's doing. That puts that nagging doubt into all of these many people, Schultz, Macron, and all these other people, who haven't made their lives analysing these situations, right? They'll be making their decisions based in different ways, and as a result, it's very easy for them to do the let's not do anything, right? But because, and there's a reason, the but that I'm saying is, but they say these things is because I say never, rarely ever suffer the consequences of their inactions. And this is one of the points I was trying to say before, right? Inactivity, rarely do politicians suffer consequences. The people around them do, and we have a problem in that we have a fair fewer politicians who are really more concerned within their let's call it local area instead of just say calling it complete selfishness, so that it's not really a problem for them. So therefore they're able to make some of these decisions and justify them to everyone else around them as well, which is the important point. It's very easy to go, well, I don't want to do this because let's not train the Ukrainian pilots because it'll take time, right? Because we don't want to antagonize Putin because he's going to make himself look like that little lizard.
Can I just interject one thing? We've heard this many times over. I was reminded, and I just found it again, of an article a colleague of ours, Jay Ross, once came out with, and I found it. It's in 2018, when he was still at Booz Allen and advising the DoD, where he deconstructed this often, public use of escalate to de-escalate. I will send the article out. I'll put it out in the nest as well if I can
Brilliant.
find a way to do it. It's extremely important to understand the thinking that, yes, of course, this is prior to what happened now, but it fits perfectly into it, because what he argues is that the semantics of its use have completely, utterly obfuscated strategic calculus. And he highlights that this is essentially escalation control. And this is, by the way, a term which has been used since many years. If you talk to people at UCOM and the likes, if they talk about this in any shape or form, but if you talk to people who are in that field, they would talk about escalation control. Some outdated and, shall we say, previously retired officers and generals try to talk about escalate to de-escalate all the time. And people who've been reading all those wonderful books do as well. However, it does not merit as much attention as what has been discussed here also often, that Russia retains control over the narrative and therefore over the process of its own logic of kinetic, or say, attack, kinetic, freeze. And that's escalation control. They've done this in Syria in a different way. They've done this in other conflicts in a different way. But each and every time, this wave pattern of pacing yourself in conflict is what they do. And it's testing. It's essentially, if you were to take say, a science fiction view of things, you could go back to the testing dinosaurs on that wonderful island, the Lost World, who test out the fence very meticulously because their lizard brain gives them the capacity. I'm not trying to derogate the Russians to be inhumane or to be inhuman whilst they are behaving inhumane, but the key thing here is that it is a strategy which is born out of deficiency rather than real control. The real control is the party which observes it and calculates against it, so that it takes necessary choices in understanding of that approach, rather than being forced into impossible choices at the very end. And this is also what Jay then concluded in his article. And it's very important that we refer ourselves back to this. This is a necessary calculus. At this point in time, the absolute power dominance worldwide rests with the United States of America and the Western Alliance. And if people fail to understand that, they should just look at what kind of tech we have available, what kind of capacity to destroy with precision-guided nuclear deterrent missiles, how we can actually influence the battlefield if necessary. Then it reverts also back to who actually coined the term of escalate to de-escalate by means of highlighting it. And that was not anyone in Russia. It was how should we put this? A unique character in US history and the longest serving defense secretary of all times, Mr. McNamara, someone who can be viewed very critically, who talked about limited nuclear strikes. And that's in 1962. Unfortunately, Jay also dug out the link at the point in time because other colleagues of ours had written a book about it, when finally, under Freedom of Information, documents to that effect had been released, which comes back to us declaring everything about the Tonkin event, by the way, which we heard recently yet again being brought up by Russians, where the whole display of propaganda went across back into the US and then meandered across back into Europe. And a few days ago, David and I will remember we had to dispel that notion yet again. So the real strategy always hides underneath the propaganda, and the real strategy is for them to control the rhythm of battle, the rhythm of conflict, because they are short of resources, both men, innovation, weapons, and capacity to wage war. They do know that. They also know that they constantly have to feed the beast. A locust economy, such as a non-innovative extraction economy, a dying population on average, a structure which consumes itself, what I think Tom would agree quite easily with, a fascist-led government, and a state full of thugs in the modern world needs to consume more resources. It needs to expand from time to time. It needs war and conflict, both in order to justify itself to the inside, to the domestic population, as well as to consume more resources and muster them for future wars. As a consequence, authoritarianism turns into totalitarianism, and as a consequence, it has to, on a regular basis, control the escalation. And this is what Russia has done by means of its attack, that this attack is an overreach and has led to a strategic defeat very quickly, which now continues to spin off battle defeats one after another. Even if in between, because it's war, there are victories from their perspective, military victories, and therefore tremendous human cost and civilian life and infrastructure and military cost on our end
It still is. Nothing else than that. It is escalation control they exert, and we have to face it. And we have to face it with vigor, deterrence, assertively, and ultimately a will to win.
Amen to that.
I never quite know how to follow up one of your monologues, Axel. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, what can I add to that, really?
Yes, I was thinking about that exactly. Sorry, Nick.
No, if anyone is waiting to come up, I'm not seeing any speaker requests, but we know there are plenty of problems at the moment with speaker requests not showing. So if you feel that your request to speak is being ignored, it isn't, we just haven't seen it, feel free to send me or David a DM to say, help, I'm trying to be brought up, and we will apply the manual operation. Incidentally, if you've ever wondered, a request just appeared. If you've ever wondered how spaces work, you can create your own and get all the feeling of being a host and a co-host and a speaker and a listener. Just get yourself 4 phones or perhaps 3 friends, start your own space, and you'll be able to see what it is that we have on our screens when we are co-hosting. It's interesting look behind the scenes, obviously not behind the MriyaReport scenes, but to get an idea of what we're talking about occasionally, because occasionally co-hosts will mention, oh yes, I'm trying to bring somebody up, or if you've often wondered what that is, you can find out yourself just by creating your own space.
Nick, is this you putting your head above the parapet and announcing a coup, is it, by any chance? Just wondering.
I can neither confirm nor deny that rumor.
See, I told you, Tom. There's always someone who will do it.
Exactly. And tomorrow on MriyaReport, we're going to find that Nick had an unfortunate accident leaning out of his window, and that it's now the David and Domin show. Yeah.
You mean Nick's accident on the ground floor of his Balearic
Exactly.
hacienda?
Exactly. Rumours that Yehuda had travelled to Spain are vastly exaggerated. I did think of something else to add, actually, on the whole escalate to de-escalate and Russian threats, to try and put it succinctly, which is, if you imagine in your head that there's a line which, if the West crossed, the Russians would actually nuke us, right? And we don't know exactly where that line is, but there are some things we're pretty sure would cause that line to be crossed and other things that wouldn't. So, for example, dropping a nuclear bomb on Moscow, I'm pretty sure that would cause World War III, right? But other things, like sending tanks to Ukraine, now that we've actually done it and they haven't started World War III, you can put quite firmly below that line. The problem is that it's not a very perfectly well-defined line because there's some strategic ambiguity. And the Russians want that. What they actually want is for us to think that they're crazy and that the line is really, really low, as when they were saying last year that they would fire nuclear torpedoes at the UK that would cause a radioactive tsunami and other such bullshit. But that was intended to stop us doing things like sending tanks to Ukraine. And as slowly and in dribs and drabs, unfortunately, the West has called their bluff on these things, it hasn't resulted in World War III. And what that means is that that hypothetical line that we would have to cross in order to trigger that is actually higher than some people previously believed it was. And what that means is that they're probably continuing to bluff, and that they also won't start World War III if we send F-16s and ATACMS and whatnot. So I think what I hope is that at the highest levels in our governments and militaries, there are people that really understand this and are pressuring our politicians and saying they're bluffing. And fundamentally, as Axel says, this is from a position of weakness, because You know, if the Russians had 20,000 tanks that were on a par with Challengers and M1 Abrams, they wouldn't care if we sent 500 tanks to Ukraine. They'd just laugh. The whole reason why they care is because they're weak. And actually 500 tanks will make quite a big difference. So that's why they try to scare us with these threats and making out that they're mad and will start something much worse, because they know it will work on some of our politicians who will go, oh, don't provoke them. And we've got to get the message through to those politicians that that's exactly what the Russians want.
Exactamon, Tom. And we know that we've done other things. Bombs have gone off inside Russia. They haven't nuked us, right? They've had all the other things that they've done, and they haven't nuked us because it's not going to happen. The likelihood is very, very low. And as you say, there's the point we've got. We now have a whole load of hands. They came up very soon.
Just real briefly, Turkey.
Yes.
NATO Turkey shot down a Russian jet. Didn't start World War III.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
Push them a lot further than we do.
Yeah, no, exactly. And but I was going to finish my little bit. All these hands turned up just after Nick announced his coup candidacy. What's happening here? We'll go to David first.
The revolution has started. I hope you have your water cannon ready, David, because it's going to get pretty messy.
There's the revolution of David's going on, so the risk of muddying the water.
I do apologise, Mr. Farrell first. Then I think it's then it's David Bailey, and then it's Christo.
You can leave me last because I changed subject.
Oh, okay. Then your last stander.
Steve, David, thank you very much for hosting, and Nick and everybody for coming up to speak. And it's great that you're here. I was actually going to ask you to go first, but if you want to go last, I'll shut my fat mouth. Lovely to have you. And Tom, it's great to have everybody here speaking. I wanted to say something. I see Konstantin is with us, and I wanted to say I'd seen his wonderful videos that he had shared from the front, and it was of a couple of drones up in the air being used as observation posts to redirect and land fire from exquisitely, and I mean exquisitely accurate artillery. So like unguided munitions, but I guess they were correcting and being guided by observation on the drones. So if you haven't seen that, do pop across to Konstantin's profile. I'm pretty sure it's near the top. It's a wonderful, has been verified and cleared to be passed, to be shared in public. So it's information that is of the drone platform being used. And I was meant to say it earlier on, David Brookfield, when you mentioned the new generation of various drones that are kind of silent. If just 50 meters away, even if you're very quiet, you wouldn't hear them. I just thought it was fascinating to see that the guys had a couple of different platforms in use, or maybe the same platform, but a couple of different iterations. There 2, 3, maybe 4 drones up, well, that we were able to see them operating or observing from, which meant that they just had like the recorrections for fire were literally perfect. Because they're crossing lines, you're landing right on it, the different observation posts. And I mean, if you think about that expenditure per drone, maybe you're talking $3,000 if you're getting a drone, maybe for $1,000 each if you're buying them in bulk. And just the exquisite accuracy and the lethality improvement it made, and therefore saving munitions, obviously, because if you're only firing 3 and you're landing 2, you don't have to fire 5 because you've hit your targets because of the accuracy. So I think that's an incredible enhancement to the current battlefield we're seeing now. I know it's not the first time; it's probably been going on since the early aughts in Iraq, but just in this current configuration. Wanted to say as well about Nick. I just wanted to always let him know he will always be my Irish brother, and it is tradition to have a schism and a split. And I've been saying this probably since about my 3rd week in the space last March, both in private channels and, well, not really publicly, but definitely in private channels to Yehuda and some other jokers like myself that it's tradition in Ireland. As soon as you get involved in some organisation or more than 3 people are planning something, you must then start to plan for the split because it is tradition. There's going to be a split and we'll have the continuity Maria report, then we'll have the provisional Maria report, we'll have the official Maria report, and such other things are to be expected. And I welcome them as it is juice. It means people are involved. And so long as people are talking about Ukraine, please continue to have more spaces. But I'll always be here found at Maria Report. And I just hope Nick in his mountain lair in the Balearics has himself well stocked and provisioned, because Maria Report is everywhere. That's just a little joke. I do want to shuffle along here and get
The
other
boys
folks
are
up speak. I do
everywhere.
want to shuffle along here, the Eagles lair. I want to shuffle along here and get the other folks to speak, and just to be encouraging to everybody. Please, if you have something you want to say and you just have held yourself back, either send a message as a DM and someone will read it out, anonymized or otherwise, or better still, throw your paw up in the air and come up and speak and be heard, because it's a free platform here. Twitter, all you have to have is an internet connection. I personally would love to hear from you. So, Slav Ukraini, retweet and share the space, and visit MriyaReport.org.
A small correction: my mountain hideout is only about 30 meters above sea level, and of course, at the moment, I am in the co-host pod in an undisclosed secret location.
In a skiff.
Pardon?
In a
Your escape pod.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said we were in a skip. That would be quite good, actually, wouldn't it? Hide
sometimes I
from.
feel like we do live in a skip. It's just the way things tumble and rumble. But some of us gaze upon the stars.
Hide like Russian agents. Hide from Russian agents in plain sight, sitting in. Yeah.
On the bar, hiding from an agent, just to have a pint of beer.
Nick, what the young Emerald hero wanted to highlight to you is a sensitive compartmented information facility, also called SCIF, SCIF. SCIF.
Bedoing, Axel.
Compartmented information facility. Sorry.
You were bedoinging. Was he bedoinging for you, David?
Wave to the red camera. See the red camera in the corner? Give us a little wave.
Yes. And with that, it was David Bailey. You've put your hand down.
Oh, no, I didn't. Did I?
It's okay, but I remember the order.
What happens
it's okay.
What happens, David, is when you touch your microphone to speak, your hand goes down automatically. So if you then realize or get told that you were in the wrong order, when you put the microphone off, you have to put your hand back up again. This catches me out all the time.
There you go. Wonder the technique, as I say. Yeah. Well, we've covered quite a lot between me trying to get up and actually getting up. But what I wanted to talk about really was to go into this stuff about. Tom was talking about, and David, I think you were kind of comparing the Russian regime to a feudal system, and
many systems, yes.
Jockeying for position and so forth. I think what the other David, neither of David's with a DB in their initials, David Farrell, was basically spot on. I think this is the mental model I use when thinking about the Russian regime is the KGB, and you have to bear in mind that Putin is a middle manager in the KGB, and the reason he appeared out of nowhere was because that's exactly what he was, right? So he's a middle-ranking KGB officer, and all of this stuff about him being the omnipotent Tsar is very much what they want us to think, I think. And Prigozhin, Kadyrov, all of the rest of it, this is just part of the show. So I think it's a very concerted, coordinated effort to pull the wool over the eyes of the population, first of all. But second of all, for the outside benefit, and I don't see it really collapsing, to be honest. So I think there are people in the background, like Medvedev, for example, or Kirienko, in the background, who are probably going to emerge. and there's an organization behind it. So removing Putin doesn't solve anything, and neither does it throw the whole thing into chaos. The other thing is that, you know, the only way this organization makes money is digging stuff out of the ground and selling it. And at the moment, the only company, the only customer that they have is going to be China, and I can't see that changing. So basically, they're going to be able to dig stuff out of the ground and sell it to China, and essentially the organisation that's running the country is going to be perfectly happy with that, provided that they can stay in that position. And yeah, without external support, then I don't see anyone in the country being in a position to it. So, as I've said many times on this space, we end up with North Korea on steroids, and then the question is what happens with China. And we've been having some conversation with Jingu on this space, our China expert, and you know he's kind of impressed on me that China is so similar to Russia in many regards, in the respect that the mafia that's running Russia and the mafia that's running China are both that kind of organization with kind of Leninist Marxist clothing over the top, and cultural imperialism in let's say the further background. So there's kind of an ethno-nationalism based on culture stemming from, you know, around 1460 in both cases, strangely enough. The domination of the Han Chinese over the rest of China happened pretty much coterminous in a contemporary timescale to the rise of Ivan the Great in Russia, and it's that cultural legacy in both cases which is corrupt. Yeah, so as I was saying, you know, the jockeying that we're seeing on the outside isn't what's going on. There's no doubt that there's jockeying going on inside, but there's kind of an organisation around it, is my take. And the question that's really concerning from my point of view is, you know, what's China going to do now? Because every rational Western thinking person would say that it doesn't make sense at all for China to start supplying Russia with arms. But Jingu has a different opinion, and there's certainly mileage in saying that China's interests might well be, in this case, to prolong the war for as long as possible, and that would mean getting arms to Russia by whichever means necessary, with minimizing the harm to its economy, but without caring too much about it. So one thing that he's raised to me is that they've started to reinstate the planned economy with regards to foodstuffs, which means that they can basically penalize people with food within the Chinese structure, and that's something that's been slowly introduced over the past few years. And yeah, that's kind of all I wanted to say for now. So out for now.
Yeah, so I would just say, so part of what my explanation was with how to deal with Putin as opposed to something else. We just don't know. Interesting about China. So there is the other side is you could go, if they are the gangsters, they may just and then this is part of prolonging the war, but they may just use other powers to do that, is because then they could bleed Russia, right, and sort of make so is Russia some sort of semi vassal state in the fact that China's the only people buying their stuff. Yeah, all interesting stuff. We're in we are in veritable interesting times, aren't we? So we'll Haristo, back to David, then George. And it's only that order because, George, I didn't see where your hand went up because I was busy doing some washing up.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear.
Great. I wanted to. I'm very happy that I got a chance to ask you, David, a question. I've tried a few times, but obviously the up and down issue is ongoing with all spaces. So to the point, I hope that you have enough access to eggs, because Russian propaganda spreads that you guys in the UK are dying in hunger, fighting for eggs and eating raw squirrels. I hope you have hot squirrel and a lot of eggs, and no one is dying of hunger in the United Kingdom. This said, for my real question is, how big do you think is the informational gap between the people who are in active military, all those decision-making centers, and what reaches the public? Because here we're reaching a lot of conclusions, like your great talk with Axel a few minutes ago about escalation for de-escalation, and we're all smart people, but I believe that there are, if not smarter, people as smart as we are in those centers, and they should have a lot more information than all of us out of the military that are just following the events, trying to figure out what is going on for ourselves. And how big do you think that difference is in reality? Do they have some massive amount of extra information that doesn't reach us? For example, let's say the United States is maybe not giving ATACMS to Ukraine because they are heavily helping them complete the development of their own long-range weapons that have been announced to be starting to work, hopefully very, very soon. And is that a real thing? What I'm thinking, and what many of my friends are thinking, like somewhere there are people with a lot more information than us that are not sending F-16s for a reason, or ATACMS or something else, or it's actually political. Because personally, I think it's mostly a political decision, because for example, back in the Korean War, all of a sudden the Koreans started flying up MiG-29s, and those were agricultural societies. They didn't have any pilots at all. So actually most of those people who are shooting down American planes in that war, unfortunately for me, were Bulgarian pilots. And isn't it just a political decision? I mean, what can go wrong if we give F-16s along with the pilots to shoot down the crappy Soviet birds that they have? So is this something really big that we don't know, or it's all about politics? Thanks.
What a wonderful question. Yeah, so yes, I am very 100%, because I won't say 101% or even 200%, because Axel will be on my case. I'm 100% sure there are many people much smarter than me who've been able to work this out. I think that the thing is, as you've very succinctly put, is that so whilst there are much smarter people than us who are analysts and in other places, advisory roles, we then get the upper tier, as it were, in decision making is the political end, right? And these are people who may not be smarter than us. I know several members of parliament I am absolutely adamant that I am smarter than. And these are the people we've elected to make decisions for us, and they've got used to the fact, because they're in positions of power, of just making decisions arbitrarily on what they want to do, and will often ignore advice. We don't, of course, know whether they're ignoring advice, and in our society, we don't know what is in actual fact pushing that advice, because there may be someone with a different agenda as well. So yeah, I think we've all said here that where it comes to giving the kit, right, it is only a political decision, and let me explain, because the analysts are irrelevant in this respect, aren't they? Right? Because we know that the politicians may take advice, they may not take advice. So the politicians could just go give them the kit. I know my analysts are saying that, but it's wrong, because here we are. It's morally wrong, right? We need to take so there is some risk, but we need to take a moral decision on this is why we need to send this kit, or this is why we need to go and do something else. This is why we need to send it, and just go, look, you elected me. You can get rid of me in 2 years' time or 4 years' time, but this is a decision I'm making because it's morally right, right? And so therefore, if someone is taking the reverse of that, not sending it, right, it's their decision. They're the ones, no one's twisting their arm. There isn't someone with a gun to their head saying, do not do it. They could just go, do it. I'm the president of America. I'm POTUS. What are you talking about? I've signed it. Make it happen. And it could happen, right? But it's not, as we know, the political will at the moment isn't to do it. And here's the thing, right? We look at the UK, which had a very strong wording on it, and now we have Rishi Sunak rowing back on things and talking about there will be a negotiation. Right, where did that come from? Right, I listened to someone say, no, that's not a change of position. Yes, it is. It's a complete change of position. We never said it would be, right? So he's bringing it into the equation for a reason, and that's what happens when politicians get involved, because they have their own agenda as well. So wonderful, wonderful question. I'm going to put it to the floor. David, do you want to add to that?
David, me or David?
Oh, yeah, I do apologise. Yes. So you, Mr. Farrell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brookfield. I do appreciate the space and the forum here to speak and share support for Ukraine and try and get the word out in this current disinformation storm with which the enemy likes to flood the zone with enough manure that we cannot find the pure streams of information. And yet here we are, more than a year on, speaking the good word and letting folks know that in fact Ukraine are winning. Not very quickly, but they are pushing back the invader at the moment. I'm not going to deign to speak about Mr. Sunak except to wish him the very best in his endeavours. It's not an easy job. Particularly pleased with how, in my own selfish interest, I just said this on Sunak about Sunak, Prime Minister Sunak, that the border transfer of goods on the Irish island has been again almost a century to the year being resolved peacefully, and goods will flow as normal between farming people and tractors and machines and fish and whatever else people trade in local communities. Very happy to see that being brought to the table and fleshed out. I know it was literally worked on by every one of his predecessors, and it was a process to get it there, and he was the guy in the big boy chair at the time. So for me personally, that was a great piece of work done. Not easy. It's not finished yet either. I wish time and good judgment and review to the DUP folks who are at the moment reviewing it and will do their necessary processing on it. I read the deal. I think it's pretty bloody airtight. Pretty impressed by what Mr. Prime Minister Sunak did. As for everything else, British domestic or British foreign policy is your own bag. I leave it to the folks who are paying into it and vote in it. Just to say, I would say acta non verba have been most notable from our English, Scottish, and Welsh friends at the moment. That the act, and the acting, and the forcefulness and the swiftness and the seen and the unseen hand with which the Crown has acted, and her forces and his forces in this battle have spoken much louder than any apparent prevarication. And if I might extend something beyond what I know to be true, but just to be generous to Mr. Sunak, he could be doing a bit of shadowboxing himself. It didn't escape me his forum of choosing to speak in this way. It was around the time he was making big mates with President Macron, and everybody was shaking hands and smacking bums in the Versailles Palace. It was a great day. Everyone had a big day out. So there was a lot of interesting stuff in the win this week. And I would just say I wish them continued success and forceful support to the Ukrainians. there's probably guys and girls graduating out at different times in their various courses, and if they have a chance to listen to us, it's great to know that you're being trained, and I wish you the very best and the very most lethal luck in your current and future endeavours. But just to speak about the discussion on material and systems and platforms, and basically all we're talking about is how to deliver big bangs. You want to deliver a big bang on tracks and keep the people inside safe from the little pings that might be shot at them, which would be in an armored vehicle or a tank or an IFV, or people get excited about these words. Or do you want to fire big bangs and make people go, Russian specifically, fizzle in the air from 15 to 60,000 feet, depending on which way you want to deliver it? And just as a complete and utter ignorant layman, I would say you're probably going to see tanks before you see airplanes, just given in the way they've been supplying gear so far. Second, I would say, yes, the Ukrainian presidency and polity have been negotiating expertly for platforms and material and delivery systems, and they will continue to do what they have done from the start, which is ask for the sun, moon, and stars, and if they land on the moon and get the satellites, they're still going to win, and they're still winning. By that I mean I think they're prosecuting the war at their own pace, and I would say, given it's a matter of faith, right, and a choice. So, do you believe something exists because you've seen it, or do you believe something exists without having the need to have seen it? And I choose the second. I choose to believe that we are going to see the air platforms in theatre at the precise moment at which Ukraine wants us to see them. More specifically, at the precise moment Ukraine wants its foe to know it has them and to feel their wrath. And anything other than that would be hasty and extremely un-Ukrainian, I would be so bold as to suggest. Thank you very much to David Bailey, who spoke earlier about the wonderful history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes, right? To butcher Tony Blair. So I would think that the rhyming of history, I think we're hearing it again, and I just thank God that this time there has been a mass movement of free education, and the people are now equipped better than ever before, perhaps in human history, with the prevalence of critical thinking just being taught at a young age in schools. You know, like how to read a paragraph and what does it mean, and then you interpret the questions. You know, where was, was the tree green? Yes, the tree was. This kind of basic critical thinking is now being taught widely, and it shouldn't escape us all that the only thing stifling the bullshit storm coming from those in the East who would stifle peace and freedom is the fact that people can see through it this time. It's not getting as much purchase as it used to in the past. It's the same old material, literally the same for about 120 years now with the former Tsar secret police. The difference is now folks can see through it, so that's something to be lauded. And I would just emphasize that we will see, we will know about the air platforms just at the precise moment it's too late for the Russians to do anything about it, or when that will coincide with the potential for maximum benefit for Ukraine. So when those two things coincide will be when it is revealed. And I say that with confidence based on how they have to today so far prosecuted their successful liberation of their own country. Slava Ukraine.
Haram Slava. Sorry, George.
Good day, everyone.
Good day to you, George.
Yeah, so I'm starting to see some videos coming from the front lines, and it looks like soldiers are slogging away in mud and water in the trenches. So it looks like mud season is pretty much officially upon us.
Arrived, doesn't it? Yes, very much arrived. I don't. You might have. Did you see? Was it the? Did you see the video of the soldier who's walking in the mud and he just aimed the camera at his feet?
Yeah, and there's another one with a guy just walking at that, and there is a good, almost a foot of water at the bottom of the trench. And that causes a problems because you can't if you don't have the proper foot gear, you get your feet wet. your feet stay wet, you can't get them dry. You can get all kinds of infections and stuff like that. So yeah, the next couple of months, I feel for these men and women that are manning these front lines because, as you well know, David, the cold is one thing, but just being wet all the time, that is just a horrible, hateful feeling. It's just the one thing I couldn't stand was when we'd be out there and it would just be raining or just everything is wet. It's just it's miserable. So
Yeah, it just
I
seeks
feel
the
for
it saps the heat out of your very bones, doesn't it? Right? Yeah.
and you can't get anything dry. That's the other thing. It's like everything's sopping wet, and it's just like, oh, it's just miserable. So you know, I just I feel for the men and women that are out there, dealing in those conditions. But they have no choice. Unfortunately, they have no choice. Now the Russians have a choice. They can pack up their shit and go home. But they're going to refuse that because they're scared of of repercussions or whatever. But I think I saw somebody posted something about it was the 155th Russian Marine Battalion or Brigade, and someone posted a reply. It's more like the 155th Kamikaze Brigade, right, David? Because we know what's going to happen to
Yes.
them. They're all going to wind up like in that field somewhere near Advika that we saw with about over 60 dead Russian bodies. That's what they are. They're just they're kamikaze brigades at this point. They've got this nice helmets and they look like they have some optics on their weapons, but the way they're being used is just a kamikaze brigade. And the Ukrainians will benefit from that kit because they'll be able to scour the battlefield and pick them clean and take whatever's usable, and that's what I would do.
Yeah, very much so. In actual fact, the reality is for many of the Russian they call them. Yeah, they are recruits, right? These aren't highly experienced people turning up. Their only way of, in actual fact, making sure they've got kit is probably by taking off dead bodies as they're brought back, right? So, yeah, they get an extra magazine because they found one on the ground, right?
Yeah, and let's. I just want because there's some people that haven't been there. They have some. I guess just some misconstrued ideas. Like so, when you have a post battle thing, what happens is you scour the battlefield, and whether it's the Ukrainians or Russians, you are going to pick that battlefield and take what you can use, right? So that's what happens. It's not there's nothing gruesome about it or whatever. That's what's happened in warfare through the ages. You're going to destroy equipment that you can't move to make sure that in case you have to retreat or something, that the enemy can't recover it. And that's why you see sometimes Ukrainian drones are dropping those little grenades, those little mortar rounds in abandoned Russian equipment, because the Ukrainians haven't reclaimed that territory to take it themselves, and they just don't want the Russians going in at night and trying to recover the vehicle. So that's why they destroy it.
Sorry, I did. I had an open mic myself. I do apologise, everyone.
That's
It's
okay.
a bad form on my part. So no, I was just listening to you, George. Keep going.
I was just, so I just want people to say, there's nothing morbid about that, like, you make sure that you collect the weapons, you collect the ammo, and that's what you do. You want to make sure that that is part of securing the battle space. You have to make sure that happens, and both sides do it. I did post a video though, and it's quite telling of on the difference between the Russians and Ukrainians. It was a long video, so I edited the part that was important. So just really quick, the video was about 6 minutes long, and it was video captured by a Ukrainian drone, and you see what might be just a few Russians, and it's in a field, and the field is broken up by small bushes and little hedge outcroppings. Long story short, two of the Russians are hit by Ukrainian rifle fire. I believe one's dead, but the other one is obviously injured. But as the drone pans out, you see 3 Ukrainians come up, and the part that I showed was the 3 Ukrainians administering first. I mean, they cuff the Russian, obviously, because they want to secure him first, because even a wounded soldier can still be a threat. They search him, but then they pull him out of the battle space. They evac him, out of the battle space, and that is definitely not what the Russians are doing. The Russians are just executing Ukrainian POWs, and that's the difference between a professional army, which is what the Ukrainians have accomplished, since 2014, and what we see from the Russians, which is just a murderous genocidal horde.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you there. Everything they do, we occasionally have we get on our high horse about something that they've done, but they rarely have we seen anything that's. I'll take that back. I have never seen anything horrific that's been done by the Ukrainians. I have seen on a daily basis things that are horrific that have been done by the Russians. So yeah, completely with you. Keep on tapping the wrong button. Nick, you've had your hand up for a long time.
I put my hand up usually as a co-host when I want to have a new topic. So if we've got to the end of the previous topic, an alert listener has sent me a question, and I said, would you like me to ask this on your behalf? And he said, yeah, that would be great. I'm listening on PC, on his computer, not the app. Therefore, I cannot speak myself. And I hadn't really thought about that. Obviously,
no ability to speak on the PC.
You can't speak, but I think there are probably quite a few people out there who listen to us on a computer and either don't want to put the Twitter app on their phone, or for whatever reason can only listen on a computer. And so I will add to my little announcement repertoire, as well as saying to people, if you're trying to come up to speak and you're not getting it, send us a DM. I will also add, if you would like to ask a question, but are unable to do so, or either unwilling, because some people, I think, reasonably enough, there are people who don't like speaking in public, or just because you can't, then DM your question to the host in a reasonably comprehensible format, and we will try to ask it. So this question is there any chance that the West, and the West is in quotes there, but I think we know what's meant, would make a deal with China to remove Russia as a global player by bleeding it to death via the war and sanctions? Now, I'm not quite sure what's meant here, but it's interesting. Up till now, many of the discussions, we're kind of going, well, will China back Russia, or will they kind of stay out of it? We haven't really very often, I think, talked about the idea that the West would actually go and actively engage China to sort of say, look, we all have an interest in Russia being neutralized. So I don't know if anyone would like to comment on that? I think it's a legitimate question.
I think I have an answer. I think the ideologies are so opposite that it's just not going to happen. The rhetoric coming out of both areas is such that there's no real place for an olive branch and let's go and get this done deal. And here's the thing: getting Russia done, as we've said several times, isn't in China's interests at the moment, it would appear. So them helping the West isn't going to help them. They still have their stated aims. Their stated aim by, I think it's 2027, is to have Taiwan in amongst in the great nation of China, or wherever they want to call it, within the People's Republic, Democratic Republic. Anyway, the PRC is the word I'm trying to say.
Another.
Yes, exactly. By 2027, and the date is now 2023. Right, so they have some but so let me explain. This is one of the things I am so frustrated at. Right, so the West knows this. The United States knows this, and they keep banging on about it. They keep on banging on that China is the enemy we need to focus on, right? But I'll go back to something I always say. You don't deal with a bully by allowing other bullies to get away with stuff, because all you're teaching that other bully is they can get away with stuff. The only way, I say the only, it's not the only way we know, right? The way of dealing with people like this is to have demonstrated how we dispatched Russia and Putin almost immediately. Bish bash bosh. Hello, Xi. Don't have to worry. We don't need your help because we've done it. There we are. How do you like them apples? I would suggest is probably the way to deal with it. But ideologically, way. Anyway, that bit.
Can you say logically? And can you say,
not at the moment.
And can you say it's simply?
Don't ask me to say my name. Don't ask me to say my name. I'm not going to be able to say it.
Long words are funny. They're just two short words glued together usually. Idea and logically.
But my point is it's not that I can't say it. I just can't say it now. They're anyway. Two long words, not today, aren't working. They're opposed, right? And there isn't going to be any meeting in the middle, especially on where Russia is concerned. I can't see it happening. And even if you look at it logically, it wouldn't fit in with what we know they're planning. He's just had his vote, right? Whatever is it, 392 in favor of voting him in, to zero dissent. And I say this, and I've got family in Beijing, right? I was just going, I suspect I probably can't ever go back. But anyway, there you are. That's a problem for another time.
I mean, it's true that votes in Communist Party congresses are rarely close, are they? There's rarely any great excitement, with last minute polls and the bookies' odds swinging, and reading the tea leaves of somebody's speech to see if he's going to take six congressmen with him to overturn Xi's majority. That isn't really kind of how it works. It's like you either win 392 to 0 or you fall out of a window. But
well, in Xi's version, anyway, right? Before then, there was a point where things might have changed. But you're right. Typically, but there is dissent within the party, though, right? So there's the thing, and this is interesting to note within the party. So people in China do believe that the party often has, and they've challenged the party and make the party got the party Congress to sit up and listen. Look, if you ever went to either country, you would see the difference in the people. That's not to do with the politicians; they're still the gangsters. There is a difference.
My only visit to the People's Republic of China was in 1987, when there were no cars, no dogs. It was another world. It was absolutely
bicycles everywhere, right?
I spent three wonderful days. I mean, it was actually three very, 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 very interesting, rewarding days working at the Beijing Machine Tool Research Institute, about which I will talk with you one day, David, over a beer, overlooking the Mediterranean, not in Magaluf. David, do you have something to add to this? David Farrell.
Just that I think that this outcome has been achieved without necessarily having to make a deal. And I think that what is at risk at the moment is that the folks in the East would be Finlandized, and I don't think they realise that was coming. So I don't think that deal needs to be made. I think that that outcome has been achieved already. We're happy this is going to get boxed in.
Thanks, David. You just in case this helps, you were a bit faint there. So if you're kind of having to talk sotto voce to tiptoe around family members at home, whatever, you were a little bit faint. We made out what you said. All right, so thank you, both Davids, for that. Sorry, thank you both Davids for that. And to the alert listener who asked the question, I hope that you've had an interesting answer. And to anybody out there, again, who either is reluctant to come up because of you don't want to speak in public, or because you simply can't, because you're not listening on a device that allows you to use your microphone, then always feel free to DM, direct message on Twitter, the current co-hosts, one of them. Please only go to one. It is annoying when there's multiple volunteers doing something and everyone has to answer it, but pick the most best looking co-host or the best looking fella.
That'd be stupid, because the best looking is in actual fact the least able. That's me. So just DM Nick. It's so much easier.
And we will, within reasonable limits, we will certainly. I enjoy asking other people's questions on air for them and getting you the answers that you're interested in. And there are no questions too trivial or too silly to ask, unless, of course, they are Russian talking points, in which case we do occasionally reserve the right not to ask them. But otherwise, yes, we would like, we're always interested in hearing more views, more diversity of viewpoint, and more, I think, settling more doubts. This is a little hobby horse of mine. I don't want this to be a space just for experts. I think it's important that we are we have new people coming along every day. They've finally got to the point where they say, look, I really want to start to learn more about this war. And it would be a shame if people find that the space isn't accessible to them because it's kind of expected that you already know the exact millimeter diameter of a HIMARS or something. So keep those very basic questions coming. Abdullah.
Hi, Nick and David. Good evening. Thank you so much. Yeah, speaking of China, I don't know if you guys remember, right before the start of the war, I think there were reports that the U.S. administration contacted Xi to telling him about what the Russians were up to, and Beijing just brushed it off. They thought that the Americans were trying to create mischief between Beijing and Moscow. I don't know. Just wanted to get your opinion on that.
No, I did not know that. I have not heard that story. So I don't have much of an opinion, I guess. Nick.
I'm afraid I was DMing and I did not hear the question, Abdullah. Please quickly summarize it.
No, I was just saying that right before the war, there were reports that the U.S. administration contacted Beijing, sharing them with the intelligence that Russia was about to invade Ukraine, and Beijing just brushed it off, saying, thinking that.
Do you mean brushed it off as in didn't believe it? Or?
We don't know. We don't know. They thought there were reports that the Beijing was thinking that Washington is trying to create problems between Beijing and Moscow.
I mean, it's interesting on the anniversary of the full-scale invasion last month. Plenty of pro-Ukraine commentators on Twitter were having great fun going through the tweets of various Russia apologists from January and early February 2022, going, you see, I told you Russia wasn't going to invade. All those warmongers, blah, 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 definitely not going to happen. And then when it happened, they all went a bit quiet. So maybe, I mean, we don't know how the internal processes work in China. I like to imagine that they have people, who are watching the intelligence reports. But I mean, to be fair, a lot of people in the West, and I'm not even sure the Ukrainians really believed it was coming to the extent that the Americans did. And it was interesting, this new approach that we've seen from Western intelligence agencies of going relatively public with some of their information in order to head off the Russians is quite an interesting development. Historically, we would have kept absolutely everything close to our chest. But no, I mean, maybe China was just as confused as everybody else. There has of course been the claim, wasn't there, a claim that Putin had a meeting with Xi like a week or two early before they attacked Kiev, to sort of nudge, wink, wink. But I don't know that Putin would tell them that. It's I think the relationship between Russia and China is probably extremely complicated. And we just have to remember that our enemy's enemy is not necessarily our friend, I think, in those kind of dealings.
Yeah, and we should also remember that, look, if Putin told Xi, what does he do if Xi says, don't do it? Right? He's not telling Xi that he's doing this.
Yes,
right?
You wonder what the benefit would be for Putin telling him. Yeah.
There would be no benefit at all. In fact, downside everywhere, because Xi could just go, because he doesn't know what Xi is thinking. Xi said, no, I'm telling you not to do it. And then what position you're in, right? I cannot believe for one moment that he would have. And here's the thing: if we just take, because it's not even a position between two normal people, it's a position between two gangsters, right? Do we think the Richardsons would let the Krays know what they were doing and do you're the bigger gang, I'm just telling you, right? So you don't get involved. Not gonna happen, doesn't happen, never would happen.
So
Anyone
some 1960s London nostalgia here for the non-British listeners.
I was just about to say, now you have to take 1 minute to explain the Krays.
And importantly, the Richardsons, right? Yes.
Nobody asked
much nastier.
The MriyaReport or the provisional MriyaReport.
Anyway, for everyone who's listening, the Krays and the Richardsons were two gangs in London. The Krays were in East End, and everyone thought they were the crazy gang, but they were nothing in comparison to the Richardsons. Hence why the East End didn't go to the Southeast, because it was a bad area for them. Just think of two gangs you might know, the Cribs and the other people.
The Bloods, I believe.
Anyway, they just don't typically go along and go, I want permission to do something. Because as soon as you've done that, you've said to the other guy, they're bigger than you. Right? It's not what happens. Anyway.
The Kray brothers were, of course, given that a Kray is a kind of fish, the very direct influence on the famous Monty Python sketch about the Piranha brothers. And you had Ronnie and Reggie Kray, one of whom was relatively sane, but the other was clearly completely psychotic, much like Doug and Dinsdale Piranha. But when I first saw that, I really hadn't heard much about the Krays because I wasn't really kind of reading the news in the 1960s. It was more a 60s thing, wasn't it? I think maybe early 70s when they started getting rolled up, but they really dominated late 50s, early 60s.
Yes,
So
but Barbara Windsor was a fan, wasn't she? Who'd have thought?
It was interesting, that, wasn't it? That revelation, a British actress who, yes, but in showbiz has never been that far. Bits of showbiz have never been that far from the underworld, I suspect. If you look at the number of American rappers who seem to suffer horrible deaths, I think there's, there's always been you've had the parts of the entertainment industry that were illegal. You've had the old recreational pharmaceuticals side of it. So showbiz and the underworld, yeah, have never been that far apart, I think. David, Farrell. Farrell or Farrell? Please tell me.
Whichever you like yourself, just not to.
What do you
I'm never late for dinner.
What do you say when you turn up at the post office to collect your packet?
I can't give you my government name.
All right.
Anyway, would you like to wake up in the city that never sleeps? Would you like to be a part of it? New York, New York. I don't know what you mean about showbiz. All I know is that money talks, and I think you'll find Wall Street is never too far from where the money is. Bank, money talks. So those with money often have coalescing interests, or even, dare I say it, habits. So that's just a little observation. But I did want to definitely say that it has struck a chord most vividly in the analogy just now between the two rival potentates, or would be. I mean, they're the ones telling us it's a multipolar world, and I just always feel like if you're having to tell me that it's obviously not true on its face. I mean, if it were so, it would be apparent. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. It's definitely most vivid when I've heard you speak it of that way just now. Speak of it that way just now. That it's just not how these outfits ever are not functioning together. Yes, they have symbiotic relations, but I mean it's very much a bigger brother. And just when will the fratricide occur, and various different disgusting intricacies of it. I do wish the current dictator in Beijing a very short reign, and I hope that long may his heirs suffer, and that all their cattle have sour milk, and they lose their herds and their wealth, or wherever it is they choose to save their wealth. I just want to make it extremely clear that I don't think they see what's coming. I don't think that they realize that the Finlandization, as it was seen in the 20th century, given the different sizes in the nations, we're speaking about China versus Finland, I don't think they understand or have appreciated. They haven't got their arms around the scale of the cold winter that's going to very shortly come. I mean, if their client states are Russia, maybe India, if they can figure out how to bait them on the border with sticks and stones. I mean, think about it. Does this sound like a true superpower? It doesn't. It just sounds like a couple of gaudy backstreet gangsters who have dressed themselves in the would-be language of former great. I mean, what would have been considered great in the Chinese imperial times. But they're not. They're poor imitations of great men. They're not really great men. They're just the best shithouse rat that made it out, pretty much. And so in the way of these things, I wish him a short and very painful reign. And if I could somehow land that plane by saying Slavo Ukraini, please retweet and share the space. If you're listening, put your hand up to come up and speak, please, or send a DM. Thanks for hosting, David and Nick.
No, wonderful. Thank you very much, David, for adding to that. Nick, my brain's gone dead, right? However, it's not gone so dead that I've forgotten everything. So I'm going to start a new subject until I start remembering the stuff I needed to remember earlier. I'm
completely lost now, but carry on.
Well, I don't remember. Yes, exactly. Right. I think maybe because you're having the same memory problems as me, Nick. So I had a DM yesterday, which was quite interesting, and this is completely different topic. It's just a little announcement. The Russians have opened up the sluice gates at Nova Kakhovka, which is quite interesting because they're trying to drain that lake, aren't they?
I'm going to have to pull out. I have a terrible memory for these kind of.
Let me tell you where Nova Kakhovka is.
Well, what's the outwash plane? So they've opened up. It's going to obviously leak out where it usually would be stored. They're going to overfill it and it will leak. So what's the outwash plane? What's downstream of this opening? Do you know, David?
No. So it's not downstream. It's the upstream. So Nova Kakhovka is just the upstream from Kherson, right on the Dnipro. Nova Kakhovka, it becomes that big lake. If you follow the big lake that's getting a little bit lower all the time, you come to Zaporizhzhia, and they have the nuclear power station there, don't they?
Yeah, and this is all about the threat that the Russians have mined the areas for the extended water pumping, water pump and tube air solution, which the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant has for if and when it needs cooling. So if they drop the level of that, basin significantly, they would force for the extended tubes to be used, which they can't at the moment. And the Ukrainians and the Russians have battled about this in recent weeks and months. The Russians have said that they will not provide access or any kind of data as to the mining, and therefore it's yet another controlled escalation move.
And importantly, this is another little lizard flapping his big ears to make himself look bigger again, isn't it? Look, isn't this frightening?
Impotence.
Well, they want to trigger a response, and they want to trigger essentially the Ukrainian armed forces to direct their attention to the nuclear power plant and how to actually save it and salvage it. And now it needs substantial more pressure from the West yet again, but it's a gambit.
Yes, it is. But one of the things I was going to highlight in this, to obviously put the pressure back onto our politicians, is because Nova Kakhovka is still in the left side of the bank is still in Russian control. Now it's still in Russian control because Ukraine didn't have the resources or hadn't been given the equipment they needed in the first place to take Nova Kakhovka. Right. So again, it comes back to our inaction to do things. Pretty much everything we've got, we could go back to how we haven't responded in the way we should have, right? And you would expect that somewhere, at least some of our politicians would start working out that they continually make the wrong decisions. So maybe they should just be taking the opposite position that they initially thought of. Nick.
Yes, I got a question from a listener. 1 second. Question from a listener who says they are too shy to speak. So I hope.
Is that their Twitter handle?
No.
It's from either Nick. No, it's not Nick Kershaw. What's his name? The other chap.
They only ever, yeah, Kaja.
Okay, so they've sent me a map, and so the map is from the Institute of the Study of War, assessed control of terrain in Ukraine and main Russian maneuver axes, 10th of March. And there are two, this is interesting, there are two of the areas. There's a blue shaded area in the middle of the the chunk of land that runs from Kherson up to Mariupol, which is colored pink because the Russians are there, and it says there's a blue shaded reported Ukrainian partisan warfare area, kind of in the middle of that. What do we know of this area? And wouldn't it make the ideal point to make a land wedge and cut of Crimea? So if you imagine a, well, I mean, I guess it looks a bit like a cake, and if you imagine the jam in the middle of the cake, or like a donut or something, I suppose that if your object is to cut the cake and you think that the jam is fairly runny, you would only have to cut the two thin bits of cake either side of the jam and not the whole thickness of the cake. I will tweet this picture so that people can look at it. Hold on. Right, I will just tweet it with no comment, just for people here. So have a look at my first tweet, and I'm going to even put it in the nest, and that will be the map to illustrate the question that this person is asking me. Hold on, come along there. Yeah. So yeah, if you imagine the can you see it, David? My latest tweet.
Yeah, I will go. You want me to look at your profile?
My profile. I've just this second put it in the nest, so hopefully it'll appear in the nest in the next.
Let me check the nest.
Yep, there it is. So if you look on that map, in the pink section between the runs from Kherson up to Mariupol, is that shaded area which says reported partisan activity. So what can we say about the reported partisan activity? What do we know of this area? I mean, it would need to be zoomed in, I suppose, to find out what cities are involved. And wouldn't it make the ideal point to make a land wedge and cut off Crimea? So, a very interesting question.
I was talking. So Nick, I don't see where it says where it says the shaded area or anything pointed. I see several shaded areas, blue, sort of pink.
The blue, the area. So in the middle of the big pink bit from Kherson to Mariupol, there's a kind of circle with diagonal blue and white lines across it.
Okay, I see it. Yep. And that's the area where there is reported
Guys, I can't
partisan activity.
look at this at the moment because I have a bloody dirty dog to wash here. 1 sec.
Well, wash that dirty dog. That's what I could say. Yes. Anyway,
that
okay.
sounds like a song.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? You dirty dog. Okay. So what are the well, Zaporizhzhia is near there, right? That's Kherson. All right. If only they'd have drawn the Dnipro in there, we'd have. Yeah. All right. Well, that sort of bit north of Melitopol, isn't it? But I'm guessing, and that's actually close to. Is that where the lake is going down that far? Or maybe that's just Melitopol area. I'd a guess. If someone has a map open, that would be great if they would be able to confirm this.
I'm waiting for Google Maps to load. It's kind of due south of Zaporizhzhia and Dnipro cities, and due west of Mariupol, and then a little bit south and east of that point. So let's
find Melitopol.
Yeah, hold on.
It's like a little triangle. You can draw a triangle between Melitopol, Mariupol, and then a little small spit of land just past Berdyansk has been hashed in blue since about this time last year on maps, and that has been one of the most active areas of bombings and assassinations and general mischief and mayhem behind the lines of organized partisans. There's some information in the wind that might be the home country of some of the men and women who would have fought in various different organizations and configurations in that area for years now, but that is known to be a stronghold, and that there Russian law doesn't hold. So that is what I think, in my own mind, would be either an ideal area to strike a front connecting the current Ukrainian front with the free area held by the Ukrainian free fighting people, and then on down as a direct thrust to that piece of little spit of land that's to the west of Berdyansk, which has been also blue and hashed since this time last year. I believe today is March the 12th, and it is 11:35 in the morning in New York time. I believe it's around this time last year, maybe a week or two after or before that, I was speaking with John Ridge on this space about it, and he had first published one of these maps, and I'd noticed it. I zoomed in and said, well, there's a little piece of hashed blue right nearby Berdyansk, and it's a great little thing to have in free Ukrainian hands. And so I've been watching it since then, and it has remained in free hands. In fact, they've been growing their space and being quite active in there. So I think if you're going to use it as a thrust south, it's ripe. And even if you're going to pretend to the Russians you're going to use it as a thrust south, it's fantastic.
It does seem to be basically, I mean, I'm interpreting from obviously the maps are poorly drawn, but the little spits, if you look at the map, the Institute Study of War map, there are 4 little ticks corresponding to 4 little spits. And if you find those spits, yeah, if you find those, basically it looks to me to be centered on Melitopol pretty much, and perhaps 20, 25 kilometers, 30 kilometers in diameter, that blue and white hashed zone. So if maybe that's kind of a sort of de facto no-go area for the Russians. I mean, that's a third of the width of from the Dnipro down to the Sea of Azov. It's about a third of the width. So as I was saying about cutting the donut, you know, well, let's imagine a donut that's hard to cut, but the jam isn't. You know, if you have to cut 60 kilometers of jam or of donut rather than 90 kilometers, I guess that's a bonus, is it not? In addition, during any initial attack from the north, we presume, to have people to the south behind the Russian lines causing trouble in places like Tokmak would appear to be a very nice thing to have. The question then is, I wonder to what extent the Ukrainians are supplying them. I don't know if I mean, within OPSEC limits, how much do we know about that? I was completely unaware of these areas. So to the person who asked the question,
explosives. They always have, they never seem short of explosives, arms, food. They're very active. They're either continuously supplied or have deep stores. I would say a mixture of both. And they are not officially organized, but to my mind, and watching their activity and seeing how effective they are, they're certainly military people. So either by water, air, or land, they're surely getting supplied. Yeah.
Well, I fascinating. I had no clue this was going on. So I hope the person who asked the question is still listening, and is. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I've learned something I think important in the last 15, 20 minutes since reading this. And David, you obviously, you've been following this for some time. Next time partisan activity comes up on the space, my ears will be thoroughly pricked to look at that. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, Nick. So first off, before I get to my main point, I just want to comment on what David, I think you made an excellent point there. And I think if there's anything that we can look into that may kind of signpost what the Ukrainians are doing, there were a lot of good articles that came out about Kherson and the occupation there, and a lot of people that ran risk in order to supply hard to get intel. And I think if you go back and look at some of those stories back in September, October, I think that might give you kind of a taste of what may be going on there.
Michael, can I ask you do you have a possibility to get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Yeah, is that better, Buzz?
That's a little bit louder, yeah.
Okay, good deal, thanks. So, yeah, I think that might be, a good signpost as far as what went on in occupied Kherson, what may potentially be happening there. The other couple of points I just wanted to make real quick, Nick, is just wanted to say thank you very much for your comments about asking non-experts to come in and to talk and make comments. That's really important to me too. That we're all here to learn. We got 2 ears, 1 mouth. Should be, for me, I try to listen more than talk, but I do think it's it's important to hear from other people as we're all trying to kind of figure out in our heads, you know, what's going on, what we can do to help, what makes sense, and how we can you know, potentially win an argument with a person or two that may think otherwise. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for that. And
well, thank you for the compliment. Nice to know we're having an effect. And you know, come up and talk to us anytime.
yeah, and then kind of my third point I wanted to make is in terms of just the relationship between China, you know, kind of back to you talking about the relationship about as far as China and Russia is concerned, and like how deep it is. And the point I want to make is I think historically you just don't see authoritarian regimes that can have that deep of a relationship. I mean, you look at like the British-American relationship and like the Five Eyes, just the sheer level of just multi-generational across party lines. You know, I can go back and remember like when I read Margaret Thatcher's, this is going back, dating myself, but I remember reading her memoirs, and she was talking about just how she actually had a very good relationship with President Jimmy Carter. You know, across perceived party lines, different characters and temperaments and the like. And you know, the one thing I like to always point to in terms of like if you want to talk about real collaboration among allies, the Chinese really need jet engines from the Russians. They're not getting them. That's the one thing that they really need to kind of set themselves independent of it. If you go back to World War II and look at the P-51, when we came out with that, and we had an okay motor in it, but the British took a look at it and said, you know what, let's put the Rolls-Royce Merlin in there. We'll give you our engine. You know, nothing like that in terms of collaboration ever happened among authoritarian regimes. The Germans, the Italians surely didn't do anything. The Japanese and the Germans didn't collaborate when it came to things like that in intelligence. And so
yeah, that's an excellent point.
That's what you see here. You know, I think as long as they need some personality based, Stalin and Mao were close for a bit, and then next, I'm talking to Richard Nixon, less than 20 years later, these can change. So that's all I was going to say.
Thanks, Michael. You were breaking up a little bit. But I think we get the point. It was interesting mentioning Thatcher and Carter because the sort of one of the iconic political couples of the 1980s, of course, was Thatcher and Reagan. But these things never changed simultaneously, and Thatcher was prime minister for about her first 20 months. Carter was the US president. I'd forgotten that. All right, thank you, Michael. Come up anytime.
And Zbigniew Brzezinski famously met with her and her intelligence officers. They ensured continuity between between three governments, the two administrations, as well as the British government, to the benefit of the Western world and freedom all over.
I've just received. No, pass. I'll go offline. I'll take it offline. David.
Thank you very much, Nick and Michael. It's great to hear from you. I do hope other people come up and speak. And I just wanted to say, interesting to hear President Carter's name mentioned. I'd heard it said that I think the time period, I think it was either 2017 or 2018, and this year, 2023. So between 2017 or 2018 till now, there's been around 400 odd known public, like 400 instances of Russian actual state agents being either declared persona non grata or having their visas revoked, not renewed, or denied. So 400. And I think I've heard it said that that number is the greatest in that time period. So not over. I mean, it branches to administrations. I'm not talking about politics. I'm just talking about state infrastructure and state security results. And that over that time period, that number is around 400, which is the public number, we'll say again, that are known on record as persona non grata or visas. We've called you out, you're pretending to be attaché, but you're actually, XYZ unit. Now get out, we found your picture, here you are in your uniform, blah, blah. Has been the greatest period since Jimmy Carter, who apparently, the phrase I heard, told the state security organs, various and multi as they are, and the phrase was to rat fuck. I believe the phrase was rat fuck the KGB, as they were known at that time. And then, of course, the fun continued, or that ethos was seen not to be a step too far, seen not to be, in perhaps today's parlance, the leopard or the flight frame, a platform that's going to be given. These are not steps too far, and we shouldn't cow ourselves. They bleed when they get cut, and they're not as good as they would like us to believe.
So we've got a little bit of silence that's just happened, and there I was busy trying to make sure I didn't miss DMs that I've been missing. 1 second, I've got someone trying to come up. If you give me 20 seconds, I'll bring them up, and we'll carry on.
During this small lull in the topics, you're listening to MriyaReport. This is a 24/7 Twitter space. Occasionally it crashes, we restart it. We've been doing this for 385 days now. Not sure quite which day number it is, but if you want to help people in Ukraine, soldiers in Ukraine, with non-lethal but useful equipment, consider donating to MriyaAid.org. The link, or the name that you have to type into your browser, is on top of your screen right now. And all of a sudden we have three hands.
Yes, so I was going to use a arbitrary going from right to left instead of left to right, just because I think we should, why not, right? And because after bringing two people up, all I could see was three hands. I hadn't even seen them before. So Michael, Mark, Mockers.
Don't forget that the order you see the icons on the screen, David, is not the same as everyone else's. So if people think that David's right to left is a little bit,
Yes.
no, but in case people are going to say, do you mean the other right, David?
So Michael,
go ahead.
Mockers.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up real quick on David's comments about Carter. From my understanding, that is correct. That was post, if you're not familiar, in about 75, 76, there was some serious navel gazing in the United States intelligence community through a series of committees that were looking at just some bad behavior that was happening. Famously known as the Church Commission, Democratic Senator Church from Idaho back in the 70s. And then after that, you saw Carter Lesser, definitely Reagan, especially with Reagan and his CIA director Casey, who tried to go back and kind of be a little bit more contrary to some of the findings of the Church Commission. But that's exactly right, David, in terms of what Carter was trying to do, especially as you got towards the end, back into the back half of his administration. The last point I'll make is, in terms of intelligence, we have these little upheavals and these self-examinations we have, amongst countries in the West. But regardless of that, we have such deep relationships that we can survive, something like that. It may be a little uncomfortable, especially when you see some of the stuff that our intelligence, the United States may have been doing, say, back 15 years ago during the Iraq War. But it always gets back to, we are able to work with each other. We have deep relationships. Those things matter. You need to have those not at the top, but all the way down to the agency level, and that's just something you're not going to see in places like Russia and China, to their detriment, to our benefit. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So Mark.
Yeah, thanks, David. I'm just going to pick up on the point about the sharing of technology and the Five Eyes, etc. I wonder, sometimes we do look at things with somewhat through rose-tinted glasses. I think during the Second World War, Britain was facing an existential threat to its continual existence, and for that reason, very happy to share stuff with the US. And at the same time, for instance, when we talk about Lend-Lease for the US at the time, was seen as partly, it wasn't necessarily entirely benevolent in terms of it. I think it was seen that there was concern in the US government. There's a perpetual view about Britain and its notion of empire. And with the Lend-Lease, a lot of the British gave America rights to various naval bases in the Caribbean, I believe. I'm not sure of the full details of that. So yeah, for us, it was very much an existential threat. We needed the help from the US, and for that reason, stuff was given. I think since then, things have settled down. I mean, hopefully people in the US realize we're not going to go and try and burn the White House again. So we are on the same page. But it's a slightly different situation, I think, compared to how things were in the early 1940s.
And we shouldn't say that it's subsequently become clear that there was a plan to invade the United Kingdom somewhere, whether that was just an exercise or an exercise. We're not so sure, are we?
Just behave yourself. Just nice. I think, Mark, you're quite absolutely correct that it was the trade of empire, the excess, shall we say, of empire having been visited upon the home country that then had to essentially give up its wealth and repay the debt of Lend-Lease, which they did, I believe, in the 2010s. Sometime was when the final payment was sent from the British coffers to repay that debt. But I think it's absolutely correct. You say the interest is not unselfish. It's very clear in the legislation of the 80s. Almost 80, 90 years ago, that the Lend-Lease legislation this time, and I'm going to say it, and without, I hope someone does contradict it, because as far as I could read, the current Lend-Lease for Ukraine is pretty much, you just cut out the reference to Russia, and UK was replaced with Ukraine. Same one, almost pretty much, except updated for various different things and instruments. But in it, and it's wonderful. So it's very much a masterpiece in federal republicanism. So what it is that if there is spending, I think it's also in this current budgetary cycle as well. But I think it's from this principle that if there's spending to happen, it has to be spread across the nation, so that this Lend-Lease won't just be seen to be, oh, well, you know, from Illinois to Kentucky, and then you draw across to some other state on the Mississippi, and that's a big triangle of industry, and we're going to get loads of elections and loads of... That's not how it's structured. Like, it's structured to spread it out over factories across the United States, part of the continent of North America. And so in doing so, strengthens its own federative republic by watering its own garden, as it were, if we could think of just this masses of oceans of cash and investment just as tools to strengthen a bond between sometimes disparate and differing states in the union here. So without doubt, absolutely 100% correct. That is written into it and is explicit, and has been explicit again in this iteration of the Lend-Lease to benefit Ukraine. I think it's also fascinating to look back at that time and to think of the institutions that were born from that horrific war of United Nations, still knocking around, and also the instruments for peace which were built from it and how they are still useful, like the Marshall Fund. The German Marshall Fund is still an entity, and I believe is active in helping Ukraine and will be in its future. And it's interesting to see that the things that were born and hard won and were seen as benefits of peace are still useful as instruments of peace and propagating nourishment to people and food and things like that, and therefore reducing the need for conflict on a very human basic level. So I think that's very striking. And then when maybe the teeth need to be bared and democracy's arsenal needs to kind of jangle the keys and open up the locker, it can be done as well. I'm reminded of a little piece of news I saw on CBS local news from Philadelphia or somewhere it was. The factory up in Scranton, we talked about it here weeks ago. Factory up in Scranton, they used to steel mill. They used to mill out railway lines, and however many lines were in the factory, massive big complex. But they've got, they've opened up one of the steel producing lines again, and instead of railway lines, they're doing the casings for whatever diameter the artillery shells are, and they've had to go to the second shift and they're filling orders. So yes, it is very very much an economic instrument both for the home front and for freedom abroad. Well said.
Can I just jump back in on top of what David just said there, if I may? Actually, yeah. So going back to Lend-Lease from the Second World War, and obviously now the resurrection of Lend-Lease for this current conflict, that's what worried me in a way. And that obviously, in the sense that back in the Second World War, it wasn't a free gift. It was things were given, but there was a payment expected in return, and as David just said, that's now been fully paid by the UK. But for the Ukraine, as far as I understand it, there's been no actual use of that Lend-Lease arrangement yet. Everything's been done through other financial mechanisms. And I'm obviously worried, in the sense I'm worried, that if it was used, then what is the expectation in return? Or is this an actual a different sort of arrangement for Lend-Lease this time round?
I would say, personal point of privilege, it was fantastic to see the British Empire necessarily have to sell itself out, given the price that was paid by other people to accumulate said empire. So I don't think that was a price too.
I'm not arguing that at all.
Maybe a bill that was owed, if you want to look at long term, but that's just my own view. I don't think such a similar thing will eventuate here, because we're not really comparing. We're not in, number one, a global configuration, so we're not in World War III. We're in, Russia can't march more than 90 miles away from its trucks because it can't feed itself. So it's not a world configuration. There isn't yet need to use the powerful instrument of Lend-Lease. That has been publicized, but I mean, it is signed and enacted, so I'm not necessarily sure there's a monthly report needed, or I'm not really sure how that works. So it is in vogue, as they say, and I don't think it's comparable. I understand what you say about the loss and the perceived loss of power and all the rest, but I don't think that is at risk at the moment. I don't think that's the bargain being risked. I think it will be as if, God forbid, right, let's do alternate history. It would be as if to the southern bank of the Thames was taken by Nazi Germany, and England is negotiating with it. It's a different analogy, because Ukraine, in fact, is invaded and the genocide is ongoing. So I don't think it's two things comparable. That it's not a world configuration, one, and two, that it's a different type of war, like invasion versus one launched and then being fought, as Second World War was, as a result of the invasion, the deal made between Stalin and Hitler. I don't think it's a peril. I would think it's perhaps an echo of the unnecessary, in my view, concern about Pax Americana. I don't think it's to be worried about. I mean, it's something that is, if you think about it, I don't know whether it's conscious or by design or just is that it's something that has allowed me, born in Western Europe and now living in East Coast America, the opportunity to be born in what we consider to be a free sovereign country and be sovereign people and trade among each other. That's a direct benefit from the peace that was imposed after World War II, and the price paid by England and by the British people, I think, is not, I've been speaking about empire, but it, obviously it's in lives, and it's too dear that was spent. So to say that is very clear, and that I do think you're right that the Lend-Lease hasn't necessarily been announced as deliveries from it. But then again, I don't think these are things that, during time of war would usually be announced contemporaneously. I would just say that it has been signed and is in effect. So whatever that means. I don't, I know the ethos at the moment is not one of looking for repayment, and perhaps that the legislative environment at the time in the 1940s in the United States was such that people demanded that they would be repaid. But I don't think that is the one. I don't think that is the feeling abroad at the moment in financial circles nor in political circles. I think it's very much the other part of rearming, retooling, reemploying, and then shipping logistics. How fast can we connect point A to point B? So like in the news clip I saw, it was this factory in Scranton. Very easy to follow it, thankfully, because I'm not that complicated. And they were getting their explosives and timers and nose cones, etc., put on in one of the states, Idaho, I think, somewhere out west, maybe not Idaho, and then from there shipped to distribution points in Europe. And I would just think that model is what led to the prosperity that followed after, although this is not a world conflagration. If we were to follow the analogy, the world conflagration in World War II, that the terrible period of rationing that was followed by an wonderful explosion in industrialization and increasing human living standards followed directly from this massive industrialization and military approach to production. And I would think it's probably something that unfortunately is thrust upon free people again against our will and better judgment, that there has been an invasion, an ongoing genocide, and anything that goes bang, we should try and get it to them. So please retweet and share the space.
Thank you, David. One hand up from Mockers, and then we have some news from the front.
Yeah, I sent David something earlier, and I think he's just seen it, in fact, and it was with regards to artillery pieces. And I've lost it, of course. I'll find it 1 second. There we go. So it's a report that half the Russian artillery is no longer suitable for combat operations. This comes from MP Nalibichenko. I'm going to stick with that. And he's basically saying that there are huge piles of broken artillery in the rear in support areas that are not being fixed due to the need for parts. So there's also a bit more information in the replies. So we've got here D30s, they don't have any ammo for them. They haven't got any new production. Destroyed maybe 3,000 guns plus or minus over maybe 1,000 miles of front. Less than 30% of guns that can fire at one time realistically, because crews have to sleep, move, work, etc. So there are plenty of reasons for the reduced amount of artillery that's coming through from the Russian side.
I had a boss who, when we were talking about budget discussions, there was always a question, if you work in an organization with relatively fixed budgets, of whether you have too many people or too much money, or so not enough money or too many. In other words, if you've got 100 people and a budget of a certain amount, can you sensibly, with that budget, spend it because you have the 100 people? And if you have more people but no more budget, will they have enough money individually to do it? And if you have fewer people, then maybe they can't sensibly spend that money. And in French, he described this as you've either got too much bread or too much cheese. And until I heard that now from Mockers, I think there's something similar with artillery. You've got either a number of guns or you've got a number of shells. And if you haven't got enough shells for the guns, that might be not enough cheese. And if you haven't got enough guns to fire the shells, that might be not enough bread. And it seems the Russians are running short of both bread and cheese. And they may also be literally running short of bread and cheese as well, for all we know. That analogy has stunned everyone into silence, unless my mic isn't working. So we have a pinned tweet in the nest from Chuck Farrer It is dated 15:15 UTC, which is just under 50 minutes ago. So this is hot and fresh from the front, indicating some movement. I'm just going to see if Chuck is available to come up and comment on it. I don't think he is. So unfortunately, it's going to be me commenting on it, which will be a bit of a drop in the quality of the military evaluation.
How dare you?
But
Don't say such a thing. How dare you?
You could always, Nick, you could always hand it to David. He's good at interpreting such stuff. Did you not hear that he
All
was
right,
once
David,
a mountain goat?
David Farrell or David Brookfield?
Brookfield, I believe.
I did well. Yes, I have lived on a mountain, but I was at the Aleo. There we are.
If you were once a goat, I hope you stayed out of the way of Mr. Kadyrov and friends.
Okay, let's go to goat. Brookfield, what say you about Chuck Farrell's map?
Let me look at the map. Sorry.
Then we let you look at the maps whilst Mr. Farrell, or the Emerald, and Nick Brown and I do happy banter.
The map has some big blue arrows on it. We like those.
They're moving to the east, right? It hasn't loaded fully. I'm looking at the small thumbnail version of it in the thread.
So basically, reported Ukrainian advances pushing the Russians back, both north and south of Bakhmut, and to some extent flattening the jaws. If we think of Bakhmut as having
let me give an explanation, right, Nick? Right, okay. So if we imagine that what's been happening is everyone used to talk about the Zulu bull and horns, the fast runners would go around the edge. Right, so what's actually happened is the horns have now been blunted and they've been pushed back. Right, so the attempted encirclement of Bakhmut is failing, and it's been failing because it's been pushed back by I can only assume some reasonable numbers of Ukrainian troops. Does that make sense to everyone? Everyone, put your hand up if you understand.
Horns blunted and pushed back.
Do you have air elements, north and south, dropping on the Russians? Is that little airplanes?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, so I can't see the pictures as what's to doing it because I need those glasses that someone was saying they were going to get me. I will send you my prescription shortly. Thank you very much. So I can't see it. I just looked at the arrows and went, "Oh, that's really interesting. That's what they've done." So they've pushed it back. So the attempted entrapment of the Ukrainian troops in the middle of Bakhmut is now failing, and it looks like it all may get rolled back. Obviously, we don't know, early days, but that's pretty much what's been shown on the map. And by the way, if anyone isn't sure, this is good news.
It's an excuse or a reason to put whiskey in a coffee.
Did you even need any of them ever?
It is. There is, of course, it's a day ending in a Y, so I think we're allowed to do that.
Well, I think you're allowed one day off a week, even though it's Lent, right?
Is it Lent? Is it?
You heathen.
It is. We had after Pancake Day and before.
I'm not even sure when Easter is, Nick. So you're just saying things at me, and I'm going right.
40 days after Mardi Gras. I mean, what?
David Farrell, something that non-British people or let's say, English people very often don't appreciate is how incredibly ignorant British people are often about the day-to-day practice of religion. It's not a particularly atheistic society, but it's a surprisingly unorganized religion type of society. And I am not remotely surprised that David doesn't know that Lent runs from Mardi Gras to Easter, because an enormous number of English people don't know that.
But
what
you
he
stop at the
means-
point. I
what he
wouldn't even know it even runs to Easter either. So
What he means is
Yeah.
Are we relaunching monasteries? Is that what this means? Am I returning to Iona?
I mean, seriously, for example, most English people think that the rivalry between Rangers and Celtic is simply because they are two football teams in a large town. That's all that an awful lot of England, and they sort of go, yeah, but okay, lads, but it's not like it's about some, more fundamental issue. And then they say, yeah, actually it is.
But they do have an excuse.
But the
English.
No, they have an excuse because
I'm not sure.
Glasgow is in Scotland, so the presumption is there's violent village infighting.
Our German correspondent views do not necessarily represent those of the rest of the panel here.
Yeah, that may be the case, but I've spent more time in Glasgow than many.
No, it is actually, it's something I know. I was about 13 and I went to one of the better grammar schools in England. I was about 13 before I discovered what being a Catholic meant.
Great to have you, Nick. You've been very welcome ever since.
Well, but it's it's a very specific thing of England to not really understand organized religion. I mean, England's organized religion, the Church of England, it's official, is a very, very, very watery, most of the time, form of Christianity. There's not a great deal of hellfire. So it's all terribly British, terribly understated, terribly, don't.
Nick, what you're
hope you
saying
don't
is
mind.
that the gunpowder plot has succeeded in reverse, meaning by beating it down, fortunately, England embarked on a path of not taking it too seriously.
You probably know more about the history than I do.
I'm just
actually.
joking.
It just
I'm
is.
just
It just
teasing.
no. But religion is not a subject that English people get terribly worked up about, and they certainly don't get terribly worked up about anybody else's religion. And it was a matter of incomprehension to many, many, many English people, the troubles in Northern Ireland. And it's like, what? Just because they're different flavor of Christian to this one, you're going to make that big a deal out of it? And that would be the modal English response to the troubles, to Rangers and Celtic, to not understanding, why. And obviously it goes more. It's more than just the religion. But the English do not understand religion very well.
Back at Winston Churchill and Lloyd George. I mean, of course, I don't agree with partition either.
So, well, but So it's just when David
Did we
Powell
just go
was
for
what you don't know.
for War of the Roses in just about 10 seconds?
I mean, for example, to give an example, in Catholic countries, they start off Lent. The Tuesday is there's a carnival and a huge fiesta, and everyone gets drunk and everyone gets laid and it's absolutely enormous. And in England, you make crepes, you make little pancakes and squeeze lemon and sugar on them, and that's what passes. That's what passes in England for getting ready for 40 days of the fasting they aren't going to be doing. It's like the limpest Mardi Gras in the world. English Mardi Gras. It's literally your mum cooks you pancakes, which you eat with lemon and sugar. That's it.
In the coffee.
Hmm?
The whiskey is in the coffee. It's a day of, I think you're allowed 1 day a week during Lent. So today is the day.
All right. Well, here we can get a Carajillo at any time. It's one of the best bargains out there. For some reason, adding a small shot of Majorcan rum to your coffee only adds about 20 cents to the price of it. Thoroughly recommended.
Yeah.
A Carajillo is it's an espresso with it's only a small shot, but it adds
40% rum, or is it 21, 22%?
The Majorcan rum is something like 53%.
Yeah.
Oh,
it is essentially like the Coretto you have in Milan.
Yeah, it's the Spanish equivalent of a Coretto, but it's an absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. Thoroughly recommended.
And by the way,
does anyone have a topic that doesn't involve putting?
Apologies, sorry, just to round off the Coretto, you have the very same thing in Odessa.
since ages.
Well, it is a cosmopolitan city, is it not? So, David, all this time, while we've been talking about this, you have been diligently reading that map, have you not, to come up with some...
Well, I just told you. I gave you the
Oh,
analysis
you did.
just now.
You did.
God,
You did.
you thought I was a forgetful old fool.
No,
Gosh.
yeah, no, yeah, completely out of it. All right. What do you reckon?
However, what is important that I give I should have prefaced this with, of course, we don't know the veracity of the map, and so we're just looking at a map. That's what the map says, right? The attempted encirclement of Bakhmut looks like it is from the map, but of course, right. So on the ground, things can look very differently. This is not to say that the battles south and north and the rest of it to remove that attempted are not very, very hot. Oh yes.
I'm giving
Oh,
you an
Chuck.
infusion
Hello.
of Chuck.
Actually, there we are. This is wonderful. Hello, Chuck.
Hi guys. I'm the ketchup bottle that arrives on your restaurant table uninvited. So if you don't like ketchup, you can send it back.
But I love ketchup on my fries.
When we're already on dessert.
I have seen that. The Kenyan army turned up and everything, and then on top of the roast beef went the sponge pudding, the custard, and ketchup all together. It was a sight to see.
I heard stories of that from friends who had deployed to Kenya, and I didn't believe them until right now. I'm going to have to call them up and say, I thought you were right.
Anyway, Chuck, it's brilliant to see you.
Chuck, you haven't come here. You haven't come here to drip on our table. So please give us the interpretive tour of your map.
Yes, thank you, guys. Here we have some good news and some maybe really good news, and also the same old news. It was a very active day of Russian shelling in the last 24 hours, and I started working on my map this morning. I get a list of Russian fire missions. There were so many, and infantry contact on the line seemed a little sparse with my first set of research, that I actually plotted the Russian artillery strikes, and the whole map basically was covered with them. Virtually every place that has a name around Bakhmut and in this morning's Bakhmut map was shelled by the Russians. Those icons sort of smothered the map, but you can see in the southwest corner there, Konstantinivka, it was hit. That is about 10, maybe 15 kilometers out of the Bakhmut area. Interesting that they did choose to hit that. But north of Bakhmut, along the M03 highway, this is the place that, for the principally Wagner forces, have been pressing the line of contact south of the M03 highway. In particular, they have been focused on Dobo-Vasilivka, which is the center of three, I can't even call them towns, very small villages, or Kovo-Vasilivka, Dobo-Vasilivka, and Berezovka. There has been infantry contact there almost in every reporting cycle. But something very interesting started to happen yesterday. Let's start 36 hours ago. Wagner claimed that they had taken the village of Dobo-Vasilivka. Ukraine made no comment, but I noticed that Ukrainian forces remained in contact at that place. So it appeared to me we had another Wagner. We won on the cell phone, so therefore we won. 24 hours ago, Ukrainian forces reported themselves in contact at Berezovka, next town down from Vasilivka. Very interestingly, this morning, Ukrainian forces reported themselves in contact in Krasna Hora. which is a good 3 kilometers inside the zone of Russian control. I've got a striped area along this axis of attack, and I cannot confirm this, but I would say with moderately high confidence, Ukraine has attacked north and east against the Russian positions. These are Wagner positions, and we've always postulated that they will be weak in defense because they are not trained soldiers. They are rapists with machine guns. So it looks to me like Ukraine has made a penetration along the northern flank, and they are in contact in Krasnohora. This is important because if this holds, if they manage to maintain a lodgment in Krasnohora, they will, for all effects and purposes, have taken back the M03 TO513 axis, which is arguably the most important road junction on the map.
Can you say a bit more about what's going to be going down those roads? The roads lead to Ukrainian-held territory, and they don't want to have that cut in two, or what is the significance of those roads?
Well, it would essentially be that the Ukrainians have taken back some important terrain, transportation assets north of Bakhmut. This would be important if the Russians ever had any plans, and they might have these plans because they are invincibly stupid. If the Russians had plans following or concurrent with advances against the urban center in Bakhmut, if the Russians planned to advance northwest up the M03 highway, this would mean that they would have Ukrainian forces operating in their rear, which generally most military officers would not try to advance if they have bad guys in their rear view mirrors. Of course, there's no telling what the Russians will possibly do. And to our Russian listening guest, I urge you to advance up the M03 highway because you won't get very far, and I'll have a lot to report on. But this was this was a pretty important, these two contacts at Berezovka and Krasnohora. That's a long way for the Ukrainians to have penetrated. It's probably the most important place on the map where they could have done this. So that's, it's a good thing.
Yeah. So look, I mean, I'm looking at the map more in detail, right? And it is a really, really good thing, isn't it? If they're continuing to go forward, got troops behind them, so we'll probably safe to assume there'll be a whole load of Russian troops will be cut off, and looking like that's something similar down below as well, right? So as soon as we've got a thing, everyone to remember, as soon as you've got a whole load of troops get cut off, they're away from their supply lines and the rest of it. Just take them out of the equation, isn't it, Chuck? Brilliant news.
Yeah, that's good, and definitely good. There is stuff still to be concerned about, of course, and that is that in several places in the urban area of Bakhmut, the Russians have managed to get across the Bakhmutka River in very, very small groups. We're talking squad size and less. So they have gotten across the river in certain places. They'll be in certain buildings. That is a good thing for the Russians and a bad thing for them at the same time. We all remember the Battle of Severodonetsk. This was a situation where the Ukrainians actually lured the Russians into a three-dimensional urban battle space. And whenever that happens, the Russian army's long ball, right, their meat and potatoes is big army, combined arms maneuver warfare, mechanized infantry, armor, supporting arms, close air support, artillery, their local rocket forces. That's the way Russia wants to wage war. Bakhmut is a red cape waving at a bull for the Russians. The Ukrainians likely have permitted these Russian units to cross the river. Again, I'm talking about squad size units, 10 guys, 15 guys, because when you're fighting in a city, it doesn't matter how many armored personnel carriers you have, or tanks, or really artillery, because now you're fighting door to door. You're fighting doorknob to doorknob, floor to floor, street to street, and tanks don't work that well in a city. They have a limited application. You have to know how to use them correctly. The Russians have shown us in previous wars, for example, in Grozny, that they don't know how to use armor in cities, and they lost scores of tanks in Grozny in the course of 36 hours. They lost hundreds of tanks. So this, I was working on an article this morning and saying that of all the places to have a big battle in the Ukraine war, Bakhmut is the least likely city that you would have a battle of this magnitude, because cities are generally selected for attack as military objectives because they are strategic places. A strategic place would be a center of industry, a city that had exploited great natural resources, had really important industrial capabilities, was a transportation hub that controlling it would allow you many points of advance deeper into the country. And Bakhmut offers none of those things, not a thing. So it's an interesting place because the Russians want it so badly, and the Ukrainians are willing to kill as many Russians as they can in the most convenient way possible, and that is from a strong defensive position and waiting every morning for the next 100 or 200 or 300 Russian soldiers to show up. And it's an ugly fight.
Yeah, and that's an important thing to remind people that this ground will be hard fought by the Ukrainians.
Yeah, it's this is where they want to fight, and as serious as this situation is, and it is serious. It's the Ukrainians right now who are controlling the tempo of battle. And it is the Ukrainians that, if they don't precisely control the initiative in this fight, they do control the opportunities. And it is the Ukrainians who are going to decide if they're going to fight for the city block by block, or if they're simply going to conduct a retrograde maneuver into Chasiv Yar, where there are hills and rivers and steep banks that are going to make Chasiv Yar even more of a fortress than Bakhmut was. So the other thing to remember is, the Russians have lost, I'm saying 25,000 men in Bakhmut. And some of my good friends, military analysts I respect, John Spencer, he thinks I'm off by a factor of 10. And I really could be. All I can say is the Russians are losing daily, and they are burning through a air quote resource that they don't care very much about, and that is the lives of their soldiers.
And that's here's the thing: it's probably their most important resource at the moment, because it's the thing that's going down so quickly, isn't it? If you don't have any troops, you can't do much, can you, Chuck?
No, that's interesting too. You've got a soldier. He's a rifleman. Well, these guys aren't riflemen. They don't have that training. but you lose these people on the battlefield, and despite the tragedy of their families, of course, but these are people who are not going to be turned into tank drivers or artillerymen or air defense missile operators or electronic warfare guys. They're just you're burning through everything, and Russia has a lot of people, but they have a finite number of men of military age. And bear in mind, the last, Putin's last great mobilization, he put 300,000 people in uniform. Notice I didn't say he made them soldiers, but 400,000 people left the country. And it wasn't just 400,000 people, it was 400,000 of the people he's trying to draft. So we talked about this the other night. I mean, I think the Russian army is in this, the beginning of this death spiral, meaning the cycle, how do you lay hands on 400,000 more people? How do you put them through training? How do you equip them? Where do you get the trainers? And delivering trained combatants in all military occupational specialties to the battlefield, it's going to take 18 months. And I don't think Putin has 18 months.
No, he doesn't. And I would suggest that it's safe to say that an army that consists of people who are only, we can get maybe John Spencer can give his bit in this. An army that consists of only people of 9 months experiences is by definition combat ineffective.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think about my first 24 months in the Navy. I mean, I was a menace. I didn't really know anything. I knew just enough to be a menace. So
I was going to say I was a menace after 15 years, so Chuck. So sometimes it just doesn't change.
No, it doesn't. Hey, John, I see you lurking, bud. You don't have to, but you can come in here and slug it out with me a little bit if you'd like. That is the bad thing about just wanting to listen. Sometimes you come up and it's like everybody sees you, and all you really wanted to do was just get the info.
Chuck, I heard something about us disagreeing. I just couldn't believe it had to come up about something. It was right as soon as I popped in, like my.
No, brother, that was me underestimating Russian casualties in Bakhmut, and I have since come over to. I've seen the light, I think, a little bit. I started doing some bar napkin math, and I think you're closer to the mark than I am.
Well, I will definitely go with yours. And you and I both know that there's, counting bodies. It's such a, it's good to know. And like I've seen recently, Russians lost 1,000 in the last 24 hours, and then 500 the 24 hours before that. Trying to collate all these different numbers is so hard. So I don't think anybody has it right, but it's definitely high. Absolutely. I saw something today, though. Love to get your thoughts on in line with that the ideal of holding Bakhmut to attrit Russian forces. And I think it was Rob Lee, my friend Rob Lee. That ideal who is no longer valid. I don't know if I agree with that. With Rob saying that basically, but most of the elite forces are no longer in Bakhmut. Although I keep seeing reports of where Russian forces are taking over from Wagner or whatever. I mean, killing Russians is killing Russians, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, and and I can't say definitively, the Russian order of battle, but what I've, the information I have is that in the southern sort of salience, the thumb of the big red mitten, there tended to be more VDV units and some mechanized infantry as well, regular Russian army. And it seemed to be more Wagner in the north, but I don't eat my own cornflakes for breakfast, so that may or may not be true. But John, pardon me, there was something that happened today. I put up on the map, and I'd like you to help me make some sense of it. North of Bakhmut, Ukraine reported contact in Berezovka, and this is one of the 3 villages in a row along the M03 highway. They reported contact yesterday, but this morning they reported Ukrainian forces in contact in Krasnohora, which is 2 or 3 kilometers inside the Russian lines, and also is north of the M03 highway. We often get these reports of contact way behind Russian lines, and obviously some are raids, which is folks just the good guys show up, kick in a door, have fun for 20 minutes, grab everything you can out of the house and split, a SEAL team specialty. But this might be a breakthrough here north of the M03. But John, you got any opinion on that?
No, my opinion was super happy. I mean, I've had a great morning. Got to flash the Maria Aid colors on MSNBC this morning. I got to see some great news from ISW about infighting in the Kremlin. I got to look at Chuck's latest map and see that penetration. It's been a great morning. I think that's significant. M03, as you highlight, and the is such a critical avenue of approach. And 24 hours ago, they were talking about stuff was closing for the Ukrainians, resupply still getting in. I mean, this is why I listen. Like you said, sometimes if you're listening, they pull you in, as Al Pacino says. But no, I think that's significant. It is great to see and look at those arrows, and it's so hard with terrain based, but those units are. You're going to get to the point where it's getting confusing if you're a Ukrainian or a Russian to know, ensure on who's in front of you, because the forces are clashing so closely now. But that was just such a light bright this morning to see that arrow and to get that report from you about that Ukrainian push into M03, and then the river is still playing a significant role in the separation of forces, even down into the city itself. So very interesting, something I'm going to keep looking to you to watch. You're looking towards your maps to watch that development, as that's the most accurate thing that I know out there. This space, your reports on the day-to-day, meter by meter fight that is Bakhmut, and Bakhmut still holds, and I think that's significant.
There's been a couple of I don't know, in the course of the war here in the last couple months in the Bakhmut area, the Ukrainians have launched a number of sort of deep, not necessarily deep, but they're definitely on the other side of the forward edge of the battle area. One place that they were popping up continuously was in Klishvika, which is south of Bakhmut. Often the big reporting map sites, which actually I do consult and credit in my reportage. I don't always agree with them. I have to triangulate their reports, but Klishvika was a place that attracted my attention, because even though the Russians claimed that they controlled it, they kept shelling it about 2 or 3 times a week, which told me that there were some good guys there. And there were actually, a couple of weeks ago, there were actually Ukrainian forces in contact in Soledar and in Bakhmutska. And these are places that are way behind the Russian lines. So again, these, the raids on Soledar and Bakhmutsky, obviously were raids. These are special operations missions, reconnaissance units that came into contact with the enemy, or it was a deliberate raid. It was a direct action, small unit direct action operation against, you want to have some reason to go. If you're going to be 10 kilometers behind enemy lines, you want a decent target. You just don't go there to get a taco. But I think that given the contact at Berezovka, and now we're back to the M03 axis, given the contact that was there, and then this contact in Krasnohora, I think this might be a movement in force. We'll all check the 1800 General Staff report, and if it still sticks, we'll see. So, John, I'd love to hear how you flashed the MriyaReport on MSNBC. I know that I have rigged a microphone that says MriyaReport. If I'm on Polish television, I always make sure they can't get my face unless that microphone's in the shot too.
Oh, I've been doing it for over a year. If you look to my left, on my bookshelf is basically a banner. So same thing. You really can't get my face without getting that. But that's been up on every national broadcast channel that I've ever been on. So things slow down. Not doing 15 to 20 a day, but it flies right behind my left shoulder right there.
That is the way. Folks, I shamelessly put it up there, and I always will. And if they tell me to move it, then I'm going to open my shirt and show them a MriyaReport T-shirt.
And for the posh times, should we get Axel to send you a MriyaReport tie as well?
Oh wow, a MriyaReport tie, that would be.
Axel, there you are. Make it so.
David, why do you always release all the secret information ahead of time?
That would be pretty styling. But
they
John,
told me in the beginning that a sapper, a proper Royal Engineer, would be an absolute confidant, and then this.
I am generally, but this is so very, very important, right? And I'm going to get the kudos for having said it first. That's the big thing. I want to I would like my promotion now.
You got a promotion for being a security risk. So
yes, we're currently Russian, right?
It comes with a 30% salary increase.
let me think what 30% of an imaginary number is. Oh, well, wait a minute. It's still zero.
Both of you, John, Chuck, what do you make of the massive Russian artillery bombardment, which they seemingly took out yet again as the only means they have at hand?
Well, John, I was just before you got on, I reported that when I started working on the first layer of the Bakhmut map this morning, I didn't see a lot of contact. In fact, there were only 3 or 4 areas of contact, but there were not scores, but tens of Russian fire missions, and they essentially hit everything around the line of contact. And that doesn't show on the map, with the exception of the fire missions they took out at the city of Kostyantynivka, there to the southwest. But general uptick in artillery, John, and that normally precedes something. You want to tell them what it is?
I mean, I don't have that type of clarity, but let's just say that in the past, when there was seemingly a close fight, but then there was an increase of artillery, it was a sign of covering fire to withdraw. I'm not saying that's what's happening now, but that's been a previous one. It could just be a resupply happening, and it's a desperate attempt to make a change or stop movement that somebody saw. But I just know that, like in other previous battles, a significant increase, people thought there was something happening. It was actually that the Russians have shown extreme proficiency in withdrawing, and you use large amounts of artillery to do that.
Yeah, and
We are completing. Chuck, can you see? We are completing. We now have John, you, and the fish. It's combined arms hour.
Wow. Jeff, welcome, brother. Didn't see you up there. Welcome aboard.
Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, Chuck. Hey, Chuck, I think I have a question on behalf of John and I. Are you by chance from Indiana? Because both John and I figured out we're both Hoosiers. So if you are also a Hoosier, this is going to just make this site just awesome.
You know what? I was a Navy brat. I am a third generation naval officer, and in fact, my mother was a naval officer. And my mom's from Boston, and my dad's from Dayton, Ohio. But I lived all over the world. So,
all right. Well, we'll just take Dayton, because that's right next up.
Yeah, Dayton.
That's right next to Indiana. So
that's why I said there's Dayton.
We'll take it.
Yeah, and that's literally like across the border from where I grew up in Richmond,
Oh,
Indiana.
really?
For the non-Americans in the audience, my first ever visit to the US was to Indiana, and the first thing I learned to say was the Hoosier state, Hoosier. I never found anyone who could explain what it meant, but the majority of people I asked told me that it was short for Hoosier Daddy. I'd like you to imagine a 22-year-old English guy who didn't even have a driving license yet, and whose first visit to the United States was 2 weeks working in a car radio factory in Kokomo, Indiana. Scarred for life.
I can't believe you left. You left? You left? How do you leave?
The traveler's checks ran out, and I had to get the plane home. But yeah.
You know,
I was going to say they sent a team in to rescue you.
Don't want to, diss my colonel buddies, but I can remember the first time I drove through Indiana, and I thought, man, you could put an airport anywhere you want to in this state, because there wasn't any hills.
Gentlemen, continue with your. I'll ignore the British guy with the strange anecdotes.
Yeah, it's so I grew up in a place called the Region, which is up by Chicago, and I would drive to Bloomington, Indiana, which is down south, and there's the highway that you take is called I-65, and I'm not joking. I don't think there's a turn on it, right? It is the straightest drive and the most boring drive because it's nothing but cornfields. It is not fun driving.
But you got John Cougar Mellencamp, and that ain't nothing.
I spent the night in his house one night.
No, really.
Yeah, my the funny college story real quick. So I was dating a girl named Chris, and her roommate was rumored to have been dating John Cougar at the time, and he lives right outside of Bloomington, right? So we're all sitting around in Chris and her roommate's place, and the phone rings, and Diane answers her phone, and she went upstairs, buddy. Hold on, and Diane goes, "Hey, do you guys want to go over to John's house?" And I'm like, "We're out of beer. Does John have beer?" I don't know who John is, right? I'm like, and there's 1,000 Johns. So, like, ask John if he has beer. And Chris and her roommate kind of chuckled. She was like, "Yeah, he has beer. You'll be fine." So we load up my Jeep and we drive and we pull up and I see the gates of his place. And everyone knows the gates of his place because it's famous. I was like, "Dude, okay, funny joke, man." And I start backing up. Chris jumps up, rings the buzzer. It's like, "Hey, John, it's us." Sure enough, the gate's open. We go in, and the two girls went down and started making drinks in the bar. And I sat on the back porch with them, and he smoked a cigarette. And of course, I wanted to ask him. I'm like, "Dude, can you play me a song? Just play me a song." But I didn't. So yeah, that's my night at John Cougar's house.
Jeff, you're a music cat too, so you must have really been digging it.
I was, and I was. I think I was fawning him over him more than his his girl that night. But it is what it is, you know.
Pretty
All
cool.
right, let's change the tune. Change the tune. Now that we have combined arms, what say you as to the current engagement in Bakhmut? It seems that the Russian Air Force is not really coming out there in force. They're only using artillery. That's what I was asking beforehand. And the Ukrainians have found a way to push them back, at least in 2 areas. What should Ukraine do?
That's an Air Force question, Jeff. I'm virtually
Okay.
certain.
Yeah, so I don't know either. Actually, not. I mean, you would think that if you had power, right, and they do have air power, why they're not using it and actually softening up targets before they're actually going in, the way the West would, right? I mean, you're gonna before you actually make an advance or an offensive, you want to soften up the enemy. So whether it's artillery or whether it's close air support or especially interdiction, right? Battlefield area interdiction. You want to be able to get in there and soften up places, and then actually kind of cut a lot of those logistics lines, so that once the battle starts, these guys run out of equipment quickly. Why that's not happening on the Russian side, I have no idea.
Yeah, so general staff of the Ukrainian general staff said Russia had 12 airstrikes today. They don't, and the general staff doesn't tell us. Were those close air support strikes? Were those aviation deployment of cruise missiles? They don't say. It was a bit of a little less than normal. Ukraine, in fact, about half as much as normal. Ukraine is claiming 6 aviation strike missions today. So that wasn't a lot, but they're generally, there wasn't that much contact today. The map I put up shows the last 24 hours, and often in the Ukrainian general staff reports, they will tend to keep reports on the books for 24 hours, so you get some overlap over the last 12. But that isn't a hell of a lot of close air, though, is it?
No, I don't think it's. First of all, it's not a lot to begin with, but with the amount of with the size of the air force that Russia has and the assets they have available, it's really small. It's really not a lot, right?
Jeff, I heard some Twitter back and forth the other day, and I thought, man, that is a good question for you, and I'm glad you came up, and thank you. Lots of armchair air war college graduates saying, give Ukraine the A-10, give them the A-10, give them the A-10. Would it really be, given everything it takes to put an aircraft, into the hands of a nation state, get their pilots trained up, get their mechanics, avionics guys, everything that goes with it, spare parts. Does Ukraine need more? Do they need A-10s? Do they need more Su-25s? Or do they simply need more air-to-ground precision strike munitions? What would be the best way to help them, the battlefield support aircraft?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and so there's a dilemma, right? I think a lot of people look at airplanes like they're models of cars, right? Whether it's a Chevy or a Ford Mustang, I said Chevy Mustang, Jesus, a Camaro, a Chevy Camaro, or Ferrari, and the truth is that they're drawing false equivalents, but it's what they know. So I don't blame them. I mean, it's just send that. The different support tails and logistics tails associated with each of these airplanes is extremely different, right? And the training pipelines are very different. And you and I both know when you bring some kind of capability into the U.S. military, we look at it through a lens of a requirement that we use an acronym called DOTMIL-PF, right? So doctrine, organization, training, logistics, sustainment, materiel, facilities. So and we look at all these different aspects, but as we go and bring a capability in. It's just not as easy as buying a car and picking which car you want and to meet your requirement. There's so much more. It's so much deeper, right? And look, I would love for an A10 to be considered and be on the ability to go there. It's not going to happen, right? The logistics tails, the wing routes of the A10s are already almost I think they're at their life expectancy limits, right? So when you talk about where the wings affix to the fuselage, right? That center wing box is what they call it, right? That center wing box only has so many hours that it can fly before wings start falling off. And if you don't, if you don't believe that, or you want to see what happens when that happens, there's a horrible video on YouTube where a C-130A, an A model, which means very first version of the C-130, is actually was bought by civilians, and it was used for fighting fires. And there's a video of it coming in, getting ready to swoop down and drop out all of its fire retardant. And as it goes to pull up, both wings snap and fly up, and the C-130 crashes into a violent fireball. So yeah, you know, you don't want to do that to your A-10 pilots, right? So there's tons of things that go into this. A-10 would be, this. If you're an A-10 Warthog driver, like, this war started 20 years too late, right? Because had it started 20 years ago, I'd be like, let's go, man, bring the A-10 in. This is exactly what it's intended to do. But yeah, not now.
There's also the, there's the air defense part of the puzzle as well. This is a really complex air defense environment over this battlefield, with some sections are at parity, some sections the Russians dominate, some sections the Ukrainians are making a good showing, but the A-10, it can be extremely vulnerable in certain flight regimes. And I'm just very glad you're on, Jeff, because it's one thing for a frogman to talk about whether or not an A-10 would be a good fit here, and it's a lot better to listen to an Air Force colonel.
Yeah. So Chuck, it's interesting, right? So just so you know about my relationship with frogmen, I was the executive officer to Vice Admiral Kilrain, who's obviously a SEAL, former SEAL Team 6 commander. Yeah. So he was my last boss.
I know Colin, absolutely. Yeah, that's great. What small
Yeah,
world,
so
Jeff.
Colin was my last boss, and he's the reason I left the Air Force. I left the military because I'll tell you the story offline sometime. But I love him to death now, and he's married to an astronaut who landed the space shuttle twice too, right? So he's got a great. Hold on, buddy. And but I will tell you this. I'll push back a little bit on you, right? Up until about last year, I would make the same argument you did about the S-300 and the S-400, right? But I'm kind of moving away from that. And I'll tell you why. It's been a year. Frogfoots have been flying in this combat environment for over a year. They've lost some, but they're still flying, right? I'm not saying that the S-300, S-400 are completely not good, but they're not as impervious as we once thought, right? They're not as capable as I think we once thought. And there's tactics, obviously, that the Ukrainians have developed to actually fly up into the close battle space. We all know where a Frogfoot flies. It doesn't fly in the back and all the, in the back echelons of support. It's up close and personal, flying in SAM threat rings and engaging ground targets. That's its job, right? So if those things are living, and those are third generation air attack airplanes, I'm not so sure that we can make the argument that A-10s wouldn't be survivable. I think that we'd lose some. I get that, right? But the whole notion of before this war started that, when you did your mission planning as an Airedale, and I'm sure you probably cited some of these missions where, you had the S-300 or S-400 ring on the map, and you're like, oh, you can't fly in that. Because as soon as you get 1 inch inside that ring, you're gonna die, right? I don't buy those arguments anymore, right? I think they're survivable to a degree, and I also think that if we send F-16s in, F-16s quite capable with the harm targeting system. Load up a couple harms and start rolling that IADS back. Get those S-300s and S-400s targeted. Get them moving back. Buy back some of your airspace, and then you get some level of air superiority back. I was quoted in an article in Newsweek last week, and what was somewhat fascinating to me, and I apologize about my little kid in the background, man, he's going nuts. He's out of control today. But I was kind of bummed because in that article I was quoted basically saying the F-16s I think are a really good idea, and then there's Two people that were quoted later and said F-16s were a horrible idea, and that what Ukraine should do is they should stay on the defensive. They should ask for more ammunition. They should not take the offensive. F-16s would do nothing, but it would be a waste of money, and they would never achieve their objective of gaining air superiority. And these were both academia folks down at Air Command and Staff College down at Air University. And here's what frustrates me about that, right? I get frustrated to people who look at air superiority as a binary concept, right? It's either you don't have air superiority or you have 100% air superiority. And the truth is, it's a fluid, it's dynamic, right? You can have a little bit of air superiority, or you can have a lot of air superiority. You can have geographical air superiority. You can have air superiority breaking out by time. Like I want to own the airspace from here to here. I'm gonna roll back an IADS to get it for that amount of time. So this notion that there's an expectation that they can't have air superiority, I think, is crazy. If you send 24 F-16s, just by definition, you're going to get some greater level of air superiority. How much? I don't know. I'll have a debate with you on whether that amount of air superiority is worth it or not, but I'm not just going to make it a binary construct. I hope that makes sense to everybody while I'm trying to manage my little one in the background.
No, and you know what? You're in the fight of your life there in the background. I've been there, but again, we talk about the difference between you can literally get somebody 30 years old, never served a day in any service in his or her life, but has a PhD in security studies. And to me, that isn't the same as having a military occupational specialty, working in the service, serving on staffs, and then joint staffs, and then combined staffs in actual fights, not to mention combat experience. And I don't weigh those two opinions the same. Not to blow sunshine off Jeff's skirt, but look, I'm looking at an 06 who's done this all his life. Served on joint staffs, and a joint staff focuses when multi-service is a joint thing. So Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, all together. And the farther up you go the food chain, the more you are expected, because this is the profession of arms. You may be a naval officer and your specialty may be special warfare, but you better be conversant on big Army doctrine. You better know a little bit about air war. It's, I don't know. It was a, Jeff and I spent a lot of time doing it. Jeff more than me, but it was something that I really enjoyed because there was so much to learn, Jeff. There was so much to learn all the time.
Chuck,
It is a profession.
Sorry, Chuck, Jeff, I'm trying to bring John back up. I can't quite see his status. I saw his request. I clicked on approve.
He said he might have an issue.
Okay.
I'll try from the host phone if and when he texts me.
All right. We have a couple of hands up, and I think Michael is first. Michael sent me a DM asking me to help bring him up because he had a question for you. So if this is a convenient moment, Michael, could you like to ask your question? Then we'll go to Mark.
Certainly, thanks. So first off, really appreciate the panel, and Chuck, thank you for everything you do. And this is really great discussion. I wanted to just ask a question a little bit less on the equipment side. It's been kind of on my mind, and I just wanted to see how big of a factor this may be. There's a guy at the Command and Staff College, Professor Richard Faulkner, who does a really good lecture about like the American Expeditionary Force. He talked about like in early 1918 during some of like the Michael offensive of Ludendorff, how some American troops were captured, and German had like some propaganda photos of the first captured American troops. And if you look at the photos, this was German propaganda, but the American soldiers were like 6 inches taller than the Germans. They clearly were better dressed. They even looked healthier in this grainy black and white photo, and just the human condition. And I'm just, and by the way, my first trip ever to Indiana was to the Georgia Notre Dame game in 2017. And the physical condition of the Notre Dame players and Georgia players were like gods on the field. But my point being, what does that factor? Do the Ukrainian staff look at like when they have prisoners, like maybe a profile or like trend analysis based upon, all right, what's the average height, fulfilled, like how much meals they're getting, and just the physical condition and health of the soldiers now versus say 6 months ago, a year ago. Like how much of that would potentially be a factor in what they're doing in places like Bakhmut when they're defending against these soldiers? I'm just kind of wondering about that human element. Thank you very much, and I'll drop down.
Well, that is a terrific question, and when you have a prisoner, of course you're going to, one of the first things you want to do is search him and make sure he doesn't have a weapon. But the whole enchilada is taken into consideration, right? Literally, is he skinny? When's the last time he shaved? Does he have untreated wounds? What are the condition of his boots, his uniform? What sort of kit is he wearing? How many magazines does he have? Does he have a radio? Does he have night vision? On and on. And basically, the funkier looking this guy is, you can assume a couple things. He's been in combat quite a long time, or his unit is grossly under-equipped. And then, of course, just talking to him, right? Does he have one of your surrender leaflets? Did he call the 1-800 I surrender line, which Ukraine uses? You examine everything, what's in his pockets, everything. And I'll let Jeff comment here in just a moment. But the other thing I would say is when a SEAL unit is behind the lines, or we're conducting a denied area operation, when we are tracking people, you can tell a lot from tracking what the morale is of the unit you are tracking. Of course, we can look at I need maybe about 15 feet of trackway, and we can count the number of people who are tracking. Generally, you can tell if there are men or women in the tracks. But are they throwing things away? Have they abandoned packs or weapons or litter? All these things will give you a clue, to their morale. So these are things we would report as well. Even if we didn't contact the enemy, we could say 36 people moving northwest up this trail, 3 to 5 hours ago. Morale appears to be poor. The following equipment was abandoned, etc. But it is definitely a consideration, and it is capturing a prisoner is almost the best way to discover the local condition of the enemy.
Okay, thank you, Chuck. Mark.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of 3 comments, if I may. One of which is perhaps less serious than others. You talked about the T-shirt, Jack, and David mentioned the tie. I've got an idea which has never been used before. It's a hat with a slogan on the top. I don't know if that could be thought about. I'll leave that one hanging there. On a more serious note, I think you mentioned about the fact that the Russians are losing troops who basically could have gone on to do other things. And obviously, I'm not talking about the Wagnerites or even the conscripts, but their professional army. So it's like the opportunity cost of losing those people who could have developed into a more, more effective, more specialized roles. So I guess the question I would have is how long would it take before that becomes a significant factor in the ability of Russia to replace people in specialized roles as the conflict goes on.
Jeff, you want to boink that one?
Yeah, that I think did we lose Spence? Is he still here or is he gone?
Yeah, he's dropped down. I think had some problems.
Trying to come up. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because to be honest, like both the last one and this one are like meatballs for the guy, but because these are more army centric, large force constructs. When I was a PRT commander in Afghanistan, we only caught one. We only caught one POW an Afghan and or a Taliban. So I mean, I'm not well versed. I'm sure he's probably got way more than that. But when you talk about conscription, it's an interesting discussion to me, only because I live in a country, right, that uses conscription. So Austria still has a conscripted military, and for them it works. And they actually took it to a vote a couple of years ago to try and get rid of it. And the people actually voted no, we want to keep conscription. Ironically, the reason they wanted to keep it is because when you're an Austrian male and have to go in for conscription, you can actually volunteer to serve in a myriad of different ways, to include working in a firehouse, to include working in an elderly care facility, in a hospice, and stuff like this. And this is all free labor, so that the government and the people didn't want to get rid of it. They didn't really vote on it because it was a military issue, so to speak, which was, to me, was somewhat comical. Training forces and having a professional force is so important, and NATO stresses it heavily. I'll give you the counter argument that the Austrian MOD said. It's like, look, do you understand how much money it costs us to train a soldier? We know we're only going to have him for 6 to 9 months, right? We're going to outfit him, we're going to resource him, we're going to feed him, we're going to train him, and then by the time we get him trained to be a professional soldier today, it's not like giving a guy a pick, or a sword and saying, dude, you're a sword guy, or your infantry. Militaries today are ridiculously modern. They are ridiculously high tech compared to what they were in the 30s and the 40s. And it takes a very long time to even train ground soldiers. And I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that go into this, right? So you train a guy for 6 months, you got him for 3 months, and then you start all over again. That's a lot of money for a country, right? So I think eventually it breaks down, right? And conscription, that I think it was Colonel Spencer that actually pointed out that what was it? They had 400,000 Russian males, leave the country when they tried the last round of conscription and bringing people in, and it didn't go so well, right? So yeah, it's this their whole structure is crumbling, right? This is just one aspect of it.
So listen, Chuck and Colonel Jeff, let me give another explanation that might help you, Mark. Right. So throughout this conflict, I've been looking at trench systems. I've been looking at other engineering tasks that have been conducted. Right. Their attempts to pontoon and all of these things. These are skills that take time for people to acquire, right? So, and I'm talking about sappers, engineers, combat engineering here. I will use this figure all the time. Around about 3 years in the British Army, I would say it might be quicker somewhere else or whatever. I would say that anyone who's professional and decent at their job, it'll be about that. In this type of role, it's very varied, right? There's many aspects you need to get, but it wasn't until the 3-year point that I would think, oh yeah, they're starting to get good. They're starting to know what they need to know, right? So this is the problem they have. When I've been looking at just trench systems, right, how they've been set up, how they've been made, and we do know that other people are making them, but no one's planned this out. What happens is when you kill everyone off really early, you lose these skills. You have no ability at that point, therefore, to transfer these skills. Right. So if you go to a training regiment, an engineer training regiment, the very, very few people, you would have to be spectacular to get into that training regiment, or really unlucky because you've gone to a really crap job there, to get a place in there unless you've done 7-9 years, right? There's a reason why they want people who've been in 7 or 9 years to be teaching people, because they've got good and then they've got better and then they're becoming specialized or not specialized. They're really, really great generalists. It is not possible for these people to have the skill to acquire those skills that they need, because they're quite complex. As we saw the other day, I think you saw as an example, right, did you see the bridge that they put the mines around to try and blow it up, right? So in actual fact, part of it is quite smart, right? But they didn't have the skills to understand what they needed to do, i.e., how do you detonate those mines and all the other bits and pieces. And I could give you about 5 different ways off the top of my head how they could do that, but they didn't have the skills. So they had someone who went, oh, we put the wire out and it looks all right. They've put the mines actually generally in the right position. I would have thought they would have been quite affected if only they knew how to do the final part. And this is everything I've seen from where the Russians have operated to the way they patrol. And people forget that I don't know how it works, but in my day, the Royal Engineers would still do a lot of patrolling, right? So be first in, last out for a reason, right? You need to know what you're doing. I've watched people, I'm just going, Harry, why are you moving down the street like that? There's nothing really, but these are skills that take a very long time for you to embed in them. And as Colonel Jeff said, right, so if you've spent 9 months training someone and then you kill them in 2 days, what have you achieved? And there's the problem. They have denuded their army of any ability to get better, because now what they have is people who don't have the skills teaching people who have even fewer skills. So what they'll do is the number of mistakes they have will just increase, and then people will just start making up. I think, i.e., when we looked at that trench system, we analysed it, said what's wrong with it, you end up with mistakes like that. So someone may go, oh yes, that looks brilliant. Well, no, it to someone who's just seen a picture somewhere and gone, yes, that looks like the Mona Lisa because they've painted it, and okay, it's got a moustache on it, but that's what you'll end up happening. So they've made themselves combat ineffective because of their ability or their lack of ability to train anyone to a standard, because they don't have anyone of that standard.
An alert listener has just sent it the following analogy. I can teach my dad how to read his email, but if anything changes, like an operating system update or any other kind of issue, he can't then access his emails, and he needs the experienced guy, i.e. me, to help and fix. And I think that's thank you for alert listener. I think that's an excellent analogy.
Yeah. Hey, 2 quick things that I forgot. First, I was remiss. Chuck, those words you said about early made that was really nice, and truly appreciate it. I think the world of you too. I think you're a great guy, and I'm not falling over you. I look at your career now, and I'm hoping to follow in your footsteps, man. So after military, I truly appreciate the words. It's very, very kind. The second thing is I wanted to touch one other aspect of conscription that a lot of people don't realize. Imagine this, right? So if we know that it takes a lot of time to train a soldier, and you bring in a guy and you know you're going to have him for 6 months, and you're the commander of the base, what task are you going to give this guy after he gets through his first, 5-6 weeks of boot camp? You're going to give him all the shit jobs, right? Cleaning the toilets, working in the mess hall, all the horrible jobs, right? And when he has all those horrible jobs for 6 months, does he watch all the other soldiers do cool stuff like, going to the firing range, or reacting to contact exercises out in the field, or working on Eurofighters, all these really cool tasks? He's like, dude, I'm 18. I want to go do that, right? And he can't, because it would take too long to train him. Now he gets out. What's his perception of the military, right? He doesn't like it. And Austria's got a big challenge, right? There are very few people in this country that really appreciate, relish, or revere their military. They don't. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of people wish that we're neutral and we should just get rid of the military. I'm not joking. That is an argument that's made here, right? And a lot of it comes from this. When I was there, all I did was clean shitters. That's what they made me do for 6 months. Well, okay, dude, yeah, but had you volunteered to stay for 2 years, they would have given you a cool job because they would have trained you to do it, right? So there's a lot of aspects to this.
Yeah, and you were hitting it right on with the sapper training. I mean, that is exactly what happens in special warfare. Every SEAL team has a training cell, and the training cell is headed by whoever is the most experienced platoon commander, the guy with the most trips to the sandbox, the most experiences under his belt, the widest variety of missions, and with him are some of the most capable senior chief petty officers and leading petty officers. So the best of the operational capability of the team is taken off the line and works up the deploying platoons. Similar things happen in a fighter squadron or an attack squadron. You've got some really experienced aviators, and they are making sure that these deploying pilots that they can do everything as advertised in Top Gun, basically. But Russia doesn't have that. They can't spare those people, and furthermore, I don't think there's many of them left at this point.
Yeah, it's exactly my point, Chuck. I used to one of my coaches used to say years ago to me, "It's not practice that makes perfect; it's perfect practice makes perfect."
I'll jump in here. Well, hello everyone.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, sorry, my pause a bit. I'm a little under the weather, but I did hear something that was interesting, and that was the what we call battle school or centers of excellence, combat training centers, schools of infantry and engineers and artillery, the artillery school. And it's, maybe a little insight. I'll jump in front of Mark if you don't mind there, Mark. Appreciate your hand. But it's something that people in the military who've been around long enough can appreciate. And it comes down to, we're going to train these soldiers with the Russians. We're going to train these soldiers and they're going to do this, this, and this. We're going to do this, this, and this. And we're going to have, a million, 500,000, 300,000 soldiers. And then you find out, through the grapevine that all of the trainers and the school staff that do the training in Russia were sent to Ukraine to get destroyed. And then you start, people think that it's just like, as maybe Jeff would say, like 1930s and 40s when him and Chuck first joined the military, that you could just have a certain type of soldier squared away pretty quick. And yeah, this is an Enfield. You remember the Enfield, boys. And this is how you use it. And these are the drills. And you have, small party tactics, and that's it. Now, training it's a different world. It's a different world. Whether it's your normal competencies to laws of armed conflict, to CBRN, to different winter warfare exercises, the fact that people think that a soldier is a competent soldier and he can be trained or she can be trained in 3 weeks or 3 months or 4 months or 6 months is almost silly. Now, Ukrainians are a little different because a lot have already been trained, by NATO, but also they're prepared. They're fighting for their survival. So the tasks that they're being trained for 6 months, they're getting crazy training. They're getting very specialized training. They're getting cadres of training staff around the clock who are pushing them to their human limits, and they're gladly accepting that challenge because they want to learn. So there is a very important thing. But here's something more important. It's not about the training. I would say it's also about the trainers. So what do the Russians have for trainers? What does it take to be, when I hear I'm a trainer, well, are you? Just because you're in the military and just because you did this, this, and this, doesn't make you a trainer. It doesn't make you a someone who is competent to instruct on a course, whether it's field stripping a rifle, or whether it's how to post a grenade, how to throw a grenade, how to do a series of different things tactically. If you're infantry, for example, or for engineers, whatever engineers do. Sorry, David. When you go to a battle school or a center of excellence, you have standards cells, the people that who know everything about everything, and then enforce those rules on everyone else. You have people with combined hundreds and hundreds of years of military experience. That's what kind of training you get at a center of excellence. And you get people who they're posted there. Sometimes you get, staff officers that get posted there to the battle schools or the centers of excellence for, a few years or whatever, but you have people that have been there forever. and they're the sergeant majors and the chiefs and the, and you could have a captain that's been there forever. And you have people that know the system, they know the routine, they know how people train, they know the best practices on how to train people, they know how to assess, weakness and correct it better. It's an institution. So when you look at, if you're British, you look at Sandhurst or Aldershot, or you look at Catterick, they don't send Muppets over there to those places to train other people, because you can put people, almost as a holding pattern, someone who's come back, maybe got PSD, and they're taking a little, someone's to take not a break, but they're posted somewhere where they can, change their operational tempo and download their knowledge and their experiences to the new, the qualified soldiers who are doing machine gunners courses and sniper courses and pathfinders and yada yada and blah blah blah, all this sophisticated stuff. You have those people, but that institution in itself is really, really important, and it's something that you just can't build. You can't make it. Those Russian trainers and instructors that they threw into the mix, that you can't get them back. Frankly, I don't think you even wanted them back. I don't think they're very good either. But if you look at, videos on YouTube of how the Brits and Canadians and Americans and how they train recruits, from recruits to a professional rifleman or woman to a professional sapper, and then the advanced courses they do, those take years. So you could be a corporal who's been in the army, let's say, for 4 or 5 years. Sorry, can you?
No.
Hello? Sorry, I got a phone call.
You've just come back.
Where did I lose you?
Corporal.
Just 15
4 or 5
seconds
years,
ago.
he said.
You've been in the military 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, you could be a corporal, you've been in the military 4 or 5 years, and you get posted to battle school. You're going to be the storeman. Like, you're the guy driving around, picking stuff up, bringing hay boxes out to the field. They're not saying, hey, you're a corporal and you're really good with the rifle, we need you to train this section or squadron. You're storeman or woman. Sit there, do the stuff we need, and maybe when you become a master jack or a master corporal, we could get you doing a couple of lectures, and then if you're there a sergeant, I've had course warrant, on a basic military qualification course as a course officer, my course warrant, my number 2, had 22 years of experience as an infantry warrant officer. That's my core. See, 20 years, 9 tours overall. And that's the person that's running the show, really. So why I'm telling you this is that pays off. That pays dividends. That warrant, I'd have to hold on a short leash, because if it was his choice, all the students would be dead right now. They wouldn't be dead, but you know what I mean. He'd really run them hard, and that's kind of the give and take that we have. I have to make sure that I don't lose my course to the hospital, to the MIR, and he wants to make sure he offloads the best training that he could do and direct from the other staff that work for him. That's a system that the Russians just don't have, and it's not just because of this war. I will say, I recall watching a VDV training video. It's kind of like their Navy SEALs, kind of like Chuck, and I was watching it, and it almost looked like a joke. It looked like Planet of the Apes style training. They were, they were beating each other, running around. It was very much a physical display, but a lot of really misplaced masculinity. It didn't make a lot of sense. Didn't look practical. I don't know how many cinder blocks you come across in the field. Chuck, did you have to smash a few cinder blocks? Navy SEAL work? Did you have a very angry cinder block come at you?
No, never. Cinder blocks are expensive, so we didn't get to break them on our heads.
Yeah, well, my whole point is that's what I would say. That is what with the difference in training, and that's how important it is. And I can't stress it enough. And if you've never been in the military and you've never been on a course for 6 months where you thought you were going to die or fail, or you're depressed because you were sucking, and then you make it through, and then that's just the first step. Then you have other hurdles, and you have more hurdles, and you get to that point. You're not even considered an instructor then, but you get posted, you learn, you take your courses on what you need to do. So that whole structure, it's not cheap. And I'm not talking about money. It just doesn't come about easily. And I think the audience should know that the Ukrainians are benefiting from like thousands of years of experience of NATO instructors around the planet, or wherever they're training. They're really getting that benefit, and the Russians are not. So at the end of the day, even if the Russians had enough kit to kit out 300,000 people, I don't think it matters. I'm not sure what they're doing with it. Yeah, just food for thought. I don't know what you think, Jeff or Chuck or anyone. Yeah.
So I was going to add to the little bit is because, of course, what we're also saying, this is what Russia doesn't have and has no ability to create in the next 10, 15 years, right? So they're just going crap, teaching crap, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think, Yehuda has perfectly summed it up. But, the other thing is I don't think Russia has the training infrastructure, like the institutions, the designated bases. And, we're talking about training and I'd remind everyone with no military experience who's listening, there are all these gradations of training, right? So there is basic, where you essentially learn high pressure janitorial, work, and your left from your right. And then there are, all these different skills that pile up. You get separated into your military occupational specialty, and let's say you're an artilleryman. Well, you have to go to a basic course for that, and then you're going to have to go to specialist training on different weapons. There is all sorts of subcomponents and skills, and let's just talk about sappers, right? So it isn't just combat engineering, building stuff and blowing stuff up. Patrolling. That's a skill that takes quite a bit of time to master, and I'm sure I don't have to remind you, it's life or death when you're patrolling in a denied area. You better do it right, or you're not going to be doing it very long.
Yeah, and like think about it, Chuck and Jeff, especially Jeff, big top man, doing all sorts of big stuff as a colonel. I mean, can you imagine in one of Jeff's postings in somewhere in Iraq, if something bad happened, not Jeff, Jeff's like boss. Jeff's like boss 2 times up says, "Well, screw this. I better get over there and get on that helicopter or that plane and Why are major generals rushing to the front all across Russia? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Major generals. Oh, an infantier major general. My army is stuck somewhere. Well, why don't I just drive right up to the front? This is nonsense. This is bizarre. Doesn't happen. Very strange stuff, right? So they don't have the infrastructure, and I don't believe it's because they want to take control, because they don't. I think they're just really bad at it. They don't understand the war fighting. Never in my life have I heard of like 55 major generals just showing up at the front lines and half them getting killed. It's bizarre. For every one that got killed, there were probably 3 or 4 of them standing around somewhere else. So just think of that weird number, eh? Jeff, is that crazy? Would the U.S. Army send Colin Powell in
No, but
Schwarzkopf?
no, they wouldn't. But this all. I mean, I can't. I don't know how many times I can preach it, and I know we got new listeners, so I'll say it again, right? When it's fundamental in their doctrine, right? So their doctrine of centralized command and centralized execution means that whatever the general says, you go do, right? No one's allowed to make a decision other than the dude at the top. So this, to be fair, from a training perspective, this is pretty easy, right? I only have to train the general how to think and how to understand Jean Monnet and Sun Tzu. I only have to train a couple guys. I don't have to train everybody, right? It's far cheaper, right? It's far easier, but this is why they send generals to the front, because no one else knows how to actually interpret the battle space and figure out what to do and how to react. But look, I think what Chuck said and what Yehuda said, these things resonate, right? And it's not Navy specific, and it's not Army specific. I'll give you another example in the Air Force, right? And I was blessed. I was actually selected to go what was called the U.S. Air Force Fighter Weapons School, or our Top Gun School, and it's 6 months long. It's the highest washout rate school. I'm not saying it's equivalent to SEAL training, but it's from an aviation perspective, it's that hard, right? It is really, really hard. And there's a lot of guys who don't make it through. But if you graduate, it costs $1 million per person back in 2000. If you graduate, you become what's called a target armor. On your left arm, you will always wear a patch that says U.S. Fighter Weapons School graduate, right? Looks like a target on it. And everywhere you go, anyone who's graduated from that school, that's the patch that they have on that shoulder, right? So like it's the only universal patch that goes on your left shoulder for the entire Air Force. And I'll tell you why that is important, right? Because once you get done with that, you go back to your squadron and you become the weapons and tactics officer. Like you were in charge. If the commander's going to put a line on the board to go fly, you're going to go and you're going to talk to that flight lead and like, hey, what's your plan for training today? And if he says, I'm just going to fly the pattern and do a little pattern work and go do some navigation, maybe a little low level. No, dude, that doesn't cut it, right? We're not spending $60,000 in gas for you to go play around. I want to know how you're going to better yourself today, right? So you go in and you sit down with him in the pre-brief and stuff, and you beat the bejesus out of him until he gets it right. And then you let him take the airplane and give him the keys and say, you go fly. Where this really, really matters, and I'll give you a vignette, right? So I graduated from Flight Top Gun School in December of 2000, okay? September 11th happened, and what does the United States government do or the U.S. Air Force do from a how do we go tackle an Afghan war scenario? Because to be fair, we've done a lot of training against different countries, and Chuck can probably validate this. Like we've trained for like scenarios in North Korea, we've trained for scenarios in Syria, we trained for scenarios in Russia, we trained for scenarios. Nobody had trained for a scenario in Afghanistan, right? So they didn't have an air defense thing. So what's the concept of even rolling back in air defense? What's air going to do? What are we going to do in Afghanistan? So the Chief of Staff of the Air Force said, I want the graduates from December's weapons school class in DC now. And literally an order came out, and then all of us from that class flew into an undisclosed location. They locked us in a room and said, ship me a plan, right? It wasn't the generals coming up with a plan, because they knew they've been out of the game too long. When you graduate from Top Gun school, you're the smartest dude in the entire Air Force in your weapon system. You're the smartest dude. There is no one smarter, right? So the Chief of Staff goes, that's the guys I want. And of course, immediately the initial plan of us going into Afghanistan was a pretty big success, right? We almost got Osama bin Laden in the mountains had we not messed up a couple tactical things, and that's a discussion for another day. And Chuck and I can probably have some beers and talk about how we kind of messed that up. But we were close. We were really close to having them.
You didn't have any Canadians with you there. That's why at that time.
Well, the Canadians still just give a guy a freaking sword and say that's your training. I don't know why you keep picking on us for it. I still see your training.
Wow, them be fighting words. What was the hardest thing on that X you did in the Air Force? Did you have to stay at a 3-star hotel for the last week or something? I'm just curious. Oh, I'm just kidding, Jeff. Did I kill me?
I've seen pictures of Yehuda with a sword. I've seen it with my own eyes. He had a sword in his hand.
I still have a sword. Jeff, please don't be mad. I gotta throw in the
Dude,
3-star joke occasionally.
To be fair, I'm not mad, right? I'll tell you a really quick funny story. In '99,
Before you say that, listen, the course he's talking about, I actually checked it out. It is actually very, very hard. I didn't know you guys even had that course, so I only say it because you've earned it, and the ribbing.
Thanks. No, it's all good. So the Air Force we call ours Fighter Weapons School. The Navy calls it the Top Gun. What always makes me laugh is the Navy gets all the glory. And they should. Now I get it. They're Navy, but their Top Gun course is only 6 weeks, and you're only an expert in your weapon system. The Air Force program is 6 months long, and you actually fly you're an expert in your airplane, but then you go fly every other airplane, and you have to learn at least the capabilities and limitations of each other airplane. So when you integrate as a strike package, you are one of the few guys who can go, oh yeah, dude, I flew on a B-52. I understand. I know why the B-52 can't do that. Right. Okay. Right. Good. Right. So, because a lot of guys will mission plan for a B-52 have never flown one. Go, yeah, I want the B-52 to do this. I'm like, yeah, B-52 can't do that. Right? Are you crazy? Right. But you're the only guy that's the voice of reason in this one. Anyway, real funny story. 99. Boss comes to me. He's like, dude, you're going to the war in Serbia. I'm like, okay, all right. So I pack all my stuff and I hop on an airplane. And I get to where the prowlers are flying out of. They're flying out of Aviano, Italy. They're like, oh, we need to get you a hotel room. They drive me up the mountain, a place called Piancovallo. It's a ski resort, ski chalet. This place was unbelievably beautiful, right? So I go down to the restaurant. I'm eating pasta. I'm drinking a little wine. Like, hey, you're flying tomorrow morning. Okay, so yes, I cut it. I go fly. I shoot a couple missiles. I come back from the war. I drive back up, have an amazing pasta dinner. I mean, this is the way you should fight a war. To me, that is warfare.
We call that good deals for good seals, Jeff. So it sounds like you were being a good seal.
We don't like you, Jeff. I don't like you when I hear that. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's I joined the wrong branch. I feel so bad, Jets. Mark, who I like just because it comes from a place called Brick Hill Parish. It's pretty cool. I think he had a question for you guys.
Mute. Sorry about that. I was going to pick up on the point that Chuck mentioned about trash and the Russians. Well, at the beginning of the whole conflict, we saw lots of reports that the Russians were just making an absolute mess of everywhere they were. I suppose my question is, has that changed at all? Is it still the same?
You know, I don't think it's changed, and you know, that just shows to me a really substandard of fieldcraft, and so you can imagine they, you know, all that garbage and trash and rolled up paper and everything else that's scattered all around their positions, and not to put too fine a point on it, what do you think their field hygiene is like? And I'm not saying that with any crinkling of my nose. I'm saying that people get sick, and they get really sick, and they get things like Shigella. And if they're grody enough, they wind up getting typhus and diphtheria and other things that kill soldiers. Which, by the way, in virtually every war that's ever been fought, disease kills more people than contact. But you know, those sorts of things are things you should have learned in basic training, right? You know.
Can you say what Shigella is?
Yeah,
Shigella?
isn't that the party in the desert that you guys do in the States?
Yeah, Shigella is one reason I know about Shigella is I actually got it, and it almost got me a free trip to Ramstein. It is amoebic dysentery, but the Shigella itself, the little amoeba that you get, puts off this stuff called Shiga toxin, which is right up there as one of the most deadly toxins in the world. So you start out with food poisoning, but then you wind up with your lips going numb, and you think you're seeing Elvis. So bad stuff
Well,
to get.
I just don't get it. Sorry, someone messaged. That's Coachella, the party in the desert. I made a mistake. I apologize. Coachella.
I saw a clip of a British volunteer who was back from Ukraine being interviewed, and he was saying how wet wipes are one of the single most valuable supplies that you can carry as a soldier.
And dry socks.
Dry socks, absolutely. But you know,
But I will say, going back to that, that's been my personal secret for 15 years. I never, you could take wet wipes, put them in a Ziploc bag so it doesn't crunch, and put it in one of your pockets, and you don't have to shower for 10 days. Definitely worth its weight in gold. I mean, Chuck didn't have their nappies back when Chuck did this, right? But
we had flint knives when I was in. But the good thing about being a SEAL is a lot of times you get in the water. So you know, sometimes it's not very nice water, but you know,
I hope the flint knife wasn't being used instead of a wet wipe.
Oh, that could have been the problem.
Well, by the way, given the fact that we just heard the solid words of our friend Fish about the 6 months course, I thought a naval aviator could opine on the quality of the compressed course. Hop C.
Yes, of course.
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing? Well, there's almost no comparison, because Top Gun is held out in the middle of the desert, and and naval weapons. Air Force Weapons School. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Is in the lovely confines of just outside of Sin City, sort of in the so you can go downtown Vegas and see what you're going to see when you're not flying. I could be wrong about that, but that's only what I've heard. The patch wearers in the is what we call the Top Gun guys, or patch guys. I think sometimes that crosses over into the Air Force too. But the 6-month course that the Air Force gives is sort of PhD level. The Top Gun is a master's class, and the whole idea of Top Gun, as it evolved in the 70s from the Out Report and all that stuff, is that you're training the trainers. Those guys are supposed to go back to the squadron. They generally become the training officer, and they operate at a squadron level. Whereas it's my impression, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, that the patch wearers coming out of the Air Force, a lot of times those guys are functioning at a wing level. Anyway, that's my impression. But they did have to rough it in Vegas for 6 months, so that's all.
Hey, listen, question for you Air Force people. I don't know if it's true, but in the original Top Gun that wasn't CGI'd, is it true, just totally selfish pleasure here, if you were to fly your plane like which one of them did near the tower and got everyone mad, is that an actual thing that people do? Well, it seems unsafe and ridiculous, so that's why I wouldn't do it. But I know there was an event in the UK, I think in the 60s, where a Royal Air Force pilot flew his plane under the London Bridge or something, and he got in trouble. I think he was dismissed eventually, but everyone loved him for it. What's the deal with that? Being reckless and stupid, is that a thing in the Air Force? What does that mean? I'm curious. Not stupid, but you know what I mean. Unnecessary risk. Is that why? If it was true, is that why it wasn't done? And is it a thing that people do and just risk punishment for? I'm just curious. Totally topical.
I would tell you this. People who have aspirations to go fly airplanes, if you think that somehow they have risk aversions, you're probably wrong, right?
Unnecessary risk, I said.
Hey, there's old pilots and there's bold pilots, but there's very few old bold pilots, right? So yeah, look, buzzing towers is a thing, right? I mean, but usually you make a request like, hey, tower, how about a low approach, especially on carriers, right? So this is a big thing on carriers. If you want to do a flyby of the carrier, and most of the guys in carriers and most of the air bosses, it's the air boss's call, right? So to my Navy brethren out there, thank you, by the way, for speaking up. Yes, Vegas is beautiful, but when you're there at our Top Gun school, you only get to go like once or twice, so it kind of sucks. But I did a 3-year exchange program with VAQ 131, so I got a little street cred to be able to speak about being on a carrier. Yeah, it's a blast, and naval. To be fair, naval aviation is 10 times more fun than Air Force aviation. And you probably sit there and go, I don't understand that. Well, let me give you some excuses or some explanations, right? So a carrier is one of the biggest targets that an adversary can want to hit, right? So when you are doing launch and recovery efforts, your number one thing to do is to get all the airplanes off and all the airplanes on as quick as possible, because you are a very predictable target, because you don't turn when airplanes are trying to land, right? You got to stay going the same speed, same heading, all that kind of stuff. So the Navy has basically pushed their aviators to say, dudes, you're going to fly really fast, you're going to do short finals, and I'm going to launch you guys really fast. And to be fair, they actually have to meet a standard for a launch and recovery element. They have to meet a certain time to be qualified as a carrier to go to sea. So they train like that even back home. Now, if you're in the Air Force, the FAA's airspeed below 10,000 feet is 250 knots indicated. Air Force follows that rule religiously. The Navy says, well, dude, I can't do 250 knots and land as fast as possible. So when you ever watch Navy guys come in an overhead break, they're doing 4 bills, 450 knots, pushing 500 knots, right? And as soon as they get overhead the airfield, they snap the airplane 90 degrees on its side and then pull the stick and pull back the throttle, and they bleed off all their airspeed around the turn. It's a beautiful thing. I love doing it on the carrier, right? In the Air Force, that's a huge, huge no-no, okay? So naval aviation is a blast. I going through prowlers training. I said, hey guys, how about we do a cross country? Let's go down to Davis-Monthan, see all my old bros, have lunch at the O Club, and we'll come back and we'll hit a low level on the way back and do this. Okay, great. So we're about 20 miles out, 10 miles out, and they clear us down below 10,000 feet, and we ask for the overhead. Now, an Air Force overhead's at 250 knots. But my pilot is a Navy pilot flying an EA-6B that does not want to do 250 knots. So somehow the IFF, or the transponder, which is reporting to the ground where you are and what your airspeed is, somehow that got turned off. I don't know how, but it just somehow got turned off. And we came into the overhead at 450 knots, ripping it up, making a lot of noise, having a blast, pulling in a thing. Pulling into the the 90-degree bank and coming down to land. Once we did that, we shut down on the ramp, and before we could even get out, there was a blue sedan with its lights on in front of our airplane, and it was the SOF, or the superintendent of flying, and he gets out and he's like, "How fast were you going in the overhead?" And my pilot, I'm like, look at him, and he goes, I was going 250 knots. He's like, bullshit, that was 250 knots. He's like, well, what did you guys
Do you have a
clock?
radar gun?
Yeah, what did you clock me at? I mean, what I mean, you had my IFF, right? We couldn't lock you up on IFF. Your airplane wasn't reporting. Is your airplane broken? I don't know. I'll write it up into the forms. I'll write up the IFF to do a ground check on it. Right? So needless to say, we had to go see the wing commander. Wing commander asked us what our airspeed was. The Navy officer held true, said, hey, dude, I was doing 250 knots, man. He's like, sure, did you? And he asked the wing commander, did you see me? Of course, the wing commander, hold on, buddy. The wing commander didn't see him because he was in his office. It's like, okay, well, dude, I don't have it on record how fast you were going. So, hey, don't do that again. Okay, sir, we won't do it again. But he's an aviator too. The guy flew A-10s. I guarantee, like, a million times over, he would love to do 450. If an A-10 could do 458 knots, right? He would love to do 450 knots in the overhead and actually rip it up.
He BS'd it by 208 knots.
Yeah, he was off by a little bit. So
incredible.
The Navy, they call that flat hatting, which means the guys on the ground have got to put their hands on their hats because you'll suck it off their head as you rip over. So
yeah,
listen,
hold on real quick. And Chuck probably knows this, right? So if you're ever at a Navy base on Friday afternoons, right? The air wing guys that are coming back, or the guys who went out and do training, they all know that the officers club, especially ones where they have nice weather, the guys are sitting out around 3 or 4 o'clock, starting to drink beers, hanging out. And it's all about showing off, man. Right? So when you bring your 4-ship into the break, like you're not even just briefing the standard, okay, guys, we're coming down for the carrier break, would be on, and blah blah blah, the numbers. You're also saying shit like, dudes, keep it fucking tight. Everyone's watching us. Don't fuck it up. Right? You're telling them all the shit you definitely don't want recorded on a radio, right? Like, hey, Steve, I saw your break last time. It looked like shit. Don't do that again, right? So it's it's really it's aviation's just a different world, man. It's a lot of fun.
I was going to say, everyone, MriyaReport, been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for over a year, talking about Russia's invasion and subsequent genocide, ongoing genocide of the Ukrainian people. We have experts in every field. Today we've got a Navy SEAL, Air Force pilot, another Air Force pilot, and a bunch of other really well-meaning people. Listen in, retweet the space. You can't get this on YouTube even. This is too custom tailored for the audience. This is stuff that I learn more from this space every day than many other things I've done in my life. So this is really an amazing experience. And you get to hear the gems. Obviously, no charges will be laid for speeding because this was a long time ago. We don't know anyone's name. So thanks for that. I'll pass it back to Nick and David.
I don't want it. You have to keep it, Yehuda. You touched it last.
Fair enough. I have the cooties. Nick, can't hear. And to our great co-hosts, we have great co-hosts from around the world, PhDs, superstars, people from all over the place. It doesn't get better than this. You know, we have the most sophisticated truck drivers I've ever heard driving down the highway there, the I-95, and pontificating on their past. This is truly a motley crew, as it says somewhere in the Bible. We're all a group of people with the same kindred spirit, one of supporting Ukraine.
Yehuda,
And
can I jump in for a second?
You broke my soliloquy. Absolutely, go ahead.
This Hop. So I kind of wanted to build on what Colonel Jeff was saying. I think it was Colonel Jeff. About and he can verify this, the difference between naval aviation in the U.S. and the Air Force is if the Air Force if you're going to do it in the Air Force, you have to have something in the manual that says you can, and in the Navy, if it doesn't say you can't do it, then it's approved. So anything you can come up with can be can be done until until disapproved through action. And the only guy I ever knew in the Navy that got in trouble for the break is when he went seriously transonic. Where was he going? It wasn't Mather, but it was someplace where he basically he may have touched the sound barrier on at the initial and put a boom across the whole field before he closed the throttles out. By the time he hit the numbers for the overhead, he was down to 500 knots.
Do you know him well? That's still a lot of heat on the jet for the final number.
It is. That's the reason why all the Navy jets, if you have to trim them up so to the right because they're all bent to the left. Because in the Navy we do left-hand brakes away from the island on the. In some fields you have right-hand brakes, but it's always based on breaking away from the carrier's island.
Yeah, a little boom over the field will definitely get you called into the skipper's office.
Well, it doesn't help when the wing CO is sitting at the hold short, waiting to go out on his afternoon, his late afternoon sortie, into the week type thing. And it was all based on showing off for the club. Absolutely.
Hey, for the pilots, how many drinks are you allowed to have before you fly? How many drinks?
0.
What?
The rule is 12 hours bottle to throttle.
Yep, and it is
not even 8.
I thought it was.
If you want to sacrifice your wings, that's an easy way to do it.
Yeah,
I thought it was 12 feet from bottle to throttle.
Yeah, that's well, yeah. In days of yore, that's for sure. When you would guys would show up, they may have done the 12 hours, but they would spend the first 15 minutes of their pre-flight huffing on
the oxygen.
Yeah, 100% oxygen, just so the light didn't, so the sun wasn't quite so bright.
100% oxygen was the best stuff in the world.
Yeah,
you just go to a casino. So wait, so these RAF pilots I've seen in World War II videos with little flasks, I assume that was Gatorade.
Well, the Royal Navy, would they stop their rum on the ships in the early 80s? When men were when, lots of handlebar mustaches, it could probably hold the rum a little longer.
Fair enough. No, I was just kidding. Obviously, no alcohol. I was wondering if it was 12 hours or 8, but that makes sense. 12 is better. Is that for all pilots? Like an industry standard?
I'm telling 100% the truth here. This is a very, very funny story. As of at least 1994, when I went out to the French aircraft carrier, their superintendents ejection seat in their survival kit, they had a mini bottle of French red wine. Not a joke.
Totally believe it.
Wait, I'm gonna call you out on a lie, Jeff. You told me something once. You said the only army that you knew that had alcohol in its rations were the Italians. So now it's the French too. It's basically all of NATO except for us.
No,
right?
I didn't say the Italians. I was stationed in Italy, and the French intendard came in to fly in Operation Deny Flight. I went out to that carrier. The Italians didn't have a carrier, dude.
No. I thought you said something about Italians had wine in their rations, like general just military overall.
I'm pretty sure
No,
that's true.
I
they
actually
may as
called.
well.
I mean,
I
you've got.
actually.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually called it an airstrike with some Super Etendards, and they were. Those are some pretty capable airplanes considering how old they are. But I can also. I spent a lot of time operating with the French Foreign Legion, and they had brandy, red, and white wine in all 3 boxes of their meals. So we would trade them crappy dehydrated strawberries for, a little hooch.
Yeah. So
There was a rumor that the Italians, when they back when they operated out of SIG, flying, I'm trying to remember what their old 2-engine ASW aircraft was, that they would have wine in flight, during their 8-hour missions.
I'm
And I
trying
don't
to
know if
think.
that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Well,
yeah,
you
so
might imagine I spent a lot of time in SIG. I'm going to have to find out what that airplane was. I remember they had a funky
Oh,
looking.
the Atlantique. I just remembered the Atlantique.
Right.
French flew it, the Italians and the Germans flew it.
So I was a lieutenant when I went out to brief the on the what's called the special instructions. Obviously, Hop, you know what those are, right? So this is basically what the air tasking order give all the pilots, and for the general at the time said, hey, it's not enough for guys to come in and fly in Bosnia with just reading the spins. You're going to go brief them. So there was a briefing team put together, and we're going to travel around. So we flew on Super Pumas down to Brindisi, then out to the boat, and it was amazing, right? So we get out there. The first place they take us is the bar on the aircraft carrier. Not kidding. The PA Foch had a huge bar, right? And everyone's in there drinking, whooping it up in the middle of the day. They're getting me hammered. And my liaison guy, his name was Pierre. I'm like, Pierre, dude, you got to stop me from drinking because I'm not going to be able to speak. He's like, no, Fish, this is exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to get you drunk. I said, why are you trying to get me drunk? He says, because when Americans get drunk, they speak really slow and they say the same thing like 5 times. And our guys aren't really good at English. so they're going to get a lot more from you if you're drunk than if you're not drunk. I said, okay. So then we go in and we eat in the officer's mess. And in comes the chef and he's yelling in French. And I'm like, what the fuck's he yelling? Pierre tells me, he's like, dude, he's pissed. I'm like, why is he mad? He goes, he didn't know we were having guests at the onto the boat, and he only had to whip up something really fast for us. I'm like, dude, I'm eating duck l'orange. Like our meal was duck l'orange.
Don't even know what that is. I'm in infantry.
And he was mad that he didn't get to whip up something special for us. So I love the they just make me laugh, man.
Yeah, Chuck, I don't know if you did this in some of your visits to SIG, but we discovered the Italian.
Sorry, Hop C. You got to tell the audience what SIG mean.
Sigonella, Sicily. It's a NATO air base, big U.S. presence, big Italian presence.
Is it near Aviano?
No, it's not that close. It's sort of on the southeastern. No, it's on the Med. It's near Catania for people that it's maybe
Southern
20.
Italy. Got it.
Yeah.
Near the bottom of the boot that's kicking the.
No,
Sicily.
it's on the island of Sicily.
There you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. We discovered the Italian enlisted mess had way better food than anything the Americans had to offer. And we started frequenting it, especially because they had table wine on every table. And it cost a pittance. And we eventually were told we were overusing it and to take it easy. Because more and more of the air crew started shuffling in there in our flight suits, and we couldn't hide who we were, and we clearly weren't transient. So, or just transiting the base with no better place to go. So we got uninvited for a while.
Hey, Dave. While we have a little bit of a lull and we're kind of reminiscing about aviation, would you mind if Hop and I gave you a brief explanation of what a case 1 aviation looks like at a carrier, which every time you try and brief it to an Air Force pilot, he gets high blood pressure and the shakes because he can't believe that the Navy is allowed to do that.
Oh, gosh.
I'm going to take that as a yes from Dave. Right. So,
well, you know, I mean, what it's been a long time. Let's see. I'm trying to remember the weather minimums for instigating a case one, and then the let's see. There's the Marshall radials and how far out you are. What it comes down to for those out there, when you're recovering to the aircraft carrier, they have at least one Marshall radial, sometimes two, depending if how many aircraft have been launched in the cycle. And that Marshall radial, let's say it's if you put a line aft of that runs directly after the carrier, parallel to along the course that it's going to have into the wind, basically as much as possible during recovery, there will be a couple Marshall radials to either side of that, and they'll be running off of either you know, if it's not a MCON situation with everything turned off on the carrier, you'll be able to track the carrier, you know, through various means.
Yeah. So we got to be careful though, because a lot of people don't know radials and stuff like that. So we got to be careful like that. So real quick, let me you can chime in and we'll just kind of do this back and forth. So every type of airplane, before they take off, they're assigned a holding altitude when they come back to get ready to recover, right? So, for example, 2,000 feet, the Hornets would be there, 3,000 feet, maybe another Hornet squadron, and then an F-14 squadron. 4,000 feet would be like a Prowler, and then all the way at the top is the E2C, because he's usually the last recovery, because he's kind of the eye in the sky, right? And everyone comes back, and you know, and you're everyone's watching the boat. Nobody's talking on the radio. Everyone's just watching the boat. Right, and there's launches kind of going off, and everyone's kind of jockeying for position in their altitude, and you're looking up and looking down, and then the next amazing thing that happens is all of a sudden the sky starts filling up with clouds, and Hop, what are those clouds made of?
They're made of water, and aluminum.
And gas.
And yeah, because people are oh, you're talking about everybody dumping fuel. Yes, there's a lot of that going on, and it's a big point of pride to hit your push time to the second, and the mental math you're doing the entire time, trying to make sure you're taking the winds into account and everything else, because you don't want to push a second early or a second late. I mean, it's a it's kind of fun.
Yeah. So everyone's jockeying for position, and everyone's got pride. And if you were at God's eye view of the carrier, and you do a 3-9 line through the carrier, if as you're doing circles over the top of the carrier, if you're in front of the carrier, you can't descend. You can only climb. And if you're behind the carrier, or behind that 3-9 line, south of it, if you will, you're allowed to descend. So the dream is to actually just be far enough south of the 3-9 line and have your altitudes below you clear, right? Remember, I told you Prowlers are 4,000 feet. So we had to be sporty, right? Like, we had to set it up so that we could actually get down through 3,000, through 2,000, all in that half semicircle, and then be ready to set up for what's called the break. So we've dumped our fuel. The pilot's like, yeah, they're launching the last one, and they're wrapping up the waist. I think we can do it. So everyone hold on. And again, you're not talking, and there's a bunch of airplanes in the sky, right? So you're not there alone. And your pilot just decides, everyone eyes out of the cockpit, let's go. And he dumps the nose, and he starts accelerating as fast as possible, because he wants to get up to carrier brake speed. And he's going to end up, and if he does it right, he's going to be at 2,000 feet as he starts the turn to come back towards the carrier. And then at 2,000, he's going to drop down to what? I think it's 1,200 next, right?
At 1,200, the next number.
Yep. And he's gaining speed, right? He's going as fast as he can. Throttles up, right?
Just blasting it. Yeah. I mean, just everything is shaking. Needles are approaching red lines. You're just, you want to get back.
And then if you're a really shit hot pilot, respective to the carrier underneath you, where do you actually start your turn and your brake?
Numbers for the brake overhead. What they do in the Prowler? I mean, was it a midship, or was it on the stern?
If you were really good, you would brake before the fantail. You could actually start your turn before the fantail. and not all the way up. Then when Hop says the numbers on the top of the carrier deck is break for the numbers, right? So you turn over the top numbers, but the prower, since we had a really big wing line, I mean, it's not really fair to compare to a Hornet, right? We could slow down to almost nothing with that massive wing.
True.
Yeah, so we could actually brake at the fantail. So now you're down to 800 feet. You're braking over the top at 500 knots, right? And then idles boards, and in the means of that one circle, you've slowed down, you've dropped the gear, you've put out the flaps, you've configured for landing, you've got the hook down, you've leveled out, and now you're 3/4 mile behind the airplane, behind the carrier, ready to call the ball and land. It all happens that fast. It's unbelievable. Literally. And then everyone else is behind you doing the same thing. But what drives Air Force guys crazy is that entire evolution that I just told you, no one's on the radio. Not one dude speaks the whole time through.
It's all zip lip is what, no talking unless you've got a problem. And let's see, when you roll out a beam, the fantail and the LSO, you want to be 600 feet altitude, 180 degrees out from the heading of the carrier, fully configured power. You're supposed to be coming back up on the power, so you're spooled. In other words, your jet engines have a little thrust on them, and by the time you hit the 45, which is halfway through the 180 degree turn, you're supposed to be at 400 feet, fully configured to roll out into the slot, on speed, on altitude, with alignment on the carrier. And I mean, we spent so much time in the training command just teaching that motor muscle memory type situation. I can still remember checklists from airplanes I flew, the landing checklist from airplanes I flew in the training command to this day. It's totally.
Thanks, buddy. All right, I think we got some questions. Mark, what's your question?
That sounds incredible. So I take it you do your training on land rather than initial training, at least for those maneuvers?
Yeah, that's correct. You do that. I mean, from your first flight as a naval aviator, you're shown the brake, and you begin to become familiarized with that. And yeah, it's all done on the around runways. And then as you get closer to your you get out of primary and through intermediate, and now you're really working up to go to the carrier. In nowadays it would be in T-45s, and which is based on the British Hawk design, but sort of beefier. Then you start something called FCLP's Field Carrier Landing Practice, and they actually, near all the major jet bases, they have a dedicated 8,000 foot strip with an LSO shack, landing signals officer shack, the lights that you have that approximate those you'd have on the carrier, and you just go out there and you bounce and you bounce and you bounce and you fly multiple profiles till the instructors think you're ready to go out to the carrier with the rest of your class for your initial carrier landings.
So for your initial carrier landing, do you do the same maneuver, or do they do anything? Do they give you like an easier number for that?
No, not really. I mean, they don't make Nuggets do case one recoveries. You just go out and you have something a lot simpler, more streamlined. They're more worried about how you perform from the break inbound, and they'll work on the teaching you the sophistication of a carrier recovery for a whole air wing later. They just it's kind of like teaching your kid to drive. You don't start with parallel parking.
Yeah. Can I just come back in again? One last comment for me. Yeah, that's
sure.
It sounds sounds quite challenging. So the fact that you don't use anything, you have no voice on the radio at all, is it because essentially it's a distraction? It's a safety risk?
I mean, you want it to be quiet around the carrier. You also, you know, it's a electronic. It's a security issue. You know, if anybody's monitoring the commonly known freaks, you don't, you know, if there's a sub in the area or something like that. And it's also tradition.
Who's next? We had another question. I don't know where they went.
Where
Is it
to
War Dog?
Yes. Where to go?
Good evening, dears, or good morning, depending on which part of the globe you are. Hello from Ukraine. I really don't feel comfortable in interrupting your professional Air Force discussion. That beautiful Air Force paradise. Apologize. So I will ask pretty particular technical question. I was today looking the news coming from Moldova regarding the protests, and I was like, I've seen it somewhere already, and it seems to be like a pattern that we already observed in Ukraine. Like first protests there were happening, and nobody took a serious warning or alert about that, and then like it become more and more, how to call it, impactful. Let's call it like this. So even the first protests in Moldova, they were like more low profile by the government and so far and so on. So now very professional and technical question about the airspace. How many F-16s it will take to make Russians 1,500 run from so-called Transnistria? Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hop, do you have any answer?
Jeff, I was really hoping you would take that one. I don't. Honestly, that is not my bailiwick in the slightest. I thought you would definitely have a better idea than I would on that.
I'm not military, and hello, Hub. Happy to see you here. But what Ukraine said they need is 180. So up until now, everything they called for, like exact ammunition, exact equipment, and so on, they proved they knew how to use it, and they used it efficiently, and they haven't did any blunder yet. So I think I kind of I would kind of go on their bet. If they say 180, it's probably what they need. I think Colonel Jeff, you said at some point, we were talking yesterday about F-18s and F-16s, and about Finland, and we had a small discussion on that, and you explained to us what, for example, why do you need 40 pilots for 24 jets? And we were talking about training.
Right. So when you build a fighter unit, right? And there, to be fair, I'm talking about building. Mommy's upstairs. I'm talking about a specific type of airframe, right? So, for example, I don't know what Hop flew, but he would tell you that every Hornet squadron in the Navy was couched or framed by the same number of personnel, same types of jobs, same number of pilots, same number of tails, right? It's the same thing in the United States Air Force, right? So if we have a standard squadron, be like 24 airplanes for an F-16. And because of that, when you started trying to put manpower towards it, say, okay, so we have a 2-to-1 crew ratio, right? Crew to tail ratio. So if you have 24 tails, then you're going to have 48 pilots, right? As a commander, you're going to be authorized 48 pilots. And of those 48 pilots, in most cases, every commander is going to probably get about 40 to 45. In other words, you're never really ever fully resourced as a commander, right? But hold on a second, buddy. But what's sometimes funny is let's say you're having a drawdown in F-16s. Let's say F-16s are going away and the Air Force says we're going to send them away. Well, you might end up being a commander that could end up with 120% of your requirement. You could have 50 to 60 pilots, right? And of course, everyone's like, "Oh my God, look at all the pilots! You have more capability." I tell you, that's a massive headache for a commander, and I'll tell you why. Because just because you get more pilots doesn't mean you get more training hours, right? So now you've got to keep 50 to 60 guys trained with the same number of flying hours that you were authorized for 48 guys. And that's really, really hard to do. See, even my son says it's hard to do. He's really upset about it.
Apparently, yes. So, um, when they want attention, they want attention, right? So let's spin it a bit, right? If the request was for 180, and they already have at this point, I think around 100 planes working, like MiG-29, Sukhoi, I think 2024, and I think one other. There was one other that I remember. Would this, so they have 100, right? So roughly saying we are talking about 200 pilots. And they said they are able to send to training about 90 to 100 pilots. That will make available for 50 planes. Is my calculation correct? So if they want an extra 180, they will need about 360 pilots.
So the problem is I gave you an example of what the Air Force used just for F-16s. If we look at I want to say prowlers, right? So EA-6 is what I flew. We had 4 tails, right? And in our 4 tails in our squadron, because that's what we would put on the carrier deck. I think we had a ratio of 2.5, right, to of crews to tails. In Compass Call, I think we had a 1.8 crew ratio. So I'd be very cautious to actually say just because it's 2 to 1 for an F-16 that it would be the same for. I'm really not smart on how structures of Eastern Bloc jets are. I don't. Hop, do you have any insight to that? And what airplane did you fly? And do you remember what your squadron's crew ratios were?
We were about 2.5 was the goal. Obviously, you're never really there. I would think that in a wartime pump situation, that even the numbers you and I are talking about, the 2.5, the 1.8s, things like that, would probably be on the low side because of fatigue, backside of the clock flying, all attrition, people getting sick because they're worn down to a nub. You probably need a higher number, maybe 3 or something like that, when you're really pressing in an existential situation, the likes of which Ukraine is in. I mean, that's kind of my thoughts, but I really
no, that's valid, because when the Prowlers were flying in '99 and Allied force, the 2 squadrons that were deployed, the 138 and 142, they were begging the air wing not to send them more tails. They were begging to send more dudes. So the guys, the units that were coming back from deploy, or from the carrier were coming back in, a lot of these guys would actually just, if they volunteered, they would just transition to the front because they're, once airplanes start flying, you and I both know this, right? Airplanes, when they're flying, they love to keep flying. Right? It's when they don't fly that they keep breaking. So, for the maintainer guys who work 12 on, 12 off anyway, they can keep turning the airplanes. But you're right, whether it's getting sick or, being able to turn more sorties by the ground crew and just not having the guys just because of the other thing is that Hop and I probably haven't brought up is you're actually limited on how many hours you can fly in a given month, right? There's actually regulations in the United States Air Force and the United States Navy. You can't go over, I think it was like 125 in the first month and 300 over 3 months. I can't remember exactly what those numbers are, but you could burn out an air crew really, really fast.
Is that, I'm sorry, Hope.
No, I was just echo what Jeff was saying. It was 100 with a waiver in peacetime, and in wartime, the waiver just became automatic, so I think it went up to 120. Of course, it depended if you were single seat, multi crew. There were different numbers. Obviously, if nothing else, because of the duration of the missions, and ours are such an arbitrary assignment. Because if you're, I'm sure that the average, say, Su-25 mission in the Ukraine is probably 1.2 hours, maybe. So, but yet some of the most intense 1.2 hours a human being can experience, and there is a fatigue effect that is cumulative and well documented, and people become less effective after a week or so of flying multiple missions every day and need a break, or they start making big mistakes.
So that was exactly my question. What do you do in wartime? Because in artillery, for example, they're on the ground, right? How should I put this? We have had someone from our family who has been involved in aviation, and when they started training, my grandma's expression was, you realize you cannot park this on the right side of the road, right? So you need to bring it back in one piece, the burden yourself. So I kind of wondered, because I heard all the stories about how the artillery, for example, is being used, and for the M777 and the howitzers that arrived from Germany and so on and so forth. And the producer was like, we never tested them for so many rounds per day, or we never did this and that. And the answer was from Ukraine, well, we were under fire and we needed this, so we used it. You cannot do that with the pilots, correct? You gotta take care of them even more than you take care of the birds, basically, because you cannot. It's not only about safety; it's about if they return, correct? Does it make sense what I say?
I guess I'll take this one, Jeff. I have to head out in a few minutes here, but you have schedulers that work in every squadron, and they're they are the ones who put together the flight schedule for the next day, which is generated from ops orders that can show up anytime in the afternoon till well after midnight. A lot of people, and these schedulers are almost always pilots or air crew themselves. So they have to be in the mix, and there has to be more than just a couple of teams of those. So you take that into account. And the other thing you have to take into account, yes, let's say your average combat sortie is 1.5 hours. Before you go, there may be several hours of briefing and pre-flighting the airplane, followed by several hours of debriefing of equal intensity, and then you're right back in the barrel, either going into crew rest to be prepared to fly in 8, 10, 12 hours. And then somewhere in there, you have to eat, you have to bathe, and sleep and wash, rinse, repeat. And the days will run together very quickly. And then there's issues with circadian rhythms and getting people sleep. And if you have a particularly hairy mission, you're going to be fairly amped up from the adrenaline and all the hormones that got released during whatever it was you experienced, making quality sleep more difficult to get. And the factors go on and on and on. So that's why the numbers of air crews for airplanes are as high as they are. Your thoughts, Jeff?
No, that's 100%. And Hop, before you leave, I just wanted to say thank you for coming on and speaking. I know we're always looking for more guys to come and talk about aviation. We had another guy who unfortunately deployed and ended up he doesn't come on anymore because he's a little busy. But if you ever want to come back, you're more than welcome. I sent you a DM. We have a thing every other Sunday called the Doolittle Air Wing, where we get all the aviators together, and that way we are there able to answer questions for a bunch of audience, and would really welcome you to, if you're interested, to come join that. You're more than welcome to come do that, or I bet any of the hosts would love to have an aviator on. Most of them have very little aviation experience, and there's a lot of questions, whether they're send F-18s or send F-16s, or I've shared all my thoughts on that, but we always get new listeners, so you're more than welcome to come back. But Anda, what he's saying is 100% correct, right? There are times where you have events and flights where you might even say, hey, no, dude, I got shot at, it's okay, I lost half my wing, I made it back, just keep me on the schedule tomorrow. But your skipper's like, hey, dude, you're gonna take a lap. you're going to be down for a couple days, just because I'm not putting you back up in the air just yet, right? Because these things are traumatic, right? And they are pretty hairy, and many of them are, there's a lot of times where aviation is extremely boring. There's periods of long boredom that are just crushed by periods of frantic flurry of hell, right? You're flying a lot. When I would fly in Serbia, right, it was about an hour and a half just to get to Serbia from Italy. So you're flying and it's beautiful, right? It's a beautiful night sky, the sunset's going down, it's blah blah blah. But then you get there, and as soon as the missile comes off the rail, it lights up the night sky. All the anti-aircraft artillery positions below you are pissed off because you just shot a big missile into their country, so they start shooting at you, and then and then it gets very very furious, and then all of a sudden you might get one or two emergency lights in your airplane. There's a bunch of bells and warbles and crazy shit going off in your headset. People are screaming at you both outside the aircraft and inside the aircraft. And then all of a sudden, you're like, oh, okay, we're out of it. Now we got to go hit the aircraft tanker, right? Now we've got to go get gas to make it home. And you're really hoping that your pilot didn't stress out too much in that, and that, that the pilot can actually get on the boom and get the gas, or you're going to be spending the night in Sarajevo. And nobody wants to spend the night in Sarajevo on an EA-6B. That's not a lot of fun. So then you get your gas, and then you get home, and then, as Hop said, you go through your debrief, and you kind of decompress, and you talk through these things. But as soon as you're done with that debrief, your clock starts, right? And it's from that point on, 8 hours, you can go fly again. Schedules will try and keep you on the same shift where you're either flying nights or you're flying days. But when it comes to meeting the task of the general, the air tasking order, someone's got to put a button in that jet and go fly it, because the squadron commander is going to get fired if you're not flying the lines that you're tasked to fly. So hope that answers it.
It does. Thank you very much. Actually, I never realized how much it takes to put the airplane in the air, and how much work it is around it. Until someone sent me some videos, and I started. They are from the top, right? So like a live vlog with a pilot, and you realize he's sitting there for some time, not doing anything. Well, not really anything, but exactly like you said, and the pre-flight and the after flight, and checking the plane and checking this and that. It's a lot of work that it's not seen. We see the planes in the air and we're like, yes, we like to fly.
Somehow the pre-brief and the debrief and all that kind of stuff got cut out at Top Gun. Like nobody watches Tom Cruise in the debrief. That didn't make it in. So you guys only see the really cool parts.
I'm going to chime in there. Well, because it would be the most boring movie ever. You know, for I can't. I'm sure it was this way at weapons school. I'm not a Top Gun graduate. I did not go. But I've got some buddies that patch wearers and stuff like that, and IPs, even from instructor pilots, even from Top Gun. And the average day for those guys is, especially the students, is probably 14 hours. And that they maybe have and that's on the days they fly, and the days they don't fly, it's 12. It's because they may get 1 or 2 hops in on a given day, and they've got to prepare for the next day. It's an endless cycle. They prepare for the next day's flight, put together the brief so they look competent when they show up and have to brief either a room full of guys or just their instructors, and then they have to fly the flight, debrief it, wash, rinse, repeat for the afternoon hop if they have one of those. And it is a grind, and it is, the attrition rate we have sometimes is people just wear out, or something from the real world intercedes, sick kids, something like that. They lose a couple days of focus and they can't catch up. That's how intense it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing that Hop alluded to is so it's a 14-hour day at weapons school, right? And imagine, like, just to put yourself in the context, right? So you spend the entire day or half of a day the day before writing on a whiteboard of the entire mission, and you build kind of a training scenario and objectives and a mission, and this whiteboard is like 3 meters wide by 2 meters tall, and it's chock full. You don't have a blank space on this whiteboard, right, of all this stuff, and you build your charts and everything like that, and then you go to bed, and the next morning you come in and you practice and rehearse your briefing, or practice and rehearse, and then you give your briefing, right? And then you take a little bit of a debrief on how good or bad your briefing was, and then you go fly the mission, and then you go get another whiteboard the same size in another room, or worst case, you don't get a new room and you have to erase everything on your first whiteboard. And now you're going to write out all your debriefing odds, all the places you messed up as a student, all the like if you were a student, you're going to write everything out, okay? And then you're going to debrief that. So you're almost actually you're actually over 14 hours, okay? And then you debrief the whole thing to your instructors, and then at the end they're going to go away for about an hour and they're going to talk about your mission. There's usually 2 instructors, right? They're going to come back and tell you you passed, so you've done that ride. Congratulations, you can move on to the next one, or you didn't pass. You're going to do the whole thing again, right? So you just spent 2 days of your life literally in sheer misery coming up with the plan, execute the whole plan, and then only find out tomorrow you get to do it all again. It's one of the most demoralizing things in the world.
I bet it is. And I think the most demoralizing thing is you have to do it from the top. So you don't get to skip some parts.
Nope, you gotta redraw the whole board. Start all over.
All right. Let's see what Peter S. Has to say. He came up with a question, I think.
Yeah, hi. I've brought this subject up a few times on Maria, and it's really more to do with the F-16s and getting them into the theatre as quickly as possible. And I just had this idea that one of the big problems is the intensity of maintenance on these aircraft and ground crew to deal with them. And the obvious thing to me was that the F-16s are flown from a maintenance depot in Poland, they go to an operational base, they do their sortie, they load with they're flown without weapons or anything on them. They're loaded with weapons, debriefing, they do their sortie, they come back to the operational base where they can have minor maintenance done in Ukraine. And then when they need to go for a major maintenance thing, they are flown back to Poland. Now, for that section, you could possibly use ordinary civilian pilots because they're only learning to fly those aircraft basically point to point and straight and level, basically. Would that kind of work and speed up the process if that could be arranged? Because I cannot see, Poland does a lot of maintenance on military equipment, and I can't see why aircraft should be any different. And they would be safer there rather than being maintained major maintenance in Ukraine where they could be bombed. Flown by civilian pilots out and then brought back in when they're rotated and need to be used again, and that would deal with all the maintenance problems. It would be up to Ukraine whether they authorized EASA engineers or FAA engineers to work on them. Am I thinking straight on this, or am I talking complete rubbish?
No, I think to a degree you're right, and I actually just in the nest up there, one of the articles or one of the posts that's up in the nest is F-16s in Ukraine are both operational and logistically viable. It's an article that I just actually came out in the Kiev Post today that I wrote, and in that article it talks a little bit about the logistics and sustainment issues where people are saying, hey, we can't sustain F-16s or we can't do logistics or training or support. And the truth of the matter is, there's 4,500 F-16s that have been made to date, right? So if you try to figure out how many F-16 maintainers have retired or gone on to other things or blah, 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 there's a lot of them out there, right? So, not only do you have Poland as a depot level to actually do heavy level maintenance, but Ukraine or whoever could actually, if F-16s went in, you could bring in at a fairly, it's going to cost, but you get contract maintenance support for F-16s. And as you're doing contract maintenance support for F-16s from all these guys who know how to do hydraulics, avionics, sheet metal, ammo, all the disciplines that go into it, you bring those guys in for 6 months, you pay them a pretty penny, and they do on-the-job training and do transition training for Ukraine maintainers. So there's a lot of options out there. All of the operational excuses that have been used by the West for, it doesn't matter what the airplane is, F-16, Eurofighter, I don't care, right? Any of them can go. The only thing that's stopping Ukraine from getting fourth generation fighter aircraft is political will, right? And politicians on this side of the pond, I'm in Austria, right? And on the other side of the pond can keep using operational excuses all day long, but those are lies. They're fibbing, right? It's kind of hard. It's a little disingenuous for a politician to say, well, the airfields in Ukraine can't support F-16s because the air intake's down low and these airfields are really bad and you'll fight out the engines. Well, then you put a picture of from 2011 when the Air National Guard in a state partnership program had U.S. F-16s flying out of an airfield in Ukraine to do an exercise called exercise free airspace or something like that, right? And you're showing like, hey, dude, here's F-16s operating from Ukraine. So what's your next excuse, right? And they get mad at you because you completely undermined them and usurped their argument. And politicians don't like that, and they don't like to be called liars to their face anyway. but I kind of argue, well, if the shoe fits, well, if that's not the case, and I told you that, that logistically, right, that the airfields can support F-16s, are you going to change your mind, right? And if they change their mind, say, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, absolutely. Then F-16's going. Then he was being honest. He didn't know. If he comes up with another excuse, right, then he's a liar. Because the truth is, there's something stopping him or stopping, politicians from wanting to send F-16s in, whether it be fear of escalation, whether it be fear of nuclear war, whether it be fear of the cost that's associated, or whether it be fear of fracturing the NATO alliance, because not all the leaders would be supportive of it. There might be a reason out there like that, but I can't debate with a topic that I don't know what it is, right? So if I'm not willing to know, if I'm not told what the true topic is of why they don't want to go, I can't debate it on the merits. I can debate all day long on operational logistical issues, but I can't debate on the others.
Yeah, so there is no other reason other than political that the main maintenance couldn't be done in Poland, and the aircraft operate from operational bases in Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yeah. So and look, Ukraine can have base level maintenance. They can have base level maintenance capabilities all day long, and whether it be Poland or other places that would have depot level maintenance, sure, there's places in Europe that would enable that. So you're 100% correct, right? That it's not a training issue, right? It's not a logistics and sustainment issue. It's not a lack of aircraft availability. I mean, General Deptula just came out and said, we just pushed 47 F-16s into the boneyard, or 47 F-16s into the boneyard, and the deal with Draken for 12 F-16s to Draken fell through. So the Dutch are sitting on 12 tails. I mean, I made this point yesterday. It's kind of comical, right? So the F-16 has a thing called the SPO, or the Special Programs Office. And he's the guy in charge of managing the F-16 fleet completely, right? And if you go to him and you say, are there any F-16s available to give to Ukraine? He's going to give you the answer of the question that you just asked. And his answer is going to be, no, there's nothing available. Every tail is dedicated to something. Like I have every tail on my little chart dedicated to go or do something. The question we need to ask him is, if the president came down today and said, I need 24 tails to go to Ukraine, find them and tell me how you would reprioritize to get them, he would say, oh yeah, if that was the question, yeah, I could find you 24 tails. I would have to shuffle this, and I'd have to do that, and I'd have to pull these out, and blah, 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 do this and that. He knows them better than I do. But the point is if the question is, could you find 24 tails if there was political will to push F-16s to Ukraine? He's either going to tell you, I have no comment, or I've been tasked with that, or I don't want to answer that, because the truth is, of course he can. He knows he can.
Yeah, so there really needs to be a massive push to get those F-16s in there and all these arguments shut down.
100%.
I can also add that where there is a will, there is a way, right? This morning we were talking here in the space about Japan and South Korea and other countries further away
no, I lost you.
You don't hear me? George, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, Colonel Jeff, can you hear me? I think we need to send him a DM. He might have to recycle. Can you hear me, Enda?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I think he dropped.
Yeah, I think he dropped.
I can hear you both very clearly.
Okay, all right. So
Awesome.
it was Colonel Jeff. He'll recycle back up.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that there was an article about a decision taken by the U.S. troops in South Korea, which said, we can give this and that to Ukraine without jeopardizing our mission here in South Korea. So where there is a will, there is a way. If people are asking people can how should I put it differently? We have a saying here in Romania that where two people eat, a third can eat, meaning you can find enough to give if you want to give. And that's the bottom line. But yeah, I think this answered your question, Peter. Is it okay to go to Per and to Laughing Tommy? Do you have anything else? I think you're okay. All right, Per, welcome up, and hello.
Yeah, hi. No, I just want to say I agree completely with Colonel Jeff that, I mean, it's just a matter of will. I mean, there are F-16s available. I think Holland had, the Dutch have, and we have also, you know, we have 13 F-16s. They are ready to go right now. We want to sell them, but nobody is buying them. So it just seems like I think it seems more like it's the US. They seem to decide what, or they hide behind this excuse that they decide that Ukraine, they don't need F-16s now. They provide Ukraine what they need, and apparently they don't need F-16s, and until they change their minds.
I have not seen in probably the last 20 years of my time. I can't remember once under the Obama administration or the Bush administration or the Clinton administration or even the Trump administration when the president came out and said emphatically no on something that uniformed military personnel, excuse me, at that rank and at that height came out in comments that were, I don't want to say defiant, but clearly not in line with the president of the United States. I mean, those previous presidents, this would be blasphemous, right? It would not stand. And here we have examples where even the chief of staff of the Air Force, came out and said it's going to take 2 to 6 months to train Ukrainian pilots who are already trained to fly, to transition them to F-16s. I believe it's 2 to 6 months. He's the chief of staff of the Air Force. 3,000 hours in an F-16. Right? Also a weapons school instructor. He's a patch wearer. He graduated from the Air Force Top Gun School, same one that I did, right? As a matter of fact, he was the commander of the school earlier in his career. So I'm going to guess if the guy's going to like kind of throw a dart at a wall on how long it's going to take to train, he's going to be right. A political appointee, Dr. Call, a couple weeks later on ABC News, a Sunday morning show, came out and said it's going to take up to 18 months, 18 months to train these guys. That's ridiculous. How is there a gap between military guys saying 2 to 6 months and a academia / political appointee saying 18 months? I mean, clearly there's some dysfunction and there's friction inside the senior most entities of the National Security Council and between the Pentagon and the White House. And I guess I hope the friction continues, and I hope we can get President Biden and the Biden administration to find right on this.
I hope you're right on this. Per, do you have a response or?
Yes, it's actually, well, maybe it's a hypothetical because I wonder if somebody can ask, okay, under which circumstances would F-16 be approved? Or under which circumstances would ATACMS be okay? To me, I don't know, because they keep moving goalposts all the time. Because they want to avoid this question like the plague. So it's so under what circumstances would it be okay for F-16? So anyway, I'll drop down.
Thank you. We don't know. That's a question to which we don't have an answer yet. We can always speculate, and we try not to. Laughing Tommy, do you have a question for Colonel Jeff?
No, just a bit of quick economic news that's pretty big, if you're willing to hear it.
Yes, of course.
Basically, according to Bloomberg, India is going to be joining the price cap on Russian oil. India will not breach Western sanctions on Russia, including the price cap of $60 imposed on purchases of oil from Moscow, according to people familiar with the matter. Government authorities have asked banks and traders to adhere to the rules. The people said declining to be identified as the information isn't public. Indian officials have not gone on record to say they will support sanctions and the price cap imposed by the group of 7 nations on Russia. And this is pretty huge if it turns out to be true, and Bloomberg is pretty reliable, since China and India are the biggest purchasers of Russian oil currently. Anyway, that's all. It's a pleasure always to hear about the military stuff, but this was pretty big and I wanted to bring people some good news.
Thank you. I'm gonna pass this information to our colleagues also, and we will discuss it right after we finish with the aviation topics. Thank you very much, Tommy.
Hey, I got to take about one more question, and then I'm going to have to call tonight.
All right, George, you're up next.
All right. Hey, Colonel Jeff, it's George. Just really quick. I see that. I don't understand the hesitancy. Okay, we've discussed it, and you've done a great job. Explaining it. My question is, and if it's not unrelated, please let me know how. But I still feel frustrated in that we keep hearing, and I know they're not the answer. MiG-29s are not the answer. Even though the Polish ones are more capable because of their avionics upgrades and stuff that they received from the Polish and Israeli companies. But why is that still not happening? Why hasn't the United States or somebody else at least backfilled, Poland, which is a NATO country, and Slovenia, so that they can send their MiG-29s to Ukraine? We're talking about the big leap to F-16s. These guys don't even want to backfill, Slovenia and Poland, so they can send their MiG-29s to Ukraine, which wouldn't require barely any training, maybe on the avionics upgrades for Poland. It's the same frustration I have with the surface-to-air missile systems that Greece has, that they've been asking for someone to backfill, them with Patriot missile batteries so they can send, hundreds of surface-to-air missiles to Ukraine that they have. I'm just like dumbfounded by that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of reasons. I wouldn't say any of them are any good, right? So Slovakia is in the middle of getting an upgrade of F-16s, right? And they haven't really gotten them yet, and they want a certain block, a certain capability, and those have been promised. And until they get those, right, they're not really willing to let the other ones go. Plus, behind the scenes, I would argue there's probably a lot of pressure being placed on Slovakia from Germany and other places saying, hey, don't do it, right? I mean, they're still in the European Union, right? And NATO's not the only alliance or the only united front here. And I think that I don't know where it comes from in Europe, but there's some pushback to stop this from happening, because there's European nations that really do fear escalatory response. And if you're Chancellor Scholz in Germany and you say you're going to Slovakia saying, look, dude, if you give F-16s, or if you give, MiG-29s, we're going to put, and all of a sudden our energy costs spike, because that's the retaliation that Russia takes on us, then you know what? We're going to pound you in the European Union. And to be fair, along with all that stuff, Slovakia doesn't have the easiest political landscape right now, right? There's some serious political issues going on in Slovakia that make this decision even harder, right? There's not a very big unified front on anything in Slovakia, so trying to believe that this one's going to somehow fix that, I'm sad to say I just don't think it is. Anyway, Anda, thanks so much for running this. Hopsy, if you're still listening, thanks so much for coming up and helping weed through some of those questions. I wish everybody a happy night. I'm a huge college basketball fan, so I can't wait to see the brackets tomorrow morning when I wake up. Hope the Big Ten's represented very well, because that's the home for me. And if you want to read more about F-16s, like I said, Up in the Nest is my most recent article on the Kiev Post. Please give me a follow if you want. I'd greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, on Tuesday, 1700 Vienna time, 1600 UTC, 1000 Eastern time, The Dish with Fish. We're going to have Congressman Zach Nunn from the Iowa's 1st District on, and we're going to talk about Ukraine. He's a lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force as well, Air National Guard. So I have a feeling he'll be supportive of F-16s, but being a guy who's a little bit right-leaning, he'll probably be a little bit critical of the Biden administration as well. So it'll be a good discussion. You guys take care. God bless. See you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Jeff. I'm really, really happy to have this opportunity to be here with you and Hopsy. It's been great. My first love was was aviation, so thank you very much. B-Day, D-Bay, D-Bay Casey. I'm sorry. Today it was a birthday for someone, and I was like, birthday? No, it's not exactly that. All right. Please welcome up.
Thank you. My question really was for Colonel Jeff, but maybe if Axel's awake, he could answer it too. I think, maybe it was a couple of months ago now. I think it was Axel that was talking about at the very beginning of the war, when Ukraine tried to fly and fight off the Russian fighters. They had significant issues with the Russian AWACS. And a lot of their planes were taken out that were in the air at that time. And I didn't know if anybody knew what would be different with the F-16s or the F-18s, and how would they be better against the AWACS and all of that? Is it just because they have the smaller signature, or is it they're faster, or whatever? And then would they still have to fly at that low altitude and kind of do the pop up and throw the bombs that way, or would they be able to fly more, I guess, normal? So those were my questions.
Let me see if Axel can answer to this right now. He is awake. It's in Tallinn right now. It's 9 p.m., so he's not to bed yet. But he had to take a call, so that's why he was a bit quieter this last hour. If he's not, I just put down your question, and I will send you an answer, or we will answer it here in the space. I followed you, so I can DM you if we get to answer to your question. Would that be okay for you? Because I really cannot answer in his stead.
Oh yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay on the panel if you want, and when Axel is coming back, he can address the question. He's coming back shortly. All right. Thank you. Joanna, welcome up.
Hi, Anda. Great job. Thank you for your co-hosting. I can try to give a part of an answer to this. So, compared to the beginning of the war, the environment now in Ukraine is much different. Ukraine has a lot of air defense capabilities, and will still receive some. We are still waiting for the Patriots to come. Apparently, one system is already in Ukraine, but not operational yet. And if I'm not mistaken, 3 others will come, and you can use Patriot against enemy airplanes. Also, there will be a SAMT and some other defense system, as well as very advanced radars. So I think it's the solution is called Thales, and it's among the most advanced radars that are right now. And Ukraine is organizing a layered defense system, so there will be an interconnection of all the detecting capabilities, and that will enable them to manage the airspace more effectively, let's say. As far as the planes are, what I know is that if we take an F-16 and a Russian plane 1-to-1, the detecting capabilities of the F-16 planes are bigger, greater, better than the Russian planes. So they will be able to detect the Russian planes before they are detected by them. Of course, everything it's in relation also to what air defense capabilities the Russians have. And we have seen lately, in the last few weeks, that Ukraine is destroying some air defense systems, as well as radars and command centers, and special vehicles, which may be also involved in the air defense of the Russians. So I don't believe that any plane will be able to fly freely above the Ukrainian airspace. I believe that they will still have to be cautious about it, and not fly to an altitude that enables the enemy to detect them. But I believe they will bring maybe not air superiority, but they will enhance a lot the capability of Ukraine to defend itself. So I don't know. It's just a partial answer from what I read and what I have heard in the space. But yeah, I hope it's just to have an idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Debay, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you for that. And actually, that brought up another question that I have, and I don't know that anybody can answer it until we see them in the actual battlefield. But hopefully, I read that the Patriots have a 150 kilometer distance and probably more that we don't know about. But hopefully, they will be able to. Or it'll be interesting to see if they will be able to take down some of the planes that are shooting from the actual Russian airspace or Belarusian airspace, and hopefully we don't put that restriction on them, because otherwise, they're still going to be able to shoot those, and they can't get all of the bombs and all of that. So hopefully they'll be able to hit them prior to shooting any of the bombs off.
I guess we will have somebody here to be able to explain it better. But yes, the range, as you said, is about 150 kilometers. But we should note that the range for the radars is superior to that. And about the question of taking down planes above enemy territory, Russian territory or Belarusian territory, I don't know. This is a political question, I think. But we have Colonel Jeff. So.
Hey, D-Bay, I wasn't going to take any more questions, but I kind of heard yours as I was signing off and saw you're from Kansas City, and that's where my brother is. So I jumped back in. So if you want, go ahead and fire off your question, and I'll give you an answer.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I am from KC. I guess that's pretty obvious there. I was just wondering, I think Axel had said that early on in the war, part of the problem with the airplanes that Ukraine was flying when they first started trying to fight off Russia was that the Russian air AWACS and then their fighter planes, it was just too much for the Ukrainian planes that were in the air. So I just wanted to know how the F-16 would be better to fare against that. And is it just because they have the smaller signature? Is it just because they are that much better? And then also, would the F-16 still have to do the flying really low and then popping up to fire the missiles?
Yeah, so I'll take both of those. So the Russian AWACS is fairly capable, and it works on a Russian designed data link system to be able to communicate with as long as the fighter aircraft are on the encryption signal, then they're going to get some level of digital information on an air picture, right? We had Don Bacon on the Dish with Fish a couple weeks ago, and he's also a congressman, but was also the brigadier general in charge of rivet join and a bunch of high value airborne assets. He openly said, and it's not classified, that the United States is doing intelligence sharing with Ukraine, and we know that AWACS is flying on along the border of Ukraine. So with F-16s, there's also a U.S. data link system. We call it Link 16, right? And Link 16 is basically sharing the air picture, right? And not only sharing the air picture, but you have air battle managers on the AWACS that are kind of like conductors, right? So they're assigning targets and warning different jets and queuing, right? And all this happens, and an F-16 has that system, right? So the F-16 will be able to get that information, get it up in the cockpit, get it up into the HUD, the heads-up display, and now you're like it's like a major composer of an orchestra, right? So you're a band member in the orchestra, and you're just looking up at one guy. He's basically linking everybody together and making things a lot easier. So from that perspective, the F-16s or any Western tail is going to have an amazing advantage, right, of coming into the battle, as long as that information is being shared. As for the pop-ups, yeah, the S-300 and the S-400 are still formidable assets. I don't think you're going to see F-16s flying at 20 and 30,000 feet and flying around with any kind of belief that they're going to be able to survive at that altitude until the enemy air defenses are rolled back. But we have seen with the JDAM ER, or the extended range version of the GPS guided joint direct attack munition, or JDAM, that these guys can fly low level, they can pitch up, lob the bomb, and then the wing, the bomb rolls over, wings unfold, and it basically glides down. The nice part about the JDAM ER is on that glide path and the ability to have wings, it's able to fly and use that kinetic energy that it has while it's in the air to actually maintain altitude and flight long enough for the GPS to actually gain acquisition of the GPS signal, lock on, figure out where it is, and then also figure out how to build the best flight path to the target. Without the wings, JDAM would be relatively ineffective because you couldn't lob it high enough and far enough to where all the GPS requirements and acquisition would take place. So, yeah, they're going to do the same thing, but they're until the enemy air defense is rolled back. The other thing that the F-16 brings is the F-16 with the harm targeting system, or the HTS, which is a pod, right? That gives the F-16 capability to actually carry and shoot multiple harms in a very, very smart way, right? So that harm targeting system is basically a big sniffer out there looking for certain threat radars. And it very rapidly gives the pilot cueing. When it sees that threat radar, it assigns it to a missile. And basically, you get a tone in your head that says, hey, I see a threat. I know it's a threat. I'm telling you it's a threat. I've assigned missile number 1 to it. All you got to do is pull the trigger. Because, in that scenario, right, if someone's shooting a missile at your F-16, you want to shoot a missile back as fast as you can, and you want your missile to win, right? So you don't want to. It's not a good time to lollygag. It's not a good time to kind of try and second guess or question. So that's the other thing the F-16 brings. But anyway, I hope that answers your question, DB. I truly appreciate you coming up. Anda, I told you I was leaving. I lied. This time I really am. But you guys have a great night. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
I'm glad you lied, and I'm glad you came back. So thank you very, very much.
And
All
thank you,
right.
Colonel Jeff. That did answer my question, and it answered my next question, is if they could carry the harms and the other missiles as well. So thank you, and I'll drop down.
Thank you very much. I will drop down as well. I will let Mockers take over from me, and probably David. I don't know.
We're here. We're here.
Awesome.
Me also.
Excellent. So I will let you drive everything, and I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anda.
See you tomorrow, Amanda. And Karen, welcome. Go ahead.
Hi, Marcus. Hi, everybody. It was actually an aviation question. I was just curious if the Patriots are coming and they can possibly hit Russian aviation in the 150 meters range, kilometers range, if that would change the picture. Any opinions on that? Thank you.
Well, we have heard one Patriot is in the country. What do you think, chaps?
Yeah, the Patriot missiles will be a further deterrent against any kind of aviation impact. But the most important part is it's anti-missile defense. So Patriot system will protect them or provide protection for a region with high-value targets in it. And unfortunately, they need a few more than just one. But the integration of the NASAMS, which are there, and the RSTs and the Patriot system, that is actually what creates a layered defense, and that's where it really matters a great deal. So it's good news that it's there. As soon as it's operational, you will see that the Russian missile attacks will change their attack vectors. They will change the targeting, and essentially it will allow the Ukrainians also to, with their own air force, to pursue the Russians and roll back their air defense better. So that's what I can say.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
Thank you. I have another question, just in slightly different direction, but also about aviation. To my knowledge, the Airbuses and the Boeing stolen by Russia for flying and tourism, whatever they do with them, they need to be have their software upgraded as well. If that might be the case, can anybody talk a little bit to how they would do that? Thank you.
Well, they won't be doing it. That's exactly what the issue is. They won't be able to do that. And that is the key aspect therein. That and you can see this, for example. Take the other example in terms of fighter aircraft. The Iranians have been piecemeal and in whatever kind of form and by what we would call duct tape bound, they kept their F-14s together. They're not in good shape. There's fleet attrition. In civil aviation, that's even more impactful. They won't be able to repair their Airbuses unless there's any kind of collusion by an airline and their maintainers somewhere in the world who have that knowledge and that capability. There's not many places where you could identify someone doing this. There's no way that a connection to the, say, electronic support system of Airbus will be undetected. So, in that regard, they're facing, well, significant degradation. That's exactly what they're facing.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Axel, because that was definitely a you question, not a me one. Have we talked today about Alexander Matsievsky, the Ukrainian warrior who will be remembered for his bravery in stating glory to Ukraine prior to his untimely demise? Murder, that's the word, murder. Did we speak about that today? Well, if we did or if we didn't, I'm going to advise you that President Zelensky has conferred the title of Hero of Ukraine upon Alexander Matsievsky, and I believe it's a fully deserved title. I know it doesn't mean a great deal, it's only words, but I think in this circumstance you couldn't find somebody who represents the love of his country so much. So yeah, that I thought was important to note, that he was indeed recognised today by his president.
That's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only right. It's exactly the right thing to do. I'm going to move on to something a bit more explosive. Members of the underground movement Atesh. Now, we've heard of these Atesh before, haven't we? And agents of Atesh apparently have been conducting reconnaissance for the armed forces of Ukraine. They appear to have some Tatar, what are they called? People there?
I was going the Tartars, you mean, or
Yes,
the people from
Tatar.
Crimea? Yes.
Yeah, the people from
Yes.
Crimea. I was meaning like, collaborants or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't really matter where they come from.
Not collaborants, the reverse of a collaborant.
Exactly,
Yes,
the reverse.
yeah.
I just can't think of the word. Anyway, they were claiming responsibility for the blowing up of a railroad track between the villages of Radensk and Abrikosivka, abracadabra, in the Kherson region. So I thought they were only active in Crimea, but apparently not. So yes, I was very pleased to see that they are indeed active, and they are indeed not just in one area. They appear to be quite prolific. That's the word. They appear to be a bit more organised as well than the initial partisan movement. I have heard little snippets of information of people moving into areas in order to head up partisan campaigns or gather together more information in order to further assist the Ukraine armed forces. So we shall see. We shall see. But I would say that, well, the very fact that the Ukrainians basically speak the language, I think it gives them a bit of a head start when it comes to infiltrating Russian-held areas at the moment.
And look, the what we should expect is stuff like this will accelerate because guess what, right? The Russians, to coin a phrase from Dad's army, they don't like it up them, and we'll see a lot more of this, right? Because it applies pressure. The thing is that when you're say someone's on the front line, when they come back, like let's just say they're brought back, I mean at the moment they're just being brought back in body bags, but the ones who do get some R&R, the last thing you want is to be spending your whole time looking to see if someone's put a bomb underneath your car. Has someone put a bomb in the house you're about to spend some time in? And all of those things, that increases the pressure and the fear for them, and the fear factor is incredibly important, right? Because you want soldiers to be fearful all the time, because fearful soldiers tend, especially the types we're seeing, the Russians, that make mistakes, make really big mistakes quite often. And that's not even to take into account what happens, or the and the sort of disruption you can make if you blow up a couple of supply trucks, because suddenly if those supply trucks aren't supplying those people who are desperately low in ammunition, then there's a problem elsewhere as well. I mean, the partisans will be going to, they're the extraordinarily brave people, because guess what, right? If they are caught, it's going to be deeply unpleasant for them.
I think the problem is it's deeply unpleasant for them. Some of them who aren't even doing that, aren't even doing any partisan action. They just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I think the fact that it's arbitrarily deeply unpleasant leads them to think they've got nothing much to lose.
I mean, and there's always people in times, situations of war, who will put themselves forward for this. As I was saying yesterday, it's not a surprise to know that in countries that not everyone puts themselves forward for conscription. There'll be people who do, and there are people who don't, and there are some people who make that decision. Yeah, very, very brave people.
Absolutely. And the yellow ribbon movement, which I think, it's not much, but it's a constant visual reminder. The fact that they keep popping up, the fact that they keep changing these Z symbols into, the egg timer sort of symbol. I think that's really clever. It's the level of trolling that we've come to know and love from Ukrainian sort of sense of humour. That you might occupy us, but time's ticking, and I think it's something that I never expected. I don't know, the level of horror and subjugation and just generally awfulness that they bring with them, and yet the people still have the strength to resist, be it quietly or in other ways. Passing on information, or just going and tying a ribbon in the dead of night, just to mess with them a little bit.
And it really does mess with troops, right? If you're patrolling through an area like that and suddenly you're seeing these things, you sort of start thinking, how unsafe is this? How unsafe am I? Right? And maybe you hear a couple of explosions nearby, right? And you start thinking, gosh, yeah, what's that? It really puts a strain on the soldiers all the time, and you just start seeing it. And when they start popping up everywhere, you know that you're aware that the threat level has become higher and higher and higher, and it will, as I said, they'll start making mistakes as a result.
Yeah, I see more reporting on it on a regular basis. That's what sort of brings it to my mind. That I've seen quite a bit of reporting on it recently in the last couple of weeks, and it does sort of suggest that these people are starting to get ahead of steam, as it were. They're starting to realise that things are going to start moving sooner or later, and they're doing their part to ramp up that pressure. I like that a lot. So did I tell you, David, about the No Future project?
No, you didn't.
Oh, well, they produce and publish reports on fates of men who have been mobilized in Russia and what's actually happened to them. They try and trace their sort of, from start to end of journey. And
okay,
it's brought out some fantastic tales of woe. And I have one here if you would like it.
Yes.
Brilliant. So, the No Future Project has published a report of the fate of some men who were part of the first wave of Russia's mobilization, September to October 22. So these were guys that signed up, happily volunteered to accept their patriotic duty. So, might have been the money, might have been that they just thought it was the right thing to do. Anyway, one of the men was known to have told his wife, do you understand? The next day they could come to bomb us. We have sisters, my mother, daughters. I'm going to protect our people first. So he was obviously very much brainwashed to the thought that the Ukrainians were going to come dashing in and start bombing them. I'm not quite sure what they would have been bombing them with, considering they don't have any bombers. But there we go. Anyway, so from these men, they found that relatives of the men sold their cars and personal items to help equip the men properly before they went to their training. After arriving at training, one of the wives says that the men played on their phones for 2 weeks, but they did have some training. You're hot micing on me, Chuck.
Oh, am I? Oh,
yeah. Okay, carry on. So they did have some training. They had a whole one session at a firing range, and they shot 10 blank rounds from a sniper rifle, according to the reports. That wasn't even the type of weapon they were going to be handling on the field, by the way, just so you know. Relatives say that the mobilized decided to rebel and demand to be taken to more training, of which one of the unit commanders replied, "Why would we? Because you are meat." That's really comforting, that, isn't it? Don't you think it's a really comforting way to describe your men?
This is wonderful, isn't it? They've volunteered to do something. They've sold their stuff so they can go and fight for it, and basically told, "Oh, actually, we just don't give a shit about you." Yes, that's wonderful.
Yes, well, unfortunately for these guys, the tale doesn't end there. So obviously they were quite disillusioned with this response from their commander. And one man rang his wife and explicitly told her Don't believe anything that they say in the news. It's all rubbish. Not a single word of truth. A complete lie. So the men were then sent to Jankoy in Crimea and were briefed about how to deal with the civilian population in the occupied Kherson region where they were due to be sent. One of the wives reports, her husband said, "We are told you cannot trust anyone there at all. Not a grandmother, not a child, nobody." There are a few civilians there that treat Russian like their own children, but there are many residents who are for Ukraine. They call us occupiers there. Well, maybe don't be occupiers, and maybe you wouldn't get called occupiers. What do you think, David?
I just, see, I'm just laughing. Keep going, keep going.
Okay, so that shocked them, yeah, that they were occupiers. I know it's a very strange situation. They were told, however, if civilians don't surrender, don't lay down or raise their hands, they should be, in inverted commas, wasted, which is very nice. The men were also cautioned against being too lenient with Ukrainian civilians because many of our boys have died foolishly. The civilians are human beings, yes, but if you feel sorry for them, you will die. Anyway, after all this sage advice, they were sent to a forest belt 30 kilometers from Kherson. And this was in the area that was then held by the Russians on the north bank of the Dnipro. So it was way back when. And on the 16th of October, they were taken there and told to dig in. They did, but they were heavily bombarded for days. They only had occasional food deliveries. In the 8 days they were there, they complained about liquid mud. They drank alcohol to cope with the bitterly cold night temperatures. And they had absolutely no clue as to what they were supposed to be doing there. Not a single clue. One of the men, which he calls here Vladimir, to the question, "What are you doing there?" everyone answers the same way. "Nothing. We're just dug in, sat here, wondering the same thing. Why are we even sat here? What are our tasks? The enemy is, no, we don't even know where they are. We're not told. Is this a military secret?" Would you like the best bit?
No, bring me more.
Absurdly, the men were not even issued with any ammunition. There is a photograph of them at the top of the thread where they were at their trenches, and they're posing with weapons, but quite significantly, not a single one of them is loaded or has any ammunition. One of the men, named Berda, says that they were told they didn't need ammunition because they won't be fighting, they'll be guarding. However, they discovered at one point they were expected to attack the Ukrainian positions without ammunition. We were enrolled in a mobile assault unit. When the mortar shelling occurs, we were told we were obliged to run at the enemy shouting for victory and go into battle. But you understand, we can't run far without ammunition, can we? What do you do with an empty gun? Take it to the pawn shop? Yeah, so that was a comment by one of the chaps. And yeah, what do you do with an empty gun? Chuck it at someone?
Well, is there any point in even carrying it?
Yeah, or use a shuffle.
Well, exactly. They have legendary shovels, don't they? So, however, I have to tell you that the shovels are usually they're only issued like one for like a squad, because they're quite like, they keep losing them and stuff and breaking and stuff. But yeah, they usually have one night vision between them and one rocket launcher as well, just between one squad. That's all you're allowed. At least they're given something though, eh? Unfortunately, if that guy gets shot and you leave him behind, you'll lose your stuff as well. So Ukraine's advancement in the Kherson region put this particular group of men in danger of being surrounded and overrun, pretty obviously. So on the 23rd of October, they were ordered to withdraw. Late at night, they were hastily put on board 3 trucks. However, when the trucks turned up, they were already full of loot. So 2 military Kamaz trucks and a Ural truck with an awning instead of a roof arrived. However, there was not enough room. Half of the bodies of the trucks were crammed with goods, and we had to load chock full on top of one another with our heads pressed against the roof. An argument then broke out between the mobilised men and the officers who were urging them on board. The exchange went something like this: "These trucks are overcrowded, we can't get in. If there's shelling, an attack or close combat, we just won't even get out of here. Look, there's no time, get in or don't." The trucks drove off to the bridge over the Dnipro at the Kakhovka, that one, hydroelectric power station. And as they approached the bridge, they were blocked by a civilian car. Wonder how that happened. Seconds later, they were hit by HIMARS. And, well, as you can imagine, it was an emotional event. One of the survivors was quoted as saying, "There was an explosion. Seconds later, it hit the Ural. A green flash, my helmet flies off. I don't even understand what's happening. The guys have all just bowed their heads. I asked, is anyone alive? Only a few people were moving. My head is bleeding. I throw the boys who had started moaning out. The others were completely silent. I now have half my skull missing and have to throw earth into it at the first puddle. We didn't have any first aid kits. Nobody gave us any. Everyone was just running around." The men tried to find their commanders, and apparently the commanders decided that they would go and look for some help and legged it. The battalion commander ditched the wounded, ditched the dead, and ran away from there while the boys were still under fire. He left his position and went to supposedly look for a new position, only he never returned. The guy called Berda says that 70 died in the initial attack, with more being killed as they tried to escape. He personally identified 32 dead in just one of the trucks. Some of the men were suspicious that they'd been set up by their own side, but it seems quite unlikely. This particular bridge had been hit by HIMARS before, and it's pretty obvious that there was quite a few Ukrainians around there. However, the thing which is notable is when the stream of corpses arrived back at Volgograd a few days later, relatives were suddenly on social media stating how they couldn't get information about why there were so many dead and what had happened to their loved ones. It's all more of the same, but I think we remember a couple of trucks being HIMARSed as they were about to go over the that one.
We do, the one on the ferry and the screaming face. Yes.
Well, exactly, and that this is another example of something like that, which was obviously planned out. We'll just wait until they get where we've got, it dialed in for them, and the minute they stop there, now with the ferry, obviously that was brilliant because they knew how long the ferry would take to get from one side to the other, and it's pretty obvious you're going to have to wait for the ferry, so it slows you down. You're pretty much in one place. However, in this case, they enlisted somebody to drive a car in their way, just to make sure that it slowed them down enough to get schwacked. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Teamwork right there.
It is, isn't it? A real proper teamwork.
And a proper way to take out the column.
Yep. Stop them moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that I like to keep an eye on, and I take great delight when it's our friend Chris Owicki, and so I take great delight when he brings out these sort of long tales of what's been happening with the Russians, because it astounds me that they, for starters, will put up with the absolute rubbish that they're told, and that they will continue along this path just because they've been told to. It's bonkers. Now, there are all sorts of very unhappy videos that keep coming out, not only from the mobilised men themselves, but also from their families now as well. And we love to see it, because the more pressure, the better. I'm not sure how much this on its own will do, but every drip fills the bucket. You know what I mean? I'm just looking at our friend Dimitri of War Translated, and it's one after the other of very similar, very unhappy. Please, Mr. Putin, please help us, because obviously your army commanders are terrible people. I'm wondering when these army commanders are going to actually start getting the karma that's deserved to them from these poor unfortunates. And that will be a sight to behold. In a particularly fun one, that one of the most recent ones that Dimitri has translated, because he's doing an absolute sterling job. These are from Sverdlovsk Oblast, and they're complaining to Putin that they were not provided with any drones, no drones at all, because remember, they told people they had to buy and bring their own drones. Surely they would have expected that. Anyway, they have nothing to help with thermal imaging. Well, yeah, go figure, have some sanctions, bro. And they've got no night vision devices. And, guess what? These guys must have upset someone, because the video is directly ahead of the being sent to an assault at Avdiivka, which we all know is just like the punishment place you go to and never come back from.
He must have really, really upset someone.
I'm just looking at these guys thinking, well, no wonder you've not got any of that stuff, because they're not going to come and get it from you after you die.
Which is why we do you remember those reports of both the Kadyrovs and the Wagnerites robbing other sections and other troops, right? Do you remember those reports? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of those.
I have also heard some messages of that, and I just saw a post of that they even loot their own death. So they're just like Marcus said, they are sent there with no knowledge of at all. They are sent there with no options, no object to what they must do. They don't know where the enemy is. I almost gonna feel sorry for those guys.
I mean, it is easy to feel like that, isn't it? And then suddenly, I find the best way is just to push that feeling down and go, no, remember all the other stuff. I do, as I occasionally I talk about the arse, which is the military, one of the military forum, is a British military forum, and there was a video had been posted of, I think it was quite early on, but it was probably in the March or April, and it was a sniper who'd shot. It was a video of a sniper who'd shot some Russians, and on the arse, it's important to know that there are people who are just ordinary ordinary Joes like me, and then there's some officers and the rest of it who all sort of interact. And the person who'd obviously commenting was, I can only guess, was an officer who said, and that one of the questions was, he'd made this point: you have to remember they're human beings, right? Yeah. And the answers he got back, he got quite a long answer back, was, I just remember, and I made a quote of all the things they've done, and I just think, no, not a problem. I was reprimanded for that, and then thought, I don't need to be in a space like this. I will spend more time with our current name at the time, which I will not repeat. There's some people just don't get it. We do, right? Because guess what, right? They are horrible. It's like, why would you feel, initially you might think yes, but no, not anymore. I think we've all become like mockers.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel right now that if they're on the battlefield, they consented to die, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, what my concerns also, I don't have any empathy for them, but I almost felt sorry. But is even Putin still thinking that he can win this?
Well, he believes that he can attain somewhat kind of a frozen conflict stalemate, which will keep him and his troop in power. That's what the Oprichina and his inner circle certainly thinks, because otherwise they would not continue wage their war in the form as they do.
Yeah, but
and there is a likely outcome if we fail. This is the whole point. This is a dynamic environment. If we take the foot off the gas, we lose the race, no matter whether we led the race for 72 rounds. If in the 73rd round you take the foot off the gas or you crash into the curve, if you fail to get it to an end, you lose.
Yeah, that's exactly, Axel. That's exactly what is going to happen. But
stoicism, commitment, and vigilance, which is, by the way, what I assigned to Mockers earlier.
Yes, but it also showed that he doesn't have any real information from the battlefield, because if they think that, they are totally out of reality. And
let me ask you the following: if you only have what you have, you go to the battle with the troops you have and the resources you have. If you only have those resources as of now, but you have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people you can burn in order to win time, to threaten and obfuscate the message and try to find a way to push the West to the point that they have exhausted themselves or are politically incoherent, inconsistent, not unified enough to bring this to an end.
Yeah, but
they are not willing to
doesn't happen.
defeat you. Yeah, but wait, and they're not willing to defeat you. And you bank on the fact that there is this outside chance that they will let up, the West will let up, then you continue what he's doing, because he still has these people. He still has enough people to burn. That's why he's trying to drag it out, because he thinks that he can get away with it. Because we're not willing to hit him hard yet.
And that must change very fast, because we need to hit him hard and give him the hell, because otherwise, just like you said, Axel, we're gonna be in another situation, and that's not a very pleasant situation. And I believe that Ukraine is willing to give the Russians hell.
David, we're back to our favorite topic.
Yeah, I was trying to find the mic again. Yes, we are. We are back to our favorite topic. Everything comes full circle.
Ivana, I noticed your hand up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Thank you, Marcus. Yes, actually, I wanted to talk about Bakhmut because I have seen some news, both from Chuck Ferrer and from Jay, JJ, something like this. His previous name was in French, so I'm a little confused about it. So I have a short version and a long version about.
Go, do the long version. Go on, go for the long version.
Okay, so according to Chuck Ferrer, Ukrainian forces are reported to be engaged in Berkivka and Krasnohora. This indicates that the Russian units have been driven back to the vicinity of the T0514 and M04 junction. Basically, this means that in the northwestern part of Bakhmut, the Russian forces had to retreat. And now I'm going to cite from G like GJ. So Russian army failed on all their attacks around Bakhmut, even to the west part. Russia is in deep trouble now as they have to fill back their rank with new waves of useless soldiers. Well, he said cannon fodder. And there is, he cites another tweet from Magyar. We have him again. And he says that they repelled the Russians from different directions. The Russian forces even suffered a backdraw in the area of Zabakhmutka. And Prigozhin now is going very political because he knows that he needs new people in his army. And there are some other locations, and there are maps you can look. But the overall idea is that Russian forces had to retreat, even in the northwestern part, and they had heavy losses. And we have seen for the last 2 days that the losses of Russian forces were quite significant, both in men and equipment. Over 1,000 people liquidated, as Ukrainians say, for the last 2 days, and a lot of equipment, including tanks, armored personnel vehicles, special equipment, and so on. So the situation looks to be improved now for Ukrainians. And I have one last comment about it. Yesterday there was a Romanian general that commented the situation in Bakhmut, and I think it is significant because, and I will just draw the conclusion from it because it's quite long. He said that people that are saying that the Ukrainians' losses in Bakhmut are too high, and this is a political decision, and it's not a good decision to stay there, are taking into account just the situation in Bakhmut, just the reality now, and are not thinking about the consequences. Because according to him, the consequences of a retreat from Bakhmut, and in order to be a good tactical retreat, it has to be a few kilometers, maybe 10, maybe 20, to other fortified positions. And the loss of Bakhmut will imply that later on, the Ukrainian forces will have to regain that terrain, and we know that the losses during an attack are higher than the losses during a retreat, and this will complicate. There will be more need for men, more need for equipment, more need for ammunition, and basically the best decision, according to him, is also that Ukrainians have to hold this position as long as they can, and as long as they have a retreat available. So I'm stopping now. Thank you.
Trying to find the mic again, it just disappears, right? Yeah, I mean, we just don't know what. So when we comment here, we don't know the position on the ground, etc. I would go, not necessarily Ukrainian losses weren't that high when they made their counter-offensive last year, but the point is, we don't know what their losses are on the ground in Bakhmut. They may not be that high, right? At which point, conceding it doesn't make any sense, right? And all the other things. So what we do is we just look at what's happening and go, here you are, this is a general picture. This seems to be it. Some things might not make sense, but they don't make sense because we don't have all the information, right? And we rightly don't have all the information. So look, there are so many counter arguments and arguments going for doing it either way, right? And as a reiterate, we don't know what the actual picture on the ground is, right? And it could very well be that it's still 10-1. At 10-1, that's good odds. That the one loss is tragic, but it's war, and we can't really change that, can we? Den John.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. Actually, I've been trying to get up for quite some time, but now finally successful. So earlier you were talking about training.
I was.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you seen? It's a post on Twitter where some units are practicing going down the stairs, but in an unconventional way. So
no, I have not seen this. Do you want to tell me?
Yeah, so they actually thrown themselves down the stairs, sliding on their chest or sliding on their backs, and that suppose is a good way to do it. So I wanted to ask the more military people here if this is common.
I have never
practice,
trained that. Right? Let's just no. I've trained many things. I have not trained sliding down because I be going down that way, or I'll be going out another way. Thank you very much. At the point where I mean, what are they doing? Are they holding a gun as they're doing this? Do they think it's like sliding down a banister? What else is happening?
Yeah, no, it's not the banister. It's actually flat.
No, I know that's what I meant. But I just going. But are they holding a gun as they do this? I mean,
I have to actually that's a detail I missed, but I have to check. But it looks like
yes, they holding a gun. I'm just seeing the video.
Right, because firing a gun as you slide down, presumably is that face forward on their chest.
If feet down and face up, and then they have the. I will send you that link to you, David. You can watch it. It's very funny.
Will I ever stop laughing? I don't know.
Yeah. So what I was thinking, I mean, this is supposedly some kind of war training for war, getting prepared for the war, and if you do this maneuver, that means you're probably retreating. That means maybe bullets or grenades has hit the building, right? So it's probably not a clean staircase, that was just swept. Maybe there's some debris, I don't know, bricks, glass, other things, pieces of metal, shrapnel. And I was wondering if that's a good thing to glide over.
Even one is even diving off the stairs, on the stairs, in a diving position, with his head down.
This is the Darwin Awards of Russian combat, right?
This is more like Circus du Soleil.
Without the tights, though, right?
Yeah, without the ropes and without the tights. Yes. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. I have tweeted out the tweets, the post, so everybody can see it. It's very entertaining to see.
I can confirm you had me speechless for a while. So well done.
I mean, you can also wonder if this is some kind of hardening.
Hardening for what?
my initial thought was maybe it's some way of breaking your ribs so you didn't have to go. That was my initial thought.
Well, there were some posts and some videos of guys who just threw themselves off of a stairs, or just try to break their ankles or something. So it might be, but this is ridiculous. This has nothing to do with training or something or else. Even John Spencer would look at this, and if this would be going into a building or going downstairs in an urban warfare, I don't think he would say this is the way.
Of course not. But this is a specific cult which has been around for a long time, and you can see this in videos which have appeared over the past 20, 30 years from both the Chinese as well as then the North Koreans, who do the same very thing. Don't forget, and they show it off. But the Russians have had this for a long time. So this is nothing new. They try always to showcase that they are so hard. We had this discussion about the cinder blocks a little earlier today, where Chuck had to deny that he had ever knocked down cinder blocks with his head or with his elbow in any other form. Cinder blocks simply are not part of the training of soldiers who bring know-how, technology, guns, and proper ammunition to what is essentially a gunfight. Yes, people are trained in mortal combat, but not a single MMA fighter who doesn't also do soldiering very well impresses any soldier. He can hoop, he can scoop, he can jump, he can hoot. He will get shot. This is the insanity of that specific cult in Russian society.
Yeah, 762 stops lots of things, doesn't it? Right? You do all the you can dance in front of me as much as you like, right? But guess what? Dance past this.
Yeah, actually, we have the. It's actually in a movie, in Indiana Jones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good example. That's a very good example. The guy throwing around his swords, and he just pulls his gun and yeah. But yeah, just like Axel said, it's a cult. They have more from these sorts of videos, and in every video they are almost acting the same. They don't know what they are doing. I also saw some. Sorry, Dan John, you want to add some?
Yeah, well, actually, I heard before. I think it was actually saying that now we're touching on our favorite topic, and I mean, even if they are stupid and doing these things, there's many of them, and they still have to be stopped. So, I mean, as they say, we are lucky they are so fucking stupid. Because if they weren't, and they also still were many, then it would have been worse. But no, there are many, and they have to be stopped, and we need to do more to stop them.
We do. Marcus, are you still? Oh, you still here? Are you listening?
I'm still here. Sorry, we're filling in.
That's okay. So I tagged you into a tweet which said for later on. The tweet is from P Style 11.
I've seen a number of his tweets this evening.
Basically, the tweet is a picture of a dugout with some dead Russian in it.
Ah, yes, I recall this particular one. Yes, where they'd have some drone.
Yeah. Do you want to put it in the nest?
I'll have to find it. Bear with me.
Oh, shall I tag you again? Or hang on. Well, no, I'll do something. Why don't I do? Oh, here you are. Let me do something sensible for once in my life. Right, let me click on that bit. I don't have the fastest computer in the world. In fact, far from it.
It's already
Oh, is
in
it?
the
Oh, right.
next
Well, there we
bit.
are. Right. So even while I was before I even got to copy the what I was saying is in a nest. So as we were talking about earlier on, training, right, and understanding of what you're doing and why people do things, right. So if everyone takes a quick look at that video, by the way, I say everyone. There is a dead body in there, so if you don't want to see dead bodies, don't look at it. But if you're okay with that, then look at it, and I'll quickly. No, it's not gory. No, it's just a uniform on the ground. Although I think the one of the bodyguard was very frightening though. Yeah, Marcus, it terrified me.
Don't let it too long in the nest, sir. Just that people can see which street it is, and then I will remove it again because it's partially it's not something we will put in the
So
nest.
anyway, so let me explain the bit where I was talking about why training and why. So this is the bit where we get the Russian trolls do their fear and wonder. We've got 5 million people. This is just the very basics, right? So if anyone knew anything about digging trenches, right? So this dugout where the guys who were hiding, so this place there is for their shelter, and it's designed to keep them alive, right? Supposed to be, but they died because someone threw a grenade in there. Well, so let me explain it. So the reason why they've died is because you can just throw a grenade in, right? So there's whole loads of ways they could have saved themselves from that, right? So they could have made it an L shape or little other shape, so where they were hiding would be away from where any bomb might be able to go in. Or what you could do is just put some. You might have seen them. So it's like a half a blast door, right? So you could just put a stack of boxes on one side, right, and then a bit of free space, and then put a stack of boxes on the other side, right? And what would happen is when anyone threw anything in, right, it would probably land in one bit or the other, and that blast wouldn't go all the way down. And specifically, the frag or shrapnel from depending on what sort of grenade you've got, wouldn't be going down it. It's just, these are just design flaws they get because no one teaches them the basis of what they're trying to do. Someone's just told them trench, hole in the ground, put something over the top, and that's what they've done. But they haven't understood the principle of what they're trying to do with the hole in their ground. Here we are. Quick little rundown. And as a result, you've got two people who could have surrendered in actual fact if only they'd have dug that hole properly. That's all I've got to say on that.
So we have Alex here, Alex Castelli. He has his hand up, so go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Which one of you know what is UFC?
We do know it, all of us in some shape or form. Do we needlessly watch it and waste our time? No, we spend our time doing our normal work, gain proper experience, get some stuff done for food on the table for the families, and you wouldn't believe the rest of the time most of us sacrifice in what is a privilege, a pleasure, and a moral imperative, being here on this space.
Okay. Because I think this one is relevant. This is form of fight, and there is a new winner. His name is Merab Dvalishvili. he become new world champion, and he said like his last fight was against a Russian. He win, bet crap out of Russian, and said Slava Ukraini in the end. So yeah, it's kind of let me.
Does that mean that he will never be interviewed by Joe Rogan?
Well, Joe Rogan is who? Yeah, I know Joe Rogan. I don't know if he will be interviewed by Joe Rogan. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Why? Joe Rogan is kind of Russophile, or why? Why?
Joe Rogan is a famous commentator for the UFC and has been affiliated with the television station supporting and bringing out the UFC. He's been engaged with everybody who's in the leadership of the UFC, including a lot of Russians amongst them, as you know. And as a consequence, he has interviewed pretty much every single winner, female or male, since as long as I can remember. He's also talked to every single contestant and large leader in that regard, because he's been, supporting the UFC, which is fine. It's his hobby. He likes it, but it's also his business. So we will see whether he interviews that Georgian hero who spoke the right words.
Yeah, so you are familiar with this. Yeah, because I was really happy. Like he made himself all by himself. And yeah, that's who said sports is out of politics? It's in the middle of it, especially in places like former Soviet Union for sure. So yeah, this another victory.
Yeah, and absolutely, Alex. The thing is that there are some sports associations who try and say we're out of politics, but here's the thing, right? Internally, they're absolutely knee deep in the mire of the crap that comes out of it, right? And they're involved in it completely.
All right, that was all I wanted to announce, but looks like Axel, is there anything you do not know?
Ask away. I'm quite sure most of the things I can't answer. 99.99% of things I should know, I don't know.
Okay. Wow. But I was really impressed. Very, very well. Because I didn't know myself. My son actually educated me on UFC and Merab Dvalishvili and all that stuff. Very.
He had a very tough way and path to this. But then again, in the good tradition of the Georgian wrestlers, don't forget, wrestling is the national sport of your country. You know.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
And a good friend of mine is the head of the Estonian Wrestling Association and has been organizing junior world championships and the likes here. And I can definitely tell you, he has had more contact with Georgians in Georgia, and we through this than you can imagine. And they have all been absolutely solid people. And they dislike the Russians with a vengeance and with a distaste, but also with the pride in themselves as being definitely the better wrestlers you can't imagine.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you. Let's get back to Ukraine and its matters, because it's really a fight for all of us.
That's another thing, by the way, the Ukrainian wrestlers who have been absolutely excellent in recent years, just highlighting, lots of Ukrainian sportsmen are now serving, of course, in the armed forces. And a lot of the junior wrestlers and boxers are in the armed forces. Not all of them are the most, gifted individuals in terms of science, maybe, but they are very, very solid, very disciplined fighters. And Ukraine is losing a lot of them.
Yeah, I know. I'm reading. I'm trying to follow all that. Yes, Ukrainian athletes have very long tradition, and it's a shame that the nation is losing best of its sons and daughters.
And a lot of Tatars have been wrestlers in the past, exceptionally gifted ones, and they were not even allowed to train. Those who couldn't make it off the island or for personal reasons stayed on the island or the peninsula. And I can definitely tell you, they are now, they're being treated like cattle.
All right.
Look, Alex, it was great news. The fact that the fact that he put his career up, because Joe Rogan may not be happy about the fact that this is being said, because a lot of his backers, they will be Russian and they'll be fuming about this, right? Yeah, he'll be.
Yeah,
Rogan
the
will
guy
be
whom
really,
he
really
bet
upset.
was Russian himself, and apparently
I know.
he was
Yeah.
not a very good athlete. And I should actually read, like, because this Merab, he gave a few words to that Russian. He should take a lesson, Sandvalishvili. He was not a good athlete, this Russian guy. He was looking at others. You should not look over others. That was what Merab Dvalishvili told him. After this guy was really stupid. This guy is really stupid, and he's a bully. I should just do my thing, and after that thing, I made me a little more calm.
Well, Alex, ask your son, maybe, because I won't have the time. I think most of us won't have the time. But ask your son how the fight went, how the weighing ceremony beforehand went, because typically this is where Joe Rogan interviews people. And how also during the fight the commentators went, and what happened after the fight. Because typically Rogan is the one who gives end commentary and even interviews people. And I would really like to know what he said, and whether in his moderation he made a snide comment as to whether politics should be in sport and the likes.
Yeah,
I'd be
I'm
very
reading
interested.
now, like, this is his interview to Stephen Morocco on March 12th. So, and his words are, well, this is what commentators think. I think this will be difficult to ignore. Dvalishvili set a new UFC record for takedown attempts, trying 49 times to put Jan on the mat. Though the majority were unsuccessful, they kept Jan off balance enough to limit offense, and eventually the Russian gas tank emptied. He's a great fighter, but he's a little bit cocky. I love fighters because they are all humble and good people, and I don't think this guy is a very good guy. He further said that he should not be looking over others, because we are all people. What else? But yeah, it will be hard to ignore. Like a new UFC record for takedown attempts. He's combining Georgian wrestling with the fight, and if you look at him, by the way, he's not that big at all. He's very muscle body, but he's not like gas tank. I like that, Russian gas tank.
Wrestlers, funnily enough, make very good UFC fighters.
Yeah,
because they have the right training.
True. So yeah, we'll see. But I will pay attention to the Joe Rogan thing. Thank you.
I see Carrie has her hand up for a very long time. And then Ellen.
Mr. M. Hey guys, I've been predominantly off grid today, cooking all day. So
You're very muffled, Kerry. Normally it's
Can you hear
quite. That's so much better. Yes.
Good. So I've been predominantly off grid today. So apologies if I'm asking something that that you have already discussed. But with Axel being quite vocal, I was hoping he might be able to give me some sort of lowdown. I was having a look on the Kiev Independent situation with the ammunition shortage, and the hold-up being as a result of, so basically German weapons manufacturers are saying they're ready to deliver, but they're waiting for the government to sign contracts. So I was interested to see if Axel knew anything about this, what's going on.
So I keep on hearing this thing about the ammunition shortage, right? So there's an ammunition shortage, in areas on the Russian side. Are you talking about Ukrainian ammunition shortage?
Yeah. So
Not heard about it.
Yeah. So I mean, I find the Kiev Independence quite good. That's like my first source when I'm catching up. So it says here, build. Kluber urges Germany to speed up ammunition supply. This is 10 hours ago. Start pilot training. Foreign Minister Kluber stressed that the shortage of ammunition is Ukraine's #1 problem.
That's a different. Okay, now I understand. Right. So they've got to remember there are different types of ammunition supply problems. Right. There is ammunition shortage on the front line, which is a dreadful thing, and then there's the what's coming in. Right. So it's been known for a long time that we need to push up ramp up the volume and supply of ammunition, but this is not translating into ammunition supply problems at the front line.
Just
that
so
I'm aware of.
Okay, so just so you know, David, it's then said Foreign Minister Kluber stressed that the shortage of ammunition is Ukraine's #1 problem in its attempt to fight back Russian forces. And then it refers to the Foreign Minister added that German weapons manufacturers told him they were ready to deliver, but were waiting for the government to sign the contract. So the problem lies with the government, Kluber says.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised, right? But Ukraine has ammunition coming from everywhere. Maybe he's talking about the Gepard ammunition as well, because there's obviously there's many types of ammunition. They have we're still not supplying as much 155. In fact, we're not supplying enough of any ammunition, right? And that's a big problem, right? But as far as I'm aware, right, I have not seen any reports of a shortage of supplies that's translated to the front line in a meaningful way, i.e., so in the same way as we've heard with the Russians, i.e., Russians being sent along with 1 magazine and 20 rounds.
That's more heartening to hear from you, David. I know that there has been a move to collectively look at combined EU production requirements for Ukraine, which is promising. But I know that will obviously take some time to feed through.
Yeah, I mean, they've known about this for over a year now, right, haven't they? They were supposed to have been ramping up supplies in some places. Who knows? I was saying last night, so I think Saab is going to produce 40,000 NLAWs this year. I think Saab Industries, they're also going to produce a whole load of other stuff. And I think there's a Finnish manufacturer is creating a new factory to produce more 155s, right? And it's stuff like this that we need to happen. And, and obviously we got other places. So loads of so even in my day, right, which is a long time ago, loads of small arms stuff used to come from Pakistan. We're getting obviously the other shells and stuff from Pakistan. We just need the NATO allies to properly ramp up, which means that we need governments to go, listen, right, because the manufacturers, they're not going to destroy their business, because the government isn't going to go because they don't say, all right, okay, listen, we'll guarantee your supply for 3 years or whatever, or right, do some other guarantee, right? Because obviously setting up factories is expensive, machine materials and all the other bits that needed to it. So these are multi-year contracts that need to be given. But we've used that so much has been used, then that doesn't seem to me to be which should be ever be a problem.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, pleasure. I think I'm going to go to Alan first, then John.
David, I was just going to go back to the art of digging a trench and digging a dugout. If I understand correctly, that video that you posted, that I did see. The mistake of this dugout construction is that inside the dugout, the soldiers have placed nothing to interrupt the compression blast, which emanates from the grenade. It's this blast that kills you in an enclosed space when you come right down to it, right?
Yeah, well, and here's the other one. Maybe not in this case because the grenade's gone in. It could be the frag that's got them. They've got nothing there that's going to help, right? So they've caused themselves all sorts of problems, and also because there's nothing in the way, it's just really easy to throw something in. The whatever that is, right? So and in actual fact, so imagine if you look at the shape of it, if they tried to throw a grenade out, it might have bounced at on the other side and then rolled back into that dugout they've got. They've just not really understood the principles of what you're trying to do when you protect yourself. It's not just a hole in the ground, which is essentially what they've done. They've dug a hole in the ground. And there are loads of ways to do it. You'll see, and there are other ways of making yourself safe from stopping. Let's just say it was let's just say you had a long dugout, right? But because there's nothing stopping there, you could get someone. They could do one of those Spetsnaz slides in and start shooting, couldn't they? Nothing to stop anything coming in.
But wouldn't a Russian veteran from experience know how to dig a trench or a dugout? So these must be Mobics, untrained Russians who dug this out. I mean, experience teaches you everything on the battlefield.
Yes, and I will go back to what I said. That I don't think that there is such a thing that is left alive now, right? There may be one or two, right? But I just don't believe, because I've not seen anything that's had any real thought put into it at all, ever, right? So I'm just going, I don't think they're around.
I think you're right about that. I mean, the attrition rate of just the Wagner forces that I saw reported today, if Wagner started with 45,000 convicts, soldiers in Bakhmut, they may be down to as few as 7,000 today.
No, exactly right. And you're going. I mean, there's just extraordinary numbers. I mean, they're almost World War I numbers, aren't we? When we talk about, we're looking at the losses in that area. Yeah. I mean, still go back to, excuse me. I don't see any evidence that anyone has any real knowledge of what they're attempting to do. And there's, well, yeah, the funny thing, right? Or good thing, depending on how you look at it.
Then John.
Yeah, and in this particular case, there's no one left to learn from the mistake. So yeah, that. But regarding ammunition, there was a meeting in Sweden last week with the EU defense ministers, and yeah, obviously, David, you wouldn't know about that because the B word was EU.
Oh, don't say that. He'll be on to complain that we're talking about it.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot. But anyway, so now because Sweden has the presidency of the EU, things are start happening finally. No, but there was a meeting last week, and one of the topics was actually support for Ukraine in general, and ammunition procurement and production in particular. So yeah, but it's, as you said, I mean, it's a year too late. This should have been put on the table last year, and maybe we would be in a different situation now. But better late than sorry.
Oh yes, yes, very much better late than sorry.
Actually, no, it's a little bit. It's late and sorry, but not totally sorry.
David Mockers has rejoined us as speaker. Mockers, please go ahead.
I've just got a quick question. What are the Swiss weapons industry doing?
We don't know yet, do we?
Suffering from their politicians.
I'm just thinking they're not going to be very happy with their politicians right now, considering the statements that appear to have been made.
What statements come out?
What I've read is Swiss weapons should not be used in wars, was the statement. So, what are they? Ornamental?
New law: no weapons to be used in wars. Yeah, okay, that's going to go down well. Yeah, along with another statement about Swiss neutrality, no doubt.
So the Swiss manufacture the weapons and then they sell them, but they cannot be used. The Swiss can only profit from weapons manufacturing. Is that what they're saying?
Well, that's what I'm trying to determine, because I've seen it from two sources now, and neither source was what I would call bang on. So I would like to hear it from a proper news source, to be honest. But that does appear to have been the words of the statement. However, that's coming from the Swiss president, by the way. The Swiss authorities are still not ready to allow Germany and Spain to re-export any Swiss weapons to Ukraine. President of the country, Alain Berset, confirmed in an interview. And it says, in quotations, Swiss weapons should not be used in wars, attributed to the Swiss president. But I don't see the actual link to a proper news report. So I think I need to wait on that before I get too aerated.
So Mockers, that is also a message for the future to keep an eye on. If they say Swiss weapons should not be used in a war. So, well, I mean, what if Swiss is going to be attacked by Russia or not that it will happen, but just in case.
Well, I just think, they might be lovely to look at, but surely not everybody wants one just for their mantelpiece. However, now I've stirred up a hornet's nest, I'm going to go and eat some dinner. So, try.
Oh, that's what you do.
Just for the mental piece.
Yes. All right. Okay. So if someone would help me out, I have no idea if it was Alex or Den John first.
I flipped a coin, David, and came up with Den John and then Alex.
Ah, wunderbar.
I love Subaru. No, I'm just joking. I suspect that must be lost in translation. Surely I must have said that they don't export to war zones or something like that. I mean, at least that's what I hope he said, because that would be in line with what they have said before. Surely I can't say that their weapons can't be used in war. But I also read the same thing here, Marcus. I know it's out there, but it must be a mistake in the translation from whatever language he used. Second point, I think maybe the Swiss should stick to the watches because they make good watches, high quality and so on, and they are quite harmless. So yeah, but anyway, it must be